Upon waking up in an unfamiliar hotel, next to a stunningly beautiful girl, I was shocked. She wasn't my girlfriend, but her younger sister. Fragmented memories of the previous night pierced through the throbbing pain in my head. Betrayal, alcohol, and a system offering me a choice: forget everything for 20 million yuan or marry her in exchange for an unknown great reward. A certain hotel. On the floor lay a short black skirt, a white shirt stained with lipstick marks, and black stockings. On the bed, amidst the chaos, lay Zhao Yuxin. Her long black hair fell messily over her shoulders, and her loose clothing barely covered her graceful figure, revealing her porcelain-like skin. The previous night, Yu Shu Yang, heartbroken and drunk, had ended up in this hotel room with the younger sister of his girlfriend. It all began after Zhao Yulu rejected his proposal. Feeling utterly crushed, he went to a bar to drown his sorrows. Zhao Yuxin, seeing him in such a state, tried to comfort him. But alcohol and mixed emotions led to them ending up together in this room. Morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Zhu Yang's head throbbed. He slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Yuxin's bare body lying beside him. Her porcelain-like skin and seductive curves left him momentarily breathless. He scanned the room, his eyes stopping on the scattered clothes. That's when he realized lying next to him wasn't his girlfriend Zhao Yulu, it was her younger sister. Panic overtook him. He sat up on the bed and covered his face with his hands. How could I make such a mistake, he thought. Yuxin slowly stretched and opened her eyes. She met his gaze, and her face instantly turned crimson. Did this really happen, he quietly asked, avoiding her eyes. She nodded and replied softly, yes. But don't blame yourself. Yi Shu Yang shook his head. Yuxin, I thought you were. This was a mistake. Yuxin, slightly embarrassed, lowered her eyes. I know, you mistook me for Yulu. But I was ready for this. His expression softened, but the guilt remained. Why did you do it, he asked. Yuxin took a deep breath. Because I've loved you for a long time, Yi Shu Yang. But you were always with my sister, and I couldn't say anything. When you two broke up, I felt both happy and heartbroken. And then, last night. She trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. At that moment, Yi Shu Yang heard a mechanical voice in his head. Ding. Congratulations. Activation conditions met. Super Life System successfully bound. He looked around, startled, but realized the voice was coming from within his own mind. Ding. System task completed. Available options. Reject Yuxin, and forget everything. Reward 20 million yuan. Accept her feelings and marry her. Reward great life gift. Yi Shu Yang held his breath. A system? Like in the novels? He understood what a system was, but couldn't believe he was encountering one in real life. 20 million. Or an unknown gift. But how can I abandon her after what happened? He looked back at Yuxin. Her face was flushed, but she looked confident. He took a deep breath and firmly said, Yuxin, I want to take responsibility for what happened. Let's get married. Yuxin froze. Her eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Yes. You love me, and I can't pretend this didn't happen. She covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her emotions. But after a few moments she quietly replied, I agree. Yi Shu Yang felt a sense of relief, but his thoughts turned back to her appearance. Although Zhao Yulu and Zhao Yuxin looked alike, the younger sister surpassed the elder in terms of her figure. Her elegant lines and full curves made her the epitome of femininity. Yuxin suddenly realized she wasn't wearing anything and quickly hid under the blanket. Turn around, I need to get dressed, she said, avoiding his gaze. Yi Shu Yang, smiling slightly, nodded, but before turning he noticed her expression. It wasn't just embarrassment, there was genuine happiness in her eyes. After a fierce battle lasting hundreds of rounds, the two quickly freshened up and left the hotel. Their relationship had become incomparably close. Zhao Yuxin naturally held onto Shu Yang's arm, her expression sweet. To get a marriage certificate, we need a household registration booklet and ID card. Let's go to my place first, then to yours. Yi Shu Yang pinched Zhao Yuxin's delicate face and said with a smile. Earlier, Yi Shu Yang had already asked his parents to send his household registration booklet, intending to get the certificate after successfully proposing to Zhao Yulu. For this reason, Yi Shu Yang had even requested leave from work in advance. Unexpectedly, fate had its own plans, and the one who ended up holding his hand was Zhao Yuxin. Okay. Zhao Yuxin nodded obediently. She, too, had requested time off from her job beforehand. 2 hours later, Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The line was long, but most people were there for divorce. As for the marriage line, it was almost empty, and people could practically get served as soon as they arrived. Yishu Yang Yuxin, why are you two here? The staff member in charge of marriage registration was startled to see them. It was their senior, Chen Weiwei. We're here to register for marriage. Zhao Yuxin blushed, feeling a little shy. What? You're getting married? Who's the boyfriend? Where is he? How come I didn't know about this? Chen Weiwei was utterly shocked and bombarded them with a string of questions. As Zhao Yuxin's senior, she had kept in touch even after graduation. It seemed like this girl had been single before, hadn't she? How did she suddenly decide to get married? Could this be a flash marriage? As for Xu Yang, she didn't even suspect him at first. Why? Because the way the two behaved made it unlikely. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhao Yuxin had let go of Xu Yang's arm. And besides, Chen Weiwei knew Xu Yang was Zhao Yulu's boyfriend. How could he possibly be here registering for marriage with Zhao Yuxin? It's Xu Yang. At that moment, Zhao Yuxin clung to Xu Yang's arm, her face red as she shyly looked down. What? Chen Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. Isn't Xu Yang Zhao Yulu's boyfriend? You're Yulu's sister. How could you? She felt like her brain was overheating. Was their relationship really this messy? Meanwhile, the people in the divorce line couldn't help but glance over. Damn. He even went for his girlfriend's younger sister. Wow. This soap opera plot is happening in real life? My worldview is shattered. And that girl, too, getting together with her sister's boyfriend and even coming to register for marriage. Doesn't she care about her sister's feelings? This guy's a role model for us all. He managed to handle both sisters, double the joy, double the fun. He just fulfilled every man's dream. I'm jealous as hell. For a moment, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Especially among the many of their gazes were filled with envy. Zhao Yuxin's face turned red as an apple. She lowered her head shyly and leaned against Xu Yang. I'm no longer in a relationship with Zhao Yulu. Heaven brought Yuxin and me together, and I've already decided on her. Senior, please help us register for marriage. Yishu Yang spoke with a serious expression. He also knew that if they didn't complete the procedure quickly, the onlookers would continue gossiping and pointing fingers at them. So, Yishu Yang directly took out their household registration booklets and ID cards. Are you sure about this? Chen Weiwei asked as a reminder. Yes. Both of them nodded in unison. All right. Chen Weiwei gave the two of them a deep look and said nothing further, quickly completing the registration process. May you hold each other's hands and grow old together. Moments later, Chen Weiwei placed the bright red marriage certificates on the table. Thank you, Weiwei. Zhao Yuxin picked up the certificate, gazing at the photo of the two of them inside, her face brimming with happiness. She had finally become Xu Yang's wife. When are you planning to hold the wedding? Chen Weiwei asked. We haven't decided yet. Zhao Yuxin shook her head. Of course, every girl dreams about her wedding. But Zhao Yuxin didn't want to pressure Xu Yang, so she didn't bring it up. Don't worry, senior. Once we pick a date, we'll definitely invite you to the wedding. Yishu Yang said with a smile. All right. I'll be there with my gift and myself. Chen Weiwei said with a laugh. The two then left the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Xu Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, for accepting Zhao Yuxin and registering for marriage. You have received a life grand gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Gaz? Yishu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He had been eagerly anticipating the system's gift package. Congratulations, host, on obtaining master-level investment skills, 1 million in cash, and 1 piece of future information. Future information in 7 days, Country D's central bank stock value will drop by 2%, while Huaxia's gold futures market will rise by 30%. As expected. The hidden gift package was the most valuable reward. With master-level investment skills and 1 million in cash, he could dominate the stock market. And the piece of future information was even more critical. Yixu Yang had graduated from a finance college, but due to limited funds, he usually only dabbled in stocks with a few thousand yuan, rarely touching futures. However, this wouldn't hinder his understanding of the stock market. With 1 million invested in gold futures, a 30% increase, plus a 10-fold leverage. That was a 3 million profit. The best part was that with master-level investment skills, making money in the financial market would be as easy as pie. Yixu Yang, we finally got our marriage certificate. Let's celebrate. Zhao Yuxing checked her phone and said sweetly. Sure. Where do you want to go? Suppressing his excitement, Yi Shu-yang looked at Zhao Yuxing gently. How about my dad's shop? My dad's special sour and spicy fish slices are delicious. Zhao Yuxing blinked. Her dad ran a small restaurant, and business was pretty good. Of course, now that they were officially married, it was necessary to meet both sets of parents. All right, Yi Shu-yang said with a smile. The two then took a car to Zhao Yuxing's father's restaurant. Dad! As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Yuxing called out happily. Zhao Yuxing's family was quite complicated. When she was young, her parents divorced. She chose to live with her father, while her sister Zhao Yulu chose their mother. After the divorce, her father single-handedly ran the restaurant and raised her. In contrast, her mother married into a wealthy family, and her sister lived a privileged life as a rich young lady. Under her mother's influence, Zhao Yulu became materialistic, which was the main reason for her breakup with Yi Shu-yang. Why are you bringing Shu-yang here? Zhao Yuxing's father, Zhao Hai, was surprised to see the two of them arrive. Previously, it had always been Zhao Yulu and Shu-yang who visited together. Zhao Hai had been quite satisfied with his eldest daughter's boyfriend. However, deep down, Zhao Hai had always hoped that Zhu Yang would be Zhao Yuxing's boyfriend instead. In both his character and his way of life, Yi Shu-yang was an excellent person. Zhao Hai had always thought that, since his younger daughter had endured hardships growing up, if she could find someone as caring as Zhu Yang, he would be overjoyed. Dad, we're here to help out with your business. Zhao Yuxing casually pulled Zhu Yang to a table and sat down with a cheerful smile. Yuxin, what's going on with you two? Seeing how they behaved, Zhao Hai's brows immediately furrowed. Although he had hoped Zhu Yang could be Yuxin's boyfriend, Yi Shu-yang had already been with Zhao Yulu. If both his daughters ended up fighting over the same man, that would be too dramatic a situation Zhao Hai absolutely could not accept. Dad, my sister and Shu Yang have already broken up. She thought Zhu Yang couldn't bring her happiness, but I've always had feelings for him. Maybe it's fate that brought us together, and now we're a couple. Besides, we've just registered our marriage. We're legally husband and wife now. Yi Shu-yang was about to explain, but Zhao Yuxing took the lead and spoke first. She didn't want Shu-yang to feel pressured, so she decided to bear the brunt of the situation herself. To prove her words, she even pulled out their marriage certificate. What? Zhao Hai's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief. In just a few sentences, Zhao Yuxing had nearly given him a heart attack. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by Zhao Yulu's decision. His eldest daughter had grown up with his ex-wife, and their personalities were similar, preferring wealth and status. What truly stunned him was that his younger daughter had not only gotten together with Yi Shu-yang but had already registered for marriage at lightning speed. Zhao Hai clutched his chest, almost losing his breath. Uncle. Dad, I'm serious about Yuxin. Our marriage wasn't impulsive. I will love her forever and treat her well. Yi Shu-yang immediately corrected himself after realizing he had addressed Zhao Hai improperly. He then solemnly promised, I'll also find the right time to give Yuxin a grand wedding. I won't let her suffer any grievances. You two kids. Zhao Hai opened the marriage certificate to take a look, then sighed helplessly. You've already registered. What else can this old man say? As long as you both live well together, I'll be at ease. Zhao Yuxing smiled sweetly and said, Dad, with your blessing, we'll definitely be happy. By the way, Dad, I've been craving your sour and spicy fish fillet. You little rascal. Zhao Hai chuckled, gently patted Zhao Yuxin's head, and turned to the kitchen to cook. After the meal, the two bid farewell to Zhao Hai. Take this card, my dear. It has only 2 million yuan, not much, but consider it your dowry. Save up some more, buy a house, and start a good life together. As he spoke, Zhao Hai pulled out a card from an old drawer under his bed. It contained all his savings. Zhao Hai hadn't been able to give his younger daughter the love of a mother or a privileged life. All he wanted was for his small savings to help Zhao Yuxin in some way. Dad! Zhao Yuxin's eyes immediately turned red, and her voice choked with emotion. She wanted to refuse, but Jiangcheng was a top-tier city in China, and with just their salaries, it was almost impossible for them to buy a house in the short term. With her father's savings, Yi Shu-yang's burden would undoubtedly lighten considerably. My dear, you've endured too many hardships with me. From now on, you two must live a good life together. Zhao Hai's words reassured her. Yi Shu-yang nodded silently, not saying much. Although he had the system's extraordinary help, making money still required time. If he told Zhao Hai he could make the money for a house in a short period, both Zhao Hai and Zhao Yuxing would likely suspect him of doing something illegal. Thank you, Dad. Zhao Yuxin nodded tearfully. Dad, I want to move in with Yu Shu Yang. Could I borrow your car for a while? Of course. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. The two had already registered their marriage, so living together was only natural. Thank you, Dad. Zhao Yuxin hugged Zhao Hai with gratitude, then took the car keys and left with Xu Yang. Zhao Hai's car was a classic domestic Wuling Hongguang, affordable and practical, perfect for a restaurant owner. The car looked new, clearly having been purchased recently. Yixu Yang, you drive? Zhao Yuxin said, handing him the keys. Back when Zhu Yang was still dating Zhao Yulu, he had often visited Zhao Hai's restaurant and driven this car. Okay. Yixu Yang nodded and got into the driver's seat, with Zhao Yuxin naturally taking the passenger seat. His parents were in their hometown running a construction materials business and also used a Wuling Hongguang. Yixu Yang was very familiar with this legendary car. 30 minutes later, the two arrived at Xu Yang's rental apartment. The apartment was simple, with only 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Initially, Yixu Yang had rented the larger apartment in anticipation of a successful proposal to Zhao Yulu. He wouldn't have splurged on such a place in a city like Jiangcheng otherwise. From now on, I'm the mistress of this house, Zhao Yuxin declared confidently. She took a deep breath, moved her belongings into the bedroom, and began unpacking and organizing. Zhao Yuxin had been here before and was familiar with the place. The master bedroom still had a lot of Zhao Yulu's clothes, which Zhao Yuxin neatly packed away. When Yulu has time, I'll ask her to come pick up her things, she said. Okay, whatever you say, Yixu Yang replied, leaning against the door and smiling as he watched Zhao Yuxin organize her belongings. Previously, when Zhao Yulu lived here, she never cleaned or tidied up. Xu Yang had done it all. Now with Zhao Yuxin, the contrast was stark. This time, I didn't choose the wrong person, Yixu Yang murmured happily to himself. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuxin finished tidying up and said, We've been busy all day. How about we go out for a stroll? Sure, whatever you want. Zhu Yang nodded. Soon, the two went to a nearby shopping mall. Zhao Yuxin picked out a few outfits for Yixu Yang. Initially, Yixu Yang wanted to refuse. After all, life had been tight before, and clothes from the mall were expensive. How could he bear to spend money on them? But under Zhao Yuxin's insistence, Yixu Yang eventually agreed. Of course, Zhao Yuxin also bought herself a dress and a pair of shoes. How do I look? Zhao Yuxin twirled in front of the mirror after stepping out of the fitting room, looking at Zhu Yang expectantly. You look beautiful. Yang smiled and nodded. The shoes and dress go perfectly together. You look like a fairy. Hey? I think so too. Zhao Yuxin giggled. Her heart swelled with happiness at Zhu Yang's compliment. Suddenly, a surprised voice called out from nearby. Yuxin, Zhu Yang, why are you two together? Looking toward the voice, they saw a stylishly dressed young woman at the mall entrance, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Yuxin. Behind her stood a young man wearing all designer brands. It was Zhao Yulu. And the man by her side was Chen Guanglei, a wealthy second-generation suitor of hers. We're here to shop for clothes, Zhao Yuxin admitted openly. Yulu, this must be your twin sister, right? Chen Guanglei asked. Mim. Zhao Yulu nodded. Then he must be your brother-in-law. Chen Guanglei smiled. That's right. He's my husband, Yixu Yang. Before Zhao Yulu could speak, Zhao Yuxin stepped forward, affectionately held Xu Yang's arm, and nodded happily. Wah! Sister, what's going on with you two? Zhao Yulu was stunned. What the hell was this? How did her ex-boyfriend become her sister's husband? No way. How can you two be together? After recovering, Zhao Yulu was furious. Why can't we be together? You already broke up, and I confessed to Xu Yang openly after your relationship ended. He agreed to be with me, Zhao Yuxin said straightforwardly. You too. Zhao Yulu was livid, but she couldn't refute it. This was way too dramatic. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Wow. Next to her, Chen Guanglei's mouth fell open in shock. At the same time, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Xu Yang was filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it, this guy had hit the jackpot, he got both sisters. I'm the rich one here, so why do I feel so pitiful all of a sudden? Nearby, customers and shop assistants who witnessed the scene were also wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Damn, this guy's living the dream. Wow, he's a man who's experienced both sisters. Someone let me bow down to him and absorb some of his luck. People like this make me mad. I'm still single, and he's got both sisters at once. This is ridiculous. He's dressed so cheaply, how did he manage this? I don't get it. It's because he's good looking. In this era, looks are justice. There's nothing to be done about it. For a moment, the crowd erupted into chatter. Zhao Yuxin, you're my sister. How could you be with my ex-boyfriend? Zhao Yulu fumed. Why not? I already explained it, and besides, is it illegal for us to be together? Zhao Yuxin countered without backing down. You. Zhao Yulu glared at her but couldn't respond. Sister, I know you value wealth and look down on Xu Yang. When you wanted to break up with him, I tried to dissuade you. If you had listened to me back then, I would have buried my feelings for Xu Yang deep inside and never interfered with your relationship. But you insisted on breaking up. You discarded someone I treasure. So, tell me, why can't we be together? Moreover, Xu Yang and I have already registered our marriage. He's not only my husband now, but also your brother-in-law. Zhao Yuxin, normally gentle, displayed rare assertiveness. What? You? You're married? Zhao Yulu was stunned again. What the hell? Her ex-boyfriend, who she just broke up with last night, was now her brother-in-law? That's right. Zhao Yuxin nodded with a smile. If the marriage certificate weren't at home, I'd show it to you. By the way, I've packed up the belongings you left at the rental apartment. You can come and get them when you have time. From today onward, that's the home I share with Xu Yang. Zhao Yulu froze, unsure of how to respond. Xu Yang remained silent. Previously it was Zhao Yulu who insisted on breaking up. He hadn't wronged her. Now, Zhao Yuxin was his wife. Honey, I'm going to change clothes, Zhao Yuxin said, ignoring further explanation. She spoke to Xu Yang and walked to the fitting room. Xu Yang, how could you? Zhao Yulu, unable to hold back, vented her anger on Xu Yang. Why not? Xu Yang interrupted her coldly. Yuxin has explained everything clearly. I don't want to waste my breath on this. And you? Zhao Yulu's chest rose and fell with anger. For a moment she doubted whether breaking up with Xu Yang had been the right choice. No. I wasn't wrong. Everyone has the right to pursue a better life. Why shouldn't I? Xu Yang was an outsider with an average background. Sure, he was good looking, but looks were only good for a campus romance. When faced with real life, what could looks do? Could they get her a Ferrari? A villa? Designer clothes? The answer was no. So breaking up with Xu Yang was definitely the right decision. With that thought, Zhao Yulu said nothing more and turned to leave. Chen Guanglai narrowed his eyes slightly and followed her. Outside the mall, Chen Guanglai said, Yulu, Xu Yang is just an opportunistic scumbag. He's not worth getting upset over. I don't want to hear about him anymore. Zhao Yulu snapped coldly. At that moment, a gleam flashed in Chen Guanglai's eyes. He said, all right, I won't bring him up. Instead, let me share something exciting. My family has some influence in Jiangcheng. Recently, we got insider information from the business world. Blackstone Technology stock is likely to skyrocket. Buying it is a surefire win. Really? Zhao Yulu's eyes lit up. Of course. Chen Guanglai smiled confidently. But I don't have much money. Hearing this, Zhao Yulu's expression dimmed. Although she had graduated and had a job, she was a typical month-to-month spender. When she was with Xu Yang, she even relied on his salary to help her out. As for her mother, she had little savings. Her stepfather was wealthy, but he rarely gave money to her or her mother, only occasionally spending a bit to maintain the appearance of a family relationship. After all, her stepfather had a biological son. There's always a way. Borrow some from friends and relatives. It's a guaranteed profit, so paying it back won't be a problem. Opportunities like this are rare. Chen Guanglai encouraged her. You're right. I'll figure something out. Zhao Yulu nodded. Because of the earlier drama, Zhao Yulu had lost interest in shopping. She left with Chen Guanglai shortly afterward. Back at the clothing store. After tidying up the clothes, Zhao Yuxin noticed Zhao Yulu was gone. She asked, where's Yulu? She left. Then let's head back too. Zhao Yuxin sweetly held onto Xu Yang's arm. Suddenly, Zhao Yuxin slapped her forehead. Tomorrow is Dad's birthday, and I forgot to tell Yulu to come back for dinner. Silly girl, just send her a message. Xu Yang smiled and pinched her cheek. Okay. Zhao Yuxin nodded obediently and sent a message to Zhao Yulu. At this moment, Zhao Yulu was sitting in Chen Guanglai's BMW. When she received Zhao Yuxin's message, her first thought was to ignore it. However, recalling what Chen Guanglai had just mentioned, her eyes flickered, and she replied, I'll come. At the mall, as Zhao Yuxin and Zhu Yang headed to the parking lot, they ran into a college classmate, Liang Yongqiang. He was also there with his girlfriend for a shopping trip. However, his girlfriend was someone he met after starting work, so Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin didn't know her. Yulu, Yangzi, I didn't expect to run into you two here. Your campus romance back then made all of us jealous. I didn't think you'd still be so affectionate after graduation, how rare. By the way, Yangzi, weren't you planning to propose to Yulu? How did that go? When are we getting invited to the wedding feast? Liang Yongqiang had a good relationship with Yu Shu Yang and spoke casually. I've already broken up with Yulu. Yishu Yang shook his head as he spoke. Now that Zhao Yuxin was his wife, he naturally had to consider her feelings. What? You two actually broke up? Liang Yongqiang's eyes widened in shock. Then his gaze shifted to Zhao Yuxin, who was holding Zhu Yang's arm. Wait, are you? No way, you're Yuxin, aren't you? For a moment, it felt like his brain was overheating. What the hell is going on? Breaking up with Zhao Yulu, and then getting together with her sister? Yes. I'm Yuxin, and also his wife now. We've already registered our marriage. Yixu Yang said seriously. Damn. Liang Yongqiang couldn't help but swear. Damn. This guy is a total winner in life. Everyone knew that Zhao Yuxin and Zhao Yulu were the two top beauties of their university. Back then, Xu Yang dating Zhao Yulu had already sparked envy among countless men. Now, after breaking up with Zhao Yulu, he turned around and married her younger sister, Zhao Yuxin. What a winner in life! Even Liang Yongqiang's girlfriend was staring in shock, her mouth agape. Liang Yongqiang, is there any need for you to look so surprised? Zhao Yuxin glanced at him. I can't help it. This is explosive news. Liang Yongqiang shrugged with a helpless smile. He knew very well. If this news spread to their class group chat, it would definitely be a sensation. Just finished shopping and heading home now. Don't worry, we'll definitely invite you to the wedding. Zhao Yuxin said with a smile. Of course. It's the wedding of a handsome guy and a beauty. Let's see who dares not come. Liang Yongqiang joked. Alright, we're heading off now. Then? Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin turned to leave. Watching their departing figures, Liang Yongqiang's girlfriend looked curious. Your classmate is amazing, he managed to win over such beautiful sisters. No choice, the guy's just too handsome. Liang Yongqiang sighed and then added, I have to share this explosive news. He immediately pulled out his phone, opened the class group chat, and quickly typed a message. Hey everyone, I've got some shocking news to share today. Very soon, classmates started replying. Liang Yongqiang, what shocking news could you possibly have? Don't tell me you're confessing that you got yourself a sugar mommy? Ha ha ha. That would be great. Share the sugar mommy link. I'm stuck at the factory grinding metal, bored as hell. Don't want to work anymore, sugar mommy, please come and save me. Seeing these responses, Liang Yongqiang's face twitched in frustration. Cut it out. My girlfriend's watching. So what if you have a girlfriend? You're so excellent that you deserve to be shared between two women. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, you've got two kidneys, it's all good. Yongqiang, don't tell me you're going soft on us now? Seeing these replies, Liang Yongqiang's face darkened. If he didn't spill the news soon, they'd roast him alive. Finally, he sent a message. The shocking news is that Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin have registered their marriage. That's your shocking news? Isn't that obvious? Exactly. They were inseparable during university. Isn't getting married the logical next step? Liang Yongqiang, are you this bored? Coming to the group to troll us? Clearly, most classmates hadn't caught the key detail. Frustrated, Liang Yongqiang face-palmed. Guys, can you pay attention to the details of my message? What details? Isn't it just that Zhu Yang and Zhao Yulu got married? Exactly. Are you doubting my 5.0 vision now? Wait a second. Something's off, didn't he say it was Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin who got married? Holy crap, are you serious? Liang Yongqiang, are you joking? How could it be this dramatic? Zhu Yang, Zhao Yuxin, Zhao Yulu. The three of you better come and explain this rumor right now, what's going on. For a moment, the entire group chat erupted. In the car, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin's phones kept buzzing with notifications from the group chat. Yishu Yang was driving and couldn't check his phone. Zhao Yuxin glanced at the messages and smiled knowingly. That guy Yongqiang hasn't changed. He still loves spreading gossip. Exactly as I expected. Yishu Yang chuckled. If I don't clarify for him, his classmates are going to roast him alive. Zhao Yuxin said with a smile, preparing to send a reply. But Zhu Yang quickly stopped her. Sweetheart, it's better if I handle this. I can't type while driving, so use my phone and send the message for me. Okay. Zhao Yuxin nodded obediently. She understood this was Zhu Yang's way of protecting her and fulfilling his responsibility as a husband. Then, she picked up Xu Yang's phone and typed a message in the group chat. Classmates. What Yang Qiang said is true. I've already broken up with Zhao Yulu. By fate, I realize that Yuxin is the one I'm truly meant to love. Fortunately, we love each other, so today we registered our marriage and officially became husband and wife. We'll be holding our wedding soon, and we hope all of you can attend. Thank you. At nighttime. Might time. Zhao Yulu had just taken a shower and was lying on her bed playing with her phone. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Yulu, are you asleep? It was her mother, Lu Yuhuan's voice. I'm about to sleep, Mom. What is it? Zhao Yulu put down her phone. For her mother to knock at this hour, there must be something important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have knocked for no reason. Come out for a bit. Your father, your brother, and I need to talk to you about something, Lu Yuhuan said. Okay. Zhao Yulu agreed. A short while later, she came out of her bedroom and sat on the sofa in the living room. Across from her sat 3 people. One of them was an elegant woman who bore a resemblance to Zhao Yulu, her mother, Lu Yuhuan. The other 2 were her stepfather, Yang Tianchang, and Yang Tianchang's son, Yang Jingsheng. Yang Jingsheng was 5 years older than her and not particularly capable. He worked at the restaurant group where Yang Tiancheng was employed. Yang Tiancheng was a deputy general manager of the restaurant group, and through his connections, Yang Jingsheng managed to secure a position as a sales supervisor. Lu Yuhuan also worked at the restaurant group, holding a supervisory position in the operations department. Zhao Yulu, on the other hand, studied finance and worked at a bank. What is it? Zhao Yulu asked as soon as she sat down. Yulu, how are things progressing with young Master Chen these past 2 days? Yang Jingsheng asked eagerly. He was referring to Chen Guanglei, whom he had introduced to Zhao Yulu. His intention was to have Zhao Yulu marry Chen Guanglei, thus securing a connection with this wealthy second-generation heir. To be fair, the Yang family's living conditions weren't bad. They lived in a villa and were considered wealthy compared to the average person. But they weren't satisfied. Compared to tycoons with assets in the billions, their status was far from impressive. Chen Guanglei's father was one such tycoon, with a net worth in the billions. He owned an investment company, and Chen Guanglei was the heir to these assets. If they could secure this connection, it would be immensely beneficial to the Yang family. This was a decision jointly made by Yang Tiancheng and his son, with Lu Yuhuan also in agreement. Nothing much. I just see him as a normal friend, Zhao Yulu replied. Yulu, Chen has a family fortune worth billions. He's expressed very clearly to me that he likes you. If you become his girlfriend, he's willing to marry you. Marrying into a billionaire family means you'll never have to worry about your future. And you still see him as just a friend? You don't know how lucky you are. Yang Jingsheng said with some dissatisfaction. Yulu, I also think young Master Chen is a good person. He's completely trustworthy as a life partner, Lu Yuhuan added, trying to persuade her. She naturally wanted Zhao Yulu to marry Chen Guanglei. That way her own life would improve as well. Becoming the mother-in-law of a billionaire heir would mean that even receiving tens of millions as pocket money wouldn't be out of the question. When that happened, she'd have bragging rights in front of her friends and family, who wouldn't look up to her. Mom, I understand, Zhao Yulu said dismissively. Yulu, don't tell me you're still thinking about that Zhu Yang? He's just a poor kid with no chance of rising above his station. He'll spend his entire life at the bottom of society, working himself to the bone just to afford a house, and spending his life paying off a mortgage to the bank. In this world, love doesn't put food on the table. You need financial strength. Only someone like Chen Guanglei, with his wealth and status, is worthy of you. You need to think carefully and stop dwelling on Xu Yang. Yang Tiancheng frowned as he spoke. He had met Xu Yang before, and knew he was just a poor kid. Although Xu Yang was polite and good-looking, his family background was terrible. He came from a small town in the countryside, the kind of person who filled Jiangqing but rarely succeeded. Most people like him ended up returning to their hometowns, while only a few managed to scrape together enough to buy a house. But even then, they spent their lives working to pay off their loans. There was no way his stepdaughter could marry someone like Xu Yang. It wouldn't benefit the Yang family at all. Only marrying someone like Chen Guanglei could bring value to their family. The truth was, Zhao Yulu's breakup with Zhu Yang was influenced by both her own materialistic mindset, which had developed growing up in such a family, and her family's constant bad-mouthing of Zhu Yang. On the day Zhu Yang proposed, Zhao Yulu decided to break up with him. Hearing Yang Tianqing's words, Lu Yuwan frowned. Yulu, don't tell me you're still thinking about Zhu Yang or planning to get back together with him? She wouldn't allow it. If anyone in the family was most against Zhao Yulu and Zhu Yang being together, it was her. Her daughter was so beautiful, how could she marry a poor boy from a small rural town? She should marry a second-generation heir, or, at the very least, a successful entrepreneur. She shared the same view as Yang Tianqing. Someone like Xu Yang would struggle for his entire life just to make ends meet. If anything went wrong financially, it would burden their family. She had constantly pushed Zhao Yulu to break up with Xu Yang. Now that they had finally broken up, she was relieved. But hearing Yang Tianqing's comment, she became anxious, suspecting Zhao Yulu might still have feelings for Xu Yang. Mom. No. It's impossible for me to get back together with Xu Yang. He's already with my sister Yuxin. Zhao Yulu said. What? Both Lu Yuwan and Yang Tianqing froze in shock. What's going on? Xu Yang is now with Yulu's younger sister Zhao Yuxin. Yulu, what's happening? Explain this to me clearly. Lu Yuwan asked anxiously. Just like I said, Zhu Yang and Yuxin are married. I can't be with him anymore, Zhao Yulu said. Damn. Yang Jingxing cursed. What the hell? Xu Yang is ridiculously lucky. He broke up with the older sister and then married the younger one? Twin sisters both his? Not even someone like Chen Guanglei could pull that off. Yang Tianqing was also jealous, though he hid it better than his son. What's so special about Xu Yang? How did he manage to marry Zhao Yuxin right after breaking up with Zhao Yulu? Yuxin is with Xu Yang? How could this happen? I just pulled you out of that mess, and now Yuxin has jumped into it. What is she thinking? Lu Yuwuxuan's face turned sour. Both her daughters were involved with Yu Jiang. What kind of situation was this? Even she, as a woman, couldn't help feeling jealous of Zhu Yang's luck. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Mom, that's just how it is. As for me and Chen Guanglei, I'll take things slow. Even if I agree to date him, it won't be so soon. As for Xu Yang, he's in the past. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room. With that, Zhao Yulu got up and returned to her room. What is Yuxin thinking? She actually got together with Xu Yang and even registered their marriage. No way, I have to talk some sense into her. I can't let her fall into the trap that is Xu Yang. Lu Yuwo's face darkened. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Zhao Yuxin's number. At this moment, Zhao Yuxin was nestled in Xu Yang's arms, watching TV with a happy smile on her face. Her phone rang. When she glanced at the screen, she saw it was Liu Yuwan calling. Although she didn't consider Liu Yuwan her mother and hadn't saved her number, she still remembered the number. Sometimes, Liu Yuwood would call her and try to instill materialistic ideas in her. Zhao Yuxin had never been swayed by these attempts. In fact, she grew to dislike Liu Yuwan even more because of them. Who is it? Zhu Yang glanced at Zhao Yuxin's phone screen. It's my mom, Zhao Yuxin said, as she got up from Zhu Yang's arms. Oh, go ahead and take the call, Xu Yang said as he picked up the TV remote and muted the sound. Xu Yang didn't have a good impression of Lu Yuwan. When he was with Zhao Yulu, he had once had a meal with Lu Yuwan and Yang Tianqing, along with Yang's son. During the meal, the three of them had looked down on him with condescending eyes, belittling him and telling him to leave Zhao Yulu so he wouldn't ruin her future. That meal had deeply hurt his pride. But because he really liked Zhao Yulu, he endured it, believing that with hard work, he could eventually give Zhao Yulu a happy life and prove them wrong. However, before he could fulfill that vow, Zhao Yulu broke up with him. Okay, Zhao Yuxin nodded and answered the phone without saying anything. Yuxin, I just heard from Yulu that you and Xu Yang got married? Lu Yuwan asked directly. It wasn't so much a question as it was an accusation. Her tone was stern, angry and filled with frustration. Yes, we did. What about it? Zhao Yuxin replied calmly. You're asking me what about it? Do you even realize what a terrible decision you've made? This decision will ruin your entire life. Before others find out, you need to divorce Yu Yang tomorrow. If you explain it to future boyfriends, they won't mind. But you must end this. Lu Yuwan said furiously. I think my decision is fine. On the contrary, I think Yulu's decision was the wrong one. I love Xu Yang, so I chose to be with him. As for this decision ruining my life, That's nonsense. I believe I've already found a happy life. I know how you think. You only see things through a materialistic lens. You think Xu Yang's family isn't good enough, and that he can't establish himself in Jiangcheng. But let me tell you, I believe in Xu Yang. He will succeed. Being with the person I love is happiness. A happy life isn't something given by others, it's something you create yourself. Xu Yang may not have much now, but I'm confident that as long as we work hard together, we'll have the happy life we want. Zhao Yuxin's words were sharp and direct. On the other end of the line, Lu Yuhuan fell silent for a moment before snapping back, her tone trembling with anger. Zhao Yuxin, are you trying to infuriate me to death? All this talk about a happy life, about creating happiness through hard work, if that were so easy, wouldn't everyone in this society be living a good life? It seems you still haven't adjusted your thinking after leaving school. If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it when life crushes you and you turn into a bitter, tired woman. Lu Yuhuan's voice shook with rage as she scolded Zhao Yuxin harshly. Believing that hard work could lead to a good life, these were the words of someone still stuck in the idealistic mindset of a student. But Zhao Yuxin had already graduated, and hearing such naive talk from her now was unbearable for Lu Yuhuan. Mom, I won't regret it. And you're not anyone to me, so you don't need to interfere in my life. Don't call me again, Zhao Yuxin said, and hung up the phone. You. Lu Yuhuan's face turned livid with anger, and she nearly threw her phone in frustration. But then she remembered it was a new flagship model she'd just bought for over 8,000 yuan, so she refrained. It seems your younger daughter doesn't listen to you, Yang Tiansheng remarked. She's driving me mad. Lu Yuhuan was still fuming. Well, your younger daughter has nothing to do with us. What matters is Yulu. We need to focus on persuading her to accept Chen Guanglei's pursuit. If she can secure a relationship with someone like him, our future will be worry-free, Yang Tiansheng said meaningfully. You're right. I can't control Zhao Yuxin anymore. My focus should be on Yulu. We need to convince her to be with Chen Guanglei as soon as possible, Lu Yuhuan said, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Meanwhile, with Xu Yang, Zhao Yuxin put down her phone and snuggled back into Xu Yang's arms. Don't worry, honey. I'll make you happy, Yang said. Although Zhao Yuxin hadn't put the call on speaker, Xu Yang had overheard the conversation. In the past, he might not have been confident saying such words after starting work. But now it was different. With the super life system, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of success. Providing Zhao Yuxin with a happy life wouldn't be a problem. I trust you, honey, Zhao Yuxin replied with a blissful smile. The next day, it was Zhao Yuxin's father Zhao Hai's birthday. At 3 p.m., Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin went to a nearby grocery store to buy ingredients. After returning to Zhao Hai's home, they started cooking. Zhao Yuxin was the head chef, while Xu Yang helped. Having grown up living with her father, Zhao Yuxin had been very independent since childhood and had learned to cook by middle school. Her cooking skills were as good as her father's. The couple worked happily together in the kitchen, laughing and chatting. They didn't feel tired at all, and instead found joy in the process. For Zhao Yuxin, being with Xu Yang made everything enjoyable. For Xu Yang, he increasingly felt that marrying Zhao Yuxin was the right choice. His feelings for her were growing stronger. At first, their marriage had been prompted by the system, with no real affection between them. But as they spent time together, he found himself falling for her more deeply with each passing day. Zhao Yuxin was truly the perfect partner, capable in the kitchen and graceful in public. She was far better than Zhao Yulu, who never cleaned the house, didn't cook, and often refused to bring him along when meeting friends. Zhao Yuxin, on the other hand, radiated joy whenever she was with him. By 6 p.m., most of the preparations were done. They only needed to cook the last few dishes once Zhao Hai returned and the guests arrived. 6 o'clock. Zhao Hai returned home. Dad, you're back! Zhao Yuxin poked her head out of the kitchen. Yes, I'm back. Didn't you say you were coming with Xu Yang? Where is he? Zhao Hai nodded and looked around the living room and balcony, not seeing Xu Yang. He asked curiously. Zhao Yuxin had already told him earlier that she and Xu Yang would arrive early to prepare the meal together. He had no objections. This tradition had been going on for years. Ever since Zhao Yuxin started university, she had been the one to cook for his birthday every year. Dad, Xu Yang is in the kitchen with me. We've just finished the prep work, and we'll come out to sit with you soon. Once the guests arrive, I'll start cooking, Zhao Yuxin said with a smile. Soon, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin came out of the kitchen. Dad, Xu Yang greeted. Ah, sit down. Yuxin's uncle and cousin will be here soon, along with one of my friends. You've met them before, so don't be too formal. Let's rest for now, Zhao Hai said, gesturing for them to sit. All right, Yi Shu Yang nodded, then asked, the friend you mentioned, would that be Yi? Yi Shu Yang hadn't met many of Zhao Hai's friends. Among the few he remembered, there was one named Lin Junyi who left a strong impression. This man, in his late 20s, was very close to Zhao Hai, and often ate at Zhao Hai's small restaurant. Lin Junyi owned a company and arranged for his employees' meals to be catered by Zhao Hai's restaurant. He was a young billionaire and a rising star in the business world. Yes, that's him, Zhao Hai nodded. The three of them then started chatting casually about work, life and other topics. Yi Shu Yang found Zhao Hai to be a very approachable father-in-law. Oh Dad, I asked Yulu yesterday, and she said she'd come, Zhao Yuxin mentioned. Zhao Hai was momentarily surprised but then nodded. If she's coming, that's fine. Although his relationship with his eldest daughter, Zhao Yulu, wasn't great and they rarely kept in touch, he naturally wouldn't refuse her if she wanted to visit on his birthday. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. I'll get it, Zhao Yuxin said, getting up to open the door. Yuxin. Standing at the door was Zhao Yulu. Sis, you're here. Come in. Dad just got back not long ago, Zhao Yuxin said as she led Zhao Yulu inside. Dad, happy birthday. Zhao Yulu handed Zhao Hai a gift. Thank you. Sit down, Zhao Hai said as he took the gift and placed it aside, gesturing for Zhao Yulu to sit. His attitude toward Zhao Yulu was neither warm nor cold, maintaining a sense of distance unlike his warmth toward Zhao Yuxin. After all, Zhao Yulu had left with Lu Yuhuan when she was very young. Over the years, they hadn't seen each other much, sometimes only meeting 2 or 3 times a year. Moreover, Zhao Yulu had never celebrated his birthday before. This was the first time. Zhao Yulu sat down and glanced at Zhu Yang without saying a word. Her main purpose in coming today was to strengthen her relationship with Zhao Hai and then ask to borrow money. As for Xu Yang, she didn't acknowledge him and didn't know what to say. Yi Shu Yang maintained a calm demeanor. Since marrying Zhao Yuxin, he had anticipated encountering such situations. He had completely let go of the past with Zhao Yulu, and was focused on cherishing his present life with Zhao Yuxin. To him, Zhao Yulu was just an ordinary acquaintance now. Because of Zhao Yulu's arrival, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Zhao Hai tried his best to start conversations. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long, as the doorbell rang again. Once again, Zhao Yuxin went to open the door. Uncle cousin, you're here. Come in, Zhao Yuxin said warmly, pulling her cousin, Zhao Yuking, inside. The two cousins had a great relationship, far better than the one between Zhao Yuxin and Zhao Yulu. Her uncle, Zhao Jiang, followed them in. Second uncle, happy birthday, Zhao Yuking said, handing over a gift. The gift included one from Zhao Jiang as well. Thank you. Please sit, Zhao Hai said with a smile, gesturing for them to take a seat. Uncle, cousin, Yi Shu Yang greeted them. Yi Shu Yang, looking sharp, Zhao Jiang said with a smile. Zhao Yuking also nodded and greeted Xu Yang with a smile. Both of them had a good impression of Zhu Shu Yang. Zhao Jiang, in particular, thought Zhu Yang was a reliable young man and wished his own daughter, Zhao Yuking, could find someone like him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more. That must be Yi, Zhao Yuxin said, going to open the door. A handsome young man in his late 20s stood at the door. Yi, you're here. Come in, Zhao Yuxin said happily, welcoming him in. It was indeed Zhao Hai's friend, Lin Junyi. Uncle Hai, happy birthday, Lin Junyi said, handing Zhao Hai a gift. Thank you. Please, have a seat, Zhao Hai said with a smile, accepting the gift and gesturing for him to sit down. Now that everyone is here, you all chat while I go cook. It'll be ready soon, Zhao Yuxin said as she headed to the kitchen. Yi Shu Yang didn't follow her. There were only a few dishes left to cook, and she didn't need his help anymore. Zhu Yang, when are you and Yulu planning to get married? Zhao Jiang asked. Uncle, Yulu and I broke up. I'm with Yuxin now, and we've already registered our marriage, Yi Zhu Yang said awkwardly. Although he didn't think it was a big deal, and was comfortable discussing it with friends or classmates, he still felt a bit embarrassed in front of Zhao Yuxin's elders. What? Not only was Zhao Jiang stunned, but Zhao Yuking and Lin Junyi were also taken aback. All three of them knew Xu Yang as Zhao Yulu's boyfriend. How had he broken up with Zhao Yulu, and then married Zhao Yuxin so quickly? Even Zhao Jiang, an older man, struggled to process it, let alone Zhao Yuking and Lin Junyi. who were also shocked by the dramatic turn of events. It felt like something out of a movie. Uncle, cousin Yi Yulu and I broke up amicably. Later I realized Yuxin was the one I truly wanted to spend my life with, so I confessed to her, and we got together. To show our commitment to each other, we decided to register our marriage, Yi Shu Yang explained further. Zhao Jiang looked at Xu Yang, then at Zhao Yulu, sighed, and said nothing. Young people's relationships were beyond his understanding, so he chose not to comment. Yulu, Xu Yang seems like a great guy. Why did you break up with him? You'll regret this in the future, Zhao Yuqing said, feeling sorry for Zhao Yulu. She had a good impression of Xu Yang and thought Zhao Yulu had found a good boyfriend. She hadn't expected Zhao Yulu to let him go. From Xu Yang's attitude toward Zhao Yulu, it was clear that the breakup must have been Zhao Yulu's decision. Zhao Yulu pursed her lips and said nothing. She couldn't explain. She couldn't admit that she thought Xu Yang's family background wasn't good enough to give her the life she wanted. If she said that, wouldn't it make her seem materialistic? Her father, uncle, and cousin weren't materialistic people. If she admitted that, she'd definitely be scolded by her uncle and cousin. So, she chose to remain silent. Zhao Yuqing sighed and waved her hand. It's your choice. I won't interfere, but I just hope you don't regret it. Lin Junyi smiled and said, Yu Shu Yang, since you and Yuxin are married now, live well together. I wish you both happiness. He was genuinely happy for them. Since he had a good relationship with Zhao Hai and thought of Zhao Yuxin as a younger sister, he felt pleased that she had found someone reliable. In today's world, it was truly difficult for women to find dependable men. Thank you, Yi. We definitely will, Yi Shu Yang said gratefully. As they chatted, more than half an hour passed quickly. Dinner's ready. Zhao Yuxin's voice rang out. She brought the dishes to the table, and Zhu Yang immediately went over to help. Soon, the two of them had all the dishes set up on the table. Yi Shu Yang laid out bowls, chopsticks and glasses, pouring a drink for everyone. Dad, happy birthday. Uncle, happy birthday. Ah Hai, happy birthday. Uncle Hai, happy birthday. One by one, everyone offered a toast to Zhao Hai. The birthday dinner ended in a very cheerful atmosphere. Zhao Hai ended up drunk. He was in a great mood today. He had always worried about his daughter's relationships. She hadn't dated anyone in college, nor had she had a boyfriend after starting work. Now, she was finally with Zhu Jiang. The weight on his heart was finally lifted. He thought very highly of Xu Yang. His character, his demeanor, and his genuine feelings for Zhao Yuxin were all excellent. With those three qualities, Yi Shu Yang couldn't go too far wrong in life, and Zhao Yuxin's future wouldn't be bad either. Unlike his ex-wife, Lu Yu Huan, who was always fixated on having their daughter marry into a wealthy family, Zhao Hai's expectations for a son-in-law were simple. As long as his daughter was happy, he was satisfied. In his joy, he drank a little more than usual. After seeing off the other guests, Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin helped Zhao Hai back to his room to rest. Since Zhao Hai was drunk, Zhao Yuxin was a little worried, so she and Zhu Yang decided to stay the night. As they lay in bed chatting, Zhao Yuxin said, Xu Yang, Dad gave me 2 million yuan. When should we go look at houses, make a down payment, and buy a home? What do you think? Since they were already married, she wanted a home of their own. The 2 million her father gave them could be used for the down payment. With the two of them working together to pay the mortgage, there wouldn't be much pressure. After all, she worked at a bank, and Xu Yang worked at a publicly listed company. Both of their jobs were stable. In fact, with a 2 million down payment, she could even afford the mortgage herself by extending the repayment term without affecting her lifestyle. Yuxin, I want to wait a little before buying a house and use that money for something else, Yi Shu Yang said. In a few days, gold futures were expected to soar, and he had to seize the opportunity. The system starter pack had given him 1 million yuan in capital, but he wanted to invest as much as possible. The larger the investment, the greater the return. The system's information was always accurate, so this investment was guaranteed to succeed. Gold futures were projected to rise by 30%. With 10x leverage, that equated to a 300% return minus 3 million yuan in profit. With the 1 million yuan from the system, he could make 3 million. Adding Yuxin's 2 million would give him a total of 3 million. Tripling that would yield 9 million. By reinvesting profits, he could earn even more. As for buying a house, there was no rush. Now that he had the system, he could easily afford a villa or a large luxury apartment in the future. He could even buy it outright with no mortgage, avoiding interest payments and bank exploitation. The day when he could buy a house in full wasn't far off. In just a few months, he could make enough money. For now, they could keep renting and move into a fully paid-for new home later. As for the predicted 2% drop in the value of D country's central bank stock, he decided not to get involved. "What do you want to do?" Zhao Yuxin asked. "I've been optimistic about gold futures lately. I think they're going to surge. I want to invest in them. I have 1 million yuan, and if we add your 2 million, we could earn a few million. What do you think?" Yi Shu Yang explained his idea. If Zhao Yuxin wasn't willing, he wouldn't force her. At worst, he'd earn a bit less and delay the house purchase slightly. It wasn't a big deal. He wouldn't hold it against her. "Sure." Zhao Yuxin agreed without hesitation. "You're not afraid I'll lose it all?" Xu Yang was surprised. He had expected her to ask for details and agree only if the plan seemed feasible. But she had agreed so quickly, without even asking about the specifics. "I'm not afraid. We're still young, and sometimes it's okay to take some risks. If we lose the money, it won't affect our lives. Worst case, we just delay buying a house for a few more years," Zhao Yuxin said with a carefree attitude. She didn't have any objections to futures trading. As a finance graduate, she understood how futures worked. Trading futures was perfectly normal. "Yuxin, thank you. Don't worry. This investment won't fail," Xu Yang said, deeply moved, and gave her a firm promise to reassure her. "Okay, I trust you." Zhao Yuxin nodded repeatedly. The next day, Yang and Zhao Yuxin got up and took the subway to work together. Zhao Yuxin withdrew the money and transferred it to Zhu Yang's bank account. After receiving the money, Yi Shu Yang went to a futures trading office near his company, opened an account, and deposited the funds into the futures trading account. He then invested the entire amount in gold futures, and waited for the price to rise. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was busy at his small restaurant. After working for a while, his phone rang. "Yulu," he said, seeing his eldest daughter's name on the screen before answering. "Dad, are you busy?" Zhao Yulu asked. "Not busy. What's the matter?" Zhao Hai replied. "Dad, I'd like to borrow some money," Zhao Yulu said hesitantly. Their father-daughter relationship wasn't close, so asking to borrow money took some courage on her part. "Borrow money? What do you need it for?" Zhao Hai asked. "I have a friend who found a good investment project. It'll yield high returns in a short time. I'd like to borrow money to invest," Zhao Yulu explained vaguely. She didn't mention who the friend was, what the project entailed, or how much the returns would be. "How much do you need?" Zhao Hai asked. He quickly realized why his eldest daughter had come to his birthday dinner the previous night. It was to pave the way for borrowing money. This made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't press for more details. Since Zhao Yulu wasn't volunteering them, she probably didn't want to share. If she didn't want to say, he wouldn't insist. "Dad, lend me all the extra money you have," Zhao Yulu said. "Sure, send me your bank account number and I'll transfer it to you. But I have to tell you, I only have 50,000 yuan left," Zhao Hai replied. "What? Only 50,000 yuan? How is that possible?" Zhao Yulu exclaimed in disbelief. "Dad, if you don't want to lend me money, just say so. Don't come up with this 50,000 yuan nonsense. Who are you trying to fool? I'm not a 3-year-old. Zhao Hai said, "Believe it or not, my savings really only amount to 50,000 yuan right now." "That's impossible. You've been running a restaurant for so many years, there's no way you don't have more savings," Zhao Yulu said, refusing to believe him. She was well aware of Zhao Hai's situation. Running a restaurant for so many years, he should have been able to save a bit each year. Over time, he should have accumulated at least 1 or 2 million yuan. Zhao Hai said, "I did have savings minus 2 million yuan, but I gave that money to Yuxin. Since she and Zhu Yang got married, I gave her the money to make a down payment on a house." After a pause, he added, "And even if I hadn't given the money to Yuxin, I wouldn't lend you that much. I want to save the money for Yuxin." This was the truth. Over the years, he had raised Zhao Yuxin, and she was a kind and thoughtful daughter. In contrast, Zhao Yulu had lived with her mother, his ex-wife, and they only met occasionally. There wasn't much emotional connection between them. There was no way he would lend Zhao Yulu a large sum of money. Zhao Yulu said, "Wow, Dad, you're really straightforward." Zhao Hai said, "That's just how I am. Now, do you want the 50,000 yuan or not? If you want it, send me your bank account number and I'll transfer it. If not, let's leave it at that." Zhao Yulu replied, "Forget it." With the conversation reaching this point, she couldn't possibly ask for the money anymore. Besides, she had intended to borrow a large sum. 50,000 yuan wasn't worth her effort. Zhao Hai said, "Good, I'll keep it for cash flow. Otherwise, I'd have to borrow money from friends." This was also true. The 50,000 yuan he had was meant for his restaurant's operational needs. If he gave it to Zhao Yulu, he really would have to borrow money from friends to tide things over. "I'm hanging up." Feeling helpless, Zhao Yulu ended the call. After some thought, she dialed Zhao Yuxin's number. "Hello sis," Zhao Yuxin answered, "not busy at the moment." "Yuxin, Dad gave you 2 million yuan for a house down payment, didn't he?" Zhao Yulu asked directly. "Yes, that's right. Why?" Zhao Yuxin replied. "I have a friend who found a great investment project. Could you hold off on buying a house and lend me the 2 million? I'll return it within 3 months, along with 500,000 yuan in interest. How about that?" Zhao Yulu suggested. According to what Chen Guanglei had said, Blackstone Technology stock was guaranteed to multiply several times. Investing 2 million yuan could yield 5 or 6 million yuan in profit. Offering 500,000 yuan in interest was no problem at all. An investment project that profitable. Zhao Yuxin sounded skeptical. Borrowing 2 million yuan and promising 500,000 yuan in interest within 3 months working in the banking industry, she knew exactly what such terms implied. "Yes, absolutely. Please lend me the money," Zhao Yulu insisted. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I already gave the money to Xu Yang," Zhao Yuxin said. She was tempted by the offer but couldn't ask Xu Yang to return the money. "You gave it to him? Even if it's for the house, you could have waited to pay the down payment later," Zhao Yulu said, confused. "Xu Yang wanted to trade in futures, so I gave him the money," Zhao Yuxin explained honestly. "What? He's trading in futures?" Zhao Yulu exclaimed in shock. "Yes, he said he's optimistic about gold futures and expects the price to rise significantly. So, I gave him the money," Zhao Yuxin said. "Yuxin, are you out of your mind? Futures trading is extremely risky. Do you know how many people have gone bankrupt trading futures?" Zhao Yulu said angrily. "I know the risks of futures trading, but I trust Xu Yang. His judgment won't be wrong," Zhao Yuxin said. "Trust Xu Yang?" Zhao Yulu's lips twitched. "Yuxin, you're going to ruin yourself. Even investment experts can't guarantee their judgments are always correct. Who does Xu Yang think he is, risking your house money on futures?" Hearing this, Zhao Yuxin was upset. "Sis, I won't let you talk about Xu Yang like that. If he says he can make money, then he will." Zhao Yulu was speechless. "My foolish sister, you're truly naive. Blind trust like this will only hurt you." Zhao Yuxin said firmly, "I believe in Xu Yang." Zhao Yulu felt like there was no way to reason with Zhao Yuxin anymore. After some thought, she said, "You said he's buying gold futures, right?" "Yes," Zhao Yuxin replied. "Fine, I'll call him. If I can convince him to lend me the money, you won't object, right?" Zhao Yulu asked. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Yuxin said, "If you can do that, I won't object." She didn't believe Xu Yang would agree. "All right," Zhao Yulu said. She ended the call. Instead of calling Xu Yang immediately, she texted Chen Guanglei. "Zhao Yulu, I need to talk to you. Do you have time?" "Chen Guanglei, if it's you, I'll make time no matter what. Is this about agreeing to dinner and a movie tonight?" "Zhao Yulu, no. I wanted to ask your opinion on the gold futures market." At that moment, Chen Guanglai was lying on a king-sized bed in a private club room, with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman beside him. Seeing Zhao Yulu's message, he quickly checked his father's company's analysis of gold futures and sent it to her. Chen Guanglai, fundamentally, gold futures are affected by global economic downturns, which are likely to reduce demand for gold. Technically, prices are already at a relative high, with significant resistance to further increases. The likelihood is that prices will fall, so short selling is recommended. Zhao Yulu got it. "Thanks. Chen Guanglai, do you have time tonight for dinner and a movie?" Zhao Yulu, no, I have other things to do tonight. Chen Guanglai, all right. Maybe next time? Putting down his phone, Chen Guanglai sneered. "One day, I'll have you under me." He turned to the blonde woman beside him, his desire reigniting, and pounced on her again. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of passion. Zhao Yulu, unaware of what was happening on the other side, dialed Xu Yang's number. The call connected quickly. "Xu Yang, I need to talk to you," Zhao Yulu said. "What is it?" Xu Yang asked calmly. "My sister gave you the 2 million yuan she got for the house down payment, right?" Zhao Yulu asked. "Yes," Xu Yang replied. "She said you're planning to invest it in gold futures?" Zhao Yulu pressed. Yes, Yuxu Yang confirmed. I'm telling you, don't do it. Gold futures prices are going to drop. If you invest, you'll lose everything, Zhao Yulu warned. I don't think so. I believe they'll rise and rise significantly, Yishu Yang said. Zhao Yulu said. Don't underestimate me. When I say gold futures will drop, it's not my own judgment. A friend of mine told me. His family owns an investment company, and their senior analyst made this assessment. Their accuracy rate is very high. Yixu Yang replied, I only trust my own judgment. Did you call just to persuade me not to buy gold futures? If you have something to say, just get to the point. Zhao Yulu said, I want you to lend me the 2 million. I have a great investment project that can generate big returns quickly. I'll pay you back in 3 months with 500,000 yuan in interest. What do you think? Yixu Yang said, not interested. I don't know how many 500,000 yuan I can make from gold futures. Zhao Yulu was furious. Why won't you listen to reason? I'm telling you, gold futures will drop. That money is as good as gone. If you sell now, even if you take a small loss, it's better than losing everything. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be so ungrateful. Yishu Yang said, sorry, but I don't need your advice. I believe gold futures will rise, and they definitely will. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll hang up, I'm very busy. With that, Yishu Yang hung up the phone. Damn it. Zhao Yulu gritted her teeth in anger. After thinking for a moment, she called Zhao Yuxin. The call was quickly answered. Yuxin, Yixu Yang said he's already invested the money in gold futures. I tried to persuade him to sell, but he wouldn't listen. Can you talk to him for me? Zhao Yulu said. Zhao Yuxin replied, if he's already invested, then that's that. I trust him. Yao Yulu was exasperated. Yuxin, let me be honest with you. Do you remember the guy I was with the other day when you and Zhu Yang ran into me at the mall? His dad is the president of an investment company. Their senior analyst says gold futures will drop. If you don't make Zhu Yang sell now, you'll lose every penny. Hearing this, Zhao Yuxin hesitated for a moment but quickly said, I trust Zhu Yang, he won't make a mistake. In truth, it wasn't that she trusted Zhu Yang's judgment of the futures market. What she trusted was Yishu Yang's character and his sense of responsibility. She believed that Zhu Yang wouldn't invest such a large sum in gold futures unless he was absolutely confident. While she didn't know how he was so sure of the price increase in the unpredictable futures market, she chose to trust him. Zhao Yulu said, Yuxin, you're being too naive. Can't you have some independent judgment? I just don't understand how you can think so highly of Zhu Yang and trust him this much. Zhao Yuxin replied, Zhu Yang is worth my trust. Leaving him was your biggest mistake. Honestly, I should thank you if it weren't for you. I wouldn't have gotten together with him. Zhao Yulu was livid. She took a deep breath and said, fine. I can't say anything bad about him without you snapping at me. I'm really trying to help you. If Zhu Yang doesn't sell the gold futures, Dad's hard-earned money, the down payment for your house, will be completely gone. Can you really bear to see Dad's efforts wasted like that? Unable to reason with her, Zhao Yulu decided to appeal to their father's sacrifice. But Zhao Yuxin wasn't swayed. You don't need to say any more. I won't make him sell. Like I said, I trust him. She didn't want their father's hard-earned money to go to waste, but she also believed in Yishu Yang. Besides, even if they lost the money, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would delay buying a house by a few years. Her father wouldn't blame her. In her eyes, even if the money was used to help Zhu Yang start a business, and it was lost, it wouldn't matter. This wasn't life-altering money. It was okay to take a risk. You're going to drive me crazy. Zhao Yulu exclaimed, completely exasperated. She had no choice but to hang up. Her plan to borrow money had fallen apart. That evening, after dinner, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Hubby, how are the gold futures doing? Zhao Yuxin asked casually, still feeling a bit worried. Don't worry, honey. The price of gold will definitely go up, Yishu Yang said confidently. Okay, I believe you, Zhao Yuxin said with a nod. By the way, sis kept pestering me today to convince you to sell and lend her the money. I didn't pay her any attention. Yixu Yang pinched her cheek gently. Thank you for trusting me, honey. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Hearing this, Zhao Yuxin felt reassured. She nodded repeatedly and said, I trust you, hubby. The next morning, as soon as Yishu Yang woke up, he checked the gold futures market. The night before, the Federal Reserve in the United States had announced a 2% interest rate cut, far exceeding market expectations. the dollar index plummeted, and gold prices surged. Domestic gold futures hit the daily upper limit. Hubby, you're awake, Zhao Yuxin said, as she snuggled into his arms. Yep. I have good news for you, Yi Shu Yang said with a smile. What good news? Zhao Yuxin asked, looking up. Gold futures hit the daily limit, Yi Shu Yang said, showing her his phone with the trading app displaying the price of gold futures. Really? Zhao Yuxin's eyes widened. She saw that gold futures had indeed hit the limit and was overjoyed. Hubby, you're amazing. She couldn't resist leaning in and kissing him on the cheek. I told you I wouldn't let you down, Zhu Yang said with a smile. He had never doubted the outcome. Checking the gold prices first thing in the morning was just to ease Zhao Yuxin's worries. It would have been impossible for her not to worry. After all, the 2 million yuan she had given him came from her father's hard-earned savings for the down payment on her house. If they had lost it, Zhao Yuxin might have cried. But now everything was fine, and Zhao Yuxin didn't need to worry anymore. Hubby, I trust you. Zhao Yuxin's smile grew even brighter. Even though she had trusted Zhu Yang, she had still been anxious. After all, it was her father's money. The two stayed in bed a while longer before getting up. Over breakfast, Zhao Yuxin said, Hubby, Yi called me last night and said he's treating us to dinner tonight. Don't forget, okay? This was a call from Lin Junyi the night before. Don't worry, I won't forget, Zhu Yang said. That evening, Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin left work and went to the private restaurant Lin Junyi had mentioned. Inside the private room, Lin Junyi was already waiting for them. Yi. The two greeted him in unison. You're here. Sit down, Lin Junyi said, motioning for them to take a seat. Yi, is there something special you want to share with us tonight? Zhao Yuxin asked as she sat down with Yi Shu Yang. No special reason. I just wanted to chat. You two haven't had a meal with me alone since you got together. Consider this dinner my way of congratulating you both, Lin Junyi said with a smile. Thank you, Yi. Both Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin expressed their gratitude. Lin Junyi was genuinely a thoughtful and kind person. Soon, the dishes were served specialties of the restaurant. It was Shu Yang's first time dining at such an exclusive private restaurant. With his salary, this was an unaffordable luxury. Even when he was with Zhao Yulu, Lin Junyi had never invited them for a meal. After all, Lin Junyi was close to Zhao Hai and Zhao Yuxin, not Zhao Yulu. It was only because he was now with Zhao Yuxin that Lin Junyi invited them both. Otherwise, Yi Shu Yang wouldn't have had the chance to come. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Lin Junyi brought up a topic. Yi Shu Yang, Yuxin, have you been following short videos recently? Zhu Yang shook his head. No. It became clear that Lin Junyi had a deeper reason for inviting them to dinner. Zhao Yuxin asked, Yi, what's on your mind? I think short videos are quite interesting. I've started dabbling in them myself, but the results haven't been ideal. I think you two should look into it. If you can make it work, it could become a good source of extra income. Right now, there aren't many opportunities for office workers to earn side income. If there's a field with explosive potential, it's the short video market, Lin Junyi explained. He wanted to discuss this opportunity with them. While both of them had stable jobs, stability often meant little room for dramatic improvement. To live a better life or move up in social class would be challenging. By sharing this idea, he hoped to help them make some extra money. It was a heartfelt suggestion from someone who truly wanted to help. Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin understood his intentions. Zhao Yuxin said, Thank you, Yi. We'll look into it and figure out how to make it work. If we can, it would definitely increase our income. Yi Shu Yang nodded. Thank you, Yi. Although Shu Yang had his system and wasn't worried about earning money in the future, he greatly appreciated Lin Junyi's thoughtfulness. Moreover, venturing into the short video market sounded like a worthwhile idea. Lin Junyi waved his hand. It's just a suggestion. It's up to you to decide. Elsewhere. Gets? Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei were having dinner at a Western restaurant. Zhao Yulu said, Chen Guanglei, didn't you say gold prices would drop? Last night they hit the upper limit. She had checked the gold futures market that morning. Initially, she wanted to see if the price had fallen so she could convince Xu Yang to cut his losses and lend her the remaining money. But when she looked, she was stunned. The previous night, the Federal Reserve in Lighthouse Country had cut interest rates by 2%, causing gold prices to skyrocket. Domestic gold futures immediately hit the upper limit. During the day, prices were still firmly locked at the limit. By the time the market reopened tonight, it was highly likely there would be another surge, possibly another limit up. This left Zhao Yulu feeling very frustrated. Her hopes of borrowing money from Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were completely dashed. Even mocking them was now impossible. What baffled her the most was how Xu Yang had been so confident that gold prices would rise. He had invested the entire 2 million yuan meant for a house down payment. After 4 years of dating Xu Yang, Zhao Yulu thought she knew him well. Xu Yang was not the type to take risks. If he didn't have absolute confidence, there was no way he would gamble the 2 million yuan like that. What gave him such certainty? Could it be that Zhu Yang actually had exceptional investment skills and could predict with certainty that gold prices would rise? Impossible. Even the world's top investment experts couldn't make 100% accurate predictions about whether a futures market would rise or fall. Xu Yang's actions seemed reckless, like those of a gambler. But he wasn't a gambler, and that's what made it so puzzling. Thinking back on what she had said to Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin on the phone, Zhao Yulu felt like a clown. She had insisted gold prices would fall, only to see them rise and hit the upper limit. It was as if the market was mocking her, slapping her in the face. Her frustration was further compounded by disappointment in Chen Guanglai. After all, it was his analysis that had predicted a drop in gold prices. Chen Guanglai forced a sheepish smile and explained, "Yulu, you can't blame me for this. This was a black swan event. No one expected the Federal Reserve to cut rates, let alone by 2%. Even large international investment funds suffered huge losses." Zhao Yulu glanced at him and said, "But Zhu Yang bought in early and made a fortune." Chen Guanglai's face froze, and he quickly said, "That's just luck. In the world of financial investment, luck isn't sustainable. People like him will lose money just as quickly as they make it. Trust me, he'll eventually suffer a massive loss in the market." Zhao Yulu thought his reasoning made sense. But this time, Xu Yang had indeed made money, leaving her with no arguments in front of Zhao Yuxin and him. Chen Guanglai added, "Yulu, believe me, I know this industry well. Many people make money when the market happens to favor them, earning millions or even tens of millions without understanding why. But because it's not based on skill, they eventually lose it all, even their principal. So, don't envy Xu Yang. Pity him instead. This will only strengthen his gambler's mindset, and he'll keep taking risks until he loses everything. That's the inevitable outcome for someone like Xu Yang." Zhao Yulu hesitated. "Really? Can't he just stop after making money?" Chen Guanglai said, "That's impossible. Once he's tasted success, he'll keep going until he's bankrupt. The financial market is full of people like him." Zhao Yulu frowned. "Then Yuxin's future will be miserable, won't it?" It wasn't that she cared about her sister, she just thought it was a waste for her sister to stay with Xu Yang. Of course. When Xu Yang goes bankrupt, how good can your sister's life be? You should try persuading her to leave him, Chen Guanglai said. He was deeply envious and resentful of Xu Yang. How could a poor kid from a small town win over not just one but both sisters? Meanwhile, as a rich second-generation heir, he hadn't even succeeded with Zhao Yulu yet. Of course, he was confident that he would eventually get Zhao Yulu. And if Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin broke up, perhaps he could also experience the joy of being with both sisters, just like Xu Yang. That was the kind of life he considered truly winning. Zhao Yulu shook her head. "Yuxin won't listen to me. Yesterday I tried to get her to convince Xu Yang to sell his gold futures, but she kept saying she trusted him. Now that gold prices have risen and Xu Yang has made money, she'll listen to me even less." Chen Guanglai nodded. "That's true. Wait until he loses money, then try again. It'll be easier to persuade her then." Zhao Yulu nodded. "If Xu Yang does lose money, I'll try to convince her." Chen Guanglai smirked. "That day isn't far off. Xu Yang made money this time, so he's likely to reinvest soon, probably going all in again. Let's wait and watch him fall from heaven to hell." Chen Guanglai said, "By the way, Yulu, how's it going with raising money to buy Blackstone Technology stock?" Zhao Yulu shook her head. "Not much. I've only managed to gather 200,000. She hadn't been able to borrow much money. After calculating, she realized she could only scrape together 200,000 by maxing out her credit cards and taking loans from various online platforms." Chen Guanglai said, "That's too little. Even if the stock multiplies, you won't make much. If I didn't need the money to invest in this stock myself, I'd lend you some. You really need to figure out a way to borrow more. Opportunities like this don't come around often." Zhao Yulu said, "I know. I'll try to figure something out." If necessary, she would thicken her skin and try borrowing from friends again. Chen Guanglai's eyes gleamed with an idea. "Yulu, I have another suggestion. This might be a chance to make big money. Xiao Yulu was curious. What suggestion? Chen Guanglei smiled. My uncle runs an antique shop on Antique Street. I've learned a bit about antiques from him. Why don't we go to Antique Street this weekend? We might stumble upon a rare find. If we do, we can split the profit 50-50. How does that sound? This plan served two purposes. First, he could spend time with Xiao Yulu, strengthening their relationship. Second, he could show off his knowledge of antiques in front of her. Having both wealth and knowledge would surely make him more attractive to someone like Xiao Yulu. He had already spent money to impress her with limited success, so he decided to take a different approach. You know how to appraise antiques? Xiao Yulu looked at him with newfound respect. She hadn't expected that. As a rich second-generation heir, Chen Guanglei would also have expertise in antiques. Of course, Chen Guanglei said proudly. I've spent a lot of time in my uncle's shop learning about antiques. I may not be 100% accurate, but I'm confident in at least 90% of my judgments. Xiao Yulu couldn't help but praise him. That's impressive. Chen Guanglei chuckled. So, how about this Saturday? Let's check out Antique Street. Xiao Yulu nodded. All right. Yixu Yang and Zhao Yuxin finished their meal and went their separate ways. At home, after taking a shower and lying in bed, they chatted about short video ideas. In the end, they couldn't decide on a concept and set the idea aside for now, as it wasn't urgent. Yixu Yang opened his futures trading app and laughed. Honey, gold futures hit the upper limit again today. Really? Zhao Yuxin's eyes lit up, and she quickly leaned over to check. Hubby, you're amazing. Yixu Yang smiled. Of course. After all, who's your husband? You are. My husband is the best in the world, Zhao Yuxin giggled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. In just 2 days, they had already made several million. Her faith in Zhu Yang had clearly paid off. Xu Yang said, It's a pity the price hit the limit so quickly. I wanted to increase my position, but I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Futures differ from stocks in a critical way. In stocks, profits remain unrealized unless shares are sold. In futures trading, however, profits are settled daily. Gains from the day can be used the next day to buy more contracts or withdrawn as cash. Gold futures hitting the daily limit means a 7% rise. 2 consecutive days of limit ups resulted in a 14% increase. According to the system's information, gold was expected to rise by 30%. This meant there was still 16% of upward potential. With such certainty about further gains, Yixu Yang planned to use the floating profits to increase his position. Unfortunately, with today's limit up, he couldn't add to his position and would have to wait until tomorrow. Zhao Yuxin asked, Hubby, the price has already risen so much. Can it really go higher? Won't adding to your position be too risky? She understood how futures settlements worked, and new profits could be reinvested. But she was concerned that if prices pulled back or fell, it could quickly lead to a margin call, or even liquidation. Many people lost money this way, turning a profitable position into a loss because they didn't manage their risks. Xu Yang laughed. Don't worry. You said it yourself, your husband is the best in the world. Don't you trust me? Zhao Yuxin nodded earnestly. I trust you, hubby. The next morning, as soon as Yixu Yang woke up, he heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding. This Saturday at 3 p.m., a man named Guo Shan will bring a painting by Wu Daozi, titled 100 Beasts, to a shop called Baibao Pavilion on Antique Street in Zhangcheng. The shop owner, Gao Chengwen, will misidentify it as a fake and purchase it for 10,000 yuan. A week later, he will sell it to a renowned antique collector for 50,000 yuan. After the sale, the collector will authenticate it as genuine, revealing its true value of 50 million yuan. Gao Chengwen will regret his mistake immensely. Yixu Yang's eyes lit up. This information was clearly guiding him to seize the opportunity. All he needed to do was show up at the shop and buy the painting. Time to make some serious money, Yixu Yang chuckled. What's making you so happy, hubby? Zhao Yuxin asked as she snuggled into his arms. Your hubby has another money-making opportunity, Yixu Yang said, holding her close. Another one. But gold futures hit the limit last night. Where else can you make money? Zhao Yuxin asked curiously. Money isn't only made in the futures market. This Saturday, let's go to Antique Street. What do you think? Xu Yang suggested. Antique Street. Are you planning to hunt for hidden treasures? Zhao Yuxin asked with curiosity. Exactly. Maybe we'll get lucky and find something valuable, Yixu Yang said with a smile. I'd love to go with you, but it's my turn to work this weekend, so I can't. Zhao Yuxin said apologetically. She worked at a bank, and some Saturdays were designated workdays. This week, it happened to be her branch's turn to open, and she was on the schedule. Can't you switch shifts with someone? Su Yang asked. He understood her situation but really wanted her to experience the thrill of finding a treasure worth 50 million yuan with him. No, everyone at the bank is busy, and our weekends are planned according to the schedule. Zhao Yuxin shook her head. Alright, I'll go by myself then, Su Yang said reluctantly. Can't you go on Sunday instead? Zhao Yuxin asked. She had Sunday off, so they could go together then. No, that won't work, Su Yang replied. Why not? Zhao Yuxin was confused. Su Yang hesitated before saying, I have a feeling that if I go on Saturday, I'll find something. If I wait until Sunday, the opportunity will be gone. It was a terrible excuse, but it was the only one he could think of on the spot. Really? Zhao Yuxin was stunned by the explanation, feeling it was hard to believe. It's true. Su Yang said seriously. Alright then, go ahead. I'd like to see how accurate your feeling really is, Zhao Yuxin said. Sure, I'll bring back something amazing, Su Yang replied. After chatting for a while, they got out of bed. While eating breakfast at a small shop outside, Su Yang said, Honey, let's go shopping tonight and buy some things, alright? He wanted to buy some clothes for Zhao Yuxin. Since being together with her, Su Yang hadn't given her anything yet. Last time they went shopping, it was Zhao Yuxin who bought him a few sets of clothes. This time he decided to buy her some clothes in return. Okay, Zhao Yuxin happily agreed. There isn't a girl who doesn't like shopping, especially with the man she loves. After breakfast, they both went to work. As soon as Yu Yang parted ways with Zhao Yuxin, his phone rang. He took it out, looked at the caller ID, and immediately answered Mom. It was his mother, Jiang Quping. Son, how's everything going? Jiang Quping asked. Mom, what do you mean exactly? Xu Yang replied. Don't play dumb with me. Last time, you asked me to send you the household registration book because you were planning to propose to your girlfriend. How did it go? Jiang Quping asked. She and Xu Yang's father knew about his plans to propose. The two parents had been eagerly waiting for good news. But several days had passed without a word from Xu Yang, so Jiang Quping couldn't help but call to ask. Mom, I broke up with Yulu, Xu Yang said. What? Broke up? But didn't you propose? How did it end in a breakup? Jiang Quping fired off 4 rapid questions in disbelief. Mom, Yulu said I couldn't give her the life she wanted, so she broke up with me, Xu Yang explained. Sigh. After a long silence, Jiang Quping sighed deeply. Son, this is all my and your dad's fault. We couldn't achieve anything and weren't able to help you. Her son was still young and had unlimited potential in the future. It was clear that Xu Yang's girlfriend had broken up with him because of their family's financial situation. Mom, you can't blame yourself for this. I can earn money on my own. Even though I broke up with Yulu, don't worry, you already have a daughter-in-law now, Xu Yang said. What do you mean? Jiang Quping was confused. You just said you broke up with your girlfriend. How could I have a daughter-in-law? Mom, even though I broke up with Yulu, I got married to her younger sister, Yuxin, Xu Yang said with a laugh. What did you say? Jiang Quping was stunned. She had heard from her son that Zhao Yulu had a twin sister. What was going on? Her son broke up with his girlfriend, only to end up with her sister? And they were already married? Not only was Jiang Quping shocked, but the passengers on the subway around Xu Yang were also stunned. Wow, this guy broke up with his girlfriend, and then hooked up with her sister. Man, my brain is fried. I've only seen plots like this in novels, never in real life. Well, novels are inspired by life. It's just that we hadn't encountered something like this until now. This guy has incredible luck. Sisters? That's a dream for so many men. Why doesn't stuff like this ever happen to me? Go home and dream about it tonight, maybe it will. I don't even want sisters, I'd settle for just having a girlfriend. Some people get to date sisters, while I don't even have a girlfriend. The difference between people is truly unbearable. The male passengers looked at Xu Yang with envy, jealousy, and resentment. The female passengers looked at him with curiosity, wondering what was so special about this guy. Sure, he was handsome and cheerful, but his clothes were regular, affordable brands, not luxury items. Clearly he wasn't a rich second-generation heir. It was hard to figure out. Mom, as I said, I broke up with Yulu and then realized Yuxin was the one who could truly be my lifelong companion. So I married her. I'll find some time to bring her back to meet you and Dad, Yu Shuyang said. Alright, if you've made up your mind and already gotten married, your father and I won't say anything. Just remember one thing, treat her well. Now that you're married, you have a family. Learn to be frugal and take good care of your wife. Understand? As she spoke, Jiang Qiuping began giving motherly advice. Mom, I understand. Dad should be next to you, right? I need to get to work so I won't talk to him. You can tell him, Yu Shuyang said. Alright, you go ahead. I'll tell him. Work hard. Goodbye, Jiang Qiuping said. After hanging up the phone. What happened? Something about breaking up and getting married? Yi Shuyang's father, Yi Deming, who was indeed next to her, asked in confusion. Yi Shuyang said he broke up with his girlfriend, but then got together with her twin sister and got married. Jiang Qiuping replied, smiling from ear to ear. No matter what, her son's future seemed settled, and they didn't need to worry as much anymore. Zhu Deming was stunned, his mind spinning. He didn't know what to say. After work that evening, Yu Shuyang met up with Zhao Yuxin. They went to a restaurant for dinner, and then to the mall to shop. Yi Shuyang took Zhao Yuxin to a Chanel boutique. Honey, are we buying clothes here? Zhao Yuxin glanced at the price tags, and was a little intimidated. Although she was a Zhangcheng local, her family's financial situation was average. Her father ran a small restaurant and raised her on his own. She had always known how hard her father worked, and never compared herself to others. Even after starting her own job and earning a salary, she was very frugal, always opting for affordable brands when buying clothes, bags, or cosmetics. To be honest, this was her first time in a luxury store. We'll only get wealthier. Let's wear something nice. I transferred some money out of my futures account today, so we can buy something expensive tonight, Yi Shuyang said with a smile. You took money out? How much? Zhao Yuxin asked. Don't worry about the amount, just focus on picking what you like, Yi Shuyang said, avoiding specifics. Honey, we should save the money for a house, Zhao Yuxin said, still prioritizing buying a home. In her view, spending so much on luxury goods wasn't necessary. Don't worry. Give me some time, and we'll be able to buy a house outright. Trust me, okay? Shuyang reassured her. Of course I trust you. Zhao Yuxin nodded repeatedly. Good. Now pick out some clothes, shoes and bags, Yi Shuyang said. And so, the shopping began. Although Zhao Yuxin admired many of the clothes, shoes and bags, she only chose a single 6,000 yuan dress and refused to pick anything else. Yi Shuyang, however, selected 3 outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 bags for her. At the checkout, the total came to 320,000 yuan. Honey, since you've bought me so many clothes, you have to buy some for yourself too, or I won't accept them, Zhao Yuxin said. Alright, I'll buy some too. Yi Shuyang initially hadn't planned on buying anything for himself and just wanted to spoil his wife. But since Zhao Yuxin insisted, he had no objection. After leaving the Chanel boutique, Zhao Yuxin dragged Shuyang straight into the Armani boutique next door. They picked out clothes in a shopping spree, ending up with 3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes for Shuyang. Yi Shuyang didn't need bags, but the items he picked were even pricier than Zhao Yuxin's. In total, they spent 450,000 yuan. As they walked out of the Armani boutique, Yi Shuyang said, Honey, let's go buy a pair of watches matching couple watches. Zhao Yuxin's eyes lit up. Sure. She loved the idea. A couple's watch would be something they both wore daily. Every time she looked at her watch, she'd think of Shuyang, as if he were right there with her. The two headed to the Cartier boutique nearby. Welcome to Cartier, a young female sales associate greeted them as soon as they walked in. She paused and exclaimed, Oh, Yi Shuyang, Yuxin, is that you? Sui, and it's you. Both Shuyang and Zhao Yuxin recognized her and broke into smiles. This sales associate was their university classmate, He Shuiyan. Neither of them had expected to run into her here. They had a good relationship with He Zhuqian back in school. After graduation, everyone had been busy with work, so they lost touch. They didn't know what job she had taken. It turned out she worked as a sales associate here. What are you two looking to buy? Let me show you around, He Zhuiyan offered casually. She had already heard from their classmate Liang Yongqiang in the group chat that Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were now together, so she wasn't surprised to see them hand in hand. We're looking to buy watches, couple watches. Do you have any? Shuyang asked. Yes, of course. Follow me. Since they were old classmates, He Shuiyan was more casual in her tone, though she still adhered to the basic etiquette required for customer service. She led them to the watch section. The watches varied in price, from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and even some in the hundreds of thousands or millions. There are 3 sets of couple watches to choose from. Here they are, He Shuiyan said, introducing them in detail. The 3 options ranged in price: 28,000 yuan, 380,000 yuan, and 1.8 million yuan. Each set had a unique theme. Yi Shu-yang thought the 1.8 million yuan pair was the best. But Zhao Yuxin refused to let him buy it, thinking it was far too extravagant. She felt the 28,000 yuan pair was good enough. Spending 28,000 yuan on 2 watches seemed reasonable to her. For her, the cost of the watches didn't matter as much as the sentiment behind them. However, Yi Shu-yang didn't agree to buy something so cheap. He didn't mind the price, but he wanted the best for his wife. After all, Zhao Yuxin was already wearing outfits worth tens of thousands, carrying bags worth tens of thousands, and walking in shoes worth tens of thousands. Her watch should match her overall look. In the end, the 2 compromised and chose the 380,000 yuan pair. Yu Qian will take the 380,000 yuan set, Yi Shu-yang said. Yi Shu-yang, have you struck it rich? He Shui-qian asked curiously. She had thought they would choose the 28,000 yuan pair. After all, she was familiar with their family backgrounds and personalities. They weren't the type to live beyond their means or spend lavishly to satisfy a superficial need for luxury. Plus, Yi Shu-yang was carrying shopping bags from Chanel and Armani, indicating they'd already gone on a luxury shopping spree before coming here. What was going on? Had they suddenly come into a fortune? Hey, I've made some money recently, Yi Shu-yang replied without giving details. It wasn't the right time to elaborate. Looks like you've really hit it big, He Zhuqian said, quickly moving to pack up the watches. This sale would earn her a substantial commission. After completing the purchase, she walked them to the door and said, "We haven't seen each other in ages. I'll be going back to my hometown soon, and it might be hard for us to meet again. Let's have a meal together before I leave." Sure, Yi Shu-yang and Zhao Yuxin agreed without hesitation. They didn't ask why she was moving back, they figured they'd talk about it during the meal. "Do you mind if I share your shopping story in the class group chat?" He Shu-qian asked, eager to share but mindful of their feelings. "No problem. Go ahead," Yi Shu-yang replied. "Great. The group chat is going to blow up tonight," she said with a laugh. After watching them leave, He Shu-qian returned to work. At 10 p.m., after her shift ended, she sent a message to the class group chat. He Shu-qian, "Hey everyone, I work at a Cartier boutique. Guess who I ran into today?" "Classmate who?" He Shu-qian, "I ran into Shu-yang and Yuxin." "Guess what they bought at the boutique?" "Classmate since they're together, maybe a necklace?" "Classmate B, yeah, I bet Shu-yang bought Yuxin a necklace." "That's reasonable." He Shu-qian, "Not a necklace. They bought a pair of couple watches for 380,000 yuan. Classmate A, what? Are you serious?" "Classmate B, did Shu-yang get rich, or did Yuxin?" "Classmate C, what's going on? When did Shu-yang and Yuxin become so extravagant?" "Classmate D, it's probably Shu-yang who made money. Knowing him, even if Yuxin got rich, he wouldn't let her buy something so expensive for him." "Classmate E, they're married now. Whoever made money, it doesn't matter, it's the same." "Classmate F, 380,000. Wow, I'd have to lay bricks for years to earn that much." "Classmate G, could Shu-yang be a hidden rich second generation?" "Classmate H, stop scaring me. It's bad enough that he's with Yuxin, making us all jealous. If he's secretly rich too, there's no point in us living anymore." "Classmate K, Shu-yang, Yuxin, come out and show yourselves." He Zhuqian, "It's probably Zhu-yang who made the money." When they came in, Zhu-yang was carrying shopping bags from Chanel and Armani. Judging by the amount, he must have spent tens of thousands already. "Classmate A, what's going on?" "Classmate B, is Zhu-yang really a hidden rich kid?" "Classmate C, don't be ridiculous. I visited Shu-yang's house during sophomore year. His family is normal, just ordinary." "Classmate D, your idea of ordinary isn't secretly a Shenzhen-level millionaire, is it?" "Classmate E, haha, since Shenzhen people said that, no one dares call themselves ordinary anymore." Classmate F, 2 major bombshells recently, both involving Shu-yang and Yuxin. I can't wait for the next one. Classmate G, Shu-yang is the ultimate winner in life. He's got the wife and now the money too. Classmate K, yep. I'm so envious I could die. Classmate L, so, how exactly did Shu-yang get all this money? Classmate H, at Zhu-yang, come out and explain. Yi Shu-yang and Zhao Yuxin finished their business and lay cuddling in bed. After a while, Zhao Yuxin picked up her phone to check and noticed the class group chat had exploded. "Honey. Zhu Qian shared the news about our shopping in the group." Zhao Yuxin placed her phone in front of Zhu Yang. Let her share it. No problem, Xu Yang said with a chuckle, unconcerned. After all, Zhu Qian had asked for his consent before posting. His group chat notifications were muted anyway. Unless someone tagged him directly, Xu Yang usually didn't bother checking the messages. Someone tagged you and asked if you've struck it rich. Want to say something? Zhao Yuxin giggled. Let me take a look first. Yishu Yang borrowed Zhao Yuxin's phone to scan through the messages, then picked up his own phone and typed out a response. Yishu Yang, I made some money recently by investing in futures, so I went shopping with my wife. Nothing to make a fuss about. Classmate A, damn, the way you said that, doesn't it hurt your teeth from bragging? Classmate B, oh, so it's from investing in futures. I thought you were a hidden rich second-generation kid. Classmate C, yeah. I thought your family was one of those so-called ordinary families like in Shenzhen. Classmate D, from what Xu Qian said, you guys bought a pair of watches for 380,000 yuan and spent tens of thousands more on clothes. Did you really make that much money just from futures? Classmate E, the best performing futures recently have been gold futures. They've hit the upper limit 2 days in a row. Did you buy gold futures? Yishu Yang, yes I did. I got lucky. The day after I bought in, it hit the upper limit. When you have money, of course you treat your wife better. Classmate A, oh my god, your luck isn't just good, it's godlike. Classmate B, yeah. Hitting the upper limit the day after buying in? That's insane luck. Classmate C, I held gold futures before, but I sold them off. The day after I sold, they hit the limit. I've been regretting it ever since. Classmate D, I bought in today. I wonder if it'll keep rising. Classmate C, I don't dare to buy back in. I'm afraid the fluctuations will kill me. Classmate F, at Xu Yang, how much did you invest? Did you really make enough to buy a 380,000 yuan watch and tens of thousands in clothes? Classmate G, if you made that much, you must have invested a lot. Yishu Yang, where'd you get so much money? Even if your family has money, your parents wouldn't give you that much, right? Yixu Yang, I have a great wife and an amazing father-in-law. My father-in-law gave my wife 2 million yuan for a house down payment. My wife and I decided to invest it in futures instead. My family didn't have that much, I only had 1 million. Altogether, we invested 3 million. The 1 million yuan from the system reward was attributed to his family. It didn't matter since no one else knew the truth. Classmate A, damn, 3 million, all in? Weren't you afraid of liquidation? Classmate B, at Zhu Yang, you've got some guts. Hats off to you. Classmate C, at Xu Yang, you've already made over 5 million from this, haven't you? Classmate D, you really found yourself an incredible wife. Classmate E, by the way, wasn't Zhao Yuxin afraid you'd lose all the money? Yishu Yang, a good wife trusts her husband. Zhao Yuxin believed I wouldn't lose it. Classmate A wise wife leads to a prosperous household. Classmate B, no words. I didn't expect Zhao Yuxin to trust you that much. Classmate C, at Yishu Yang, with just this wave of gold futures, you've turned your life around. Classmate D, yeah, earning millions in one shot. Classmate E, why didn't I think of investing in futures? Classmate C, sob. I did invest, but I sold too early. I'm drowning in regret. Classmate F, stop regretting. You weren't destined to make that kind of money, so don't blame anyone else. Classmate G, the key is, you didn't marry a good wife. Classmate, exactly. That's the critical point. Look at Xu Yang, he married someone like Zhao Yuxin, and has it all now. Classmate K, alright, time to sleep. Tomorrow I'll work even harder, hoping to find a good wife like Xu Yang and turn my life around. Yixu Yang skimmed through the messages, then put his phone down. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Yuxin and drifted off to sleep. Before he knew it, Saturday arrived. When he woke up in the morning, the system notification rang in his mind. Ding. The host has obtained the Master Appraiser skill. In an instant, Yishu Yang's mind was flooded with a wealth of appraisal knowledge, making him a master appraiser. Yishu Yang's eyes lit up. Today he had planned to visit the antique market to try his luck. With the Master Appraiser skill, he wouldn't just rely on the system's tip to acquire Wu Daozi's 100 Beast Scroll. He could also explore the market and use his skills to see if he could spot other hidden treasures. Honey, I'm off to work. I hope you snag a big find at the antique market this afternoon. After breakfast, Zhao Yuxin kissed Xu Yang goodbye and headed to work. Yishu Yang stayed home to relax, leaving for the market at 2 p.m. Meanwhile, at the Treasure Pavilion antique shop on the market street, the owner, Gao Chengwen, was chatting with a middle-aged man and a young couple. The middle-aged man was Gao Chengwen, the shop owner. The young couple was Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglai. After lunch, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei had come directly to the treasure pavilion, but hadn't yet browsed the antique market. Since it was scorching outside, they decided to enjoy some tea in the shop first. Finding valuable antiques wasn't a race, it was all about having a good eye. "Uncle, how's business lately?" Chen Guanglei asked. "It's all right," Gao Chengwen replied with a smile. By all right, he meant it was good. In this business, buying something for 100 yuan and selling it for 1,000 or 2,000, or even 10,000 or 100,000 was standard. Although foot traffic wasn't high, every sale meant hefty profits, often many times the cost. They had only been chatting for a short while when a young man in his late 20s walked in. "Boss, I have a painting. Do you buy paintings here?" The man was plainly dressed, carrying a backpack, and looked travel-worn. "Yes, of course. Let's take a look," Gao Chengwen said, standing up to greet him. "Yulu, let's check it out and learn something," Chen Guanglei said as he got up. To assess a painting, the process involved commentary and appraisal before setting a price. This was a great learning opportunity. "All right," Zhao Yulu said, following suit. "Boss, take a look. This is a family heirloom," the young man said, pulling a scroll from his backpack. It was clearly a painting. At the mention of family heirloom, Gao Chengwen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Young man, almost everyone who comes in here says their item is a family heirloom. But I've yet to see one that truly is. Sometimes people even bring in a broken bowl and call it an heirloom." Hearing this, Chen Guanglei and Zhao Yulu both laughed but remained silent, not wanting to interrupt. "Boss, this really is a family heirloom. If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't have brought it here to sell," the young man insisted. All right, whatever you say," Gao Chengwen chuckled and shook his head, not bothering to argue with the young man. He took the scroll and laid it out on the nearby table. "Wu Daoxi's 100 Beasts scroll?" Gao Chengwen's eyes narrowed. "Boss, how is it?" "It's real, right?" the young man asked expectantly. "It's not real. This painting is blurry. Wu Daoxi's works, whether they're portraits, landscapes, or depictions of animals, are all very clear. This one looks fuzzy, which makes it obvious that it's a forgery," Gao Chengwen concluded. "A forgery? Impossible. This is my family's heirloom," the young man protested. "Young man, don't start with the family heirloom story. I just told you, every person who comes into my shop to sell something claims it's an heirloom. Even when they bring a broken bowl, they say it's a family treasure." Gao Chengwen chuckled and shook his head. "Boss, then how much are you willing to pay for this painting?" the young man asked. Although the painting is blurry, the craftsmanship is quite good. It shows the copyist had a high level of skill. "I won't cheat you, I'll offer you 5,000 yuan, Gao Chengwen replied. He claimed he wasn't lowballing, but in truth, apart from being slightly blurry, the painting had no other flaws. If sold, it could easily fetch over 50,000 yuan. And if it attracted someone who really loved Wu Daoxi's works, but couldn't afford an original, it might even sell for 100,000 or more. After all, authentic works were limited in number, and not everyone could buy them. Finding a high-quality replica was a decent alternative. "Boss, can you add a bit more? If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't have brought it out to sell," the young man hesitated. 5,000 yuan wasn't what he had hoped for. "All right, name your price. I'll see if I can accept it. If I can, I'll buy it. If not, you can try your luck elsewhere," Gao Chengwen offered. 50,000 yuan, the young man said. "Young man, that's outrageous. Let's compromise, I'll go up to 10,000 yuan. If you're willing to sell, I'll take it. If not, we'll leave it at that," Gao Chengwen countered. The painting was indeed quite good, which was why he was willing to offer such a high price. The young man hesitated, unsure whether to agree. At this moment, a voice interrupted them. 50,000 yuan. I'll take it." Everyone turned toward the voice to see a young man in his early 20s entering the shop. Both Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei were momentarily stunned. "Yi Shuyang? What are you doing here?" Zhao Yulu asked. The newcomer was none other than Xu Yang. He had rushed over by taxi and, despite getting stuck in traffic, had made it just in time before the painting was sold. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the painting on the table, Wu Daoxi's 100 Beasts scroll. It was clear that the young man in his late 20s was Guo Shan. Had Xu Yang arrived any later, Guo Shan would likely have sold the painting to the shop owner for 10,000 yuan. Buying it from the owner later would have been far more complicated. Buying directly from Guo Shan at 50,000 yuan to meet his asking price would make things much easier. As for whether the shop owner would compete with him, likely not. After all, the owner hadn't recognized the painting as genuine, otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to sell it for just 50,000 yuan. I had nothing else to do, so I came by to browse. I think this painting looks pretty good, and I plan to hang it on my wall to admire, Yi Shuyang said, casually coming up with an excuse. He couldn't exactly announce that the painting was authentic and worth 50 million yuan. Do you even know anything about paintings? And you're going to hang it on your wall for fun? Chen Guanglai scoffed. Seeing Xu Yang irritated him deeply. This guy had enjoyed the affections of both sisters, something even he, a wealthy second-generation heir, hadn't managed to achieve. That someone like Xu Yang, a poor kid from a small county, could have such luck was infuriating. Do I need to understand paintings to buy one? Yu Xu Yang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Guanglai. Guanglai? Do you know him? Gao Chengwen asked. We've met. Barely acquainted, Chen Guanglai replied. At this point, Gao Chengwen understood their relationship. They weren't friends, not even close acquaintances. From Chen Guanglai's tone, it was clear he and Xu Yang didn't get along. Considering this, Gao Chengwen said, Young man, if you don't understand paintings, I suggest you don't buy recklessly. Otherwise, you'll end up regretting it. Yi Xu Yang replied, I think this painting is worth 50,000 yuan, so I'm not buying recklessly. You're the shop owner, right? Do you want to buy it for 50,000 yuan? If not, I'll buy it. Guo Shan turned to Xu Yang and asked, Brother, are you really willing to pay 50,000 yuan for my painting? If he could actually sell it for 50,000 yuan, he'd hit the jackpot. He'd pick this up at a roadside stall for just 500 yuan. Earlier, when he'd asked for 50,000 yuan, he hadn't expected the shop owner to agree. He figured they'd haggle back and forth, and selling it for around 30,000 yuan would already be a good deal. Now that Xu Yang was offering the full 50,000 yuan, it couldn't be better. Yi Xu Yang nodded. I am. I think it's a great painting, totally worth the price. Guo Shan grinned. Fantastic. I'll sell it to you. Gao Chengwen's expression flickered with uncertainty. To be honest, he suspected Xu Yang and Guo Shan might be in cahoots, staging this as a ruse to trick him. Such scams weren't unheard of, and he'd fallen for one before, losing tens of thousands of yuan. Yi Xu Yang turned to Gao Chengwen. Boss, I know it's not great to step in and outbid you in your shop. But in this kind of situation, doesn't the highest bidder win? Hearing this only deepened Gao Chengwen's suspicion that Xu Yang and Guo Shan were colluding. This painting was just a replica. 50,000 yuan was an absurd price. Even if he didn't lose money, he doubted he'd earn much from it. After some thought, Gao Chengwen said, If you want to buy it, go ahead. I won't take it. Chen Guanglai sneered. Do you really think this painting is authentic, and that you're picking up a steal my uncle missed? Yi Xu Yang glanced at Chen Guanglai. I don't think so. As I said, I just think it's a nice painting to hang on my wall. Only now did Xu Yang realize that the shop owner was Chen Guanglai's uncle. Not that it mattered to him. All he cared about was securing the painting. Chen Guanglai sneered again. Stop pretending. You're just trying to score a bargain. Do you think you have the skills for that? My uncle's already appraised it, it's a forgery. If you think you found a hidden gem, you'll end up losing big. Zhao Yulu added coldly, Yi Xu Yang, I admit you've been lucky lately, making some money in futures trading. But if you think you can strike gold in the antique business too, you're just being naive. Yi Xu Yang replied, You can say whatever you want. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. After all, he knew the truth. In fact, using his mastery of appraisal, he had immediately understood why the shop owner had mistaken the painting for a forgery. While everything else about it was flawless and authentic, the painting appeared slightly blurry. This was because it was covered by an extremely thin film that was almost impossible to detect. Unless someone had appraisal skills of a master level, they wouldn't have noticed. The antique shop owner hadn't reached that level yet and failed to identify it. Chen Guanglai sneered, caught in the act. And you have nothing to say for yourself, huh? Yi Xu Yang ignored Chen Guanglai and turned to Guo Shan. Brother, since the shop owner doesn't want your painting, I'll buy it for 50,000 yuan. This was a painting worth 50 million yuan, and buying it for 50,000 seemed almost unfair to Guo Shan. But that was the reality of this trade. It was simply bad luck for Guo Shan that he didn't realize its true value. Yu Xu Yang would have preferred to give Guo Shan more tens or even hundreds of thousands wouldn't have been an issue. However, doing so would inevitably draw suspicion. Moreover, Guo Shan might suspect the painting was far more valuable than he realized and refused to sell it. Guo Shan immediately agreed, all right. Thank you, brother. Inside, he was ecstatic, calling Xu Yang a fool in his mind, though he kept up a grateful facade. Zhu Yang said. Great. Let's exchange WeChat info, and I'll transfer the money to you. No problem, Guo Shan replied. After adding each other on WeChat, Yishu Yang promptly transferred 50,000 yuan. Thank you, brother. You're truly a kind person. My family has another heirloom, a painting by Tang Bohu. Do you want to buy it and hang it on your wall as well? If you're interested, I can bring it over right now, Guo Shan said with a grin. No need. I just like this particular painting and one is enough, Xu Yang said, waving him off. Alright, if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I can find whatever you want. Goodbye, Guo Shan said cheerfully as he turned to leave. What a fool, spending 50,000 yuan on a painting like that. Chen Guanglei sneered. Yishu Yang frowned. Don't you think your language is a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? You are a fool. I'm just stating the facts, Chen Guanglei said dismissively. I even thought for a moment that you two were in cahoots, Gao Chengwen added, shaking his head. But now I'm sure you're not. You're genuinely a fool who got conned out of 50,000 yuan. The guy who sold you the painting made it obvious he's just a small-time antique peddler. Good thing I didn't bid higher, or I'd have been the one to lose money, Gao Chengwen said, shaking his head. Is that so? He's an antique peddler. Yixu Yang pretended to be surprised. Thinking back on what Guo Shan had said earlier, it did seem likely. Guo Shan had mentioned being able to source whatever Xu Yang wanted, exactly the kind of thing a peddler would say. Absolutely, Gao Chengwen confirmed. Young man, you were trying to score a bargain, weren't you? But it's not that easy. If it were, everyone would be rich, and I wouldn't need to run this shop. Chen Guanglei laughed mockingly. If you can pull off a bargain, then I must be the king of bargains. Zhao Yulu chimed in. Yishu Yang, you're becoming more unrealistic. If you keep this up, you'll lose all the money you've made in the futures market. Yishu Yang ignored their taunts, instead reflecting on Gao Chengwen's words. Could it really be that Guo Shan was just a peddler? Initially, Yishu Yang had considered compensating him later, perhaps giving him tens of thousands, or even 1,000,000 yuan, considering the painting's actual value of 50 million yuan. But if Guo Shan was just a peddler, there was no need for that. At that moment, another young man in his late 20s entered the shop. Boss Gao, did someone just buy a fake Wu Daozi painting here for 50,000 yuan? This newcomer was a relative of the owner of another antique shop across the street. Occasionally he would visit Gao Chengwen's shop to chat. Yes, this guy bought it, Gao Chengwen said, pointing to Zhu Yang. Damn, buddy. You spent 50,000 yuan on a painting that guy bought from a street vendor for 1,000 yuan. You've been played for a fool, the newcomer said, looking at Zhu Yang with sympathy. Yishu Yang, did you hear that? Now do you realize what a fool you are? Chen Guanglei taunted. Xu Yang, I'm really worried for my sister. Following someone like you, she'll never be happy, Zhao Yulu added. Yishu Yang glanced at them but said nothing. Only he knew the painting was authentic. There was no point in explaining, no one would believe him anyway. He just needed to take the painting home, have it authenticated by a reputable expert, and then sell it. If it was confirmed to be genuine, there would be no shortage of buyers. Alternatively, he could take it to an auction house and let people bid for it. Who knows? It might even fetch a price higher than 50 million yuan. Many items sold at auction often go for much more than their market value. As Yixu Yang prepared to pack up the painting, a voice rang out from the doorway. Wait! Turning around, Yishu Yang saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s entering the shop. Chairman Tang? What brings you here? It's an honor to have you visit my humble shop, Gao Chengwen said, rushing forward with a broad smile. The newcomer was Tang Zhengqi, vice chairman of Jiangcheng's Antique Association and a well-known expert in antique appraisal. Many people who were uncertain about the value of their items sought his expertise. Boss Gao, let's talk later. I want to take a look at that painting first, Tang Zhengqi said, walking straight to the table where Zhu Yang's painting lay. After examining it for a while, he turned to Zhu Yang. Young man, is this painting yours? Yes, Yishu Yang nodded. Boss Gao, did you sell it to him? Tang Zhengqi asked. No, someone else did. Gao Chengwen quickly explained the situation, including what the young man from across the street had said. This guy is a fool, Chen Guanglai interjected. He spent 50,000 yuan on a painting someone picked up for a few hundred at a street stall. Tang Jingqi glanced at Chen Guanglai, then at Gao Chengwen, and finally at the newcomer before speaking slowly. If he's a fool, then there are no smart people left in this world. Everyone froze in surprise. Chairman Tang, what do you mean? Gao Qingwen asked hurriedly. Tang Jingqi pointed to the painting on the table. This is an authentic piece. What? Except for Xu Yang, everyone else was utterly shocked. How is this possible? Gao Qingwen had already appraised it as a forgery. The young man had picked it up for 500 yuan at a street stall. How could it possibly be an authentic masterpiece? Chairman Tang Jingqi, you must be mistaken. How can this be genuine? I admit my expertise in appraising antiques isn't as good as yours, but even I can tell this painting is blurry and clearly a forgery, Gao Qingwen protested, unwilling to believe the painting was real. And his reasoning seemed solid. How could an authentic Wu Daozi painting be so blurry? He wasn't unfamiliar with Wu Daozi's genuine works. Just last year, another shop on Antique Street had acquired an authentic Wu Daozi painting. The images on that painting were incredibly clear. Compared to this one, the difference was like night and day. I'm not mistaken, Tang Jingqi replied calmly. Boss Gao, you've been running this shop for over a decade, yet a treasure like this comes to you, and you fail to recognize it. I can only say your skills need improvement. Gao Qingwen took a deep breath and asked, Chairman Tang, is it really authentic? It was difficult for him to accept. If this were genuine, his losses would be astronomical. Wu Daozi's paintings were worth at least tens of millions. Do you think I would lie? Tang Jingqi shot a glance at him. No, of course not. Gao Qingwen quickly shook his head. Chairman Tang, I really couldn't tell. Please enlighten me. He was unwilling to let this go without understanding why he failed to identify it. Tang Jingqi turned to Xu Yang and smiled. Young man, I believe you already know why this painting appears blurry. Why don't you explain it to us? Xu Yang shook his head. I don't really understand. I just thought it looked nice. He neither admitted nor denied anything, unwilling to reveal more. Tang Jingqi seemed to understand Xu Yang's intention and looked at him with even more admiration. If it were any other young man, they would probably be eager to show off in this situation. But Xu Yang remained composed, a rare quality among young people. Tang Jingqi smiled and introduced himself. Young man, let me introduce myself. I'm Tang Jingqi, Vice Chairman of the Jiangqing Antique Association. May I ask your name? Xu Yang, he replied simply. Mr. Xu, would you mind if I explained? Although Xu Yang had the appraisal skills of a master, it was his first foray into the world of antiques. Since Tang Jingqi was a seasoned expert, Xu Yang figured he might as well listen and treat it as a learning opportunity. After a moment's thought, Xu Yang nodded. I don't mind. Please go ahead. Tang Jingqi smiled slightly, glanced at Gao Qingwen, and began, Boss Gao, you weren't wrong earlier. The rest of the painting has no issues, but the fact that it appears blurry does make it seem unlike an authentic piece. Gao Qingwen quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. That alone proves it's not genuine. Tang Jingqi chuckled. But that very aspect was deliberately done by someone. Deliberately done? Gao Qingwen was taken aback. Tang Jingqi nodded. Yes, it was done intentionally. Someone applied a transparent coating to the surface of the painting, which caused the blurriness. What? Gao Qingwen was stunned. How is that possible? Wouldn't applying such a coating ruin the painting? Besides, I didn't notice any signs of coating. Tang Jingqi explained. It's not easy to spot. If I hadn't recently come across an ancient book, I might not have recognized it either. During the Song Dynasty, there was a type of transparent coating that would form a thin film on the surface of a painting, protecting it. However, it also gave the painting a faint fishy smell. Without knowledge of this, it's nearly impossible for the average person to detect. Gao Qingwen asked, Chairman Tang, how can you prove there's such a coating on this painting? Just based on the smell? He leaned closer to the painting and sniffed. Sure enough, there was a faint fishy odor. Tang Jingqi smiled. That's one clue. As I said earlier, this coating forms a thin film on the surface of the painting. If we cut a small corner, we can peel it off and reveal the original painting underneath. He turned to Xu Yang. Mr. Xu, it's an honor to see Wu Daozi's 100 Beasts illustration. May I verify it by peeling off this layer of film? By doing so, Tang Jingqi would effectively be certifying the authenticity of the painting, something he could proudly boast about for years to come. Xu Yang nodded. Go ahead. He didn't care who removed the film. Xu Yang wasn't an industry insider. What he cared about was money. As long as the painting wasn't damaged and it didn't affect its value, he didn't mind. Since Tang Jingqi was the vice chairman of the Antique Association, Xu Yang trusted he wouldn't sabotage the painting. Thank you. Tang Jingqi expressed his gratitude and asked Gao Qingwen to bring him a small knife. Carefully, he He made a tiny incision at the edge of the painting. Then, with a gentle tug, he peeled off a thin layer of film. The painting's appearance transformed instantly. Previously blurry, it now looked incredibly vivid and detailed. Tang Jingqi smiled. "Boss Gao, do you see now? It's real. It's truly authentic," Gao Chengwen murmured. "I missed out on a genuine masterpiece." He was filled with regret. Why hadn't he competed with Xu Yang to buy it? If he had, he might have acquired it. Wu Daoxi's paintings were worth at least tens of millions. Even if Xu Yang had recognized its authenticity, he likely wouldn't have had enough money to buy it. Xu Yang's plain clothes and demeanor suggested he was just an ordinary person. If Gao Chengwen had tried, he would have had the upper hand. But now, such a valuable piece had slipped through his fingers. No, this wasn't just a missed opportunity. It was like having treasure delivered to his doorstep, only to push it away. The thought made Gao Chengwen want to slap himself. "Chairman Tang, if this painting is genuine, how much is it worth?" Zhao Yulu couldn't help but ask. Money was her biggest concern. "At least tens of millions," Tang Jingqi replied casually. "Tens of millions." Xiao Yulu was dumbfounded. Did that mean Xu Yang had turned 50,000 yuan into tens of millions? Her emotions were complicated. She had been struggling to borrow money for her stock investments. Even if she managed to borrow $1 million or $2 million, the most she could hope to make was under 10 million. Yet Xu Yang had already amassed tens of millions. Even if it's authentic, it can't be worth that much, can it? Even Chen Guangli, a wealthy second-generation heir, was stunned. Tens of millions was a sum he couldn't casually produce either. Although he earned tens of thousands monthly from his father's company, his lifestyle and big purchases like cars and houses were all funded by his father. But here was Xu Yang, someone he looked down on and constantly ridiculed, suddenly earning tens of millions in one stroke. In his shock, Chen Guangli blurted out his disbelief. It was evident that he didn't fully understand the value of Wu Daoxi's paintings. While he had some knowledge of antiques, he wasn't familiar with the market value of Wu Daoxi's works. If he had known, he wouldn't have said something so ignorant, embarrassing himself in front of Tang Jingqi and Zhao Yulu. Tang Jingqi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Guangli but ignored him. Instead, he turned to Xu Yang and asked, "Young man, I'm interested in purchasing this painting. Would you be willing to sell it?" Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat. If someone wanted to buy it, he would certainly sell it, but only if the price was right. If the offer reached the system's estimate of 50 million, he'd sell. If not, he wouldn't. That was the baseline, non-negotiable. After a moment of thought, Xu Yang replied, "Of course, as long as the price is reasonable." Tang Jingqi considered briefly and said, "If you sell me this painting now, I can offer 50 million. What? That much?" Before Xu Yang could respond, Chen Guangli exclaimed in shock, "Damn it. This Xu Yang is ridiculously lucky. Spending 50,000 yuan on a painting only to sell it moments later for 50 million, that's a 1,000-fold profit in less than half an hour." Zhao Yulu's expression changed as well. Her gaze toward Xu Yang shifted dramatically. Xu Yang had just become a multi-millionaire. If she were still his girlfriend, given how much Xu Yang had adored her, this 50 million yuan would essentially have been hers. Cars, houses, luxury clothes, and bags, none of that would have been out of reach. And now, here she was, scrambling to borrow money for investments. Both Gao Chengwen and the young man, however, weren't surprised. They understood that a Wu Daoxi painting could indeed fetch this kind of price. For Gao Chengwen, the regret only deepened. He had missed out on a genuine Wu Daoxi painting, handed to him for a mere 50,000 yuan. The realization left him dizzy, and he almost stumbled. The young man stared at Xu Yang with jealousy and envy in his eyes. Tang Jingqi continued, "Mr. Xu, in addition to being the vice chairman of the Antique Association, I'm also a shareholder in an auction house. If you were to put this painting up for auction, it could fetch even more than 50 million, perhaps 10 million higher. Of course, it could also fall short of 50 million, depending on the bidders. But with Wu Daoxi's name attached, I'd say it's highly likely the auction would attract serious collectors." Xu Yang thought for a moment and asked, "When would the auction take place?" He wanted the money quickly, so if it was too far in the future, he wasn't interested. Tang Jingqi replied, "Next month, on the 15th. Xu Yang shook his head. "That's too long. I'd prefer to sell it to you for 50 million now." The price had already met the system's valuation, so he was willing to sell. Waiting until next month wasn't worth it. Xu Yang was after quick returns. With 50 million in hand, he could buy a car and a house immediately. He had a system to generate more opportunities for wealth in the future, so there was no need to wait for an additional 10 million. Zhao Yulu couldn't help but interject, Yixu Yang, are you crazy? If you wait until next month's auction, you could earn an extra 10 million. Can't you just wait? Waiting a month to earn 10 million, how could anyone pass up such an opportunity? It was the kind of windfall she could only dream of. Even with the insider tip from Chen Guanglei about Blackstone Technology stock, her limited borrowing capacity wouldn't allow her to make nearly that much. Yixu Yang replied, I don't want to wait. I'd rather have the money in hand. Zhao Yulu opened her mouth to speak again, but Chen Guanglei cut her off. Yulu, let it go. He's always been short-sighted. This is typical poor man thinking, focused on the immediate and blind to the long term. Even if he has money now, he'll lose it all soon enough. Chen Guanglei's words were laced with malice. It gave him satisfaction to mock Xu Yang. Zhao Yulu nodded in agreement. True. Even with money, he's still stuck in a poor man mindset. It's only a matter of time before he's broke again. Ignoring the two, Yixu Yang turned to Tang Zhengqi. Can you transfer the money now? Of course. Tang Zhengqi nodded, asking Xu Yang for his bank details before using his phone to transfer 50 million yuan. When Xu Yang received the notification confirming the transaction, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Now he could buy a car and a house. Tomorrow, he'd take his wife shopping first for a car, then a house. Chen Guanglei sneered. What a fool, passing up more profit for instant cash. Though his words were mocking, his jealousy was palpable. Yixu Yang glanced at him and shot back. Why does it matter to you? If you're so capable, why don't you show me how to earn 50 million? Initially, Yixu Yang had no intention of responding to Chen Guanglei. But this guy had repeatedly insulted him, calling him a fool over and over. When the painting's authenticity was still uncertain, such remarks were tolerable. But now that the painting was confirmed as genuine and had earned him 50 million, Yixu Yang felt it was time to put Chen Guanglei in his place. You. Chen Guanglei's face turned red, but he couldn't come up with a retort. He simply didn't have the ability to earn 50 million from a single transaction. After a moment he huffed, you just got lucky. A blind cat catching a dead mouse. Yixu Yang countered. Even if I'm a blind cat, I caught the mouse. What about you? You don't even have the chance to catch one. Chen Guanglei's face darkened, and he fell silent. No matter what he said, Yixu Yang had undeniably made a fortune. Tang Jingqi carefully stored the painting and exchanged contact information with Yixu Yang. Mr. Xu, if you ever have more antiques to sell or want to participate in an auction, feel free to contact me. I'll ensure you get the best deal. Xu Yang nodded. Thank you, Chairman Tang. Boss Gao, I'll take my leave now. Tang Jingqi bid farewell to Gao Chengwen and left with the painting. Yixu Yang glanced around, ready to leave as well. Just then, the young man who had sold the painting Guo Shan rushed back in and smirked at Xu Yang. Still here, buddy? How's that painting working out? Feeling like you hit the jackpot yet? Ordinarily, he wouldn't have come back to mock someone. But he was in a good mood today, and figured Xu Yang wouldn't be a repeat customer. A little gloating wouldn't hurt. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed the strange looks everyone was giving him. Scratching the back of his head, he turned to look behind him, then asked, confused, what's going on? Why are you all staring at me like that? The young man from earlier spoke up, his tone gleeful. Guo Shan, you screwed up big time. That painting you sold, it was real. What? Guo Shan's face turned pale. That's impossible. How could it be real? I bought it for 500 yuan at a street stall. The boss here already appraised it as a fake. How could it be real? He was desperate to deny it because if it were true, he had made the worst deal of his life. Wu Daozi was a legendary painter. Even with his limited knowledge of the industry, Guo Shan knew that an authentic Wu Daozi painting would be worth millions. The young man smirked. Oh, it's real, all right. Someone just bought it for 50 million. What do you think? What? 5 million? Guo Shan exclaimed in shock, his head buzzing as everything went dark. He collapsed to the ground. Damn, did this guy get so worked up that he died? The young man with him rushed forward and checked Guo Shan's breathing. Relieved, he muttered, at least he's not dead, just fainted. Gao Chengwen waved his hand dismissively, looking dispirited. You know him, so take him away. He really wasn't in the mood anymore. 5 million yuan. He missed it. His antique shop made about 2 million yuan annually, and after over a decade he hadn't even come close to earning 5 million. Yes, I'll take him. The young man hoisted Guo Shan onto his shoulder and carried him out. Yixu Yang shook his head, and left the Baibao pavilion. He didn't leave the antique market though. Instead, he began wandering through the shops, thinking he might find another treasure to pick up. "Yulu, why don't we leave too? We can come back another day," said Chen Guanglei, clearly disinterested in lingering. His uncle was obviously upset, and staying here with Zhao Yulu felt pointless. "All right," Zhao Yulu replied. She didn't want to stay either. As they exited, they noticed Yi Shu Yang stepping out of another antique shop and walking into the next one. Chen Guanglei sneered. "Yulu, do you think this guy is trying to pick up another treasure?" Zhao Yulu furrowed her brows, puzzled. "I don't know, maybe." Chen Guanglei's eyes gleamed. "Why don't we take a look ourselves? We came to stroll around the antique market, after all. Who knows, maybe we'll find something valuable too." Zhao Yulu considered this and nodded. "Sure, since we're here, let's take a look." Chen Guanglei led Zhao Yulu through the market, browsing the shops. Yi Shu Yang visited over 10 stores but found nothing worth picking up. Most of the items on display, whether paintings, porcelain, or other objects, were fakes. Genuine pieces were rare, and even when authentic, they were priced at market value, leaving no room for bargains. Giving up on the stores, Yi Shu Yang headed to the entrance of the antique market, where street vendors set up their stalls. The stalls displayed an assortment of jars, pots, and other items, all claiming to be antiques. Though the items looked aged, they seemed even more dubious than what was in the shops. Still, many visitors preferred to check out the stalls, hoping for a lucky find. Yi Shu Yang decided to try his luck too. If nothing turned up here, he'd head home. It was almost time for Zhao Yuxin to finish work, and he needed to go grocery shopping. Authentic calligraphy by Tang Bohu, don't miss it. Porcelain from Emperor Taizong's era, guaranteed genuine. Calligraphy by Wang Zizia, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Vendors shouted their pitches, trying to lure potential buyers. Yi Shu Yang chuckled at their claims. Yeah, right. If these were real, they wouldn't be here, they'd be sold or kept as family heirlooms. He browsed more than 20 stalls, but everything he saw was a replica. Disappointment crept in. The earlier Wu Daozi painting had been highlighted by the system, so Shu Yang was confident about that find. Now, he hoped his newly acquired appraisal skills might help him uncover another treasure. It seemed unlikely. But just as he was about to give up, something caught his eye at the last stall, a vase. At first glance, the vase appeared ordinary, like a modern decorative piece. But Shu Yang's appraisal skills told him otherwise. The vase's unusually thick base hinted at hidden potential. "Hey there, young man, see anything you like? All my items are treasures, guaranteed authentic." The vendor lied smoothly. "How much for this jade ruby?" Zhu Yang deliberately asked about another item, not wanting to draw attention to the vase. The vendor squinted and grinned. "Ah, this jade ruby? Let me tell you, it belonged to Emperor Song Taizong." Before he could finish, Yi Shu Yang cut him off with a wave. "Boss, let's be honest. If you keep talking like that, I'm leaving." "Don't go." The vendor panicked. It wasn't every day someone showed interest in buying. Okay, you're interested in the ruyi, right? I'll be honest, this wasn't from Song Taizong, it was from Kengji. It may not be as old, but it's still a piece of imperial history. Yi Shu Yang stood up as if to leave. Wait. The vendor jumped up and grabbed Zhu Yang's arm. "I already said I like dealing with honest people," Yu Zhu Yang replied coolly. All right, I'm the most honest vendor on this street. You won't regret buying from me. I'll level with you. This jade ruyi is a modern piece, but the craftsmanship is exquisite, with a blend of traditional beauty. It's a rare find. Honestly, you won't find another like it in the entire market. One price 10,000 yuan. I'm just making a small profit for my effort. What do you say? The vendor still wasn't entirely truthful. Most vendors wouldn't be. Business was business. Even so, compared to others, he was being relatively upfront. Nearby vendors rolled their eyes. They knew the jade ruyi had been bought for just a few hundred yuan. Selling it for 10,000? That was hardly just a small profit. None of them spoke up though. After all, they were in the same line of work. But some couldn't help glancing at Zhu Yang, as if he were a fat sheep ripe for shearing. 10,000? You might as well rob me. Yi Shu Yang rolled his eyes. Young man, what do you mean? I'm really just making a small profit here, the vendor insisted. Fine, 1,000. Take it or leave it, Xu Yang countered. 1,000? That's less than the cost. I can't do it. How about 5,000? The vendor bargained. 1,000 wasn't worth it, it would barely cover a small profit. The antique trade wasn't like other businesses, sales were sporadic. Whenever a buyer came along, vendors aimed to make as much as possible to cover slow days. 5,000? Xu Yang frowned. Yes, 5,000. That's my lowest price, or I'll be losing money, the vendor said. 5,000 is too much. How about I pick another item, and we call it 5,000 for both, Xu Yang proposed. The vendor's eyes lit up. That depends on what you pick. If it's something pricey, I can't agree. It was a fair point, though there were no truly valuable items on display. The vendor could claim any item was pricey to justify a higher price. Xu Yang pretended to casually examine the other items on the stall before finally pointing to the vase he had noticed earlier. This vase looks nice. I could use it to plant flowers on my balcony. How about this vase and the jade rouille together for 5,000 yuan? The vendor hesitated and started his spiel. Young man, this vase was once in Tang Bohu's study. Xu Yang cut him off with a wave of his hand. Boss, enough with the stories, please. The vendor gave an embarrassed laugh. All right. To be honest, I spent 3,000 yuan just to get this vase. You'll at least have to cover my costs, plus a bit for my effort. Let's make it 10,000 yuan for both. Xu Yang replied, Boss, I still need to go grocery shopping for dinner. If my wife comes home and doesn't see me, I'll be kneeling on a washboard tonight. I'll be straightforward. 8,000 yuan for both. If you agree, I'll take them. If not, I'm walking away right now. The vendor studied Xu Yang, sensing he wasn't bluffing. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, young man, today I'll make a friend. I'll give you this vase at cost. Although the vendor spoke as if he was taking a loss, inwardly he was ecstatic. The jade rouille had cost him 100 yuan, and the vase only 200 yuan. With a total cost of 300 yuan, selling them for 8,000 yuan meant nearly 30 times the profit. He couldn't have asked for more. This single deal equaled a month's salary for many white-collar workers. Fine. Pack them up for me, Xu Yang said with a satisfied smile, transferring the money without hesitation. Right away. The vendor's face lit up as he heard the WeChat payment notification, quickly wrapping the items. At that moment, Chen Guanglai and Zhao Yulu walked over. Chen Guanglai spoke in his usual snide tone, Xu Yang buying more junk. What is it this time? Another lucky find? Without looking at him, Xu Yang retorted, whether it's a lucky find or not is none of your business. Xu Yang had noticed them following him earlier but had chosen to ignore it. Now that Chen Guanglai had decided to butt in again, Xu Yang found it incredibly annoying. What are you acting so smug about? You just got lucky earlier with that painting, Chen Guanglai said, sneering. Well, at least I got lucky. Can you say the same? Xu Yang shot back. You. Chen Guanglai's face turned red, but he had no comeback. He realized he was only embarrassing himself by picking a fight over Xu Yang's good fortune. Zhao Yulu, however, was genuinely curious. Xu Yang, do you think there's something special about these two items you bought? Nope, Xu Yang replied casually. I bought the jade rouille to fiddle with, and the vase to put on the balcony for flowers or plants. Chen Guanglai laughed mockingly. Playing with a jade rouille? Using a vase for plants? Typical poor man's thinking. Instead of focusing on making money, you waste time on things that bring no value. No wonder you'll always be poor. Xu Yang shot back, I like it this way. What's it to you? Besides, I just made a lot of money earlier, more than you've made here today. As a rich second-generation kid, how much have you actually earned yourself? You've been wandering this market as long as I have. Have you found anything valuable yet? The barrage of questions left Chen Guanglai speechless, his face flushing again. Here you go, young man, all packed up, the vendor said cheerfully, handing over the wrapped items. Thanks. Xu Yang took the package and walked away without sparing another glance at Zhao Yulu or Chen Guanglai. He planned to break open the vase at home to see what was hidden inside. Damn it. That guy is so full of himself, Chen Guanglai muttered, glaring at Xu Yang's retreating figure. It's not that he's arrogant. He didn't say much until you kept provoking him, Zhao Yulu said, shaking her head. Even though she had broken up with Xu Yang, she could still be objective about the situation. Yulu, why are you defending him? Chen Guanglai asked, his expression sour. I'm not defending him, Zhao Yulu replied. I'm just stating the facts. Besides, you haven't found anything worthwhile here, while Xu Yang already scored big with that painting. Though Zhao Yulu didn't expect Chen Guanglai to find a treasure every time, Xu Yang's earlier success had inadvertently made Chen Guanglai look worse by comparison, souring her mood. Yulu, Xu Yang just got lucky. It's like a blind cat stumbling on a dead rat. Without that luck he wouldn't have found anything, Chen Guanglai said defensively. Even so, he still made 50 million yuan. That's money most people can't earn in a lifetime. Meanwhile, I'm struggling to scrape together funds to invest in Blackstone Tech. Zhao Yulu sighed. Yulu, even if he made 50 million, he'll blow it all soon enough. As for your investment, just do your best to borrow what you can. I'd help if I could, but I need my funds for my investments too, Chen Guanglai said. In truth, lending Zhao Yulu 1 or 2 million wouldn't have been a problem for him. However, he had no intention of doing so unless it came with strings attached, such as deepening their relationship. I know. I'll try my best, Zhao Yulu replied. After a pause, Chen Guanglai said, Yulu, now that Zhu Yang is rich, have you considered borrowing money from him? Zhao Yulu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I already asked him once about the house deposit my sister gave him, and he refused. He won't lend me money. That might not be true now. Back then he didn't have money. Now he has 50 million. He might be willing to lend you some, Chen Guanglai said. Zhao Yulu thought for a while but ultimately shook her head again. No, I don't want to have anything more to do with him. That's fair, Chen Guanglai said, nodding. Then he added, but since he's with your sister now, his money is practically her money. You don't have to ask him directly, you could borrow from your sister. Zhao Yulu was taken aback but found the suggestion tempting. Last time her sister had been willing to lend her money, but Zhu Yang had invested it in gold futures. Now that Zhu Yang was wealthy, her sister should have no issue lending her some money. I'll think about it, Zhao Yulu finally said. Yishu Yang bought groceries and returned home. Shortly after, Zhao Yuxin arrived. Honey, how was your trip to the antique market today? Did you manage to snag any treasures? As soon as she entered, she set down her bag and threw herself into Zhu Yang's arms. Finding a valuable item in such places wasn't easy, and Zhao Yuxin didn't actually believe Zhu Yang could pull it off. She was just asking casually. However, Zhu Yang's response left her stunned. Yes, I hit the jackpot today, Zhu Yang said, hugging Zhao Yuxin with a smile. Really? Tell me about it. Zhao Yuxin's eyes lit up as she left his embrace and pulled him to sit on the couch. I found a painting today and bought it for 50,000 yuan. Zhu Yang began explaining how he had acquired Wu Daozi's 100 Beast Scroll. You mean to say you sold that painting for 50 million yuan? Zhao Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Your husband is now officially a multi-millionaire, Zhu Yang said, a little smugly. Honey, you're amazing. Zhao Yuxin threw herself into his arms again, hugging him tightly. She didn't doubt him for a second. If Zhu Yang said he earned 50 million, then it had to be true. He would never lie to her. Of course. Look who's your husband, Zhu Yang said, smiling. Mei Shaishan. Zhao Yuxin nodded repeatedly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. After chatting for a while, Zhao Yuxin went to prepare dinner. An hour later, dinner was served. As they sat at the table, Zhu Yang said, when I bought that painting today, your sister was at the store with that Chen Guanglai guy, the one we saw the first time we went shopping together. Turns out that antique store belongs to Chen Guanglai's uncle. Zhao Yuxin raised her delicate brows. So my sister knows you made 50 million? Zhu Yang nodded. Yep. Zhao Yuxin remarked, then she might call to borrow money. Last time when she called us non-stop, you had already invested the house deposit in gold futures, and she didn't get to borrow anything. Now that she knows you've made so much money, she'll probably call again. If she does ask to borrow money, will you lend it to her? Zhu Yang replied, my money is your money. It's up to you. If you say yes, I'll lend it. If you say no, I won't. He and Zhao Yulu were history, and Zhao Yuxin was the one he cherished now. Since the relationship between the two sisters was somewhat delicate, Zhu Yang left the decision to Zhao Yuxin. Honey, you're the best, Zhao Yuxin said with a smile. Of course. Look who's your husband, Zhu Yang joked. Zhao Yuxin thought for a moment and said, if she really calls we can lend her a little, but not too much, maybe 2 million. What do you think? Although she didn't like Zhao Yulu's materialistic nature and their relationship wasn't great, Zhao Yulu was still her sister. If Zhao Yulu asked for help, Zhao Yuxin felt she couldn't entirely refuse. Most importantly, Zhao Yuxin was grateful Zhao Yulu had left Zhu Yang. If Zhao Yulu hadn't broken up with him, Zhao Yuxin wouldn't have had the chance to be with him. Zhu Yang smiled. It's your call. Zhao Yuxin nodded. All right, we'll settle on 2 million. Zhu Yang added, honey, with this 50 million I plan to buy a car and a house. The house might take some time to decide on, but tomorrow we can go car shopping, and next weekend we can look at houses. How does that sound? Zhao Yuxin eagerly agreed. That sounds perfect, honey. I'll follow your lead. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Zhao Yulu calling. It's my sister. I bet she's calling to borrow money, just like I guessed. But instead of asking you, she's probably asking me. Yishu Yang said, pick it up, and you'll know. Zhao Yuxin nodded and answered the call. Sister. Yuxin, have you eaten? Zhao Yulu asked. We're eating right now. Zhao Yuxin replied. Zhao Yulu went straight to the point. I heard Zhu Yang hit the jackpot at the antique market today and made 50 million. Did he tell you? He did. My husband is amazing, he's now a multi-millionaire. Zhao Yuxin said, her tone almost territorial. Zhao Yulu felt a pang of bitterness but quickly composed herself and stated her purpose. Yuxin, here's the thing. Remember I told you about my friend's investment project? I need money to participate. Last time you said Zhu Yang had invested your house deposit in gold futures, so I couldn't borrow from you. Now that Zhu Yang has 50 million, can you lend me some money? So, she really was calling to borrow money just as Zhao Yuxin had predicted. Why not call Xu Yang directly? Zhao Yuxin asked. Zhao Yulu replied, he's your husband now, not mine. I don't want to bother him, and his money is your money. Borrowing from you is the same thing. That answer pleased Zhao Yuxin. How much do you want to borrow? Zhao Yuxin asked. The more, the better, Zhao Yulu said. Zhao Yuxin rolled her eyes. Sister, Zhu Yang and I are planning to buy a car and a house. We can't lend you too much, at most, 2 million. Take it or leave it. Only 2 million? Zhao Yulu sounded disappointed. Can't you lend me more? Zhu Yang has 50 million. Buying a car and a house doesn't cost that much. She had hoped to borrow at least 8 or 10 million but was deflated by Zhao Yuxin's offer. We're planning to buy a nice house, keep some savings, and Zhu Yang needs money for future investments. 2 million is the most we can do. If that's not enough, forget it, Zhao Yuxin said firmly. Zhao Yulu had no choice but to agree. Alright, 2 million will do. To thank you, I'll share some insider info. I'm investing in Blackstone tech stocks. They're bound to skyrocket. If you invest, you could double or triple your money. But keep this between us. If too many people know, the news won't work. We'll think about it. Zhao Yuxin replied. I'll send you my bank details. Have Zhu Yang transfer the money after dinner, Zhao Yulu said. After the call ended, Zhao Yuxin relayed the conversation to Yishu Yang. Yishu Yang frowned. Blackstone tech stocks are going to skyrocket? That's what my sister claims, but I have no idea if it's true, Zhao Yuxin said. Xu Yang shook his head and said, impossible. I recently analyzed Blackstone Tech's stock. Whether from a fundamental or technical perspective, it doesn't have the conditions for a major increase. Not only will it not rise, but it's also highly likely to plummet. With his newly acquired investment expert skills, Zhu Yang wasn't wasting time. In his spare moments over the past few days, he had been studying stocks and futures to identify worthwhile investment opportunities. His current investment in gold futures was still yielding profits, with floating gains already reinvested. At this rate, the price would peak in a few days, potentially earning him over 10 million yuan. Initially, Yishu Yang planned to withdraw a portion of the profits for daily expenses and transfer some into a stock account while keeping the rest in futures. However, after scoring a major find worth 50 million yuan, he decided there was no need to withdraw funds. Once his gold futures position closed, he would simply transfer part of the profits into his stock account. He had already identified 2 stocks and 1 futures option for his next investments once the gold position was closed. As for Blackstone Tech, Yishu Yang remembered it because it's a high-tech company known for tackling foreign-controlled technologies, a recent hot topic. He had studied it closely and discovered it was far from what it claimed. While the company's public statements boasted about advancing technology, promoting national innovation, and creating a high-tech brand, the reality didn't match. Its progress was minimal, mostly smoke and mirrors, hyped concepts aimed at luring investors and inflating stock prices, allowing executives to cash out and leave. Yishu Yang didn't believe it would develop any groundbreaking technology. Really? Zhao Yuxin was stunned. So, should we still lend money to my sister? Should we warn her not to buy the stock? Yishu Yang replied, whether to lend her money is up to you. If you say yes, we'll lend it, if not, we won't. As for warning her, I doubt she'd listen. She might even think we're making excuses to avoid lending her money. Zhao Yuxin thought for a moment and said, I think we should still warn her. She immediately picked up her phone and called Zhao Yulu. The call connected quickly. Yuxin, have you transferred the money? Zhao Yulu asked as soon as the call began. Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. I just mentioned Blackstone Tech to Xu Yang. He's been researching stocks recently and says this one won't rise. In fact, it's likely to drop significantly. You might want to reconsider buying it, Zhao Yuxin said. If you don't want to lend me money, just say so. Zhao Yulu replied, assuming Zhao Yuxin was making excuses. It's not that. Xu Yang really believes this stock is risky. If you invest, the money could be wasted, Zhao Yuxin explained helplessly. Xu Yang says it'll drop, so it will. Who does he think he is? Just because he made some money on gold futures he thinks he's a genius. Blackstone Tech came recommended by a friend whose investment firm confirmed its potential through on-site investigations. They have insider information. Compared to them, Xu Yang is nothing. So, will you lend me the money or not? If not, just say so, Zhao Yulu snapped. I'll have Xu Yang transfer it to you shortly, Zhao Yuxin said, giving up on further explanation. After ending the call, Zhao Yuxin sighed and said, you were right. She thinks we're just unwilling to lend her money. Xu Yang shrugged. I figured as much. Zhao Yuxin sighed again. Honey, let's just lend it to her. Xu Yang comforted her, don't worry about it. We'll lend her the money. 2 million isn't a big deal. Even if she loses it, it won't affect us. We have money now and will make even more in the future. Zhao Yuxin nodded. You're the best, honey. After dinner they cleaned up, and Xu Yang transferred 2 million yuan to Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yuxin sent her sister a message to confirm, receiving a curt thanks in reply. Honey, I also bought 2 things today, Xu Yang said, pulling out the jade ruby scepter and vase. This jade ruby has a nice color. Why did you buy something like this? And this vase, what's it for? Decoration? We don't really need it, Zhao Yuxin asked curiously. The jade ruby? I just thought it was fun. It's cool to the touch, and I like the texture. As for the vase, I bought it because I think there's something special about it, Xu Yang explained. What's so special? Zhao Yuxin was even more curious. You'll see once I break it, Xu Yang said, placing the vase in a box. Break it? Zhao Yuxin was startled. I noticed the vase's base is much thicker than usual. I suspect there's something hidden inside, Xu Yang explained. Oh, I see. Go ahead and break it. Let's see if there's anything inside, Zhao Yuxin said, fully supportive of Xu Yang's actions. Since they didn't have a hammer, Xu Yang grabbed a kitchen knife and used the blunt side to carefully smash the vase. After some effort, the vase shattered, revealing an object nestled within the shards. Wow, there really is something, Zhao Yuxin exclaimed, spotting the item. Xu Yang sifted through the fragments and pulled out a blood-red jade thumb ring. Engraved on it in small seal script was the character Emperor. Could this have belonged to an emperor? Zhao Yuxin speculated. It's possible. Using his treasure appraisal skills, Xu Yang examined the ring and concluded, if I'm not mistaken, this belonged to Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Emperor Taizong's thumb ring? That must be worth a fortune. Zhao Yuxin gasped, her mouth agape in amazement. Absolutely. Being an imperial item, it's likely worth no less than Wu Daoxi's 100 Beasts scroll, Xu Yang confirmed. So, this thumb ring is also worth 50 million. Zhao Yuxin's eyes sparkled. Most likely. I'll take it to Chairman Tang later and see what he says. Since I'm not an expert in antiques, it's best to let someone like him evaluate it. He might also help auction it off, which could fetch an even higher price, Xu Yang said. Yes, only someone in the industry would truly know. If this is genuinely worth 50 million, then husband, you'll officially be a billionaire, Zhao Yuxin laughed, her eyes full of admiration. She truly felt like she'd married a treasure of a husband. They'd barely registered their marriage, and Xu Yang had already become a millionaire. Before long he might even become a billionaire. And that would make you the wife of a billionaire, Xu Yang said, hugging Zhao Yuxin with a smile. Yes, Zhao Yuxin felt overjoyed, resting comfortably in his arms. After tidying up a bit, Xu Yang called Tang Jingqi. Brothers Su, another item you want to sell me? Tang Jingqi asked cheerfully. I do have an item, but I'm not entirely certain of its value. I'd like to ask for your expert opinion. Are you free? Xu Yang asked. If you've got good items, of course I have time. But I'm busy tomorrow. Any other time? Tang Jingqi responded amicably. How about the day after tomorrow in the afternoon? I'll send you the address later, Xu Yang suggested. That worked out, as he planned to go car shopping with Zhao Yuxin tomorrow. Perfect, Tang Jingqi agreed. Great. See you then. Xu Yang hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment he said, Honey, I've decided to quit my job. Zhao Yuxin was momentarily surprised. Quit? Yu Shu Yang nodded. Yes. Now that I have some capital, I can work on something more meaningful. Staying at this job is no longer a good fit for me. Since gaining the system, Yu Shu Yang had felt his current job was temporary. The last few days of work had been particularly unmotivating. Now that he was a millionaire, going to the office seemed like a waste of time. Zhao Yuxin nodded. All right, whatever you decide, I support you. Yi Shu Yang smiled. Honey, once I've established a solid foundation for our business, I want you to quit your job too. Then we can work together and build something big. Zhao Yuxin's eyes shone. I'm looking forward to it. Yu Shu Yang asked, for now, let's figure out what kind of car to buy. He opened his laptop to browse options. Honey, is there any car you particularly like? Whatever you like, I'll like too, Zhao Yuxin said with a smile. She'd never given much thought to owning a car. Her father only had an old Wuling van. Although she got her driver's license in college, she never expected to own a car so soon. How about a Porsche? I think the Panamera looks great, suitable for both men and women to drive. It'll be our first car, and if we need another, we can always get one later. What do you think? Yi Shu Yang asked. That sounds perfect. Zhao Yuxin agreed. What color do you like? You choose, Zhao Yuxin said. Nope, you have to pick. I'll decide the model, but you choose the color. It has to be one you like, only then will I buy it, Yi Shu Yang said, smiling but firm. Okay, I'll pick then. Zhao Yuxin felt sweetly pampered by his insistence. After looking for a bit, she selected a crystal purple shade and sought his approval. Honey, how about this color? Yi Shu Yang grinned. You've got great taste. This is the best color, my favorite too. Zhao Yuxin chuckled. Then, it's settled. Let's get this one. Let's also check out other options. If they don't have this model in stock, we can consider a different brand, Yu Shu Yang suggested. Good idea, Zhao Yuxin said. After more browsing, they picked a Maserati as their backup option. The next day, after breakfast, Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin took a cab to the nearest Porsche 4S dealership. Though it was the closest, it was still about 10 kilometers away. As they arrived at the dealership, they got out of the cab and were spotted by Yang Jingsheng, Zhao Yulu's half-brother, who had just stepped out of an Audi Q5 parked nearby. Yu Shu Yang? What are you doing here? Yang Jingsheng asked, clearly puzzled. Buying a car, Zhu Yang replied calmly. Yang Jingsheng snorted. Buying a car? You think you can afford a car here? Even if you've scraped together some spare change, there's no way you can afford a Porsche. Yang responded indifferently. What makes you think I can't afford it? Yang Jingsheng let out a mocking laugh. I know your situation. If you could afford a Porsche, would my sister have dumped you? If you could buy a Porsche, the sun would rise in the west. He wasn't entirely wrong. A Porsche wasn't just a status symbol, it also required a certain level of wealth to maintain. Yi Shu Yang, in his eyes, didn't fit either category. Think what you like, Shu Yang said, uninterested in arguing further. Holding Zhao Yuxin's hand, he headed for the dealership entrance. Hey, stop right there! Yang Jingsheng shouted, annoyed that Shu Yang was ignoring him. He quickly stepped in front of them. What do you want? Yi Shu Yang frowned. I'm just trying to save you from embarrassing yourself. I bet you're here to take pictures and pretend you're buying a car, right? Yang Jingsheng sneered. And if I am? What's it to you? Shu Yang said, exasperated. It absolutely concerns me. Yang Jingsheng retorted smugly. And how, exactly? Yi Shu Yang asked, already losing patience. This dealership isn't mine, but I have friends who work here. So yes, it's my business, Yang Jingsheng said arrogantly. So what do you want? Yi Shu Yang asked coldly. Your antics will disrupt the buying experience for real customers. I'm doing this for my friend's sake, you shouldn't even step inside, Yang Jingsheng declared. You're insane, Shu Yang said, pushing past him to enter the dealership with Zhao Yuxin. Welcome to Porsche, a male salesperson greeted them as they entered. Before Shu Yang could respond, Yang Jingsheng barged in behind them. They're not here to buy a car, just to look around and take pictures to show off online, he loudly declared. Hearing this, the salesman's expression turned cold. He was all too familiar with such situations. Some people visited luxury dealerships just to pose and post on social media. While annoying, he couldn't exactly kick them out. Yang Jingsheng's shouting drew the attention of customers and sales staff in the 4S store. The onlookers cast mocking glances at Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Jingsheng, what's going on here? A well-dressed man in his 30s approached. Brother Luo, these two aren't here to buy a car. They just want to take photos to post on social media and show off. I tried to stop them, but they insisted on coming in. Now one of your sales reps is attending to them, which is just a waste of time and could hurt your team's performance, Yang Jingsheng explained. The man was Luo Haiyang, a manager at the Porsche 4S store and a friend of Yang Jingsheng. Hearing this, Luo Haiyang's expression soured. He despised customers who came just to take photos for social media clout. If it wasn't obvious, he would usually tolerate it, since kicking someone out outright could lead to complaints and damage the store's reputation. Still, Luo Haiyang decided to verify the situation. Are you sure they're not here to buy? Absolutely, Yang Jingsheng nodded confidently, pointing at Xu Yang. This guy is my sister's ex-boyfriend. He's from a small town in Hunan province, with a poor family background and a mediocre job. There's no way he can afford a Porsche. Even if he were to take out a loan, the most he could manage is a regular commuter car. A Porsche is impossible. I'm guessing his girlfriend dragged him here to snap photos and flaunt online. Though he didn't know Zhao Yuxin, Yang Jingsheng assumed she wanted to use the store for social media bragging and dragged Xu Yang along. Luo Haiyang initially hesitated, not wanting to risk offending potential customers. But hearing this, he felt reassured. Since Xu Yang was Jingsheng's sister's ex, Jingsheng must know him well enough to judge. With this, Luo Haiyang stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, but I'll have to ask you to leave. You're not welcome here." Xu Yang frowned. You believe him? Of course, Luo Haiyang replied. If he were just an acquaintance or casual friend, I might not. But since he's your ex-girlfriend's brother, he must know you well. He's probably right about your intentions. Please leave so as not to disturb our operations. For the first time, Zhao Yuxin spoke up. Let's go, husband. If they don't welcome us here, we won't buy from them. With money in hand, we don't need to settle for poor service. She grabbed Xu Yang's hand, ready to walk out. Ha, embarrassed now, aren't you? Yang Jingsheng sneered, following behind them as they left. Next time, don't wander into luxury dealerships. These places aren't meant for people like you. Zhao Yuxing ignored him and turned to Xu Yang. Husband, let's go to the Maserati store next door and get a quadruport instead. The quadruport was their backup choice. Before coming here, they'd researched and found a Maserati dealership right next to the Porsche store. Alright, Xu Yang agreed, and they headed toward the Maserati store. You're kidding. You're just going to take pictures in the Maserati dealership too, right? If you actually buy a quadruport, I'll declare myself the CEO of Maserati. Yang Jingsheng mocked them. Luo Haiyang, who had followed to the entrance, saw the couple walking into the Maserati dealership. Shaking his head, he muttered, these two are beyond saving. Exactly, Yang Jingsheng chimed in. No money, yet always playing pretend. People like them are destined to remain at the bottom. Changing the subject, Luo Haiyang asked, you mentioned needing something earlier. What is it? Yang Jingsheng grinned sheepishly. Brother Luo, I'm a bit short on cash right now, and wanted to borrow some money from you. Luo Haiyang frowned. Your salary isn't bad, and your father's a vice president. If you're strapped for cash, why not just ask him for help? That's exactly why I can't ask him. If I do, he'll scold me for sure. Don't worry though, I just need to get through this rough patch. I'll pay you back in 6 months at the latest, Yang Jingsheng assured him. What happened to your money? Luo Haiyang asked suspiciously. Scratching his head, Yang Jingsheng admitted, I lost a bit betting on soccer recently. Tomorrow's my girlfriend's birthday, and I don't even have money for that. So, I figured I'd ask you for a loan. How much do you need? Luo Haiyang asked. Not much, just 100,000 yuan, Yang Jingsheng said, as if it were a trivial amount. 100,000 isn't much? Luo Haiyang frowned. Even for your girlfriend's birthday you wouldn't need that much, would you? Yang Jingsheng explained, I owe a few tens of thousands because of the bets. The interest is piling up, so I need to pay it off quickly. The rest will go toward her birthday celebration and my living expenses until next month's paycheck. After a moment of thought, Luo Haiyang nodded. Fine. Wait in my office until lunch. After we eat, I'll go to the bank and transfer it to you. He agreed to the loan because they were close, and with Jingsheng's father being a VP, repayment was almost guaranteed. But couldn't you just transfer it via WeChat? Jingsheng asked, surprised. I don't have that much in my WeChat wallet, Luo Haiyang explained. Isn't your WeChat linked to a bank account? It's the same thing, Jingsheng said. No. The account linked to my WeChat is only for daily expenses. It doesn't have much money, Luo Haiyang replied. Why not link your main account? It's way more convenient, Jingsheng suggested. Absolutely not. It's not safe. If my phone gets stolen and someone cracks the passwords, the most they can do is drain my WeChat wallet. But if my main account is linked, all my savings could be wiped out, Luo Haiyang said firmly. Wow. You're really cautious, Jingsheng said, dumbfounded. Better safe than sorry. That's just how I do things, Luo Haiyang replied. All right, I'll wait in your office. Let's eat lunch together, Jingsheng said, giving up the argument. The two returned to the store. As soon as they entered, the manager approached and asked, Luo Haiyang, what happened with those two people earlier? Why did you send them away? Yang Jingsheng's loud accusations had drawn the manager's attention. He had stepped out of his office on the second floor just in time to see Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin leaving. Wanting to understand the situation, he decided to confront Luo Haiyang. After all, if the pair lodged a complaint or posted about the incident online, it could tarnish the store's reputation and even lead to a crisis. Manager, here's what happened. Luo Haiyang explained, with Yang Jingsheng chiming in to add his perspective. They went to the Maserati store next door. The manager asked. Yes, Yang Jingsheng replied with a sneer. After we turned them away, they went over there. No one at that store will know they're just there to take pictures and show off, so they'll probably succeed. The manager nodded thoughtfully but said nothing. Walking out of the store, he looked toward the Maserati dealership. What's the manager trying to do? Yang Jingsheng asked. No idea. Maybe he just wants to verify things. Forget it, come to my office. I've got plenty of work to do, Luo Haiyang replied. Yixu Yang and Zhao Yuxin entered the Maserati dealership, where a friendly female salesperson warmly greeted them. Since they had already decided on the Maserati Quattroporte the night before, it didn't take long for them to finalize their decision. After a brief trial experience, they confirmed their purchase. Meanwhile, the Porsche 4S store manager had walked over to the Maserati dealership. From outside, he saw the female salesperson handing paperwork to Zhu Yang, likely for signing the contract. The manager frowned. Could they really be buying a car? Were they actually signing a contract? To confirm his suspicions, he contacted an acquaintance inside the Maserati dealership. The answer shocked him. Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were indeed purchasing a car, a fully equipped Maserati Quattroporte, with numerous add-ons for a total price of 2.3 million yuan. Even more surprising, they were paying in full, indicating significant financial strength. Realizing this, the manager's expression darkened. Returning to the Porsche dealership, he instructed one of the salespeople to call Luo Haiyang outside. It wasn't long before Luo Haiyang came out, with Yang Jingsheng tagging along since it was almost lunchtime. Yang wanted to step out for fresh air and a cigarette. What's going on, manager? Luo Haiyang asked, noticing the manager's sour expression. The two people you chased away just bought a car over there, the manager replied, his tone heavy. What? That's impossible. Before Luo Haiyang could react, Yang Jingsheng blurted out in disbelief. The manager gave him a glance but didn't bother responding. After all, Yang wasn't an employee under his management. Luo Haiyang pressed, Manager, are you sure? My friends said they couldn't afford a car and were just here to show off. Could there be a mistake? The manager sneered. Mistake? I saw their salesperson hand them a contract with my own eyes. To be thorough, I asked a friend at Maserati, who confirmed that they bought a fully loaded Quattroporte for 2.3 million yuan, all paid in full. This is impossible. I don't believe it. How could they afford a Quattroporte? Where would they get that kind of money? Yang Jingsheng shouted, his face darkening. He simply couldn't accept that Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin had the means to buy a car, let alone one at such a high price. Meanwhile, Luo Haiyang's expression grew grim. If Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin had originally planned to buy a Porsche, they likely would have spent at least 2 to 3 million yuan. That meant Luo Haiyang had just driven away a major client. Turning to Yang Jingsheng, Luo Haiyang's eyes flashed with blame. Sensing this, Yang Jingsheng scrambled to justify himself. Brother Luo, don't look at me like that. There's no way they have that kind of money. I refuse to believe they could buy a Quattroporte. The manager snorted coldly. So, you're saying I'm blind? Or that my friend over there lied to me? No, of course not. Luo Haiyang quickly denied. There must be some kind of mistake. I'll go check myself. Without waiting for permission, he rushed toward the Maserati dealership. Ignoring the staff who approached to assist him, he headed straight to the lounge area, where Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were seated. By this time, Zhu Yang had already signed the contract. They were simply waiting for the final paperwork to be completed, which the salesperson assured would take about an hour. Seeing Yang Jingxing approaching, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin frowned but said nothing. Xu Yang, did you buy a car? Yang Jingxing asked. Yes. Xu Yang replied indifferently. What car? The Maserati Quattroporte? Paid in full? For 2.3 million yuan? Yang fired off a series of questions. Yes. How do you know? Xu Yang asked, raising an eyebrow. I know your family situation and your job. Neither of you has that kind of money. How could you afford to pay in full for a Maserati Quattroporte? Yang's expression turned sour. What does that have to do with you? Xu Yang said coldly. What's next? Are you going to claim that our money somehow belongs to you because Zhao Yuxin is the sister of your step-step sibling? A mocking smile tugged at Xu Yang's lips as he spoke. You. Yang Jingxing stammered, his face flushing red with anger. He knew such an absurd argument would only make him a laughingstock. Do you have any business here? If not, get out of my sight, Xu Yang said icily. I didn't come here to deal with someone buzzing around like a fly. I'm a customer now, and if you keep yelling for no reason, I'll have the security guards remove you. You've got guts. Yang snarled, his face darkening further. Moments ago, he'd gloated about getting Xu Yang kicked out of the Porsche dealership. Now, the tables had turned, and he was the one being humiliated. Not wanting to embarrass himself further, Yang left angrily. Back at the Porsche dealership, Luo Haiyang asked nervously, so, is it true? It's true. They bought the Quattroporte, Yang replied stiffly. The manager sneered. So, it's true then. Yang's face darkened even more as the reality sank in. Luo Haiyang, you drove away a major customer, causing significant losses to the dealership. Not only that, but you've likely damaged the dealership's reputation. In the future, when those customers talk about buying a car, they'll surely mention this incident. We can't even begin to estimate how many potential customers their circle of friends and acquaintances might influence to avoid our dealership and buy elsewhere. The loss is incalculable. As a consequence, your annual bonus is revoked. This includes both quarterly and year-end bonuses. Additionally, you will be publicly reprimanded, and I will report this incident to Porsche's regional headquarters. Reflect on your actions carefully. After saying this, the manager returned to the dealership, leaving Luo Haiyang stunned. Yang Jingxing's face turned pale. The punishment was severe. Although Luo Haiyang was just a supervisor, his quarterly and year-end bonuses were substantial, totaling around 300,000 yuan annually. Losing this income was already devastating, but the public reprimand would make him a laughingstock among his colleagues. Behind his back, co-workers would undoubtedly mock him. Worse still, reporting the incident to Porsche's regional headquarters meant Luo Haiyang faced a very real possibility of being fired. If terminated for this reason, his career in the industry would be effectively over. No other dealership would hire someone who had caused such a significant loss to their previous employer. If that happened, Luo Haiyang would have no choice but to start over in a different industry. For a man in his middle age, this was a disaster. And it all started with Yang Jingxing. It was Yang's confident assertion that Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin had no money and were just taking photos to show off that led to this situation. If not for Yang's remarks, Luo Haiyang wouldn't have driven them away. Realizing this, Luo Haiyang turned to look at Yang Jingxing, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Feeling uneasy under Luo's glare, Yang awkwardly suggested, Luo, why are you looking at me like that? It's lunchtime, let's go grab something to eat. Eat? Eat your damn food. Luo Haiyang couldn't suppress his fury any longer and erupted in rage. Luo, I admit this was my fault, but I had no idea things would turn out this way. Based on everything I know about them, they didn't seem like they could afford a car like that. Luo's expression twisted in frustration. How was it possible that Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin had the money to buy a luxury car outright? Even he couldn't afford such a vehicle. His own car was just an Audi A4 worth a little over 300,000 yuan, and he'd bought it on a loan. You knew? You didn't know shit. If they couldn't afford it, how could they pay in full for a Maserati Quattroporte? Luo yelled furiously. I don't know what went wrong, but what's done is done, and I can't change it. I'll figure out how they got the money another day. For now, let's go eat, Yang said, trying to defuse the situation. Eat? You heard the manager's punishment just now. Do you think I'm in any mood to eat? Luo stared at Yang coldly. Luo, no matter what, we still have to eat, Yang said with a sheepish smile. If not now, we can eat later. Or how about we go to the bank first? You can transfer the money to me. Damn it, you've almost ruined my life, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money, Luo shouted furiously. Borrowing money was out of the question now. Luo Haiyang didn't even care to demand compensation from Yang for the mess he had caused. Luo, I know I made a mistake, but isn't it a bit much to say I've ruined your life? You can't put all the blame on me. Yang snapped, his own patience wearing thin as he realized the loan wasn't happening. Oh, you think this is too much? Luo sneered. With a sudden burst of anger, he kicked Yang, sending him tumbling to the ground and rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Luo Haiyang, are you crazy? Yang yelled as he struggled to his feet, furious and humiliated. He considered retaliating but quickly assessed the situation. Luo was larger and stronger, while his own body had been weakened by his party lifestyle. Wisely, Yang chose not to escalate. Get out of here. From now on, we're no longer friends. Luo bellowed angrily. This so-called friend had caused him significant trouble, and whether he could keep his job was now uncertain. Being a supervisor in a dealership like this wasn't easy, and Yang's actions had jeopardized everything. Luo decided such a friend wasn't worth keeping. Damn it, you're ending our friendship over this? Yang shouted back. Fine. But don't act like this was all my fault. You were just as much to blame. You looked down on them just like I did. You decided to drive them away instead of treating them like any other customer. That's on you. Yang's words weren't entirely baseless, his comments had only been a trigger. The final decision lay with Luo. But Luo, still furious, wasn't in the mood to hear any of it. Shut up. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made that call. Get out before I really lose it. Luo shouted, delivering another kick. This time the kick was less forceful, and Yang didn't fall over. You'll regret this. Just wait. Yang spat, retreating to his car. As he drove away, a brand new Maserati Quattroporte emerged from the dealership, with Yixiu Yang and Zhao Yuxin inside. Damn it. I couldn't borrow money, and I got kicked twice all because of those two. Yang shouted, slamming his hands on the steering wheel. For a brief irrational moment, he considered flooring the gas pedal and ramming their car. But Yang quickly dismissed the thought. Such an act could lead to severe consequences, including jail time, something he wasn't prepared to face. Still, the question gnawed at him: how did Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin have the money to buy a car worth 2.3 million yuan? The only explanation he could come up with was that they had won the lottery. It couldn't be anything else. Yixiu Yang's family certainly didn't have that kind of money, and Zhao Yuxin's father ran a modest restaurant. Even if her family could scrape together such a sum, it was unlikely they'd use it to buy a car. Damn it. Now I don't even know who to borrow money from. Yang pulled over, opened his contacts, and started dialing. After several failed attempts, he finally found someone willing to lend him money and drove off. In the evening, at the Yang family dinner table, Yang Jingxing asked, Yuxin, today I saw Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin buying a car. They bought a Maserati Quattroporte for 2.3 million yuan. Do you know where they got so much money? What? Before Zhao Yulu could respond, Liu Yujun exclaimed, they spent 2.3 million yuan on a Maserati Quattroporte. Where did they get that kind of money? Yang Tiansheng frowned slightly and glanced at Zhao Yulu. Even he, as a deputy general manager, only drove a Mercedes-Benz S350 worth 1.5 million yuan. The thought of someone spending 2.3 million on a car stunned him. Liu Yujun pressed, Yulu, do you know what's going on? Zhao Yulu, noticing that her mother wasn't surprised, concluded that she likely already knew. She explained, yes, Zhu Yang recently made some money investing in futures. The main thing is that yesterday he got lucky at the antique market. He picked up Wu Daozi's authentic 100 Beast scroll, and Tang Huai, the deputy chairman of the Antique Association, bought it for 50 million yuan. This revelation left the three of them utterly shocked. Damn, 50 million. Yang Jingsheng couldn't help but cry out. Luckily his mouth wasn't full of food, or he might have sprayed it everywhere. How much did he spend to acquire it? Yang Tiansheng asked. 50,000 yuan, Zhao Yulu replied. Damn, that's 1,000-fold profit, Yang Jingsheng said through gritted teeth, jealousy burning in his eyes. Not only did Xu Yang once date his sister, but now he was also so lucky as to find a treasure like that. To put it in perspective, even the Yang family's total assets didn't amount to 50 million yuan. The villa they lived in was worth over 20 million yuan. Adding up all their assets barely reached 40 million yuan. Now, Yixu Yang's net worth surpassed not just any single family members but the combined wealth of all four of them. This doesn't make sense. How can Xu Yang have such good fortune? Liu Yujun's tone was full of bitterness. She couldn't help but imagine if Zhao Yulu hadn't broken up with Zhu Yang, she herself could have become Zhu Yang's mother-in-law. With 50 million yuan, it wouldn't have been a problem to ask for 1 million or 2. Although she was technically still Xu Yang's mother-in-law through Zhao Yuxin, her younger daughter refused to acknowledge her. This meant there was no way for her to ask for money. Yang Tiancheng, too, felt a twinge of displeasure. The young man he had once looked down on had now surpassed him in wealth, simply by being lucky. Yang Tiancheng asked, Yulu, you mentioned Xu Yang made some money from futures investments. What did he invest in, and how much did he make? Gold futures, Zhao Yulu replied. So far, he's probably made 3 or 4 million yuan. She had been keeping an eye on the price of gold futures, mentally calculating how much Xu Yang might have earned. Currently, gold futures had risen by 20%. Assuming Xu Yang had invested 2 million yuan, he would have made around 3 to 4 million. 3 or 4 million from gold futures? He has such sharp instincts. Yang Tiancheng frowned. Yang Tiancheng himself had several million invested in stocks, though he didn't dabble in futures. Still, he followed financial news and knew that the Federal Reserve in the US had slashed interest rates sharply, causing gold prices to skyrocket. He had even looked at the domestic gold futures chart and noticed 2 consecutive trading days where the price hit the daily upper limit. This time his prediction was spot on, Zhao Yulu admitted, recalling how she had confidently told Xu Yang that gold futures would drop. Now, she felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. He got lucky. If he were truly capable, he'd have been rich a long time ago. This is just dumb luck. Yang Jingsheng muttered enviously. The others glanced at him, feeling exasperated. It was dinner time. Yet he was bringing up nonsense about dumb luck, spoiling everyone's appetite. Realizing the awkward atmosphere, Yang Jingsheng quickly adjusted his tone. He's just a blind cat that stumbled upon a dead mouse. I don't believe he could have accurately predicted the rise in gold futures. Yang Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's just luck. He doesn't have the skill for it. Lu Yujun, catching a key detail, asked, Yulu, if he made 3 or 4 million, he must have invested at least 1 or 2 million. Where did he get that kind of money for gold futures? It was Dad. Zhao Yulu paused, glancing at Yang Tiancheng. By Dad she meant Zhao Hai, not Yang Tiancheng. He gave 2 million yuan to Yuxin for a house down payment. Zhu Yang used that money to invest in gold futures. Lu Yujun's expression soured. That Zhao Hai is really generous. Those 2 million yuan must have been his savings over the years, and he just handed it over for them to buy a house. Then she added, how could Zhu Yang use house money to trade futures? Didn't Yuxin stop him? Zhao Yulu replied, she agreed to it. Lu Yujun scolded, Yuxin is being reckless. Letting Xu Yang use that money for futures trading. What if he lost it all? She wouldn't even have a place to cry about it. Her concern wasn't genuine. She simply disliked Zhao Yuxin's decision because it clashed with her own values. Just like when Zhao Yulu dated Xu Yang, Lu Yujun had disapproved and orchestrated their breakup. Whether he profits or loses has nothing to do with you. Why do you care? Zhao Yuxin said coldly. How can you talk to me like that? I'm your mother. Lu Yujun's face turned livid with anger. I've never acknowledged you as my mother, Zhao Yuxin replied icily. You. Lu Yujun trembled with rage, her face still flushed with fury. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm hanging up, Zhao Yuxin said indifferently. Do you hate me that much? Lu Yujun asked angrily. I wouldn't say I hate you. After all, we have no real connection. How could I hate someone irrelevant to me? Zhao Yuxin replied. You. Lu Yujun was so furious she felt like she was about to explode. Every time she called Zhao Yuxin, she ended up seething with anger. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up, Zhao Yuxin said as she prepared to end the call. Wait. Lu Yujun hurriedly interjected. What else do you want? Zhao Yuxin asked. Does your father know that Zhu Yang used the 2 million he gave you for futures trading? Lu Yujun asked. Yes, he knows. Why? Zhao Yuxin replied. And he didn't say anything? Lu Yujun pressed. What is there to say? Zhao Yuxin asked back. Yu Yang may have made money now, but his gambling-like investment strategy will inevitably lead to losses in the future. If you keep letting him mess around, you'll regret it when the time comes, Lu Yujun said. My dad and I both trust Xu Yang. What you're saying won't happen. Alright, if you have nothing else to say, I'm hanging up, Zhao Yuxin replied. Lu Yujun fell silent, unsure of what to say next. Zhao Yuxin didn't wait and directly hung up the call. This is infuriating. Lu Yujun exclaimed as she heard the disconnect tone, gritting her teeth in anger. She put her phone down and returned to the dining table to continue eating. The three others at the table didn't ask about the result of the call. Judging by Lu Yujun's expression, they could already guess. Having money isn't a big deal. Compared to young Master Chen, Yishu Yang is far behind, Yang Jingsheng said, trying to change the topic. Exactly. Chen Xiao is a wealthy second-generation heir. Even if Xu Yang makes some money by chance, he'll never compare to Chen Xiao, Yang Tiancheng agreed. That's right, Lu Yujun chimed in. Yulu, someone like Chen Xiao is your ideal match. Yishu Yang, even if he has some money, is nothing worth envying. Zhao Yulu remained silent. While she didn't particularly like Chen Guanglei, she did believe Xu Yang could never measure up to him. Chen Guanglei's father was worth billions and owned an investment company. Chen Guanglei didn't have to do anything, he'd inherit tens of billions in the future. Xu Yang, on the other hand, had merely made some money, and it wasn't even guaranteed he could hold on to it. Yulu, how are things going between you and Chen Xiao? Yang Jingsheng asked. Not great, Zhao Yulu replied. Yang Jingsheng became anxious. That won't do. I already told you, someone like Chen Xiao, a rich second-generation heir who likes you, is a rare find. You need to seize the opportunity. That's right, Yang Tiancheng added. If you make him lose patience and stop pursuing you, you won't even have a chance with him anymore. Lu Yujun joined in. Yulu, I have to say this. A wealthy heir like Chen Xiao is hard to come by. If he likes you, you should agree to be his girlfriend, then transition into marriage. If you marry into a wealthy family, you won't have to work anymore. You can have whatever you want, spend your days at beauty salons and shopping. If you want to work, you can join his father's company and take a cushy position. You need to make the most of this opportunity. Her motivations were selfish. Becoming the mother-in-law of a wealthy heir would give her face in social circles. When money was tight, she could ask Chen Guanglai for it. She could buy whatever she wanted. That was her dream life. In truth, her current life didn't fully satisfy her. Living in a villa was nice, but she drove only a modest luxury car, a BMW worth 400,000 yuan. When buying luxury clothes, bags, shoes, or cosmetics, she couldn't spend freely. With a rich son-in-law like Chen Guanglai, she could do whatever she wanted. Buying a million-yuan car wouldn't be a problem. Neither would purchasing anything else she fancied. Zhao Yulu replied perfunctorily, I understand. Lu Yujun said, You always say you understand, but I don't think you do. If you did, you'd already be Chen Xiao's girlfriend. You wouldn't be eating with us right now, you'd be out on a date with him. Zhao Yulu glanced at Lu Yujun. Mom, I've only known Chen Guanglai for a few days. Even if I wanted to be his girlfriend, I'd need to understand what kind of person he is first. How could I agree to date him after just a few days? What's there to understand about someone with his background? Lu Yujun countered. You only care that he's rich, Zhao Yulu said. He's rich and must be a good person. Wealthy families nowadays emphasize their children's upbringing, Lu Yujun argued. Zhao Yulu rolled her eyes. Even so, personalities have to be compatible. What's compatibility? If you're together, you'll naturally get along. You should act quickly before he moves on and you miss your chance, Lu Yujun pressed. I'm done eating, Zhao Yulu said, rolling her eyes again. She put down her chopsticks and left the table for her room. This child. Lu Yujun was fuming again. She wanted to lecture Zhao Yulu further, but her daughter gave her no chance, disappearing into her room. Monday. Zhu Yang drove Zhao Yuxin to the bank before heading to his company. As Xu Yang parked in the company lot and stepped out of the car, he immediately drew the attention of his colleagues. Xu Yang, you got a new car? One colleague asked, walking over. Yeah, I did, Xu Yang replied casually. A Maserati Quattroporte. The colleague exclaimed in admiration, circling the car and running his hand over the body. Xu Yang, did you hit the jackpot recently? Xu Yang, you're full of surprises. You always said you didn't have money for a car, and now you've quietly bought a Maserati Quattroporte. Yeah, we're all debating whether to get a Mini or an EQ, something cheap and easy to charge at the company. Meanwhile, you went straight for a million-yuan luxury car. Zhu Yang, be honest. Are you a rich second-generation heir? Definitely. He was just keeping a low profile before. Wow. I can't believe we had a wealthy heir hidden among us. Xu Yang, you're so sneaky. If you wanted to stay low-key, you should have stayed low-key. Suddenly revealing yourself like this is hard for us to process. Yeah, it's a bit much to take in. Wait, are you the boss's son? More and more colleagues gathered, each saying something different. Stop joking. If I were a rich second-generation heir, why would I keep a low profile? I'd have driven a luxury car to work a long time ago. Zhu Yang was left speechless by some people's speculations. He thought there was really no need for a rich heir to pretend to keep a low profile. You live according to your circumstances, nothing more. You're really not a rich second-generation heir? Then how did you afford a Maserati Quattroporte? Even if you took out a loan, you wouldn't have enough for the down payment, right? A colleague questioned. This car was a top configuration model, costing around 2 million yuan. Even a 30% down payment would require 600,000 yuan. Zhu Yang had just graduated this year. How could he possibly have that kind of money? Perhaps Xu Yang's family was somewhat well off, and had scraped together their savings to afford it. But everyone knew Xu Yang's character. He would never use his family's money to buy a luxury car. Exactly. Even a 10% down payment is impossible for you. Ye Xu Yang, did you find yourself a rich woman to sponsor you? Holy crap, no way. That's a bit much to imagine. I don't think it's far-fetched. Zhu Yang is good-looking and has a strong build. It's entirely possible that a wealthy woman would fancy him. Right. I just hate that I don't have Zhu Yang's handsome face. My body isn't as good either. Otherwise I'd go find a rich woman myself. Xu Yang, be honest. Did you really hook up with a rich woman? If you did, introduce me. A rich woman's friends are also rich women. Yeah, introduce us. I might not be as handsome as you, but my physique is definitely better. I work out every day. Exactly. Hook us up too. I don't want to keep struggling. Life is way too tough. The group speculated endlessly, and the way they looked at Zhu Yang changed. I can't believe you guys. First you say I'm a rich heir, now you're saying I've hooked up with a rich woman. Zhu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. These co-workers really had active imaginations. If you're not a rich heir and you didn't hook up with a rich woman, then how on earth did you afford a Maserati Quattroporte? The co-workers pressed on, puzzled. Did you win the lottery? Someone guessed. That kind of luck? It's possible. Xu Yang, we give up. Just tell us yourself. Yeah, guessing is no fun anymore. Everyone stared at Xu Yang, waiting for his answer. I'm not a rich heir, didn't hook up with a rich woman, and didn't win the lottery. I bought the car because I recently made some money investing in futures, Xu Yang explained. Futures trading? You can actually make money in futures? I've heard that futures are very risky. High risk, high reward. The greater the risk, the greater the potential return. Xu Yang, what kind of futures did you invest in? How much did you invest to make enough to buy a Maserati Quattroporte? Some people didn't understand futures at all, some knew a little, and others had a deeper understanding. Those familiar with the market wouldn't casually dismiss it as high risk, high reward without context. I invested in gold futures. I used the 2 million yuan my father-in-law gave me as a down payment for a house and put it all into the market. I made some money, Xu Yang admitted. He had already told his co-workers about getting married to Zhao Yuxin and even handed out candy to celebrate, so this wasn't news. Holy crap, your father-in-law gave you 2 million yuan for a house? You really found a great wife. Your wife and father-in-law must be very trusting to let you use the down payment for futures trading. Maybe Xu Yang didn't tell them and just invested on his own. Xu Yang, you're really bold. Most people wouldn't dare to play like this. Everyone was shocked. Using the down payment for a house to speculate in futures was a gutsy move. My wife knew about it and agreed. When my father-in-law found out later, he didn't say anything and even comforted me, saying it was okay if I lost the money. I really did marry a great wife and gain a great father-in-law, Zhu Yang said truthfully. If his girlfriend had still been Zhao Yulu, her mother Wang Yujun and stepfather Yang Tianxiang would never have given them money for a house. Zhao Haixin was indeed a great father-in-law, and Zhao Yuxin was indeed a wonderful wife. So envious. You have such a good wife and father-in-law. Alas, I don't even have a girlfriend. I have a girlfriend, but after hearing my future in-law's demands, I don't even dare bring up marriage. We're being asked for sky-high bride prices, while Xu Yang didn't even need a dowry to marry such a great wife and gain such a generous father-in-law. You really can't compare yourself to others. I guess I'll just keep working hard, or I might be single forever. Everyone sighed with emotion. By the way, I'm resigning today. If you have time in the future, give me a call, Xu Yang announced. He had worked here for a few months and had a good relationship with his co-workers, so he felt it necessary to inform them. Ah? You're resigning? What's the plan after resigning? Everyone was stunned. The news came out of nowhere. I made some money in the futures market and plan to try something new. I haven't decided what yet, but I'll let you know when I do, Yi Shuyang said. Got it. That makes sense. With some capital, it's better to start something new than to keep working a job. Yeah, doing something else has way more potential than working for someone else. No matter how hard you work, your salary is fixed. Good luck then. Don't forget us when you succeed. Everyone understood Xu Yang's decision. If you had the capital, nobody would want to keep working a job. Yi Shuyang's resignation made perfect sense. They chatted a bit more before heading back to work as the shift began. Yi Shuyang went straight to the supervisor's office. Supervisor, I'm here to resign, Xu Yang said directly. The supervisor, a beautiful woman in her 30s, was surprised. Yi Shuyang hadn't even completed his 6-month probationary period, there was still a month left. During this time, his performance had been good, and there was no doubt he would pass the probation. After that, his salary would increase. Why are you resigning? The supervisor asked. I recently made some money in futures trading, so I want to try something new and not work as an employee anymore, Yi Shuyang explained honestly. He had already told his co-workers, so the supervisor would find out sooner or later. There was no point in making up excuses. What are you planning to do? The supervisor didn't try to dissuade him. She could understand his decision. Yi Shuyang had capital now, and trying to convince him to stay would be futile. She couldn't exactly argue that entrepreneurship was too risky or had a high failure rate. It's just a general idea for now, it's hard to say. Xu Yang replied. Alright, go write your resignation letter. I'll approve it. Just follow the process to formalize it, but make sure to handle the handover properly, the supervisor said. Understood. Yi Shuyang left the supervisor's office, returned to his desk, wrote his resignation letter, got the supervisor's signature, and completed the handover process. After more than an hour of work, everything was finally done. Saying goodbye to his colleagues, Yi Shuyang gathered his belongings and left the company. From today onward, I'm free. Walking out of the company gates, he looked up at the sky. Yi Shuyang thought today's weather was particularly nice. The sun was shining brightly, and the air felt especially fresh. Instead of heading straight home, Yi Shuyang wandered around for a bit. Having just bought a car, he was itching to drive it. At noon he ate outside, then rested in his car for a while. At 2:30 p.m. he arrived at a tea house. The previous evening, he had messaged Tang Zhengqi and arranged to meet here. Their appointment was set for 3 p.m., but Xu Yang arrived half an hour early. He was shown to a private room, and shortly after, a tea master came in to prepare tea. To be honest, Yi Shuyang didn't know much about tea. He just figured that someone like Tang Zhengqi, a respected figure in antique collecting, probably enjoyed tea and appreciated its nuances. So, he chose this place to meet and experience something new. It was his first time in such a venue, and he found it quite nice. The environment was tranquil, making it a perfect spot for tea drinking. At 2:50 p.m., Tang Zhengqi arrived. Yi Xiu, my young friend, have you been waiting long? I'm sorry, the traffic was heavy, so I'm a bit late, Tang apologized. President Tang, I just got here myself. Our appointment is at 3, so you're not late. No need to be so polite, Xu Yang said as he stood to greet him. The two sat down. I wasn't sure what kind of tea you liked, so I just picked something randomly. Woyi Mountain Premium Dahongpao. I hope you like it. If not, we can change it to something else, Yi Shuyang said. Woyi Mountain Premium Dahongpao? That's one of the finest teas they have here. If I say I don't like it, people might think I have no taste, Tang laughed. From Tang's response, it was clear he was familiar with the place, and knew that this tea was among their best offerings. As long as you like it, Yi Shuyang said. The two drank tea and chatted casually for a while. The more they talked, the more they found themselves hitting it off. Soon enough they were calling each other brother. Yi Shuyang then got to the point, pulling out a small box from his bag and placing it in front of Tang Zhengqi. Brother Tang. This is something I picked up at an antique market stall the other day. Take a look, Yi Shuyang said. Sure. Tang nodded, set down his teacup, and opened the box. Inside was a blood-red jade thumb ring, and his eyes immediately lit up. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, Tang carefully removed the ring from the box and examined it closely. Wow, Brother Xiu. It seems you found yourself another hidden treasure, Tang marveled after a moment of observation. Really? Yi Shuyang asked. Brother Tang, please enlighten me. My knowledge is limited. Tang glanced at Xu Yang and shook his head. Brother Xu, you're too modest. If I'm not mistaken, you already know what this is. In fact, you might even know more about it than I do. Brother Tang, you're the seasoned expert in this field, not me. I only know a little bit, Xu Yang replied. Brother Xu, there you go being modest again. Why don't you tell me how you came across this item? Tang asked. Xu Yang half-jokingly explained, I found it inside the base of a vase. When I saw the vase, I noticed that its base was unusually thick, unlike other vases. It seemed out of place, so I thought there might be something inside. I bought it, broke it open at home, and found this. Tang gave Xu Yang a deep look. Brother Xu, your powers of observation are truly impressive. In fact, Tang had his suspicions. Perhaps Xu Yang hadn't simply noticed the thick base but had detected some other clue. If that were the case, Xu Yang's abilities were extraordinary. Since Xu Yang hadn't mentioned anything further, Tang didn't press him. At Tang's age, he knew what questions were appropriate to ask, and which ones were best left unspoken, especially in the antiques business, where prying could easily offend. There's an element of luck involved, too, Xu Yang said with a smile. Alright, let's talk about this jade thumb ring. If I'm not mistaken, this belonged to Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Tang said. Legend has it that Empress Wu Zetian gifted it to him. However, this isn't recorded in official history, only in folklore. Now that this jade thumb ring has surfaced, it confirms the story's authenticity. This little thumb ring doesn't just have collectible value, it holds significant archaeological and historical value. It's worth far more than that Wu Daoxi painting you found earlier. Tang's eyes sparkled as he continued to admire the ring. What's your estimate of its value? Xu Yang asked. At least 70 million yuan, Tang replied. Brother Xu, if you're not in a hurry for money, I recommend putting it up for auction. If it goes to auction, it's almost certain to sell for over 100 million. Xu Yang nodded. I was thinking the same thing. I'll place it in your auction house. Tang, visibly excited, said, Wonderful. This jade thumb ring will be the highlight of next month's auction, sure to make waves in the antiques world. For the auction house, this was a tremendous opportunity, not only to increase revenue but also to enhance its reputation. Tang then explained the auction house's rules to Xu Yang. The house charged a 5% commission on the final sale price of any item. As a shareholder, Tang offered Xu Yang a discount, lowering the commission to 3%. Xu Yang had no objections. Following the rules was fine with him, and he was happy to accept the discount. A 2% discount might not seem like much, but if the thumb ring sold for 100 million yuan, that 2% amounted to 2 million yuan. Tang called someone from the auction house to bring over a contract, which Xu Yang signed. After signing, they chatted for a while longer before Tang and his staff left with the item. Tang intended to personally deliver the ring to the auction house for safekeeping. This was an item worth over 100 million yuan and the highlight of next month's auction, so no risks could be taken. Xu Yang checked the time and decided it was time to leave as well. He needed to pick up his wife from work. The tea session had cost 8,000 yuan, which even made Xu Yang, now financially secure, feel a bit shocked. If he weren't wealthy now, he might never have had the chance to experience such a place. Wednesday. Xu Yang closed his gold futures position, earning over 11 million yuan in total. He transferred 5 million yuan into his stock trading account and bought 2 stocks. The remaining funds stayed in his futures account, where he invested in Apple futures. These investments were all analyzed using his skills as an investment master. There was a 99% chance of making money. He just needed to avoid any black swan events and wait to collect profits. By Saturday, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin went out to look for a house after breakfast. They were ready to buy. Zhao Yuxin was ecstatic. Finally, they would have a place to call their own. She was excited to decorate their love nest just the way they wanted. They arrived at the sales office for Century Garden. The place was bustling, but a sales agent quickly greeted them warmly and led them to view the model layout. The agent explained the overall details of the development, the different types of houses available, and the surrounding facilities. Then, they asked which kind of house Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were interested in. Over the past week, the two had already decided they would buy a villa. A villa could be purchased for 30 to 40 million yuan. Xu Yang figured, since he had the money and would earn more in the future, why not go all in and buy a villa? This way, when his parents or in-laws visited, there would be plenty of space. If friends came over, there would be enough room as well. Initially, Zhao Yuxin didn't agree with buying a villa. She thought spending 30 to 40 million yuan on a villa was unnecessary. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment would be more than enough for her. Besides, Xu Yang had only made 50 million from his antique find. spending 40 million on a villa would leave them with very little left. They still had to live, after all. It would be better to buy a less expensive house and keep some money saved for the future. Zhao Yuxin also wanted to have 2 kids, and raising children would cost a lot. However, Yu Shuyang assured her that money wasn't an issue. He reminded her that the jade thumb ring would be auctioned soon, likely fetching around 100 million yuan. That left Zhao Yuxin with no reason to object. With 100 million yuan, their future living expenses, retirement funds, and children's education costs would all be covered. You mentioned earlier that the villas have a 10% discount, right? Yi Shuyang asked the sales agent. Yes, all the villas are 10% off. If you buy 2 or more, there are additional discounts, the agent replied eagerly, her eyes lighting up. Could this couple be planning to buy a villa? If they did, it would be a big win for her. The commission on a villa costing at least 30 million yuan was no small amount. What's the price of Villa 39? Yi Shuyang asked next. 40 million yuan. With the 10% discount, it's 36 million, the agent quickly answered, delighted. If Yi Shuyang's earlier questions about discounts were casual, asking about a specific villa's price wasn't, it signaled genuine interest. Take us to see Villa 39, Yi Shuyang said with a nod. He still wanted to inspect it in person to assess the layout and design. Even though he had money now, he wasn't going to spend recklessly. He wasn't the type to randomly point to a property and buy it without seeing it first. People who did that were either property speculators in a booming market or brainless rich heirs showing off. Yi Shuyang wasn't one of them, so he followed the proper process. Of course. Please wait in the lounge while I get the keys, the sales agent said, guiding Shuyang and Zhao Yuxin to the lounge before heading off. 36 million isn't bad. It's lower than I expected, Yi Shuyang remarked. Honey, if it were the past I wouldn't even dare dream of buying a villa, Zhao Yuxin said, holding Shuyang's arm with a blissful smile. From now on, we'll drive luxury cars and live in a villa. That's our life. Whatever dreams you have, tell me, and I'll make them come true, Yi Shuyang said with a grin. My dream is simple, just to live happily with you for the rest of my life, Zhao Yuxin said dreamily. Don't worry. I promise this dream will come true. We'll live happily together forever and never part, Yu Shuyang vowed sincerely. Having chosen Zhao Yuxin, Yu Shuyang had no other thoughts, he only wanted to spend his life with her. I believe in you, honey, Zhao Yuxin said, her smile radiant. At that moment, a voice interrupted them. Isn't that Shuyang? You're here to buy a house too? Yi Shuyang turned to see a young man about his age walking over with a heavily made-up young woman on his arm. What do you want? Zhu Yang asked indifferently. The man was Feng Haikao, his former colleague. This guy had also just graduated this year and had joined the company with Yi Shuyang as part of the same batch of interns. Being a local, Feng Haikao carried a strong sense of superiority over outsiders. To him, anyone not from a first-tier city was beneath him, especially Zhu Yang, who came from a small rural county. Feng looked down on him openly. At work, he would mock Xu Yang as a country bumpkin and ridicule him for not knowing certain things. Most people in the office didn't get along with Feng because of his attitude. After just a month, Feng quit his job. Why? Because he had become a demolition's second-generation heir. His family had received 80 million yuan in compensation and 2 houses due to a land redevelopment project. With that, Feng decided he didn't need to work anymore. Yi Shuyang, it's been a while. No need to act so cold, right? Feng said as he sat across from Shuyang and Zhao Yuxin, dragging his girlfriend along. Seeing Zhao Yuxin holding Shuyang's arm, a flash of envy crossed Feng's face. This bumpkin actually had such a beautiful girlfriend? Compared to her, Feng's own girlfriend looked downright ordinary. Feng had always thought his girlfriend was pretty and enjoyed showing her off, but now he felt embarrassed. What kind of attitude do you expect from me? Zhu Yang said, unwilling to engage with Feng. He had no intention of changing Feng's view of outsiders and simply chose not to associate with him. You're just some small-town hick. What gives you the right to give me attitude? Feng snapped, his face darkening. A local from Jiangqing, Feng felt it was a great favor to even acknowledge Xu Yang. He couldn't tolerate being disrespected. You're the one being obnoxious by coming over here to bother me. If you don't like my attitude, you can leave, Yi Shuyang shot back without hesitation. Even before his newfound wealth, Yi Shuyang wouldn't have put up with Feng's nonsense. Feng was just too unpleasant. You piece of. Feng started angrily, but then stopped abruptly, as if realizing something. His expression shifted to a smile. Zhu Yang, are you here to buy a house? Yi Shu Yang glanced at Feng Haikao as if looking at an idiot. If I'm not here to buy a house, what else would I be doing? Do you think everyone has as much free time as you, with nothing better to do all day? Hearing this, Feng Haikao felt a surge of anger. But he suppressed it. Taking a deep breath, he curled his lips into a mocking smile. What kind of house are you buying? Must be the cheapest one, right? In his mind, Yi Shu Yang would definitely go for the cheapest option. Yi Shu Yang replied, What does that have to do with you? Feng chuckled coldly. Afraid to admit it? Honestly, buying the cheapest house is nothing to be ashamed of. What's really pitiful is people who have to take out a loan and spend 20 or 30 years of their life working just to pay it off. Truly pathetic. Yi Shu Yang glanced at Feng but said nothing. Feng continued, Yi Shu Yang, to be frank, if I were you, I wouldn't bother working in Jiangcheng. You should just go back to your little county. Life is cheaper and more comfortable there. Staying in Jiangcheng is pointless, you'll just work yourself to death for nothing. Believe me, it's a waste of time. Yi Shu Yang's expression remained calm. Are you done talking? If so, you can leave now. Feng had no intention of leaving. His remarks weren't just aimed at belittling Shu Yang, they were also meant to reveal Shu Yang's situation to Zhao Yuxin. Seeing how beautiful Zhao Yuxin was, Feng had already started plotting. As for his current girlfriend, he didn't care. If he could win over Zhao Yuxin, he'd have no problem ditching his girlfriend. Ignoring Shu Yang, Feng turned to Zhao Yuxin and said, Hello, beautiful. Let me introduce myself. I'm Feng Haikao, a local from Zhongqing. May I ask your name? Feng's girlfriend, upon seeing him flirt with Zhao Yuxin, didn't say a word. She wasn't in the relationship for love, she was only with Feng because he had money. Knowing Feng lacked ability and had a poor character, she never had any intention of marrying him. Her plan was to enjoy the benefits while they lasted and leave him when she had taken enough. Yi Shu Yang's gaze turned icy. This guy was trying to poach his girlfriend right in front of him. Just as Yi Shu Yang was about to say something, Zhao Yuxin spoke coldly. Do you realize how annoying you are? My husband already told you to leave, why are you still here? She found Feng incredibly irritating. From the moment she first saw him, she disliked him. His sarcastic tone when talking to Zhu Yang only added to her dislike. The coldness on Yi Shu Yang's face disappeared, replaced by a faint smile. Holding Zhao Yuxin's hand, he said, Honey, don't be mad. Just think of him as a barking dog and ignore him. Who are you calling a dog? Feng shouted angrily. Do I really need to say it? Shu Yang sneered. Damn it, I'll kill you. Feng, unable to hold back, was about to make a move. You'd better not, Yi Shu Yang said coldly, showing no fear. You should know your scrawny body won't stand a chance against me. Yi Shu Yang was 1.75 meters tall, while Feng was only 1.65 meters. That 10-centimeter difference wasn't just height, it translated to a significant size and strength advantage. Feng also looked weak, as if he had indulged too much in vices, which only added to his frailty. If it came to a fight, Yi Shu Yang was confident he could knock Feng down easily. Unlike you, a country bumpkin, I don't resort to physical violence, Feng retorted, unwilling to admit his disadvantage. He knew Shu Yang was right. If he ended up being beaten, it would be humiliating. Don't act tough when you're scared, Yi Shu Yang mocked with a smirk. Yu Feng's face turned dark, but he forced a sneer. I'm here to buy a house, not to stoop to your level. Yi Shu Yang said, Didn't you mention that the developer gave your family 2 houses as compensation? Why are you buying another one? Feng replied arrogantly, Those 2 houses are for my parents and my brother. I'm buying one for myself. Not like you, working your whole life just to afford one house. Yi Shu Yang smiled faintly, saying nothing. No matter how annoying Feng was, his life circumstances were enviable. Thanks to the demolition, his family had received 2 new houses and 80 million yuan in compensation. With houses and cash in hand, as long as they didn't squander it recklessly, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives, a level of security most people couldn't achieve even after a lifetime of hard work. If Shu Yang didn't have his system, he might not have the confidence to achieve that either. He'd likely end up exactly as Feng described, working his entire life just for a house. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Yishu, sorry for the wait. I wasn't feeling well earlier and had to rest. I can now take you to see the villa, the sales agent returned just then. No problem. Let's go, Shu Yang said, standing up and holding Zhao Yuxin's hand. This way, please, the agent said, leading them out. Wait a minute. Feng suddenly stepped in front of them. Sir, is there something you need? The agent asked. What did you just say? Did I hear you right? You're taking them to see a villa? Feng asked. Yes, that's correct. Why? The agent replied. You don't need to bother. There's no way he can afford a villa, Feng scoffed. The agent hesitated for a moment before responding. Sir, I don't know why you think that, but as staff here, I'll warmly assist any customer interested in viewing a property, regardless of whether they purchase it or not. Feng sneered. What's the point? I'm telling you he can't afford it. Why waste your time showing him around? I'm sorry, sir, but this is my job. Please step aside, the agent said firmly. Suit yourself, Feng said dismissively, stepping aside with a snort. Mr. Xu, Mrs. Yishu, let's go, the agent said with a smile, leading Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin away. I want to see which villa he's looking at, Feng muttered, following with his girlfriend. Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin got into the customer shuttle, ready to head to the villa. As the driver started the engine, Feng and his girlfriend climbed aboard as well. Xu Yang glanced at them but said nothing. The sales agent also chose to stay quiet. Feng smirked. What are you staring at? Can't I look at houses too? Xu Yang didn't bother responding. The agent said to the driver, Mr. Liu, let's go. The driver nodded and started driving. A few minutes later they arrived at Villa 39. This villa isn't bad, Feng said with a hint of admiration as they walked inside. The agent showed Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin around the villa, explaining its features in detail. When they were done, the agent asked, Mr. Xu, Mrs. Yishu, how do you feel about this property? As for Feng and his girlfriend, the agent didn't ask for their opinion, nor did he say anything to them after all. They were technically customers too. Wife, what do you think? Xu Yang asked Zhao Yuxin for her opinion. He thought the villa was great, but it was important that Zhao Yuxin liked it too. If she wasn't satisfied, he wouldn't buy it. It's great. The decoration style is youthful, just the way I like it. If you like it too, let's buy this one, Zhao Yuxin said. Alright, we'll take this one, Xu Yang nodded, making the decision. A country bumpkin from out of town like you, how can you afford a villa? Feng Heikao asked, his face full of disbelief. Although he didn't know the exact price of these villas, he had a general idea that they cost at least 30 to 40 million yuan. Xu Yang, just a small town guy, couldn't possibly afford such a property. What's it to you? Xu Yang shot Feng a sideways glance. Oh, I get it. Your girlfriend must have paid for it. You found yourself a rich girlfriend and become a kept man, Feng said, looking at Zhao Yuxin and concluding that her family must have money. Exactly. I'm living off my girlfriend. So what? How is that your business? Xu Yang didn't care if Feng misunderstood. He had no interest in explaining anything to him. You're actually proud of being a kept man, Feng sneered. At least I have the ability to be kept. Even if you wanted to, no one would keep you. Go ahead and envy me all you want, Xu Yang retorted. You're shamelessly proud of it. You're something else, Feng said, full of jealousy. At the same time, he couldn't understand why someone as beautiful as Zhao Yuxin would choose a small town guy like Xu Yang. Was it just because Xu Yang was good-looking and healthy? Let's go back and sign the contract, Xu Yang said to the sales agent, ignoring Feng. Alright, let's go, the sales agent responded. Naturally, Feng followed along with his girlfriend. Miss, you're from Jiangcheng, right? Feng asked Zhao Yuxin on the way back. Yes, what of it? Zhao Yuxin replied coldly. Since you're from Jiangcheng, why would you choose a small town guy like Xu Yang as your boyfriend? If you can afford a villa, your family must be wealthy. You shouldn't be dating someone like him, Feng said. Let me make something clear. I may be from Jiangcheng, but my family isn't wealthy. This villa wasn't bought by me, it was bought by my husband, Zhao Yuxin said. Xu Yang wasn't interested in explaining, but as his wife, Zhao Yuxin felt compelled to set the record straight. She didn't want others to misunderstand Xu Yang. Besides, Feng was insufferable. His constant mockery of Xu Yang had pushed her patience to its limit. What? He bought it. Feng was stunned, then quickly shook his head. Impossible. He's just a small town guy. I even remember him saying that his family's finances are average and couldn't support him buying a house in Jiangcheng. To say Xu Yang had bought the villa was utterly unbelievable to Feng. A small town guy couldn't possibly afford a property worth tens of millions. It's true my husband is from a small town, but that doesn't make him a bumpkin. Only someone as uncultured as you would label people from small towns as bumpkins. People from different places are all the same. There's no difference. The term bumpkin can only come from someone with no class like you. My husband's family is indeed average, but he doesn't rely on them to buy property. He earns his own money to afford it. You, on the other hand, are completely worthless compared to my husband, so please stop saying such classless things and mocking him. The more you talk, The more you reveal your low character, you're nothing but a clown. Zhao Yuxin unleashed everything she'd been holding back, leaving Feng's face alternating between green and pale. Even the sales agent silently admired Zhao Yuxin's sharp words. Feng's remarks had been grating to the agent as well. Like Zhu Yang, she was from a small town, working hard in Jiangcheng. People like Feng would undoubtedly look down on her too. Zhao Yuxin's rebuttal felt incredibly satisfying. I don't believe it. He's just an ordinary employee. How could he make that much money? You must be lying to save his face, saying he earned the money himself, Feng said bitterly. A villa worth tens of millions? Feng couldn't believe Zhu Yang had earned that kind of money, especially in such a short time. To him, Zhao Yuxin was only saying that to protect Zhu Yang's pride. Whether you believe it or not is your business, but please stop acting like a clown in front of us. You're incredibly annoying, Zhao Yuxin said bluntly. Feng's face turned even darker. As a native of Jiangcheng, he'd always had a strong sense of superiority. Being a demolition heir with a comfortable life only amplified his arrogance. Now, being called a clown by a beautiful woman was unbearable. At this moment, the car arrived back at the sales office. Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin got out and returned to the lounge while the sales agent went to fetch the contract. To their surprise, Feng and his girlfriend followed them. Why are you still here? Zhu Yang asked, frowning. Feng had completely ruined his good mood for the day. Why does it matter to you if I stay or leave? Feng said dismissively. He wanted to see if Yishu Yang would actually go through with buying the villa. Until Xu Yang swiped his card, Feng refused to believe it. Yishu Yang said nothing further. Soon, the sales agent returned with the contract and a POS machine. After explaining everything, Yishu Yang flipped through the contract, signed his name, and swiped his card for 36 million yuan. He really swiped his card. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to accept that Zhu Yang had somehow come up with the money. But how? Winning the lottery couldn't even explain it. There hadn't been any recent news of lottery winners taking home tens of millions. Could Zhao Yuxin have given Xu Yang the money to swipe his card? Yes, that had to be it. Feng seemed to have figured it out, regaining his confidence as he looked at Xu Yang. Don't think I don't know the truth. In my eyes you're still a bumpkin, a kept bumpkin, Feng sneered before leaving with his girlfriend. No matter what, Feng was in a foul mood. He decided not to buy a house there, fearing he might run into Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin again, which would only sour his mood further. Yishu Yang didn't bother with him. The key issue was Zhao Yuxin. Her sharp tongue had completely shut Feng down earlier. What a lunatic, Yishu Yang muttered, shaking his head. That former colleague of yours is truly a weirdo, Zhao Yuxin said. Earlier, while viewing the villa, Zhao Yuxin had asked Zhu Yang about Feng's background. Yishu Yang had been upfront about it, explaining Feng's situation. He really is. Yishu Yang agreed with a nod. Soon, they completed the paperwork and received the keys. The villa was officially theirs. The two returned to their rented apartment. That afternoon they began packing their things. Evening. While eating dinner, Zhao Yuxin said, Honey, we'll be moving into our new home tomorrow. I'd like to invite my dad, my uncle, my cousin, and Yi over for dinner. What do you think? Yang nodded. Of course, that's a good idea. They don't know we've bought a house yet. It's a chance to let them know we've bought a villa. It'll make visiting easier in the future. Zhao Yuxin nodded repeatedly. Yes. After dinner, Zhao Yuxin called her father, uncle, cousin, and Lin Junie to tell them they'd bought a new house and invited them over for dinner the next evening. After the calls, she sent everyone the address. Honey, with so much stuff, I think we should hire a moving company. Otherwise, if we use the car's trunk to transport things, we'll have to make several trips, Yishu Yang said, looking at the living room full of packed items. I think so too, Zhao Yuxin agreed. Yishu Yang went online, found a moving company, called them to inquire about prices, and arranged for the move the next morning. The company assured him they'd send workers on time to help. The next morning, after breakfast, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin met with the landlord to terminate the lease. They moved their valuables downstairs into the Maserati's trunk while waiting for the moving company. The scheduled time was 9:30 a.m. At 9:20 there was a knock on the door. That must be the movers, Yishu Yang said as he got up to open the door. But seeing who was standing outside, he froze. Xie Pengfei? What are you doing here? Then, realizing something, Yishu Yang asked, Are you one of the movers? Yishi Pengfei was also surprised but then laughed. That's right. I'm here with the moving company. I didn't expect it to be you moving. Come in, Yu Shuyang said, inviting him inside. Zhao Yuxin, long time no see, Xi Pengfei greeted Zhao Yuxin. They were classmates and knew each other well. Xi Pengfei, I remember you work at a fun company. Why are you doing moving jobs? Zhao Yuxin asked, having overheard the conversation. She was surprised to see him in this line of work. I do, but the market hasn't been good lately, and business has been slow. My family's living expenses are high, so I do moving jobs on weekends to make ends meet, Easy explained. Then, he added, I saw in the group chat that Xu Yang made money trading futures. Are you moving because you bought a house? Zhao Yuxin nodded proudly. Yes, we bought a house. We're moving into our new home today. Congratulations. Among our classmates, other than the rich second generation, no one else has managed to buy a house yet. For those relying on their own efforts, buying a house is still a distant dream, Z said. The three chatted for a while before starting to move things. Since Xu Yang had already paid the moving fee, he wasn't required to help, but since Ye Si was a classmate, he pitched in. After about half an hour, everything was moved downstairs. Yu Shuyang called the landlord to inspect the property. Once the landlord confirmed everything was in order, Yi Shuyang handed over the keys and left. Over an hour later, 2 vehicles drove into Villa 39. Holy crap! You bought a villa! Z exclaimed in shock. Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin exchanged smiles but didn't respond. My god, Yu Shuyang, did you make that much money trading futures? Z asked, full of curiosity. In his mind, it didn't seem possible. According to what Zhu Yang had mentioned before, he used 2 million yuan from his father-in-law to invest in gold futures. Z had also followed the gold futures market. The recent rally was about a 30% increase. Even if Xu Yang had invested everything, held the position throughout, and reinvested the profits, it still wouldn't amount to enough to buy a villa worth tens of millions. Futures didn't earn me that much. I recently made some extra money elsewhere, Yi Shuyang said with a smile. Extra money? Where can you make money so easily? Can you share the details so I can try? She asked eagerly, as if Yi Shuyang had found a gold mine. I had nothing to do last Saturday, so I wandered around the antique market and found a hidden gem, Xu Yang explained. Wow. You picked up a hidden gem at the antique market and bought a villa with it. That's insane. C exclaimed again. Then his expression turned bitter. I guess that's not for me. I don't have the luck for it. Finding hidden treasures required luck, and Jizi didn't think he had it. After moving everything into the villa, Yi Shuyang gave Z a tour of the house. At noon, Yu Shuyang and Zhao Yuxing treated Jizi to a meal at a restaurant outside the complex. After the meal they parted ways. Yu Shuyang and Zhao Yuxin returned to their villa, while Ixi went back to his small truck. Before driving off, Z took out his phone and posted some photos he'd taken of the Maserati Quattraport and the villa. Classmate, a holy crap, Xi Pengfei, did you buy a luxury car and a villa? Classmate B, Xi Pengfei, does working in a fun company pay that well? You bought a luxury car and a villa? Classmate C, no way. I saw him just last week and he was complaining about his finances. There's no way he bought a car and a villa. Classmate D, then what's going on? Classmate E, holy crap, Xi Pengfei, are you working as a companion for wealthy women? Classmate F, if that's true, introduce me to one. Classmate G, life is so hard. I want to give up struggling. Hook me up with a rich woman too. Classmate H, haha. Did a rich woman buy that Maserati Quattraport for you, Xi Pengfei? Classmate J, that villa must have been gifted by a rich woman too, right? Classmate K, I can believe the car was a gift, but a villa? That's a bit much. Maybe it's the rich woman's villa, and he's just staying there. Classmate L, I'm better looking than Xi Pengfei and work out daily. My physique is definitely better. Why hasn't a rich woman noticed me? Classmate M, same here. Life is so unfair. Classmate N, why are all your thoughts so dirty? Xi Pengfei, secretly give me a rich woman's phone number. Yi Xi Pengfei, don't joke around. The Maserati Quattraport and villa belong to Yu Shuyang and Zhao Yuxin. Today they're moving into their new home. Classmate A, no way, really? Classmate B, the last news I heard about Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin was from He Zhuqian. She said they bought tens of thousands of yuan worth of luxury goods and a Cartier watch. Classmate C, where are Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin getting so much money? Classmate D, I don't get it either. Even if they invested in gold futures, it couldn't make that much money. Classmate E, how do you know all this, Xi Pengfei? Classmate F, spill it, what's going on? Yi Xi Pengfei, haha, I was doing a moving job this weekend. And Zhu Yang hired the company I work for. I helped them move today, and even got a tour of their new villa. The place is amazing, such luxury. Classmate A Z Pengfei. Are you trying to make us jealous? Classmate B. Are you just helping Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin draw envy and hate? Classmate C. You're avoiding the main question, how did they get the money for a car and villa? Classmate D. Yeah, that's what we want to know. Classmate E. Come on, tell us. Yeah, Xi Pengfei. Classmate F. You didn't forget to ask, did you? Z Pengfei, I asked him. Xu Yang said the money he earned from the futures market wasn't enough to buy a villa. But last week, he wandered through the antique market and stumbled upon a big find, which was enough to buy the villa. Classmate H. Damn, Yi Xu Yang is so lucky. Classmate J. No way. I've been to the antique market too, but I've never come across any hidden treasures. Classmate K. Xu Yang gets all the good luck. It's hard not to be envious. Classmate L. married a beautiful wife, bought a luxury car, and a villa. Xu Yang is the ultimate winner in life. Classmate Y. He's only been out of school for a few months, and has already accomplished things we might never achieve in a lifetime of effort. Classmate M. Forget might never. For me, it's a definite no. No matter how hard I work, I could never afford a villa. Classmate N. Comparing ourselves to others is so frustrating. Classmate Q. Have you noticed that ever since Yu Xu Yang broke up with Zhao Yulu and got together with Zhao Yuxin, his life has changed? He started making money trading futures, and now he's made a fortune with an antique find. Classmate X. Yeah, I noticed too. It's like Zhao Yuxin is his lucky charm. Zhu Yang found himself a great wife. Classmate U. With you guys saying this, Zhao Yulu is definitely not going to be happy. Classmate I. Zhao Yulu has been silent recently. I wonder what's going on with her. Classmate T. Probably embarrassed to show up now that Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin's lives are getting better and better. Classmate P. Don't jump to conclusions. She might just be busy with work. Classmate T. At Zhu Yang, at Zhao Yuxin, your lives keep getting better. When's the wedding? Classmate R. Yeah, that's a good question. You've already gotten your marriage certificate, bought a luxury car, and a villa. It's time to plan the wedding. When Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin got home, they saw the group chat and couldn't help but smile. When he read the messages about the wedding, Yu Xu Yang said, Honey, about our wedding, I was thinking we could wait until my career is more established. Then, we can host a grand wedding. What do you think? It wasn't that he didn't want to have a wedding, he just wanted to give Zhao Yuxin a perfect, grand celebration. That would take some time to build his status and reputation. Sure, I'll listen to you. Whenever you want to have it is fine by me, Zhao Yuxin replied. After all, they were still young and weren't in a rush to have kids. Delaying the wedding wasn't a problem. The two spent the afternoon unpacking their belongings. By 3 p.m., they decided to go to the community supermarket to buy groceries for dinner, as Zhao Hai and the others were coming over. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Xu Yang's phone rang. It's my mom, Yi Xu Yang said, checking the screen. Let's rest for a moment before heading out. What? Auntie, no, our mom is calling? Please don't let me speak to her yet. Zhao Yuxin quickly moved to the side. You're her daughter-in-law. Why can't you talk to her? Xu Yang asked, confused. No, the first time I speak to your parents, I want it to be in person, Zhao Yuxin insisted. Why? Yi Xu Yang was puzzled. I just feel it's better that way, Zhao Yuxin said, unable to explain further but firmly believing meeting in person for the first time was the right approach. Fine. I'll take you to meet them in person soon, and when I call them after that, you won't need to hide, Yi Xu Yang said. Okay, take the call. Zhao Yuxin urged him. Hi Mom. Zhu Yang answered the phone. Son, what are you up to? Jiang Qiuping asked, her familiar phrase. Nothing much, just relaxing at home since it's Sunday and I'm off work, Yi Xu Yang replied. He hadn't told his parents about quitting his job, planning to do so when he brought Zhao Yuxin to meet them. Do you need something, Mom? Xu Yang asked. Son, now that you're married, you need to buy a house. You can't keep renting, it's not fair to Yuxin. Your dad and I discussed it. We've saved 800,000 yuan over the years, and we've managed to collect some debts recently. We now have 1 million yuan ready, and we're going to send it to you. We know housing prices in Jiangqing are high, and we're not sure if 1 million is enough for the down payment. If it's not, tell us how much more you need, and we'll borrow from relatives and friends. Jiang Qiuping had discussed this with Zhu Yang's father after hearing about Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin's marriage. Hearing this, Yi Xu Yang felt a lump in his throat. 1 million yuan was undoubtedly the most his parents could possibly provide. They were even willing to borrow more for him, giving everything they had. If he didn't have the system, he would have no choice but to accept their help to provide Zhao Yuxin with a better life. But now, with the system, he didn't need their money. Still, he deeply felt his parents' love. "Mom, you don't need to send me money. I have money," Yishu Yang said, controlling his emotions. "Where did you get money? Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll head to the bank and transfer it to you soon," Jiang Qiuping insisted. "Mom, listen to me. I really have money now. You and Dad don't need to worry about the house. I've already bought one. We moved in today. I was planning to call you tonight to tell you." Zhu Yang quickly explained to stop his mom from sending the money. "Where did you get the money to buy a house?" Jiang Qiuping asked, confused. "Mom, Yuxin's dad gave her 2 million yuan for a down payment. I invested that in the futures market and made a lot of money. I've already bought the house," Yishu Yang explained. "Is that true?" Jiang Qiuping asked, still doubtful. "Yes, Mom? Why would I lie to you? Let me show you." Xu Yang switched to a video call and panned the camera around their large living room. Zhao Yuxin had already retreated to another room to avoid the camera. "This is your living room. It's so big. And there's a staircase. What kind of house did you buy?" Jiang Qiuping asked, suspecting but not daring to confirm. "Mom, I bought a villa, a 2-story villa," Xu Yang said with a smile. "A villa? Really? Villas are so expensive, tens of millions. Did you really make that much from futures trading? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Jiang Qiuping exclaimed, worried. "Mom, how could you think that? Your son has a good job. Even if I wasn't rich, I'd still live a decent, law-abiding life. I'd never do anything illegal," Yishu Yang replied, half amused and half exasperated. "True." Jiang Qiuping agreed. "But you couldn't have made that much from futures alone. Did you make money another way?" "Yes, I got lucky. I found a hidden treasure at the antique market. I bought a painting for 50,000 yuan and sold it for 50 million. That's how I could afford the villa," Zhu Yang explained. "What? You bought a painting for 50,000 yuan and sold it for 50 million? Jiang Qiuping cried out in shock. "Yes, Mom? I'm not lying. I'll tell you everything when we visit for Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll bring Yuxin to meet you then," Yishu Yang said, already planning the trip. "Alright, I'll be waiting for you to bring Yuxin home. By the way, isn't Yuxin at home today?" Jiang Qiuping, hearing her son mention bringing his wife home, stopped worrying about how Zhu Yang had made his money and expressed her eagerness to meet her daughter-in-law. "Yuxin is out taking care of something, she's not home," Yishu Yang replied, not wanting to elaborate further and simply stating that Zhao Yuxin wasn't around. "Alright then, I won't disturb your rest. But remember, you must bring Yuxin home for Mid-Autumn Festival. If you don't, you might as well not come back either," Jiang Qiuping said. "Don't worry, Mom. You'll definitely get to meet your beautiful, considerate daughter-in-law," Xu Yang replied with a smile. After ending the call, Zhao Yuxin came out of the room. "Honey, I told my mom that I'd bring you home to meet my parents during Mid-Autumn Festival," Xu Yang said as he wrapped his arms around Zhao Yuxin. "Okay," Zhao Yuxin nodded without any objection. Meeting the in-laws was inevitable, and doing so during the Mid-Autumn Festival felt like perfect timing. The two then went out to buy groceries. Around 6 p.m., Zhao Yuxin's father, Zhao Hai, along with her uncle Zhao Jiang, cousin Zhao Yuqing, and Lin Juni arrived one after another. "Congratulations. Congrats on your new home." Each guest presented a red envelope. "Yixu Yang Yuxin, how did you manage to buy a villa?" Zhao Yuqing asked. The night before, when Zhao Yuxin called them, she had mentioned that they'd bought a villa. While she had told Zhao Hai the full details, she hadn't shared the specifics with anyone else. Yixu Yang glanced at Zhao Hai before explaining, "I used the 2 million yuan Dad gave us as a down payment for the house and invested it in futures. I earned over 10 million yuan. Before he could finish, Lin Juni exclaimed, "What? You invested in futures and turned 2 million into over 10 million? He dabbled in stocks and futures himself but mostly ended up losing money. Some of his current stocks were still stuck in losses. As for futures, he never held positions overnight. Past experiences of overnight positions opening against him had caused him heavy losses, so he no longer took such risks." Yishu Yang nodded. "Yes, that's right. What futures did you buy?" "Lately, gold futures have been the most active with the Federal Reserve's interest rate cuts driving up prices." "Did you buy gold futures?" Lin Juni asked, recalling recent financial news. "Yes, I bought gold futures. The day after I invested, the price hit its limit up," Yishu Yang said with a smile. "Damn. You're amazing buying in and immediately hitting the limit up, Lin exclaimed. Pausing for a moment, he added, to turn 2 million into over 10 million, you must have ridden the entire rally and reinvested your profits along the way. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to make that much. Xu Yang nodded. That's exactly what I did. Raising his thumb in admiration, Lin said, Xu Yang, just for this move, I'm impressed. You've got to teach me sometime. I've been trading stocks and futures for years but keep losing money. I'm practically a professional loser now. Xu Yang chuckled. We can exchange ideas sometime. With his investment skills, he could certainly share insights, but he couldn't outright teach others, especially friends. Zhao Yuqing asked, even if you made over 10 million, that's still not enough to buy this villa. I looked it up before coming. Villas here start at 30 million. Zhao Jiang chimed in curiously, Xu Yang, did you make money elsewhere too? Xu Yang nodded. Yes, I went to the antique market last week. He recounted the story of how he found a valuable item at the antique market. Damn, you're incredible. Just one trip to the antique market, and you found a treasure worth 50 million, Lin said in astonishment. Such luck was extraordinary. In the world of antiques, luck often outweighed skill. Zhao Jiang sighed. Why does making money seem so easy for you? Zhao Yuqing looked on enviously. Xu Yang, who previously had little to his name, now had over 60 million in assets in a short time. If Zhao Yulu knew about this, she would probably regret it. However, Zhao Yulu already knew but didn't regret it. She believed Xu Yang's success was sheer luck, and that he would soon squander it all. Zhao Hai had remained silent, but was very satisfied with Xu Yang as his son-in-law. He felt assured about his younger daughter's future. Lin Junyi commented, I saw a Maserati parked outside your house. Is that new? Yes, we just bought it, Xu Yang replied. Zhao Yuxin added indignantly, Yi, you don't know. We originally planned to buy a Porsche Panamera, but when we went to the dealership, she recounted the unpleasant experience they had at the Porsche dealership. Yang Jingsheng is such a scumbag, Lin said angrily. He probably didn't know you'd made money, Zhao Yuqing remarked. Even so, he shouldn't have targeted Xu Yang and Yuxin like that. He was just looking for trouble. People like him are the worst, Lin said. Zhao Jiang added, that manager wasn't much better. Clearly they treated customers differently based on their perceived status. Otherwise he wouldn't have sided with Yang Jingsheng. Xiao Hai agreed exactly. If the manager treated all customers equally, none of this would have happened. Zhao Yuqing concluded, it just shows that dealerships' poor management. I'd never buy a car from them, and if anyone I know plans to, I'll tell them to avoid it. As Zhao Yuxing shared the story, it left a lasting negative impression on her guests. They resolved not to patronize that dealership and might even spread the story further. Lin said, Xu Yang, Yuxin, next time you want to buy a car, let me know. I have a friend who runs a dealership and can get you a great deal on any brand. Alright, I'll contact you next time, Xu Yang replied. Recently, Zhao Yuxin had been using the car to commute, which made it inconvenient for Xu Yang to get around. With money no longer an issue, he planned to buy another car. Great. Just give me a call when you're ready, Lin said. Helping friends get good deals was something he was happy to do. You all chat while I cook. It won't take long, Zhao Yuxin said, getting up to head to the kitchen. Zhao Yuqing followed to help. After about half an hour, the food was ready. The group ate, chatted, and enjoyed themselves. Around 9 p.m., Zhao Jiang, his daughter, and Lin left, arranging for designated drivers since they had been drinking. Zhao Hai stayed over for the night. It was his daughter's house, so staying wasn't an issue. Another weekend. Honey, I want to buy another car, Xu Yang said, seeking Zhao Yuxin's opinion. Sure. I've been driving the Maserati every day, and it's not convenient for you when you need to go out. Let's get another one, Zhao Yuxin agreed without hesitation. These days, she drove to work in the Maserati while Xu Yang, having quit his job, either used public transport or hired a ride when he needed to go out. It wasn't very convenient. With no financial worries, and the auction of the Jade Thumb ring expected to bring in around 100 million yuan soon, buying a second car for the household felt entirely reasonable. What kind of car are you thinking about getting? Zhao Yuxin asked. What do you think I should get? Xu Yang asked back. This one's for you, so you should choose. I'm happy with the Maserati, it just needs to be a car you like. Zhao Yuxin replied with a smile. I'm planning to get a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Xu Yang said. Zhao Yuxin's eyes widened. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Isn't that too extravagant? Rolls-Royce was a brand synonymous with the ultra-wealthy, and the Cullinan touted as the most luxurious EUV was priced close to 10 million yuan. Even among the rich, few would splurge on such a car. Although Xu Yang could afford it, Zhao Yuxin wondered if it was truly necessary. Honey, I'm confident I'll earn a lot more money in the future. I don't want to keep changing cars. I'd rather go all in now and get the Cullinan, Xu Yang said. Zhao Yuxin sighed. All right, if it's what you want, then go for it. Xu Yang pulled her into his arms. Don't worry. This car is absolutely worth it. Only a car like this suits your husband. You're so full of yourself, honey, Zhao Yuxin teased. I'm just telling the truth, Xu Yang said with a grin. Zhao Yuxin stepped out of his embrace. Then call Yi Yi. Xu Yang nodded, pulled out his phone, and called Lin Junyi. The call connected quickly. Yi Gi. I want to buy a car. Are you free today? Xu Yang asked. I'm at my friend's dealership right now. I'll send you the address, come over, Lin replied. Yi Gi. I'm planning to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Can you ask your friend if they have one in stock? A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Wow. Xu Yang, you've really gone all out. But with your knack for making money, driving a luxury car like this is totally fitting. Let me check and get back to you, Lin said, surprised but excited. A short moment later, Lin's voice returned. They have it. 2 Cullinans just arrived a few days ago. Great. Send me the address. Yuxin and I will head over now, Xu Yang said. After ending the call, Lin sent the dealership's address. Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin set off, arriving at Dongtai Motors about half an hour later. Xu Yang. Yuxin. Over here. They heard Lin's voice as soon as they walked into the dealership. Looking in his direction, they saw Lin waving at them. Yi Gi. The couple walked over to greet him. Come. Let me introduce you to my friend, Lin said, leading them upstairs to an office. Inside, a smartly dressed man in his late 20s sat behind a desk. This is my friend, Su Wenbin. Old Su, these are Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin. They're married, Lin introduced everyone. Welcome. Have a seat, Su said warmly, standing up and gesturing for them to sit by the tea table. He began brewing tea as they chatted and got to know one another. After preparing the tea, Su got to the point. Xu Yang, I heard from Lin that you're interested in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, right? Yes, Xu Yang replied with a nod. You're in good hands. Any friend of Lin's gets the best discount I can offer. You won't find another dealership that can match it, Su said confidently. His words gave both Lin and Xu Yang plenty of face. Yi Gi said the same, and I trust both you and Lin, Xu Yang said with a smile. See? I told you Xu Yang is straightforward. You believe me now, right? Lin said, laughing. I believe it now, Su replied with a nod before joking. Not that I didn't believe it earlier, but I needed to meet him to be sure. After a bit more chatting and tea drinking, Su led Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin to the Rolls-Royce section of the showroom, with Lin following. In the showroom, several Rolls-Royce models were on display, including 2 Cullinans. Xu Yang, Yuxin, go ahead and try it out, Su said. The couple took their seats, with Xu Yang in the driver's seat and Zhao Yuxin in the passenger seat. Under Su's guidance, they explored the vehicle's features and functionality. They even took it for a test drive in the designated area. The experience was nothing short of impressive. The performance, comfort, and craftsmanship were leagues ahead of typical luxury cars. A nearly 10 million yuan car was truly in a class of its own. After the test drive, they returned to the showroom. How was it? Su asked. It's fantastic. Let's go with this one, Xu Yang said, adding, about the accessories I'd like. Xu Yang listed the accessories he and Zhao Yuxin had discussed during the test drive. Though it would primarily be his car, he wanted it to accommodate her preferences for when they traveled together. No problem. I'll arrange everything for you at the best price, Su assured him. After personally calculating the cost, Su said, the total comes to 9.2 million yuan, including all the luxury accessories you chose. After some thought, Su added, but for you, I'll only charge 8 million. That's a 1.2 million discount. The discount was exceptionally generous, unprecedented even. Su had deliberated before speaking but decided to offer the deal as a gesture of friendship. Lin vouched for him, saying, Xu Yang, this is the best discount Su can give. It's a great deal. Thank you, brother Su, Xu Yang said sincerely. They proceeded to complete all the necessary paperwork, which took just over an hour. By the time they finished, the additional accessories had also been installed. Su then invited them, Xu Yang, Yuxin, thank you for your business. Let me treat you to lunch. Are you free? Let's have lunch together. We're all friends here, Lin chimed in. Sounds good, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin agreed. Su immediately called a restaurant to make a reservation, ensuring they wouldn't have to wait for a table. Mr. Su, young Master Jiang is here to pick up his car. At that moment, a salesperson walked over quickly. Got it, Su Wenbin nodded. Old Lin brothers Shu's sister-in-law, you all relax in the lounge for a bit. I'll go greet young Master Jiang, Su said before leaving. Who's this young Master Jiang? Yishu Yang asked curiously. Jiang Yuhang. Have you heard of him? Lin Juni replied. Jiang Yuhang? The one they call the top second-generation rich kid in Jiangqiang? Zhu Yang was a bit surprised. That's him, Lin confirmed with a smile. Yi Gai Gi. Are you friends with Jiang Yuhang too? You never mentioned it, Zhao Yuxin asked with interest. It's nothing worth mentioning. I only know him through Su Wenbin, Lin explained, not being the kind to flaunt connections. So does that mean Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuhang are on the same level as second-generation rich kids? Yishu Yang asked. Well, not exactly. The Jiang family is powerful in the business world, and Jiang Yuhang's father is very influential there. The Su family doesn't run as large a business, but they hold significant sway in official circles. Su Wenbin's grandfather is a high-ranking official in Beijing, Lin said carefully. My family, on the other hand, is far below them. We just have a small company. My friendship with Su Wenbin is purely based on personality. We get along well. There's no benefit-based calculation in our relationship, Lin added. Friendships like that are the most genuine. If it's based on personal gain, it's easy for the friendship to fall apart, Zhao Yuxin commented. The group chatted for a while. Meanwhile, Su Wenbin was showing Jiang Yuhang the car. Jiang, tall and casually dressed, had come to pick up a Bugatti Veyron. After a test drive, he was very satisfied. Su brought Jiang to the lounge to introduce him to Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin. After exchanging greetings, they were now acquainted. At that moment, Xu Yang's system sent a notification to his mind. Ding. This afternoon Jiang Yuhang will meet with a friend who, along with accomplices, will kidnap him. After receiving the ransom tonight, the kidnappers will kill him. Xu Yang was shocked. Does this mean Jiang Yuhang is going to die tonight? He glanced at Jiang and started calculating how to warn him. After all, they had just met. And Jiang was also Lin's friend. Knowing this now, Xu Yang felt it would be wrong not to say something. Yishu Yang just bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Su said, steering the conversation. Jiang looked at Xu Yang with interest. My dad bought a Cullinan too. I like driving it when I go out. Su added, young Master Jiang, I'm treating old Lin and brother Xu and his wife to lunch today. If you're free, why don't you join us? Jiang nodded. Sure, I have nothing else planned. I'll join you for the meal. The group left the dealership and headed to a nearby private restaurant, settling in a private dining room. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, they became more comfortable with one another. Jiang asked, Brother Xu, what does your family do? Considering Zhu Yang's young age and his purchase of a Cullinan, Jiang assumed Zhu came from a wealthy family. Yishu Yang replied calmly, young Master Jiang, you might be mistaken. My family is from a small county in Hunan province. My parents run a small grocery store. Jiang was surprised. I thought you were a second-generation rich kid. Turns out you're self-made. Su was equally surprised. Brother Su, I thought the same. I didn't expect you to be self-made. In their earlier conversations, they had learned that Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin had just graduated from college this year. Hearing now that Zhu's family was from a small county with only a grocery store, they were even more astonished. Even running a large supermarket in a small county wouldn't generate enough income to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That Zhu had managed to afford one earned him their respect. When they had graduated, both Jiang and Su had relied on their family's companies. If they had tried to strike out on their own, without using family resources, they wouldn't have been able to buy a Cullinan. They couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Yuxin's family was wealthy. They both glanced at her. Noticing their looks, Lin clarified, old Su, young Master Jiang, let me explain. My sister's family isn't wealthy. Her dad runs a small restaurant that saves maybe 200,000 to 300,000 yuan a year at most. They couldn't afford a Cullinan. Yixu Yang's ability to buy one is entirely due to his own efforts. Let me tell you, Xu also bought a villa in Century Garden last week. I even attended the housewarming party. Hearing about the Century Garden villa, Su and Jiang were even more shocked. They were familiar with Century Garden's villas, which cost over 30 million yuan. Buying both a luxury car and a villa meant Yixu had spent at least 40 million yuan. Jiang couldn't help but ask, Brother Xu, What do you do for a living? He was genuinely curious how Shu had made so much money so quickly after graduating. Su was also staring at Yi Shu, eager to know the answer. Yi Shu said, I've been lucky, made some money trading futures and stumbled upon a valuable antique at the market. He didn't specify how much he had earned, but from his purchases, it was clear he had made at least tens of millions. Brother Egg Shu, you're being too modest. Making money from futures trading or antique hunting isn't just luck, it takes real skill, Su said. Exactly. If you'd said you won the lottery or made money gambling, I'd believe it was luck. But trading futures and finding treasures in antiques? That's pure ability, Jiang added. Both dismissed Yi Shu's explanation as humility. They were impressed by his capability, feeling that he far outstripped them in personal skill. Trading futures wasn't something just anyone could succeed at, it required expertise and a deep understanding of the market. Similarly, finding valuable antiques required both knowledge and keen judgment. Without the ability to discern authenticity, there would be no opportunity to strike gold. After finishing the meal, the group left the restaurant and said their goodbyes. As Zi Yang saw Jiang Yuhan get into his sports car, he suddenly remembered he hadn't yet told Jiang about the matter. He asked Zhao Yuxin to wait in their car and quickly ran over to Jiang's car, knocking on the window. Jiang lowered the window, puzzled. Brother Su, what's up? Yi Shu gestured to the passenger seat. Mind if I come in to talk? Jiang smiled. Of course, hop in. He was curious about what Zhu wanted to say. Judging by Yi Shu's actions, it was clearly something Zhu didn't want others to hear. After getting in, Yi Shu took a moment to think over his words before speaking. Young Master Jiang, are you heading out to meet a friend soon? Jiang was taken aback and asked in surprise, How do you know? He had received a call from a friend on the way to lunch and decided to visit them later that afternoon. He hadn't mentioned this to anyone. You don't need to worry about how I know. But I do know that the friend you're meeting might have ill intentions toward you, Yi Shu said bluntly. He didn't bother coming up with an excuse, he just said it as it was. Whether Jiang believed him or not was out of his control. What? That's impossible. Jiang exclaimed, shocked. How could you possibly know my friend would harm me? The friend Jiang planned to meet was actually his girlfriend. They had met by chance, and Jiang had been impressed by her personality. After spending some time together, despite his father's objections, Jiang decided to stay with her, unconcerned about her family background. Jiang treated her very well, always accompanying her when he had time. He even bought her a house to live in. Today on the way to lunch, his girlfriend had called to say she wasn't feeling well, so Jiang felt he had to go check on her. I can't tell you how I know, but as a friend I advise you not to meet her. If you insist on going, I suggest taking 1 or 2 people with you, Shu said seriously. Brother Shu, I find it hard to believe what you're saying, Jiang replied, unconvinced. His girlfriend harming him? That was unimaginable. Yi Shu sighed. Young Master Jiang, I've said what I needed to. Whether you believe me and what you choose to do is up to you. Goodbye. With that, Yi Shu got out of the car. He had done his part by warning Jiang. If Jiang chose not to believe him, there was nothing more Shu could do. Jiang's expression shifted multiple times. There was no reason for Yi Shu to try to sow discord between him and his girlfriend. Could it be that Shu knew his father and was acting on his father's behalf to break them up? But how did Shu know he was meeting his girlfriend this afternoon? Did Shu know something? Could it be true that his girlfriend might harm him? But he had treated her well and couldn't think of any reason why she would harm him. A series of doubts swirled in Jiang's mind. After thinking it over, Jiang pulled out his phone and made a call. Shu returned to his car. What did you say to Jiang Yuhang? Zhao Yuxin asked curiously. Yi Shu smiled. Nothing important. Just chatted casually for a bit. Zhao didn't press further. If Shu wanted to share, he would. If not, she wouldn't insist, he must have his reasons. She changed the subject. Honey, Yiga mentioned short videos again. I think you should give it a try. Pick a direction and start creating short videos. Who knows? You might become a super influencer. Yi Shu chuckled. I don't want to be a super influencer. Being recognized everywhere I go and surrounded by people isn't my idea of fun. Zhao laughed. That's what so many people dream of, but you don't like it? Yi shook his head. Everyone has their preferences. I don't enjoy being in the spotlight. I'd rather live a quiet, comfortable life as an ordinary rich person. When Xu was younger, he had been captivated by the glamorous lives of celebrities. But as he grew older, that fascination faded. Now that he had the system, and was destined for greatness, he no longer cared about superficial fame. Becoming a super influencer? That wasn't worth a fraction of his potential. He had no interest in being mobbed like a zoo animal every time he went out. Lately, aside from occasionally monitoring the stock and futures markets, he had been contemplating what to pursue next. However, he still hadn't made up his mind. He wasn't in a hurry. His investment master skill ensured he could earn money in the markets without working. He figured he would wait and see, trusting the system to eventually point him toward a profitable path. As if on cue, the system chimed in. Bing. The Douyin short video platform will soon dominate the short video industry. Under the leadership of its president, Xiao Dongxing, Fengkai Guild will become the #1 guild on Douyin. Currently, Fengkai Guild is struggling financially, and Xiao Dongxing is looking to sell it. Additionally, a future development strategy for Douyin and a list of future top influencers have been sent to the host's email. Please check. Xiu's eyes lit up. Douyin was beyond his reach as an investment. Being part of ByteDance, only major capital players could get involved. But the guilds within Douyin, those were fair game. And with Fengkai Guild struggling, it might not take much money to acquire it. Plus, with a list of future top influencers, signing them after acquiring the guild would practically guarantee easy profits. The thought made Xiu grin widely. "Honey, what's making you so happy?" Zhao asked, puzzled by his sudden smile. Xiu quickly composed himself. "I was just thinking about what you said. I agree the short video field has potential, and I've decided to enter it." Zhao was surprised. "Didn't you just say you didn't want to be an influencer and attract attention? Why the sudden change?" Zhu chuckled. "Sweetheart, working in the short video field doesn't mean I have to be an influencer." "Then what would you do?" Zhao asked, curious. "I can start or acquire a guild. It's like running a company. I'd be the boss, and the influencers would make money for me." "Isn't that better?" Xiu explained. Zhao's eyes sparkled. "That's a great idea. This way you don't have to be a public figure, won't be surrounded by fans, and can still make money in the short video industry." Xiu grinned. "Exactly. And you'll be the boss's wife." Zhao laughed happily but added, "Starting a guild is new to you, so it might be a bit challenging." "I know. Let's go home first. I'll check to see if there's a guild up for sale. If there is, it'll save us a lot of trouble," Xiu replied confidently. Driving home, Xu Yang eagerly opened his laptop to check his email. Inside, he found the future development plan for Douyin. The plan detailed the platform's roadmap for growth and development. There was also the list of future influencers, not just a list of names, but also detailed descriptions of how these streamers would achieve success. To Xu Yang's surprise, he spotted a familiar name on the list: Lin Junyi. Not only that, Lin Junyi was listed as one of the superstars among influencers. This unexpected revelation left Xu Yang astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Junyi would become a super influencer. What's more, the field of his success was entirely different from what Lin Junyi had mentioned in their conversations. Lin had positioned himself as an outdoor streamer, planning to livestream fun activities and post short videos of his adventures. But according to the list, Lin Junyi's rise to fame as a super influencer wouldn't come from outdoor streaming, it would be through food content. At some point, Lin Junyi would realize that outdoor streaming wasn't working for him, and would switch to the food niche, eventually becoming a top-tier influencer. Xu Yang made a mental note: once he acquired a guild, he must sign Lin Junyi. A future superstar like him was not to be missed. In a certain apartment, a young couple was sitting close together. "Do you think Jiang Yohang will come alone? If he brings someone, we won't be able to pull this off," the man said, a hint of unease in his voice. "He'll definitely come alone. He's coming to see me, his girlfriend. Why would he bring anyone?" The woman replied confidently. "Good. Today we're going to become rich. Once we get the money, we'll leave the country and never come back. No one will be able to do anything to us," the man said with a gleeful smile. "Yes, and we'll be together forever. Never separated again," the woman said with a blissful expression. "Yeah, never separated again," the man echoed, smiling. Then he warned, "You have to be careful. Don't slip up, or we'll both end up in jail." "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Getting him to drink some water is easy. He always drinks water when he comes over," the woman reassured him. The man teased, "And does drinking water always lead to other things? You're so annoying." The woman playfully punched him in the chest. "If you'd come to find me earlier, I wouldn't even have been his girlfriend. I had no choice. My parents decided which school I went to. But now I'm in charge of my own life. As soon as I found out you were in Zhangcheng, I came to find you," the man explained. The two were Yi Jingjing, Jiang Yuhang's girlfriend, and her high school boyfriend, Liang Yurui. In high school, they had been a couple. After graduating, they went to different universities in different cities, and the distance naturally ended their relationship. After graduation, Liang Yurui struggled in his career. A month ago, he learned that Yi Jingjing was in Jiangcheng and seemed to be doing well. Seeing this as an opportunity, he tracked down her number through mutual friends and reached out, professing his enduring love for her and his desire to get back together. By then, Yi Jingjing was already dating Jiang Yuhang, a wealthy second-generation heir. She wasn't interested in her ex-boyfriend. However, when Liang Yurui learned that her boyfriend was none other than Jiangcheng's wealthiest second-generation heir, he didn't back down. Instead, he used this fact to convince Yi Jingjing to get back with him. And so, Liang Yurui came to Jiangcheng, rekindling his relationship with Yi Jingjing. The two hatched a plan to kidnap Jiang Yuhang, demand a ransom from his father, and flee abroad to live a luxurious life. As for their own families, they didn't care. As far as they were concerned, as long as they were happy, nothing else mattered. If he doesn't drink the water, I'll lead him into the bedroom. You can ambush him there, Yi Jingjing said. Sounds good. No matter what, we're getting this done today. We need that money, Liang Yurui declared. As they spoke, there was a knock at the door. That must be Jiang Yuhang. Go hide in the bedroom, Yi Jingjing whispered. Got it. I'll wait there, Liang Yurui said, giving her a kiss before heading to the bedroom. Yi Jingjing straightened her clothes and hair before opening the door to find Jiang Yuhang standing outside. Darling, you're here, she exclaimed with delight, pulling him inside and shutting the door. You said you weren't feeling well. Are you better now? Jiang asked as he sat down and pulled her into his arms. I'm fine now. I just missed you. It's been days since you last came to see me, Yi Jingjing said with a pitiful expression. It's my fault. I've been a bit busy these past few days, Jiang explained. Busy? You work at your dad's company. What could keep you so busy? You're just ignoring me, Yi Jingjing pouted. That's not true. I really have been busy. I told you before, my dad is the president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Recently, the member companies decided to set up an investment fund, and my dad put me in charge to train me. It's been hectic, Jiang explained. Fine, I forgive you, Yi Jingjing said, pulling away from his embrace to pour him a glass of water. She had already spiked the water with a fast-acting sedative. Thirsty? Have some water, she said, placing the glass in front of him. Thanks, I am a bit thirsty, Jiang said, drinking it all in one go. Although Xu Yang's warning had made him slightly wary, he didn't think a glass of water could harm him. Besides, he had come prepared. Even if something did happen, he was confident he could handle it. Yi Jingjing couldn't possibly poison him to death, right? Seeing him drink the water, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Yi Jingjing's eyes. This was going to be easy. Want another glass? She asked, signaling to Liang Yurui in the bedroom that Jiang had drunk the water. No, I'm good. Suddenly, Jiang felt dizzy and weak all over. What's going on? He muttered, clutching his head. Hey, let me explain what's going on. Hearing this, Liang Yurui emerged confidently from the bedroom. Who are you? Jiang demanded, his face darkening as Xu Yang's warning replayed in his mind. You'll find out soon enough, Liang Yurui sneered. He walked over to Yi Jingjing, wrapped an arm around her waist, and kissed her hard. Now you know who I am, don't you? Yi Jingjing, how dare you cheat on me with another man? Jiang growled through clenched teeth, his face turning even darker as fury surged within him. You don't need to put it that way. Yi Jingjing and I were a couple to begin with. We only broke up later. Now we've simply gotten back together. If anything, you're the third party, Liang Yurui shamelessly replied. Yi Jingjing, haven't I treated you well enough? Why are you doing this to me? Jiang Yuhang ignored Liang Yurui and stared intently at Yi Jingjing. Why? Let me tell you why. Your father doesn't approve of us being together, so we have no future, Yi Jingjing said confidently. Our relationship will ultimately end in a breakup. Everything you have comes from your father, and when it comes to something as big as marriage, there's no way you'll go against his wishes. You're being good to me now because you want to have fun, but when it's time for you to get married, you'll kick me aside. If that's the case, why should I stay with you? I'm pursuing my own life. Yi Jingjing's tone was self-righteous. Initially, she hadn't thought this way, and had been dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family. But Liang Yurui had analyzed her situation for her, pointing out the reasons she could never marry into the Jiang family. Those reasons were exactly what she had just stated. Convinced by Liang Yurui's argument, she rekindled her relationship with him. If you didn't want to stay with me, you could have just broken up. I'm not the kind of person who clings on. But today you bring this man before me, and put on such a show. What's your point? Jiang Yuhang admitted to himself that Yi Jingjing had a point. While he had been under pressure staying with her, the two were only dating. Marriage was another matter entirely. His father's disapproval made it almost impossible for them to marry. In other words, a breakup was inevitable. He didn't see it as a big deal. After all, for someone like him, a wealthy heir, such situations were common. One of his friends, Wang Xiaokong, changed girlfriends even more frequently than he did. This was their lifestyle. If Yi Jingjing wanted to leave, she could have said so. He would have even given her a breakup fee to ensure they parted amicably. But this dramatic stunt baffled him. Obviously for money, Yi Jingjing said. Money? What do you mean? Jiang Yuhang asked, confused. I'll explain. We're kidnapping you to make your father transfer money to us. Only when we get the money will we release you, Liang Yurui interjected with a smirk. You're kidnapping me? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Do you think you can escape? Jiang Yuhang was stunned to hear their plan. Once we get the money, we'll leave the country. No one will be able to catch us, Liang Yurui said coldly, feeling confident that everything was under control. You won't escape, Jiang Yuhang replied. Whether we escape isn't up to you. All you need to do is cooperate and call your father to transfer the money, Liang Yurui said. Don't worry, we're not greedy. 500 million will do. That's more than enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Your family is so wealthy that 500 million is nothing. You can easily afford it, Liang Yurui added, giddy at the thought of soon receiving the money. Once the money was secured, he wouldn't release Jiang Yuhang. His resentment toward people like Jiang Yuhang, who lived a life of luxury while he struggled, fueled his hatred. Yi Jingjing, I urge you to stop. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you, Jiang Yuhang warned, looking at her. That's impossible. You'd better call your father and have him send the money, Yi Jingjing replied. Having come this far, there was no turning back. She was determined to see it through. We've been together for some time now. Earlier, I gave you a chance. If you stop now, I wouldn't hold it against you. I'd act as if this never happened. But since you refuse, don't blame me for what happens next, Jiang Yuhang said coldly. What do you mean? Yi Jingjing asked, her eyes full of doubt. Liang Yurui's heart sank, a bad feeling creeping over him. Come in. Jiang Yuhang called out. Come in? Yi Jingjing and Liang Yurui exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what he meant. You brought someone with you. But even if you did, how could they hear you from outside? Are you out of your mind? Liang Yurui sneered. I brought a bodyguard with me today. He's been waiting downstairs, Jiang Yuhang explained. Before I came up, I kept my phone connected to him. I also turned on the recording function. Our entire conversation has been heard by my bodyguard. By now he should be standing at the door. Although Jiang Yuhang didn't fully trust Xu Yang's warning, it had planted enough doubt in his mind for him to take precautions. The door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. A man in a black suit strode in. Seeing the intruder, Liang Yurui and Yi Jingjing froze in shock, unable to react. They hadn't anticipated such a scenario and had no contingency plan, leaving them helpless and motionless on the couch. Jiang Shao, what should I do? The bodyguard asked. Call the police. Let them handle it, Jiang Yuhang said. Though he could have easily beaten or even crippled them with his status, he wasn't that kind of person. He preferred to leave it to the authorities. Understood. The bodyguard pulled out his phone and started dialing. Don't call the police. Liang Yurui snapped back to his senses and lunged at the bodyguard, trying to snatch the phone. He knew that if the bodyguard called the police, even though the kidnapping was unsuccessful, he and Yi Jingjing would still face jail time. The evidence was undeniable. But Liang Yurui was just an ordinary person. How could he overpower a professional bodyguard? Before he could get close, the bodyguard kicked him to the ground. Damn it, I'll kill you. Liang Yurui, now irrational, ignored the pain and grabbed a chair to attack the bodyguard. The bodyguard deftly dodged and smirked. You're asking for it. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the bodyguard approached Liang Yurui and kicked him down again, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Liang Yurui's screams and pleas echoed through the room. Ah. Stop. Please stop. I was wrong. If you keep hitting me, I'll die. If you kill me, you'll go down too. Ah. Jiang Shao, I'm begging you, call him off. I was wrong. Ah. Jingjing, say something. Tell him to stop. You're Jiang Yuhang's girlfriend, he'll listen to you. Liang Yurui pleaded pathetically, even resorting to calling Yi Jingjing Jiang Yuhang's girlfriend in an attempt to save himself. His shamelessness knew no bounds. Jiang Xiao, please spare him. Yi Jingjing finally came to her senses and pleaded. He brought this upon himself. He has no one else to blame. Jiang Yuhang replied coldly, completely devoid of any feelings for her. Jiang Xiao, we were in a relationship after all. I'm begging you, isn't that enough? Yi Jingjing continued. And you bring that up now? You betrayed me, got involved with this man, and even planned to kidnap me. Now you're begging me? Don't you find that shameless? Jiang Yuhang said icily. Yi Jingjing was left speechless. Initially, she thought she had valid reasons for her actions. But now, with everything exposed, it all seemed utterly absurd. Saying such things now was indeed shameless. Jiang Xiao, I'm not pleading for him anymore. But can you at least not call the police? I realize I was wrong. If you report this, my life will be over, Yi Jingjing pleaded. You should have thought of that earlier, Jiang Yuhang said coldly. This woman had betrayed him and even attempted to kidnap him. How could he let this slide? Everyone has to take responsibility for their actions. Hearing this, Yi Jingjing's face turned pale. At this moment, she truly realized how ridiculous her actions were. She had been living her life just fine. Why did she do this? Why had she listened to Liang Yurui and gotten back together with him? Getting back together was one thing, but why go so far as to kidnap Jiang Yuhang? If she had simply broken up with him as Jiang Yuhang had said earlier, he would have let her go. He might have even given her some compensation if she had come up with a reasonable excuse. Thinking about all this, Yi Jingjing was filled with endless regret. Looking at Liang Yurui, who was now screaming in pain from being beaten, her regret turned into deep resentment. Before Liang Yurui had found her, she had never even thought about leaving Jiang Yuhang. She knew she might not be able to marry him, but breaking up with him would have likely come with a generous settlement. It was Liang Yurui who contacted her, analyzed her situation, and painted a rosy picture of life abroad after kidnapping Jiang Yuhang and getting the ransom. That's what made her agree to go along with his plan. Now, not only was Liang Yurui refusing to take responsibility, but he was also blaming her. Her regret deepened, as did her anger. Jiang Xiao, I really know I was wrong. Please let me go, Yi Jingjing said again. If this gets out, it won't reflect well on your reputation either. If you let me go, you can do whatever you want to him. You can even cripple him if you want. With your status, that wouldn't be a problem. Reporting him to the police wouldn't give you the satisfaction you deserve. Why not take matters into your own hands? Yi Jingjing wasn't willing to face jail time. The consequences were too terrible to imagine. Initially, Jiang Yuhang was set on calling the police, thinking it was best to let them handle the matter. But after hearing what Yi Jingjing said, he hesitated. If this incident became public, it would indeed damage his reputation. As one of the most prominent heirs in Jiang City, and someone with a bit of national recognition, though not as much as his friend Wang Xiaokong, being publicly betrayed and nearly kidnapped by his girlfriend would be humiliating. While people might not say anything to his face, the gossip behind his back would be relentless. And it wasn't just about him. His father's reputation in the business world would also take a hit. This would undoubtedly become fodder for his father's rivals, who would seize every opportunity to bring it up. Privately resolving the matter seemed like the better option. Yang Xiao, I swear I was deceived by Liang Yurui. This whole plan was his idea. Please let me go, Yi Jingjing continued, seeing his hesitation. As for Liang Yurui, you can handle him however you see fit, she added. You wretched woman! How dare you leave me to fend for myself? You won't die a good death. Liang Yurui, who had been beaten to the brink, suddenly burst out in rage upon hearing her words. Listening to your nonsense was the worst mistake of my life. It's your fault I'm in this mess. You're the one who won't die a good death. Yi Jingjing snapped back with resentment. You shameless woman. I didn't force you. You went along with it willingly. If you didn't want to, would you have done it? Liang Yurui retorted angrily. Yi Jingjing was shaking with fury. Before Liang Yurui contacted her, she had never considered leaving Jiang Yuhang. She knew marriage was unlikely, but breaking up could have come with significant benefits. It was Liang Yurui who reached out, analyzed her situation, and lured her into the plan with visions of a luxurious life abroad funded by the ransom. Now, he was not only denying responsibility but blaming her instead. Her anger and regret reached new heights. Enough, both of you stop talking, Jiang Yuhang interjected. The drug's effects were wearing off, and he was regaining his composure. The two of them fell silent, knowing their fate now lay in Jiang Yuhang's hands. You made a valid point earlier. Reporting this might indeed have repercussions for me and my father, Jiang Yuhang admitted. Jiang Shao, does that mean you'll forgive me? Yi Jingjing asked, her face lighting up. Forgive you? Not so easily, Jiang Yuhang said with a cold smile, shaking his head. Then what do you intend to do? Yi Jingjing's hopeful expression vanished. From what I've gathered, the primary responsibility lies with him. But you're not blameless, you went along with it, Jiang Yuhang said. Yi Jingjing remained silent. It was true. I want one of his legs broken. You'll do it, Jiang Yuhang said. Jiang Shao, you could do it yourself, Yi Jingjing protested. She hated Liang Yurui, but had never committed such an act before. If you don't do it, I'll break both his legs and one of yours. The choice is yours, Jiang Yuhang said flatly. I'll do it, Yi Jingjing said after a moment's hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she made her decision. Between breaking Liang Yurui's leg and losing one of her own, the choice was clear. Besides, Liang Yurui was to blame for her current predicament. You shameless woman. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Liang Yurui shouted in panic. You brought this on yourself. You're the one who won't die a good death. Yi Jingjing snapped, picking up a nearby chair and smashing it down on Liang Yurui's leg. Ah! Liang Yurui let out a blood-curdling scream. You shameless woman. I'll make you pay for this. His leg wasn't broken. Yi Jingjing's initial strike was too weak. Steeling herself, she raised the chair again and brought it down with all her strength. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed through the room. You shameless woman. I'll kill you for this. Liang Yurui screamed in agony, his threats unrelenting even in his pain. Since you're threatening to kill me, I'll just break your other leg. Let's see how you'll manage to kill me then, Yi Jingjing said, a flash of cruelty in her eyes. She raised the chair again and brought it down on Liang Yurui's other leg. This woman was truly ruthless. Crack! Another sound of bone snapping echoed. This time with experience, she managed it in one blow. H.A. Liang Yurui screamed in agony but continued cursing. Yi Jingjing, you vicious woman. Even if you break both my legs, I'll still kill you one day. Really? Then I'll just break your arms too. Let's see how you'll kill me then, Yi Jingjing said as she raised the chair again. No, don't hit me anymore. I take back everything I said. We'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. Please stop. Seeing Yi Jingjing about to target his hands, Liang Yurui panicked. His legs were already broken, and there was no guarantee they could be healed. If they couldn't, he'd be confined to a wheelchair. If his hands were broken too, and couldn't recover, he'd be completely reliant on others for the rest of his life, a fate worse than death. Afraid now, are you? Yi Jingjing sneered. Yes, I'm scared. From now on, we're completely done. This is all my fault. Please don't hit me anymore, Liang Yurui pleaded sincerely. This woman was terrifying, like a completely different person. He regretted provoking her. Good, at least you've come to your senses, Yi Jingjing snorted and put the chair down. Liang Yurui let out a sigh of relief, feeling like he'd narrowly escaped a worse fate. Jiang Shao, is this enough? Yi Jingjing asked Jiang Yuhang. Better than I expected, Jiang Yuhang said with a nod. Can I leave now? Yi Jingjing asked again. Not yet. I have a few things to say, and you both need to listen, Jiang Yuhang said sternly. Go ahead, Jiang Shao, Yi Jingjing replied. Liang Yurui stopped whining and looked at Jiang Yuhang. This matter ends here. No police involvement. If either of you causes trouble and the police get involved, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your lives, Jiang Yuhang warned. Don't worry, Jiang Shao. This ends here. I'll leave Jiang City today and won't breathe a word of this to anyone, Yi Jingjing said. Good. Jiang Yuhang nodded. Then turned to Liang Yurui. What about you? Liang Yurui immediately responded, Jiang Shao, I'll never bring this up again. I accept my fate today. To avoid any fallout, I won't seek revenge on Yi Jingjing or tell my family what happened. If my family asks about my legs, I'll say I broke them in an accident. In short, this ends here. He was genuinely frightened. Although his legs were broken, there was hope they could be treated. Even if they didn't fully recover, he might still regain some mobility. That was far better than going to prison. Seeking revenge on Yi Jingjing wasn't an option either, as it could draw police attention and expose everything. Jiang Yuhang, with his resources and power, could make his life a living hell. He regretted targeting Jiang Yuhang in the first place. Kidnapping wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Now he had paid the price for his foolishness. Very sensible, Jiang Yuhang said with satisfaction. You can both get out. Since the apartment was his, it was only natural that Yi Jingjing and Liang Yurui were the ones to leave. Jiang Shao, can I pack my things first? Yi Jingjing asked. She still had clothes and other items, many of which were luxury goods Jiang Yuhang had gifted her. She couldn't bear to leave them behind. Go ahead, Jiang Yuhang said, no longer in the mood to make things harder for her. Yi Jingjing quickly went to her room to gather her belongings. What about me, Jiang Shao? Liang Yurui said bitterly. I'll need to call an ambulance to leave in my condition. Throw him downstairs, Jiang Yuhang ordered his bodyguard. I'm on it, the bodyguard replied, immediately dragging Liang Yurui out. Liang Yurui grimaced in pain as his wounds were jostled, but he dared not protest. This was Jiang Yuhang's apartment. If Jiang Yuhang didn't want him inside, he had no choice but to leave. Dumped at the building's entrance, Liang Yurui had no option but to call for an ambulance. He didn't dare tell his family the truth about what had happened. Any further trouble could escalate things and expose everything. Inside the apartment, Yi Jingjing finished packing her belongings, a bag and a suitcase filled with luxury goods. At the door, she paused and turned to Jiang Yuhang. Jiang Shao, when you came today, your phone was on a call with your bodyguard, and you were recording. It was as if you knew what we were planning. How did you find out? She was genuinely curious. She and Liang Yurui had planned this in secret and told no one. You don't need to know, Jiang Yuhang said indifferently, unwilling to explain. Yi Jingjing said no more, turned, and left with her things. Even the bodyguard was curious. Jiang Shao, I'm also wondering, how did you know? Jiang Yuhang chuckled. At lunch today I met someone. He warned me that the friend I was meeting might try to harm me. The bodyguard asked, how would that person know? I don't know, Jiang Yuhang admitted. The bodyguard's eyes narrowed. Could that person be connected to these two? Maybe they tipped you off to gain your trust and have some ulterior motive? It wasn't an unreasonable suspicion. The information was almost impossibly precise. Jiang Yuhang's expression grew serious. It's not impossible. Keep an eye on that person for the next few days. I'll give you their address later. I'll also ask my dad for 2 more men to shadow those two. If they slip up, we'll know. The bodyguard nodded. That's the safest approach. After reviewing the Duian future development plan and the future influencers list, Yexu Yang searched online for information about Feng Xi Guild. He found the contact number of the guild's president, Xiao Dongsheng, and immediately called him. Since the system had pointed out the path, it was time to take action. Soon, the call connected. Hello, came a somewhat weary voice. Hello, is this President Xiao Dongsheng of Fengkai Guild? Yixu Yang asked. Yes, that's me. And you are? Xiao Dongsheng replied. I saw online that you're looking to sell the guild. Has it already been acquired? Yishu Yang inquired. Not yet. Are you interested? Xiao Dongsheng asked. Yes, I am. When would be a good time for us to meet and discuss it? Xu Yang said. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. Let's meet at the Old Tree Cafe on Bawang Road in East City, Xiao Dongsheng suggested. Sounds good. See you then. After ending the call, a smile spread across Xu Yang's face. This would be his first business investment. His career was about to begin. He went to the living room and shared the news with Zhao Yuxin. That's great. It's much easier to directly acquire an existing guild, Zhao Yuxin said, agreeing with Yishu Yang's approach. Acquiring a guild was indeed simpler than starting one from scratch. Otherwise, registering the business, finding an office, recruiting staff, and handling all the details would take a lot of time and energy. Her cousin Zhao Yuqing had co-founded an accounting firm with a friend 2 years ago. Zhao Yuxin remembered how exhausted her cousin had been every single day until the firm finally got on track. Exactly. From now on, others will be working hard to make money for me, Yishu Yang said with a grin. By the way, you've spent quite a lot recently on the house and cars. Do you still have enough to acquire the guild? Zhao Yuxin asked. I should have enough. I spent UI 2.3 million on the Maserati, Y 8 million on the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and Y 36 million on the house. Altogether, that's Y 46.3 million. Including other purchases, I've spent around Y 47 million. I still have Y 3 million in my account. If that's not enough, I have Y 56 million in the futures market and another Y 56 million in stocks. I can cash those out if needed. Altogether, I'll have over Y 10 million, which should be more than enough. Besides, once the auction starts, I'll have an additional Li 100 million in revenue, so there's no need to worry about running out of money. Yishu Yang had a clear grasp of his financial situation. That's good to hear, Zhao Yuxin said, relieved. Darling, we've had a busy day. Let's take a nap, Yishu Yang said, pulling Zhao Yuxin toward their bedroom upstairs. Are you up to no good again? Zhao Yuxin raised an eyebrow playfully. Darling, how can you say that? This is just a pre-sleep exercise to promote better rest and improve sleep quality, Yishu Yang said, scooping her up and carrying her into the bedroom. Soon, the sounds of passion echoed from the room. Evening, at a certain restaurant. Zhao Yuluo and Chen Guanglei sat across from each other. Yuluo, you seem upset. What's wrong? Maybe I can help, Chen Guanglei asked. You can't help me with this, Zhao Yuluo shook her head. How do you know I can't help if you haven't told me? Just say it, maybe I can, Chen Guanglei said confidently. He couldn't believe there was something he couldn't help with. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir worth billions. This really isn't something you can help with, Zhao Yuluo insisted, shaking her head again. You won't know unless you tell me. Go ahead, Chen Guanglai urged, feeling a bit anxious. Being doubted like this hurt his pride, especially since he was trying to impress Zhao Yuluo. As a wealthy heir, he couldn't tolerate such a challenge to his capability. Alright, here's the situation. The Southwest Chamber of Commerce is establishing a dedicated investment fund with an initial joint investment of Y1 billion. These funds need to be entrusted to a bank for management. All the major banks have heard about this and are competing for the deal. Today our branch manager gave everyone the task of trying to secure this deal, saying whoever succeeds will be promoted to financial manager. A financial manager is way better than being a teller. You get to meet more clients and earn a higher salary. Of course we all want to win this, but I can't even get in touch with anyone from the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, let alone secure the deal. Do you happen to have any connections there? Zhao Yuluo explained her predicament. From what she knew, Chen Guanglei didn't have any connections with the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. He loved to brag, and if he did have such connections, he would have mentioned it long ago. If it were any other chamber, I might not be able to help. But the Southwest Chamber? I can definitely assist, Chen Guanglei said with a smile. He was aware of the fund, having heard about it from his father. Really? Zhao Yuluo was surprised but still skeptical. But you've never mentioned having connections there. Personally, I don't have connections. But my dad is close with one of the vice presidents of the Southwest Chamber, Chen Guanglei explained. Can you ask your dad to help me? Zhao Yuluo asked expectantly. If his father was close to a vice president, it could make all the difference. Vice presidents were among the most influential figures in the chamber. It's possible, but... Chen Guanglei trailed off, his eyes darting as he considered his options. But what? Zhao Yuluo asked quickly. Yuluo, we've known each other for a while now. You know how I feel about you. I really like you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll ask my dad to help. What do you think? Tired of waiting to win her over, Chen Guanglei decided to use this opportunity to his advantage. Chen Guanglei, how could you? That's taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Zhao Yuluo exclaimed, her anger evident. Yuluo, don't misunderstand. That's not my intention at all, Chen Guanglai quickly defended himself. You've already said it and you still claim it's not. Don't you find that laughable? Zhao Yuluo sneered. Please hear me out first, Chen Guanglei pleaded. Fine, explain yourself. I'm curious to see what you'll say, Zhao Yuluo said coldly. Though disgusted by his behavior, she decided to hear him out. She still needed his help to invest in Blackstone Technology stocks. Yuluo, if it were my own connections, I wouldn't hesitate to help you directly, Chen Guanglei began. But this involves my father's connections. I need a valid reason to ask him for help. If I tell him it's just to help a regular friend, he definitely won't agree. But if I say it's for my girlfriend, his future daughter-in-law, then he'll agree to help, Chen Guanglei explained with a seemingly convincing argument. Admittedly, on first listen, it sounded reasonable. At least, that's how it came across to Zhao Yuluo. This made her hesitate. Truthfully, she didn't feel much affection for Chen Guanglai. Becoming his girlfriend wasn't something she was prepared for. However, if this opportunity helped her land the business deal and get promoted to financial manager, it would be a significant leap in her career. This opportunity was incredibly rare. Yuluo, you know how much I like you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I promise I'll treat you well. Please say yes, Chen Guanglei urged, noticing her hesitation and pressing on. If you can help me secure this business deal, I'll agree to be your girlfriend, Zhao Yuluo said after a long silence, stating her condition. Yuluo, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word, Chen Guanglai said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He was confident that asking his father to intervene would be no problem. After chasing Zhao Yuluo for so long, it finally seemed like progress. To Chen Guanglai, having Zhao Yuluo agree to be his girlfriend meant that taking the relationship further was just a matter of time. The thought of her in his arms made him flush with excitement. I won't go back on my word, but only after the deal is signed, Zhao Yuluo clarified. No problem. That's just procedural stuff. Get ready to be my girlfriend, Chen Guanglai said with a wide grin. He had already decided to ask his father about it as soon as he got home, aiming to settle the matter quickly. Let's wait until you've actually helped me secure the deal. Zhao Yuluo responded. Don't worry. If I say it'll happen, it will. By the way, regarding Blackstone Technologies stock, tomorrow is the day to buy in. You can handle the transaction yourself in the morning, Chen Guanglai said. He knew that Zhao Yuluo had borrowed Y2 million from Zhao Yuxin and another Y1 million from elsewhere, giving her a total of Y3 million. Alright, I'll buy in tomorrow, Zhao Yuluo nodded. This was a major money-making opportunity. She'd been stressing about raising enough funds, and fortunately, Zhao Yuxin had lent her the Y2 million. Otherwise, she would have been limited to investing only 1 million, which wouldn't yield much. Borrowing Y2 million from Zhao Yuxin and offering Y500,000 in interest seemed well worth it. After all, according to Chen Guanglai, Blackstone Technologies' stock price was expected to triple. Investing Y2 million would earn her Y6 million. With only Y500,000 in interest, a deal she couldn't pass up. Oh, I'm planning to have my dad invest in a guild for short video platforms. What do you think? Chen Guanglai asked casually. He held a managerial position in his father's company, but it was mostly a figurehead role. Nobody took him seriously, and he didn't involve himself in day-to-day operations, often disappearing for days at a time. Since his father was the largest shareholder, even other shareholders couldn't do much about him. It was as if the company paid to keep him idle. I'm not very familiar with that, but short videos are hugely popular these days. Even I scroll through them when I'm free. If the guild has quality streamers, it should be profitable, Zhao Yuluo shared her thoughts. Great minds think alike. A few days ago I looked into a small guild. The owner is asking for Y5 million and won't budge. I plan to leave them hanging for a while. When they're truly desperate, I'll swoop in and invest at the lowest possible price, Chen Guanglai said with a smirk. Good luck, Zhao Yuluo said politely. Of course. This will be my first pitch to my dad, and I'm sure it'll succeed. The short video trend is already established, and now is the perfect time to get in. It's almost impossible not to make money, Chen Guanglai said confidently. The next afternoon, Xu Yang arrived at the Old Tree Cafe on Bawang Street and met with Xiao Dongsheng. Xiao Dongsheng, a man in his early 30s, wore a well-fitted suit, though his face showed clear signs of fatigue. Mr. Xu, the asking price for full ownership of the guild is Y5 million. If you're willing to accept that, we can proceed with further discussions. If not, there's no point in continuing, Xiao Dongsheng said bluntly. Over the past few weeks, Xiao had received many inquiries and met with several potential buyers. Initially, discussions would go well, but as soon as he mentioned the Y5 million price, most people balked and tried to bargain aggressively. A few days ago, a wealthy second-generation man surnamed Chen had offered only Y2 million while harshly criticizing the guild. Xiao had been so enraged he almost punched the man. The price is fine, Yishu Yang said with a smile. Let's discuss the details. After all, the system had indicated that Fengkai Guild would become the largest guild on Douyin, generating massive profits in the future. Spending Y5 million on it was a small price to pay. That morning, Yishu Yang had already closed out his futures positions, withdrawing Y5 million. Along with the remaining Y3 million in his account, he had Y8 million on hand, and was ready to finalize the deal today to avoid any complications. Hearing this, Xiao Dongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. If Xu Yang had refused, he would have been forced to continue waiting. The heavy debts Xiao carried had been suffocating him, and he had borrowed extensively to keep the guild running. The 5 million would barely cover his debts, leaving him with little to nothing, but it was enough to resolve his immediate financial crisis. That was why he had insisted on the Y5 million price. If it wasn't enough to clear his debts, he would rather let the guild collapse. Fortunately, after all this time, he finally found someone willing to meet his price. Once the price was agreed upon, everything else was just minor details. Mr. Xu, I'm satisfied with the price you've offered. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Since you've met my terms, it's time to see if my guild meets your expectations, Zhao Dongxing said. Mr. Xiao, you're straightforward. My first condition for acquiring your guild is that you continue as its president. Is that acceptable? Xu Yang asked. The system's information had indicated that Fengkai Guild rose to prominence on Douyin under Xiao Dongxing's leadership, becoming its largest guild. Clearly, Xiao was an invaluable talent, and Zhu Yang was determined to keep him on board. Xiao Dongxing was taken aback. Mr. Xu, are you asking me to continue managing the guild? To be honest, he hadn't expected this. Typically, after an acquisition, only mid and low-level staff were retained. Some high-level executives might stay, but top management was often replaced with the buyer's own trusted people to ensure control. Yishu Yang's proposal was entirely unexpected. Yes, Yishu Yang nodded. I believe you are a rare management talent. Under your leadership, the guild is bound to achieve great success. Thank you for your trust and recognition, Mr. Xu, Xiao Dongxing said. You're inviting me to stay on as president, and I truly appreciate it. But may I ask what terms you are offering? Although Xu Yang's acknowledgement made him feel excited, whether he would stay depended on the conditions offered. If the terms met his expectations, he would gladly stay. But he also had a family to support and couldn't rely solely on sentimentality. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan and 20% equity in the guild, Yishu Yang said. However, this 20% equity is only valid while you are employed with the company. If you leave, it will automatically become void. What do you think? What? Xiao Dongxing was stunned, almost doubting his ears. What, is the offer unsatisfactory? Xu Yang frowned slightly. From his research, he knew that for the president of a small guild, a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan was quite high. On top of that, offering 20% equity was unprecedented. Xu Yang made this offer to ensure Xiao Dongxing's loyalty. If even this couldn't satisfy Xiao Dongxing, Yishu Yang might need to reconsider whether keeping him was worth it. While it was true that the system had indicated that Fengkai Guild rose to prominence under Xiao Dongxing's leadership, that was before Yishu Yang's intervention. With the system provided list of future internet celebrities, the guild's development was guaranteed to excel. Recruiting another capable guild president wouldn't be difficult. No, Xiao Dongxing quickly shook his head. Mr. Xu, your offer is simply too generous. It left me shocked. I didn't expect to receive such a high salary, let alone 20% equity. It's unbelievable. Ah, I see. Xu Yang understood. So, does that mean you accept? Of course I accept, Xiao Dongxing nodded repeatedly. With such favorable terms, I'd be a fool to refuse. With 20% equity, I'm also a stakeholder in the guild. Rest assured, I'll work hard to manage the guild well and repay your trust. I'm deeply attached to the guild since I founded it. Now, with such excellent terms, I'll give it my all. Xu Yang smiled faintly. I trust you. I believe that under your leadership, Fengxi Guild will become the #1 guild on Douyin. The next step was to finalize the contract. Yishu Yang and Xiao Dongxing headed to the guild's office, just a 10-minute walk from the cafe. Yishu Yang called Zhao Yuxin's cousin, Zhao Yuqing, an accountant, to audit the guild's finances. He also brought in a lawyer through Zhao Yuqing to draft the acquisition agreement. By 5 p.m., both parties signed the contract. Yishu Yang immediately transferred 5 million yuan to Xiao Dongxing. With that, Yishu Yang became the owner of Fengkai Guild, holding 80% equity. Xiao Dongxing remained the president and owned 20% equity. After signing the contract, Yishu Yang initially wanted to treat Zhao Yuqing to dinner, but she already had plans. After a quick goodbye, she left. During this process, Yishu Yang gained a more detailed understanding of Fengkai Guild. Previously, his research had only given him a general idea. Some details needed to come directly from Xiao Dongxing. The guild had 16 streamers. 3 with over 1 million followers. 5 with between 500,000 and 1 million followers. 8 with fewer than 500,000 followers. Additionally, there were 8 staff members across various departments. Including Xiao Dongxing as president, the guild had a total of 25 members. Yishu Yang asked Xiao Dongxing to gather all employees for a meeting. In the meeting, Xiao Dongxing introduced Xu Yang, officially informing everyone that he was the new boss. When employees learned that Xiao Dongxing would remain as president, they were relieved and delighted. Many of them stayed with the guild during tough times because of their loyalty to Xiao Dongxing. Yishu Yang made 2 announcements. Everyone would have dinner together that evening. All employees would receive a 30% salary increase. Both points were met with enthusiastic cheers. The dinner was a nice gesture, but the 30% pay raise was thrilling. Many had assumed the new boss might cut salaries or at best keep them unchanged. They didn't expect such generosity. The substantial raise immediately impressed everyone with Xu Yang's wealth and generosity. Working for such a boss clearly promised a bright future. At dinner, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone toasting Xu Yang frequently. After a few drinks, the gathering wrapped up. Xu Yang had told Zhao Yuxin about the situation earlier and invited her to join the dinner to introduce her to the team. However, Zhao Yuxin declined, saying it wasn't appropriate for her to attend. Instead, she went to her father's restaurant for dinner. Xu Yang arranged for a designated driver to take him home. The driver was initially hesitant to drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan but agreed after Xu Yang assured him he wouldn't be held liable for any damages. When Xu Yang arrived home, Zhao Yuxin had returned not long before. Seeing Xu Yang reek of alcohol, she couldn't help but feel concerned. "Why did you drink so much?" Zhao Yuxin asked, distressed. "I was celebrating my first investment in a company. I was happy, so I drank a little more. Plus, the employees were so enthusiastic that it felt rude not to drink," Xu Yang explained. "You're still thinking like an employee," Zhao Yuxin said. "You're the boss now. When employees toast you, you don't have to drink so much. Just take a symbolic sip." "Ah, you're right," Xu Yang realized. "I didn't think of that at the time. I'm inexperienced, but I'll keep it in mind for the future." He genuinely hadn't considered it at the time. Whenever employees toasted him, he drank. Or was it because some beautiful female streamers toasted you, and you couldn't resist? Zhao Yuxin teased, smiling with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Impossible. Xu Yang, sensing danger in her smile and gaze, quickly sobered up. Hugging her tightly, he said, "Those female streamers can't compare to you. How could I lose control over them?" Zhao Yuxin playfully huffed. "So, are you saying if someone prettier than me showed up, you might lose control?" Xu Yang paused briefly, quickly thinking of a way to save himself. "In my heart, you're the most beautiful. No woman is as beautiful as you. Every other woman fades into insignificance before you. You're the only one I can't resist." Zhao Yuxin huffed. "All right, you pass." "Wife, I'm starting to lose control right now," Xu Yang said as he began to use his hands and lips, clearly ready to act on the sofa. "Wait, hubby, you reek of alcohol. Shouldn't you shower first?" Zhao Yuxin struggled slightly. "I want to experience what it feels like to act impulsively while drunk. The shower can wait." Xu Yang continued his advances. "Then let's go to the bedroom," Zhao Yuxin suggested. "No need. Right here is just fine," Xu Yang persisted, his actions unabated. Soon enough, Zhao Yuxin stopped struggling, completely giving in. Time quickly flew by, and the day of the auction arrived. Tang Jingqiu called Xu Yang, asking if he would be attending the event. "I've never been to an auction before, so I'd like to see it for myself," Xu Yang replied, genuinely curious. The auction was scheduled for Saturday afternoon. It just so happened that Zhao Yuxin had to work a shift, so she couldn't accompany him. When Xu Yang arrived at the auction house, Tang Jingqi personally greeted him at the entrance. This scene caught many attendees off guard. "Who's that guy? He's young, but Tang himself came out to greet him. I have no idea. He must be some rich kid." Definitely. How else would he warrant being personally welcomed by Tang, the vice president of Jiangcheng's Antique Association and a shareholder in this auction house? Tang Jingqiu was not only a well-known figure in Jiangcheng's antique community, but also a respected collector. For him to step outside to greet someone so young left many people in shock. Speculation about Xu Yang's background quickly spread among the crowd. Some guessed he was the son of a wealthy, low-profile family. Inside the auction house, Tang Jingqi accompanied Xu Yang into the auction hall as they awaited the event's start. "Brother Xu, your thumb ring is the star item today. A lot of well-known collectors have come specifically for it. It's almost guaranteed to fetch over 100 million, Tang said confidently. "Thank you for all your effort," Xu Yang said happily. 100 million yuan. He could hardly have dreamed of such an amount in the past, yet now it was within reach. With that sum, he could sign all the future internet celebrities listed in the system's information. For now, he hadn't instructed Xiao Dongsheng to make any moves because of financial constraints. Many of the influencers on the list were already under contract with other guilds. Even those who were relatively unknown or had little following would still require significant breach fees to poach. With 100 million yuan, everything would be possible. "Brother Zhu, you're being too polite. The thumb ring being auctioned here is a favor to me," Tang Jingqi responded. Look at this. The hall is completely full, all thanks to your thumb ring. Some attendees might not even plan to bid, they're just here to admire the piece. What Tang said was entirely true. Since news of the thumb ring's auction had been announced, it had caused a sensation in the antique world. Many prominent collectors had called the auction house to confirm the news and committed to attending, regardless of whether they had the funds to bid. This, in turn, had greatly boosted the auction house's reputation. Some began to speculate that if the house could secure such a remarkable item this time, perhaps there would be equally exceptional pieces in the future. Yixu Yang scanned the crowded hall and overheard conversations, most of them revolved around the thumb ring. Brother Su, if you ever come across anything good in the future, think of me. Bring it to our auction house, and I promise to return the favor. If you ever need something from me, just ask, and I'll do my best to deliver, Tang Jingqi offered. Thanks to this thumb ring, Tang's influence within the auction house had grown considerably. Maintaining a strong relationship with Yixu Yang was in his best interest. Brother Tang, rest assured. If I come across anything good in the future, I'll definitely bring it to your auction house, Yixu Yang replied with a smile. He genuinely enjoyed chatting with Tang Jingqi, and maintaining a friendship with him seemed worthwhile. In any case, if he found something valuable, it didn't matter where it was auctioned. Since Tang Jingqi had been helpful, Yixu Yang figured he might as well stick with him. That said, Yixu Yang wasn't in the antique business, so finding treasures would be a rare occurrence. With your word, I'm relieved, Tang Jingqi said. As they chatted, the auction began. The auctioneer opened with the usual pleasantries before moving on to the items up for bid. As one piece after another was presented, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly lively. The buzz was a new experience for Yixu Yang, and he found it quite interesting. Brother Xu, if you see something you like, feel free to bid. Whether you're selling or buying, our auction house will give you a discount, Tang Jingqi said warmly. I'll take a look first. If something catches my eye, I'll bid, Yixu Yang replied with a nod. While scanning the items, Yixu Yang's attention was drawn to a particular painting being auctioned. Brother Su, are you interested in that painting? Tang asked curiously. Yes, it's intriguing, Yixu Yang said with a faint smile. Brother Xu, that's just a piece by a modern artist, Tang said, puzzled as to why Xu Yang would be interested. I know. Even though it's a modern work, the technique seems quite good. I'd like to have it, Yixu Yang replied casually. Really? Tang doubted him. Yixu Yang's demeanor made Tang suspect that the painting might have some hidden value. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the items had been thoroughly appraised by multiple auction house experts, including himself, and none had found anything unusual about the painting. Yixu Yang didn't elaborate further. The painting had a starting price of 200,000 yuan, and someone had already bid 1 million. The auctioneer had called out twice, and it seemed ready to hammer down. 1.1 million. Xu Yang called out. 1.1 million. This gentleman has bid 1.1 million. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked. The previous bidder glanced at Xu Yang but ultimately shook his head, opting not to continue. The auctioneer repeated the price twice before bringing down the hammer. Sold to this gentleman for 1.1 million yuan for mountain and river map. Congratulations. Yixu Yang's smile deepened. Seeing this, Tang Jingqi grew uncertain. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Xu, does this painting have some hidden value? Yixu Yang nodded with a smile. Indeed, there's something special about it. Tang Jingqi's heart skipped a beat. What exactly? I examined it myself and didn't see anything unusual. Yixu Yang smiled. Brother Tang, let's wait until the auction ends. Then we'll take a closer look and see if there's really something to it. Tang Jingqi sighed helplessly. All right, we'll check after the auction. The auction continued. An hour later, the auctioneer announced, next up is the final item of this auction, a blood-red thumb ring. After careful appraisal, the auctioneer began introducing the thumb ring's details, causing an immediate stir in the hall. Finally, it's time for the thumb ring. I came here just for this. This thumb ring is mine. No one can outbid me. Yours? I say it's mine. All this talk is pointless. Whoever bids the highest will take it. People like us are just here to enjoy the show. This thumb ring will definitely sell for at least 100 million. With so many big collectors here, it could go for 200 million. Hiss, no way. The thumb ring is valuable, but not that much. You'll see. For these wealthy collectors, 1 or 200 million doesn't make a difference. This thumb ring is extraordinary. Whoever wins it will have a major addition to their collection. Well, 1 or 200 million doesn't concern us. We're just here for the spectacle. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The auctioneer said, "The starting bid for the thumb ring is 10 million yuan, with minimum increments of 1 million. The bidding begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, someone called out, 20 million. This? 50 million. 80 million. 100 million. 110 million. The bids shot up rapidly. When the price reached 100 million, the pace slowed but was still climbing steadily by increments of 10 million. Soon, the bidding hit 150 million. Hiss. This is insane. We're already at 150 million. It might really hit 200 million. I told you. Do you believe me now? If I hadn't come to this auction, I wouldn't have witnessed such a spectacle. It's been years since I've seen something like this. The last time was at an auction in the capital when a Jan Lieben painting was sold. The rising price left the crowd gasping in awe. At this level, only a handful of bidders were still participating, most of them older gentlemen. 160 million. This thumb ring is mine, declared an elderly man in traditional Tang-style clothing. 170 million. Old Guo, can you let me have this one? If I win this thumb ring, I swear it'll be my last acquisition, pleaded an elderly man with white hair. 180 million. This is my final offer. If anyone goes higher, I'll withdraw, said another elderly man in gray. 190 million. That's my final bid. Whoever wants it, feel free to bid higher, added an older man with a long face. The remaining bidders were determined collectors, willing to pay exorbitant sums for the piece. Finally, the thumb ring sold for 200 million to the man in Tang-style clothing, marking the perfect conclusion to the auction. 200 million. I didn't expect that. I thought it would only go for around 100 million, Tang Zhengqi said, visibly astonished. These old fellows really don't hold back at auctions. Fantastic, Yi Shuyang said, his grin practically reaching his ears. The auction house would take a 3% commission, amounting to 6 million, leaving Xu Yang with 194 million. After deducting the 1.1 million he spent on the painting earlier, Yi Shuyang still netted 192.9 million. This lucky find had been a massive win, boosting his confidence in his plan to recruit future internet stars. Yi Shuyang and Tang Zhengqi headed backstage to settle accounts. After collecting his payment, Yi Shuyang retrieved the mountain and river map painting he had won. Tang Zhengqi then led Xu Yang to a private room, eager to uncover what was so special about the painting. Yi Shuyang spread the painting out on the table, then poured a cup of hot water and spilled it directly onto the artwork. "Brother Xu, what are you doing?" Tang Zhengqi exclaimed in alarm, his face filled with confusion. Yi Shuyang smiled without answering. Instead, he carefully peeled away the dampened surface layer of the painting, revealing another artwork hidden beneath. Hiss. This is Huang Gongwang's tranquil waterside pavilion. Tang Zhengqi gasped in astonishment. It turned out to be a painting within a painting. The surface layer was a modern work, but beneath it lay an authentic masterpiece. "Brother Xu, how did you discover this hidden layer?" Tang Zhengqi asked, bewildered. After all, Yi Shuyang had only seen the painting from the audience. He hadn't closely examined or used any special tools to appraise it. "I just had a hunch. The painting didn't feel quite right to me, so I decided to take a chance. Looks like my guess was correct," Yi Shuyang said vaguely. This wasn't something he could explain, so he left it at that. "Brother Xu, that's not a very convincing explanation," Tang Zhengqi said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Still, he didn't press further. If Xu Yang didn't want to elaborate, continuing to ask would only seem rude. "Brother Xu, I'm a big fan of Huang Gongwang's works. If you're willing to sell this painting to me, I'll pay 20 million yuan right now. Of course, you could also put it up for auction, where it might fetch around 25 million. However, the next auction isn't until the 15th of next month," Tang Zhengqi said. "Let's keep it simple." "I'll sell it to you," Xu Yang said. He needed cash urgently. Although he now had nearly 200 million, the more money he had, the faster he could sign more influencers. "Thank you so much," Tang Zhengqi said happily. This painting was a treasure, whether for his personal collection or for resale at auction, where he could easily profit by a few million. "Brother Tang, there's no need to be so formal. If it weren't for you inviting me to this auction, I wouldn't have discovered this painting," Yi Shuyang said with a smile. "Brother Xu, it's different. Anyway, I meant what I said earlier. If you ever need my help, I'll do everything I can," Tang Zhengqi promised again. "Then I'll be counting on you in the future," Yi Shu Yang replied with a grin. After transferring 20 million to Zhu Yang, the two chatted a bit longer before Shu Yang left, feeling immensely satisfied with his earnings of over 200 million. Monday. Yi Shu Yang arrived at the company and entered Xiao Dongsheng's office, handing over a list of future internet stars. Old Xiao, these are some highly promising streamers I've identified over the past couple of weeks. I want you to sign all of them. Once they're signed, have them follow the career plans outlined in these documents for live streaming and short video content creation. This was not just a list of names but a complete career roadmap for each potential talent. Xiao Dongsheng examined the list and plans, his face filled with astonishment. With his experience, he could tell that these strategies had a high likelihood of turning the streamers into major successes. If such a document were leaked, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy among competing agencies. Xiao Dongsheng couldn't help but admire Zhu Yang. It seemed his young boss was far more strategic than he appeared. Investing in the agency was clearly not just a casual endeavor but part of a larger vision. Spending weeks researching talented streamers proved Xu Yang's commitment. Mr. Xu, there's no problem signing these streamers, Xiao said. But I noticed that most of them aren't big names, many are only moderately popular, and a few are entirely unknown. Still, a lot of them are already signed to other agencies. Poaching them will involve paying significant penalties for breaking their contracts. Right now, the company's funds are barely sufficient for basic operations. We don't have any spare capital. Xiao Dongsheng knew the company's financial status all too well. It was stretched thin. I'll handle that, Yi Shu Yang replied confidently. I'll transfer 100 million yuan to the company account right now. If that's not enough, let me know. Just focus on signing these streamers as quickly as possible. Offer them the same benefits as our current streamers. I trust you to handle the details. He opened his laptop and immediately transferred 100 million yuan to the company's account. Xiao Dongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The boss had just casually deposited a 9-figure sum. Clearly, this was a serious, large-scale operation. Don't worry, Mr. Xu, Xiao said, regaining his composure. I'll get it done as quickly as possible. With so many new signings though, we'll need to bolster our support staff. I'll need to hire more people. Xu Yang nodded. That's fine. Go ahead with the recruitment. Just remember, don't worry about the expense. Focus on getting things done properly. If we do this right, we'll earn much more in the future. Understood, Xiao Dongsheng replied. Oh, one more thing, Yi Shu Yang added. There's a streamer named Lin Junyi on that list. You don't need to handle him, I'll personally invite him. Xiao Dongsheng glanced at the name. It was a food content creator, though he had no idea why this particular streamer warranted Yi Shu Yang's personal attention. But he didn't ask questions. Got it, Xiao said. Old Xiao, I know this will be a lot of work for you. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know. I'll help you resolve them, Xu Yang said. This is my job, Mr. Xu. No need to mention it, Xiao Dongsheng replied with a smile. Yi Shu Yang nodded, satisfied, and left the office. He had no intention of micromanaging. His purpose today was simply to deliver the list and plans. After leaving the company, Yi Shu Yang drove home and dialed Lin Junyi's number. The call connected quickly. Hey brother Yi, what are you up to? Xu Yang asked. I'm out at a large outdoor event in the southern district, doing a live stream, Lin Junyi replied. He had been dedicating significant effort to his live streams and short videos recently, finding the lifestyle both interesting and rewarding. Since he was already wealthy, he wasn't pursuing money but rather an enjoyable life. Even his company was now managed by a deputy general manager. Do you have time tonight? Yi Shu Yang asked. My wife and I would like to treat you to dinner. I'm free, Lin replied. This event wraps up at 4 p.m. After that, I'll head back. Great. I'll send you the details later. See you tonight, Yi Shu Yang said. Alright, see you then. That evening, Yi Shu Yang took a cab to Zhao Yuxin's bank to pick her up after work. Together they drove their Maserati to the upscale restaurant Xu Yang had reserved. The restaurant was high-end, with a minimum spend of 3,000 yuan per person. Since they were inviting Lin Junyi to dinner and planning to discuss a partnership, Yi Shu Yang wanted to make a good impression. Once seated in a private dining room, Lin Junyi arrived shortly after. After several rounds of drinks and delicious dishes, Yi Shu Yang brought up the reason for the dinner. Brother Yi, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Yi Shu Yang began. Lin Junyi, I still eating, looked up. What is it? I recently acquired a livestream agency. Before Xu Yang could finish, Lin interrupted, startled. Wait, you bought a livestream agency? Yi Shu Yang smiled and nodded. Yes. After hearing you talk about the potential in short-form video content, I looked into it. I realized I wasn't suited for creating content myself, so I decided to start by acquiring an agency to break into the industry. Wow, Yishu Yang, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Lin Junyi exclaimed. I'm just a streamer, but you've gone straight to owning an agency. Lin admired Yu Yang's decisive approach. While Lin had considered similar ventures before, he saw no need since he already ran his own company. For him, streaming was just a fun, profitable side project. Yishu Yang grinned. Brother Yi, I've noticed you've been live streaming and making videos recently. Are you signed with an agency? Lin shook his head. No, I'm just doing this for fun. I didn't bother signing with anyone. Then how about signing with my agency? Yishu Yang asked. Zhao Yuxin chimed in. Brother Yi, please sign with Yishu Yang's agency. Think of it as helping him out. Yishu Yang added, don't worry. If you sign with us, I'll offer you the best revenue sharing terms. Lin Junyi hadn't planned on signing with any agency, but their sincerity made him reconsider. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, I'll sign with your agency, Lin agreed. Thank you, Brother Yi. Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin raised their glasses. Brother Yi, here's to you, thank you for your support. Come on, no need to be so formal. With our friendship, how could I say no? Honestly, streaming is just a hobby for me. Whether I sign or not doesn't matter, but since it's your agency, of course, I'll support you. The three clinked glasses and drank. Setting his glass down, Su Yang asked, Brother Yi, be honest, what do you think of your current content? Lin Junyi froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Yishu Yang, to be honest, not great. Lately I've been thinking about switching to another genre. Outdoor live streaming feels like it's hit a ceiling. It had some novelty at first and drew a decent audience, but growing beyond that seems really difficult. Yixu Yang said, Brother Yi, I've watched your live streams and short videos. I have some thoughts, would you be open to hearing them? Intrigued, Lin Junyi replied, go ahead. Yixu Yang continued, I think your outdoor live streams lack a unique identity. Compared to other streamers, there's nothing that really stands out. But I believe you'd be much better suited for food content. Surprised, Lin Junyi asked, food content? Yixu Yang nodded. Yes. We've eaten together a few times, and every time, your comments, whether it's about the food, the environment, or the service, are hilarious. You have a way of making even serious critiques funny and engaging. You'd be perfect as a food vlogger. Zhao Yuxin chimed in, Brother Yi, I agree. You're more suited to food content. Outdoor play and exploration don't really fit you, but food definitely does. Lin Junyi's eyes lit up. I've been toying with this idea recently but haven't planned it out yet. Since you both think it's a good fit, I'll give it a try. Zhu Yang said, great. Tomorrow come to my company and sign a contract. After that we'll have a team help you shoot a food review video. Start with short videos, and once you're comfortable, you can move into live streams. Lin Junyi nodded. All right, sounds good. With the matter settled, the three of them were in high spirits. Yixu Yang had successfully signed Lin Junyi, and Lin Junyi had found a new direction. If it hadn't been for Zhu Yang's encouragement, Lin might never have made the leap and could have continued aimlessly with his outdoor content, stuck in mediocrity. Yixu Yang said, I'll send you my company's address. Let's meet there tomorrow at 9 a.m. No problem, Lin Junyi replied. The next day, Yixu Yang and Lin Junyi met at the company. Zhu Yang introduced Lin Junyi to Xiao Dongsheng and asked him to arrange the contract signing. Half an hour later, the contract was signed. Yixu Yang then had Xiao Dongsheng organize a filming team. By 11 a.m., Yixu Yang and Lin Junyi, along with the team, arrived at a restaurant to shoot a video. The restaurant had been contacted in advance, and the filming crew was fully prepared. After the first take, Su Yang wasn't satisfied. Brother Yi, you seem a bit stiff. Just act like you normally would when visiting a restaurant. After reviewing the footage, Lin also noticed the issue and nodded. Let's try again. The restaurant staff, fully cooperative, reset the dishes and beverages. After another half hour, the second take was done. This time, Yixu Yang was satisfied. This is it, natural and unforced. Once this video is edited, it's sure to attract attention. Yixu Yang was confident because the system had predicted this outcome. Lin Junyi's transition to food content would start with a video at this very restaurant. The video would attract moderate attention at first, setting the stage for his eventual rise to become a top-tier influencer. Lin Junyi chuckled, I hope your prediction comes true. Having spent a lot of time on live streams and videos without much success, Lin had started doubting himself. For someone like him, this lack of progress was even harder to bear than losing money. Now, he felt he had a real shot at proving himself. After wrapping up the shoot, everyone returned to the company. Yu Yang instructed the editor to get started right away, providing detailed guidelines for the edit. An hour later, the edited video was ready. Yu Yang urged Lin to post it on Douyin immediately. "Brother Yi. Now we wait for the audience's reaction. Get ready to become famous," Yu Yang said with a grin. Lin laughed. "I'm looking forward to it." He was genuinely happy with how the video turned out. Working on food content felt natural and stress-free. He even enjoyed the process. Unlike his previous outdoor content, which often felt burdensome and obligatory, this felt like something he truly wanted to do. That evening, Zhao Yuluo and Chen Guanglei were having dinner together. Zhao Yuluo looked upset. "Chen Guanglei, you swore up and down that Blackstone Technologies stock would be a goldmine, threefold returns, you said. Now look. Not only is it not making money, but it's about to lose everything." After holding onto Blackstone Technologies stock for more than 2 weeks, its price had risen by 20%. The increase had been substantial enough to make Zhao Yuluo feel grateful to Chen Guanglei for the recommendation. But earlier today, Blackstone had announced a new technology. Initially, the stock hit its upper limit and surged. However, a prominent tech expert revealed that the so-called new technology was nothing but old tech with minor, meaningless updates. Worse, money intended for RD had allegedly been spent by the company's chairman on antique collectibles. The news caused an uproar. In just 15 minutes, Blackstone's stock plummeted from its upper limit to its lower limit. The 15-minute candlestick chart was shocking. Trading was suspended, and after the market closed, both Blackstone and the stock exchange issued statements confirming the tech expert's claims. Panic ensued among investors. It was clear the stock would continue to tumble. Selling would become nearly impossible, and without a stroke of luck, investors might not be able to offload their shares at all. Some even feared Blackstone might delist, leaving their investments worthless. Understandably, Zhao Yuluo was furious with Chen Guanglei. She had taken his advice, borrowed money, and invested heavily in Blackstone stock. While she ultimately made the decision to invest, the losses were too painful to dwell on fairness or blame. If it weren't for her needing Chen Guanglei's father's connections to secure the Southwest Business Association's investment fund, she might have already demanded he cover her losses. Chen Guanglei's expression turned awkward as he forced a laugh and explained, "Yuluo, I didn't expect this to happen either. This is what you call a black swan event. Who could have known that the boss of Blackstone Technology would be such a mess?" Zhao Yuluo said, "The money is definitely gone now. All the money I invested was borrowed, a total of 3 million. How am I supposed to pay it back? Lend me some money so I can repay it first." Chen Guanglei replied, "Yuluo, I don't have money right now either. I took a huge loss this time. I invested 15 million, all my savings. My dad's company is in even worse shape. They invested several hundred million. My dad's in such a bad mood, I don't even dare to ask him for money." Zhao Yuluo frowned. "So what am I supposed to do now?" Chen Guanglei said. "Don't worry, Yuluo. We'll figure something out together. You borrowed 3 million in total, right? 2 million of that was from your sister. That 2 million shouldn't be urgent to repay, right?" He wanted to say that she probably didn't even need to repay the 2 million, but after thinking about it, he changed his phrasing. Zhao Yuluo frowned. "Even if the 2 million isn't urgent, what about the other million?" The 2 million wasn't urgent after all. Yu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were wealthy and wouldn't be pressed over that sum. But still, she couldn't help feeling uneasy about calling Zhao Yuxin to explain. When she'd borrowed the money, she'd been so confident that Blackstone Technologies stock would rise. Zhao Yuxin had warned her back then, saying that Zhu Yang believed the stock was likely to plummet. Zhao Yuxin had even tried to stop her from buying it, but she hadn't listened. And now, Zhu Yang's prediction had been proven correct, and her confidence had turned into a slap in the face. Chen Guanglei said, "As for the 1 million, give me some time, and I'll figure something out." Zhao Yuluo said coldly, "You've made so many mistakes already. First, it was the gold futures your company's analysts got it wrong. Then, it was the antiques you failed to spot a clear opportunity. And now, Blackstone Technology, that's 3 strikes. And the most frustrating part? Zhu Yang was right every single time." Hearing this, Chen Guanglei's expression darkened. To him, being compared to Zhu Yang was nothing short of an insult. What was Zhu Yang after all? Just a poor kid from a small county. Chen Guanglei, on the other hand, was a Jiangcheng native, a bona fide second-generation wealthy heir, with a family fortune worth tens of billions. So what if Xu Yang made some money in futures? So what if he scored a few million from antiques or called the stock market correctly? How could someone like Xu Yang possibly measure up to him? But the undeniable fact was that Chen had been wrong every time, and Xu Yang had been right. He had no way to refute it. After a moment of silence, Chen forced his expression back to normal and offered a strained explanation. Yu Luo, I admit I've been wrong a few times, but there were reasons for all of them. Futures and stocks are full of black swan events, completely unpredictable. Yet Xu Yang just got lucky. As for the antique situation, it's the same thing. He definitely doesn't have the expertise to identify a real piece. He probably just thought it looked nice and bought it. It was pure chance that Chairman Tang noticed it. Without Tang, Xu Yang wouldn't even know the painting was genuine. Zhao Yuluo didn't respond. Though Chen's reasoning was somewhat forced, it wasn't entirely baseless. Besides, she'd dated Xu Yang for years. She knew exactly what kind of person he was and what his abilities were. If Xu Yang really had such a strong knack for investments, he would have made a fortune long ago. If he had better judgment than professional antique dealers, he'd have scored countless treasures by now. But in reality, Xu Yang had only dabbled in the stock market briefly and hadn't shown any interest since. To her knowledge, he'd never even visited an antique market, let alone developed expertise in appraising items. Chen Guanglai said, Yu Luo, what's done is done. Let's not dwell on it. I'll help you figure out the million you owe. For now, let's talk about something more positive. Zhao Yuluo replied coldly. What's there to be positive about right now? Chen Guanglai smiled. The matter of the Southwest Business Association's 10 billion investment fund being entrusted to a bank, of course. Zhao Yuluo's expression softened slightly. Is there news? Didn't you say your dad has been trying to meet with the right person, but they've been too busy to schedule anything? This matter was of utmost importance. Every time they met, Chen Guanglai would update her on its progress. But he'd said the same thing several times already, that the key person was too busy to meet. Chen Guanglai smiled smugly. They are very busy, but last night my dad finally managed to meet with the vice president of the Southwest Business Association over dinner. Zhao Yuluo asked eagerly, and? How did it go? Chen Guanglai replied confidently, come on, with my dad, how could it not go well? He told me the vice president promised to fully support the deal. Zhao Yuluo asked, how long will it take? Chen Guanglai said, that's hard to say. It'll take some time for their investment fund to become fully operational, and the vice president will also need time to navigate the process. But don't worry, since he gave his word, there's nothing to be concerned about. Zhao Yuluo said. All right. I'll wait for your good news. Chen Guanglai grinned. Don't worry. You won't have to wait long. Once it's done, you'll officially be my girlfriend. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Once Zhao Yuluo became his girlfriend, he could finally get her into bed as quickly as possible. After all, once they were dating, there'd be no need to hold back. Chen added, by the way, why don't we catch a movie later? There's a new romance film out that's supposed to be pretty good. Zhao Yuluo shook her head. I'm a bit tired. I'd rather go home and rest. After losing 3 million, how could she possibly be in the mood for a movie? Even the good news about the 10 billion fund wasn't enough to lift her spirits. It wasn't a reality yet, after all. Disappointment flickered across Chen's face. All right, we'll find another time then. Given the circumstances, he didn't want to push her. He still felt guilty about her losing 3 million. He also knew that if he weren't helping her secure the investment fund, she probably wouldn't even be talking to him right now. But Chen didn't mind. That was the advantage of being a second-generation rich kid. If he were someone like Xu Yang, poor, with no money or connections, Zhao Yuluo would have already ripped into him without mercy. Zhao Yuluo returned home, took a shower, and went back to her room. She picked up her phone and called Zhao Yuxin. The call connected quickly. Zhao Yuluo said, Yuxin. About the 2 million I borrowed from you and the 50,000 interest I promised, I probably won't be able to pay it back anytime soon. Zhao Yuxin asked, what happened? She hadn't been following the financial news that day and was unaware of Blackstone Technology's situation. The Blackstone Technology stocks I bought. Zhao Yuluo explained the situation. Zhao Yuxin frowned. Xu Yang already told you that Blackstone Technology stocks were likely to crash, but you wouldn't listen. You even accused me of not wanting to lend you the money. Look at things now. Obviously, the money is gone. Zhao Yuluo had anticipated this response from Zhao Yuxin. Even though being called out made her feel awful, she could only admit, I was wrong this time. Zhao Yuxin said, when do you think you'll be able to pay it back? Forget the 50,000 interest, but you still need to return the principal. Even though they were sisters, money was money. And Zhao Yuxin wasn't about to let it slide. Besides, the money belonged to Zhu Yang. Although Xu Yang was wealthy now, with assets worth over 100 million, 2 million was still a significant sum. It couldn't just be written off. Zhao Yuluo said bitterly, maybe in a year or two. She couldn't give an exact timeline because she had no idea how she could come up with 2 million. Fine. Just make sure you don't forget. And remember, investing isn't as easy as it seems, especially when it involves so-called insider tips. Don't fall for them again, Zhao Yuxin said. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the money to invest anymore, Zhao Yuluo replied bitterly. Think about your situation carefully. I think you should focus on something more stable. But then again, I know you probably won't listen to me. That's all I have to say. I'm hanging up. Zhao Yuxin ended the call and relayed the situation to Zhu Yang. Xu Yang didn't say much. He'd already warned her, but if Zhao Yuluo insisted on investing despite that, it was her own responsibility. As for the 2 million, Xu Yang didn't mind. It was up to Zhao Yuxin to decide how to handle it. After all, money wasn't an issue for him anymore. The next day, Xu Yang woke up and had breakfast with Zhao Yuxin. She had made breakfast that morning. Even though Zhu Yang didn't have to work, he still got up at the same time as Zhao Yuxin and didn't sleep in. As they were eating, Xu Yang's phone rang. Who's calling so early? Zhao Yuxin asked curiously. This had never happened before. Xu Yang glanced at his phone. It's Yiji. Zhao Yuxin was even more puzzled. What's Yigi calling for this early? Xu Yang chuckled and shook his head. Not sure, but I'll find out when I answer. In fact, he had a pretty good guess. Lin Junyi's short video must have gone viral. Sure enough, as soon as Xu Yang picked up and hit speakerphone so Zhao Yuxin could hear, Lin Junyi's excited voice came through. Xu Yang, my short video from yesterday went viral. After posting the video yesterday, Lin Junyi had been busy with work and returned home late. He hadn't checked its performance before going to bed. When he woke up that morning and remembered the video, he opened the app to take a look. What he saw stunned him. The video had reached 10 million views, over 1 million likes, and more than 100,000 shares and comments. Worried he might be imagining things, he rubbed his bleary eyes only to confirm he wasn't mistaken. His follower count had surpassed 1 million, up from 600,000. In other words, he'd gained over 300,000 followers overnight, and the number was still growing steadily. One video had changed everything. It was clear that if he kept making videos like this, his popularity would only skyrocket. Becoming a super influencer with tens of millions of followers was now within reach. Overcome with excitement, Lin Junyi immediately called Zhu Yang. Xu Yang put the phone on speaker so Zhao Yuxin could hear. He said, Yij, congratulations on your successful transition. Still brimming with excitement, Lin Junyi said. Xu Yang, thank you so much. Without you I wouldn't have made it. Xu Yang chuckled. Yigi, there's no need to be so formal. Since you're signed with my company, it's my responsibility to help you succeed. Seeing you do well makes me happy too. Lin Junyi said. Even so, I have to thank you. How about this, I'll treat you and Yuxin to dinner tonight. Xu Yang replied, there's really no need, Yij. Besides, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up. I'm taking Yuxin back to my hometown to meet my parents, so we've planned to spend the next few evenings shopping for gifts. Let's have dinner after the festival instead. He and Zhao Yuxin had discussed this the night before. They planned to spend the evening shopping for things to bring back to Zhu Yang's parents. Why not go during the day? Because Zhao Yuxin had work. Couldn't Xu Yang go alone since he didn't work? Zhao Yuxin had insisted they shop together, saying the gifts should be chosen as a couple. So, they could only shop in the evenings when both were free. Lin Junyi sighed. Alright, we'll do it after Mid-Autumn Festival. Xu Yang agreed, and they ended the call. Xu Yang set the phone down and said, Yij has made it big. Our company finally has a super influencer. Zhao Yuxin was just as delighted. I think becoming a super influencer has always been Yigi's dream. Now he's finally achieved it. Xu Yang said. The way he sounded, you'd think he'd won the lottery or something. Soon, it was the day before Mid-Autumn Festival. After breakfast, at around 9 a.m., Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin set off for Xu Yang's hometown. His hometown was a small county called Kang County in Hunan Province. The drive from Jiangcheng to Kang County took about 5 or 6 hours. If there was traffic, they'd be lucky to make it home by dinner time. They were driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a car that certainly turned heads on the highway. After all, cars like this weren't something you saw every day. Other drivers kept an unusually wide distance from the Cullinan and nobody wanted to risk bumping into it. An accident with a car like this wouldn't just be expensive, it could ruin someone's life. Fortunately, the journey was mostly smooth, aside from a few traffic jams. Mid-Autumn Festival was a 3-day holiday, and many people were heading home that day. With breaks for meals and rest stops, they arrived in Kang County by 6 p.m. If they hadn't left at 9 a.m., they wouldn't have made it before dinner. After exiting the highway, it was only a 10-minute drive to Zhu Yang's house. Zhao Yuxin said, "Honey, I'm a little nervous." Yi Shu Yang smiled. "There's no need to be nervous. My parents are wonderful. Bringing home such a beautiful and thoughtful daughter-in-law will make them overjoyed." Sunshine Neighborhood. This was the neighborhood where Xu Yang's family lived. Yang Su Yang's parents, Yu Su Deming and Jiang Qiuping, owned a supermarket on a bustling street in the county. Their life was relatively comfortable, saving about 100,000 yuan annually after expenses. Today, Yishu Deming and Jiang Qiuping closed their store early to prepare dinner. Their son was bringing home his wife, and they couldn't be happier. Especially Jiang Qiuping, she had been smiling all day. Earlier they received a message from Xu Yang saying he had just exited the highway and would arrive soon. The couple headed downstairs to wait. Yishu Deming remained calm, his expression steady. Only he knew how he truly felt inside. Jiang Qiuping, however, was all smiles, greeting everyone with enthusiasm much more warmly than usual. Anyone could tell she was delighted. "Qiuping, you look so happy today. What's the good news?" a neighbor auntie asked. "My son is coming home today. He'll be here soon," Jiang Qiuping replied cheerfully. "Yishu Yang is coming back? It's been a while since I've seen him," the neighbor remarked. She seemed puzzled. Was her son's return from Mid-Autumn Festival such a big deal? "He's bringing my daughter-in-law home too," Jiang Qiuping added, noticing the neighbor's confusion. "Oh, so Xu Yang is bringing his girlfriend back." The neighbor finally understood, realizing why Jiang Qiuping was so excited. Who wouldn't be happy when their child brought their significant other home? "She's not just his girlfriend, she's my daughter-in-law," Jiang Qiuping corrected. "Yes, of course, your daughter-in-law," the neighbor responded, missing the nuance of Jiang Qiuping's words. Jiang Qiuping wanted to explain further, mentioning they were already married, but Zhu Deming gently stopped her. If she brought up the marriage certificate, it might lead to questions about the wedding, a topic Xu Yang hadn't discussed yet. It was better not to say too much. Understanding her husband's cue, Jiang Qiuping let it go. "Isu, is Xu Yang bringing his girlfriend home?" Another neighbor, an uncle, approached, handing Zhu Deming a cigarette. The two men began smoking and chatting. "Yes, he's bringing his girlfriend home," Yishu Deming said with a small smile. "Your son is doing well. My boy graduated ages ago and still doesn't have a job, let alone a girlfriend. It's driving me crazy," the uncle said bitterly. "Young people have their own plans. Let them figure it out, no point worrying too much," Yishu Deming replied with a chuckle. As more people noticed the conversation, the group grew larger. The men smoked and chatted, while the women talked even more animatedly, especially about children and marriage, topics that always sparked interest. When they heard Zhu Deming and Jiang Qiuping's son was not only coming home but also bringing his girlfriend, everyone was eager to see what she looked like. As they talked, a car slowly drove into the neighborhood. "Whoa! That's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan." One of the smoking men saw the car and exclaimed in shock, dropping his cigarette. "What's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Is it a good car?" Someone less familiar with cars asked. "Are you clueless?" The man sneered. "The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the most luxurious UV, costing nearly 10 million yuan. What do you think?" Gasp. Gasp. The crowd collectively sucked in their breath. My goodness, a 10 million yuan luxury car. The most expensive house in our neighborhood is only about 500,000 yuan. This car could buy 20 houses. Who owns such an expensive car? Does anyone in our neighborhood have that much money? No idea. Maybe someone struck it rich outside the county. I've got to see who it is. Driving a car like that here is just showing off. Everyone's attention was fixed on the approaching Rolls-Royce. The car stopped in front of them, and the door opened. A man and a woman stepped out. "Wait, that's Zhu Yang. Oh my god." Zhu Yang came back in a 1,000,000 yuan luxury car. Did Xu Yang strike it rich? But Xu Yang just graduated and got a job at a listed company. It's a good job, but there's no way he could afford an 8 million yuan car. No idea what's going on. Let's ask him. The crowd was stunned. They were all familiar with Yishu Yang since they were from the same neighborhood. As soon as he stepped out of the car, they recognized him. Mom, Dad. I'm home. Zhu Yang greeted his parents and then walked over to Zhao Yuxin, holding her hand. Mom, Dad? This is Yuxin, your daughter-in-law, Su Yang introduced. His parents had seen photos of Zhao Yuxin before, but since she was now standing before them, it was necessary to formally introduce her. Mom, Dad. Zhao Yuxin said shyly. Yishu Deming nodded calmly, maintaining his steady demeanor as the head of the household. But Jiang Quping was all smiles. She quickly stepped forward, took Zhao Yuxin's hand and asked warmly, Yuxin, it's so nice to finally meet you. You must be exhausted after the long trip. Zhao Yuxin felt a wave of warmth in her heart. I'm not tired, Mom. Meanwhile, Yixu Yang greeted the neighbors, taking out a box of premium cigarettes from the car to share with the men. Yushu Yang, you're driving a Rolls-Royce now. What are you doing in Jiangcheng? It's not just an ordinary job, is it? One of the men asked curiously. I'm running a small business now, Yishu Yang said vaguely. Is it true that this car costs 10 million yuan? Another man asked. No. It's not that much, just 8 million, Yishu Yang replied honestly. After all, driving such a car into the neighborhood would inevitably spark discussions. While older folks might not know its value, younger ones certainly would. There was no point hiding it. 8 million. 8 million. The man was stunned, muttering to himself. To him, 8 million and 10 million were essentially the same, an unimaginable sum he couldn't earn in a lifetime. After chatting briefly, Yishu Yang opened the trunk to take out the gifts he had brought. An 8 million yuan car, unbelievable. Yishu Yang is really doing well. Shu and Jiang are so lucky. Yeah. And he's even brought back such a beautiful daughter-in-law. If my son were even 1/10 as successful, I'd be over the moon. 1/10? If my son had just 1% of Zhu Yang's success, I'd be grinning in my sleep. The crowd chatted animatedly. All right, let's disperse and let the family reunite, someone suggested. Good idea. Let's go home and talk to our own kids, maybe they can learn from Xu Yang. Learn? It's too late for that. Yishu Yang is already driving an 8 million yuan car. If my kid ever earns 8 million in his lifetime, I'd be satisfied. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Zhao Yuxin, along with Yishu Deming and Jiang Quping, quickly came over to help carry the items. When Jiang Quping saw the pile of goods, she scolded lightly, you two. Coming home is enough, why buy so many things? How much did this all cost? The items included not only cigarettes and alcohol but also various health supplements, clothes, and shoes. There were also a pair of jade bracelets for Jiang Quping, a watch for each parent, and other things, filling the entire trunk. Despite her words, Jiang Quping's heart was full of joy. Mom, I've grown up and started making money. Besides, a lot of this was bought by Yuxin. She said it's for you, and Dad, it's from your daughter-in-law, so you can't refuse it, Yishu Yang said as he unloaded the trunk. Of course we'll take it. How could we refuse something Yuxin bought for us? Jiang Quping's smile grew even brighter at the mention of Zhao Yuxin. Though the interaction between them had been brief, Jiang Quping was already very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She could tell Zhao Yuxin wasn't just beautiful but also had a great personality. You've really brought us an amazing daughter-in-law, Xu Yang, Jiang Quping thought, looking at Zhao Yuxin. Yuxin, thank you so much. Zhao Yuxin shook her head, smiling shyly. Mom, there's no need to thank me. This is my first time meeting you, so of course I should bring some gifts. Yixu Yang interjected. Mom, Yuxin, you two can chat later. Let's quickly get everything upstairs in one trip. Yixu Yang wasn't one to be overly polite with his mother. After all, she often moved goods around in their supermarket. All right, let's head upstairs. We'll talk at home, Jiang Quping agreed. Together they carried the items up in one go. Naturally, Yishu Yang and Zhu Deming carried the heaviest loads, while Zhao Yuxin and Jiang Quping each carried a few lighter items, like clothes and shoes. Once they were home, Yishu Yang sat down briefly before saying, Mom, start cooking. I'm starving. We ate lunch at a rest stop on the highway, it was terrible. I've been waiting for your cooking all day. Alright, you all wait here. I'll start cooking right away, it won't take long, Jiang Quping said, as she put the items down and headed to the kitchen. She had already prepared most of the ingredients, all that was left was the actual cooking. Mom, let me help you, Zhao Yuxin offered eagerly, following her into the kitchen. Yuxin, no need for that. How could I let you help on your first visit? Sit and relax, just wait to eat, Jiang Quping said, trying to stop her. It's fine, Mom. I cook often at home. Since I started college, I've been the one cooking for my dad's birthday every year. I might not cook as well as you, but I can at least help with small tasks. Please, Don't be polite with me, Zhao Yuxin insisted. Having already married Zhu Yang, Zhao Yuxin fully saw herself as part of the Xu family. Oh, what a thoughtful child. Alright then, just help me with little things like passing bowls or plating dishes, Jiang Qiuping relented, smiling warmly. In the living room, Yixu Yang and Zhu Deming sat on the couch, sipping tea and chatting. So, what's the story? Zhu Deming asked, lighting a cigarette from the pack Xu Yang had brought him. His tone was calm, but there was clear curiosity in his eyes. What story? Xu Yang pretended not to understand. I heard you mention downstairs that your car cost 8 million. You said you're running a small business now. Didn't you used to work for a listed company? How did you afford such an expensive car? And what's this about buying a villa in Jiangcheng? Where did all this money come from? Yixu Deming fired off a series of questions. Oh, that. Yixu Yang thought for a moment before replying. Recently, I made some money in the futures market and earned quite a bit in the antiques market. I've quit my job at the listed company and started my own business. I didn't tell you before because it's hard to explain over the phone. I'll go over everything during dinner so I don't have to repeat myself. Fair enough. Yixu Deming nodded. As long as you're not doing anything illegal, we won't interfere with your choices. Don't worry, Dad. I know my limits. I'd never do anything against the law, Zhu Yang reassured him. Half an hour later, dinner was served, and the family sat down to eat happily. Over dinner, Yixu Yang recounted his recent experiences, how he used the 2 million yuan from Zhao Yuxin's father to invest in the futures market, earning over 10 million, and later struck gold twice in the antiques market, making 250 million. He explained how he bought the car and villa, and how he was now running a live streaming company. Both Zhu Deming and Jiang Qiuping were stunned. Earning over 10 million in futures, and finding antiques worth 250 million? To them, it sounded like something out of a TV drama, too incredible to believe. Once the shock wore off, it was replaced by sheer joy. Their son had made a fortune, gotten married, and was now completely self-sufficient. They no longer had to worry about him. Not to mention, Yixu Yang driving an 8 million yuan car would soon spread among relatives and friends, giving the family immense pride. After dinner, they gathered in the living room to chat. Zhao Yuxin had fully integrated into the family, finding the Xu household warm and welcoming. Zhu Deming and Jiang Qiuping were easygoing, so there was no tension at all. Oh, by the way, your classmate Xiao Han will be back in about a week. I ran into him in town, and he asked if you'd be home for Mid-Autumn Festival. He wants to catch up if you are, Jiang Qiuping said. He's already back? That free? Zhu Yang asked, surprised. Xiao Han, full name Han Yangyue, was Yixu Yang's high school classmate and close friend. The two often visited each other's homes during high school. After graduation, Han Yangyue didn't attend a traditional university. Instead, he enrolled in a film academy in Beijing to study acting, aspiring to become a star. Last year, Han Yangyue didn't even come home for Chinese New Year, explaining over the phone that he was busy working as an extra in a film studio. They hadn't seen each other in nearly 2 years, only occasionally exchanging messages on WeChat. Yixu Yang assumed they wouldn't meet again until the next Chinese New Year, if even then. He hadn't expected Han Yangyue to be back already. I don't know, I asked. But he didn't say, Jiang Qiuping replied. Alright. I'll call him later and see if we can arrange a time to meet, Yixu Yang said. The conversation continued until past 9 in the evening, after which Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin took turns showering and headed to their room. Yixu Yang then called his classmate, Han Yangyue. The call connected quickly. Yixu Yang, are you back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Han Yanghui's voice came through. Yes, I got back around 6. I heard from my mom that you're back too. It's been almost 2 years since we last met, Yixu Yang replied, genuinely happy to reconnect with his old high school friend. It really has been a while. Since you're back, we should meet up and catch up sometime, Han Yangyue suggested. Tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Festival, so I can't. How about the day after? I'll give you a call then, Xu Yang proposed. Mid-Autumn Festival was a family occasion, and Xu Yang wouldn't leave the house. His second uncle's family would also be visiting, as was their tradition every year during Mid-Autumn and Lunar New Year. Last year they went to his second uncle's house, and this year, it was their turn to host. All right, I'll wait for your call, Han Yangyue agreed. The next morning, Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin accompanied Zhu Yang's mother, Jiang Qiuping, to the local market to buy groceries. Jiang Qiuping was in high spirits, cheerfully greeting everyone and proudly introducing Zhao Yuxin. This is my daughter-in-law. Each time, she was met with compliments about how beautiful Zhao Yuxin was. By the time they finished shopping, Almost everyone in the market knew that Jiang Qiuping had a stunning daughter-in-law, leaving Zhao Yuxin feeling a bit shy. As they left the market, Yishu Yang couldn't help but comment, "Mom, was that really necessary?" Jiang Qiuping gave him a sharp look. "What do you know? I have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Why would I keep it to myself?" Xu Yang was left speechless. In the afternoon. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yishu Yang's second uncle, Yishu Diwei, his wife Jiang Ying, and their daughter, Yishu Xiaoyu, arrived. Yishu Yang introduced Zhao Yuxin to them, and she greeted them politely. The three already knew from Jiang Qiuping that Xu Yang had brought his girlfriend home. "Wow, sister-in-law, you're so beautiful," said Zhu Xiaoyu, who had a quirky and mischievous personality despite her good looks. Her personality often gave her parents headaches. Zhu Xiaoyu's academic performance had been poor. She couldn't even get into a regular university, and had to attend a vocational college. She was a year younger than Xu Yang, and had just graduated this year. Since graduating, she hadn't found a job, claiming she wanted to be an internet influencer, creating short videos and live streams. So far, she hadn't earned any money, and had spent over 10,000 yuan on equipment. Her parents, Yishu Diwei and Jiang Ying, had repeatedly tried to persuade her to find a job, saying that live streaming wasn't reliable. However, Yishu Xiaoyu always countered by saying that success required persistence, and that giving up halfway wasn't an option. Frustrated, her parents eventually gave up, deciding to let her play around and see how long it would last. They figured that after 6 months or a year of seeing no results, she might come to her senses. "You're beautiful too," Zhao Yuxin replied with a warm smile. "Hey big brother, there's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked downstairs. Whose car is that?" Xu Xiaoyu asked curiously. In their small town, no one had ever seen such a luxury car, and she was dying to know who owned it. "It's mine," Yishu Yang answered casually. "Huh?" Yishu Xiaoyu froze, looking at him in disbelief. "What did you say, big brother? That Rolls-Royce is yours?" "Yes, it's mine," Yishu Yang confirmed with a nod. "No way." Yishu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "Didn't I hear from uncle that you work at a listed company? He said your salary is about 20,000 yuan. How could you afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan?" "I earned some money in other ways. I've also left that company and now own my own business," Yishu Yang explained. "So? You're a boss now?" Xu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with surprise. Xu Yang nodded. "That's right." Though he wasn't used to being addressed that way, it was the truth. Yishu Xiaoyu's curiosity piqued. "Tell me more. How did you make money? What kind of company did you acquire?" Yishu Yang then recounted the same story he had told his parents the night before. Both Yishu Diwei and Jiang Ying were dumbfounded, marveling at Xu Yang's luck and skill. Zhu Xiaoyu, however, suddenly leapt up and hugged Xu Yang's arm. "Big brother, you said you acquired a live streaming company?" "Yes. Why?" Yishu Yang was puzzled by her sudden excitement. "I'm currently doing live streaming and short videos. We're in the same industry. My parents are always saying I'm wasting my time and that this isn't a real career. They're so annoying. Now that you're in the same business, you can help me convince them," Yishu Xiaoyu said enthusiastically. Yishu Yang was taken aback. He hadn't known that his cousin was into live streaming and short videos. "How can I convince them? I guess they think you're not doing well because you haven't shown results." Yishu Xiaoyu puffed out her chest proudly. "Who says I haven't shown results? I've already gained over 10,000 followers in just a few months." Zhu Yang couldn't help but laugh. 10,000 followers? Don't get ahead of yourself. Let me ask you, how much money are you making each month? Ultimately, income was the only standard for judging success in any field. Yishu Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. Her monthly earnings were pitiful, sometimes just a few dozen yuan. Her best month barely broke 100 yuan, earning her only 120 yuan. "So you're not making money," Xu Yang concluded with a shake of his head. "If she could make money, your uncle and I wouldn't be so frustrated," Jiang Ying interjected. "Yishu Yang, now that you've made it, you should talk some sense into her. Tell her to find a proper job and stop messing around. If I keep at it, I'll definitely succeed and start making money." Yishu Xiaoyu huffed, her stubborn streak flaring up. "You're going to drive me crazy." Jiang Ying trembled with anger, tempted to grab a feather duster to teach her daughter a lesson. "Second aunt, don't get angry. Let me take a look at Xiaoyu's situation first. To be fair, if done right, this line of work can be profitable," Yishu Yang said, trying to calm her down. "You hear that, Mom?" Zhu Xiaoyu said triumphantly, puffing out her chest again. "The key is that you're not doing it right," Jiang Ying retorted, rolling her eyes. I might not be successful now, but that doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Yishu Xiaoyu stubbornly declared. Alright, stop arguing. Yishu Yang gave Zhu Xiaoyu a stern look. Let me see the short videos you've made. I'll see if it's worth continuing. Over the past months, Yishu Yang had immersed himself in understanding how future internet stars rose to fame, analyzing their content, the types of videos they created, and their livestream styles. He had become an expert in the industry, and could easily judge whether a video had the potential to go viral. While he had no interest in personally managing such tasks, since this was his cousin and she was determined to make it in the industry, he didn't mind offering some guidance in crafting a strategy. Sure. Yishu Xiaoyu quickly took out her phone, opened Douyin, navigated to her profile, and handed the phone to Xu Yang. Realizing the living room wasn't the best place to review the videos since it might disturb their parents and uncle and aunt, they moved to the balcony. Zhao Yuxin and Zhu Xiaoyu joined Xu Yang there. After watching a few videos, Yishu Yang quickly understood the type of content Zhu Xiaoyu was making. Her videos were quirky, humorous skits. While they were amusing, they felt rough around the edges, and at times her delivery came off as unnatural, creating moments of secondhand embarrassment. How is it, bro? Zhu Xiaoyu asked expectantly. There are some issues, Yishu Yang replied thoughtfully. If you really want to keep at this and aim for quick success, you'll need to follow my instructions. I can help you become a web star, but it depends on whether you're willing to commit. Yishu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, I'm willing. Tell me, what do I need to do? Turning to Zhao Yuxin, Yishu Yang said, Honey, can you grab my laptop from the room? He had brought his laptop back home just in case the system sent any updates or emails. While he could check emails on his phone, using a laptop was more convenient. Since carrying a laptop wasn't a hassle, he figured he might as well have it with him. Sure. Zhao Yuxin replied, heading inside. You go bring me a chair, Yu Yang told Xu Xiaoyu. Bro, are you treating me like a servant? Xu Xiaoyu pouted, pretending to be upset. Do you want to be a web star or not? Yishu Yang shot her a sideways glance. I do. I really do. Zhu Xiaoyu nodded fervently like a pecking chicken. Then hurry up and grab a chair. Otherwise you can forget about ever becoming a web star, Yishu Yang teased. Fine. I'll get it. Yishu Xiaoyu went into the living room and brought back a chair. By then, Zhao Yuxin had returned with the laptop, already powered on. Yishu Yang took the laptop, sat down, and placed it on his lap. Opening a Word document, he began typing rapidly. In just over 10 minutes, he had crafted a short comedic script tailored to Xu Xiaoyu's personality and style. Standing behind him, Zhao Yuxin and Xu Xiaoyu read the script as he typed, bursting into laughter repeatedly. Tomorrow, you'll film according to this script. As long as your performance is solid, it should go semi-viral at the very least, Yishu Yang said. Bro, you're amazing. Don't worry, when it comes to acting, I'm a natural talent. I'll totally crush it. Yishu Xiaoyu promised, thumping her chest confidently. If this turns out well, I'll have you sign a contract with my agency and go through 2 weeks of training. You'll learn everything you need to know. Afterward, you can come back and continue making videos and live streaming. But if you still can't succeed, you'll have to find a regular job and stop stressing out your parents, Yishu Yang said. Don't worry, bro. I won't let you down, Yishu Xiaoyu said earnestly. Good. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll go to the People's Park to shoot this video. Bring your friends along, they'll need to join the training in Jiangcheng, too, Yishu Yang instructed. Earlier, he had learned that Zhu Xiaoyu collaborated with 2 friends to create content, forming a small team. Got it. My friends will be thrilled to hear this. They're in the same boat as me. Just yesterday they were saying that if things didn't improve in a month, they'd start looking for jobs. Now we don't have to worry about that anymore, Yishu Xiaoyu said happily. With the matter settled, they returned to the living room. Dad, Mom? Bro said he'd help me, and soon I'll be a web star. Just wait and see. The money I'll make in a month will blow your minds. Yishu Xiaoyu announced proudly. Blow our minds? I'll be grateful if you can even feed yourself, Jiang Ying retorted, rolling her eyes. Mom, stop being so discouraging. Zhu Xiaoyu pouted. I'm just being honest, Jiang Ying said bluntly. Bro, you see? Mom doesn't believe in me, Yishu Xiaoyu said, looking to Zhu Yang for help. Second uncle, aunt, I don't think it's entirely hopeless for Xiaoyu to pursue this. She just hasn't been doing it the right way. The livestream agency I acquired specializes in this field, and if done well, it can be very lucrative. How about this? Let her train at my company in Jiangcheng for 2 weeks. If she still doesn't succeed, she'll come back and find a stable job, Yishu Yang proposed. That sounds good. With you watching over her, I'm okay with it, Yishu Dui agreed readily. Yigshu Yang, I'll leave it to you, then, Jiang Ying added. She then turned to her daughter with a stern warning, you better listen to your cousin during training. If you don't behave, I'll break your legs when you come back. Mom, relax. Once I've been trained, I'll definitely become a web star, Zhu Xiaoyu said confidently. With Yishu Xiaoyu's situation settled, Yishu Diwei and Jiang Ying finally felt relieved. That evening, at 5 o'clock, Jiang Qiuping and Jiang Ying began preparing the family dinner, with Zhao Yuxin and Zhu Xiaoyu helping in the kitchen. When the meal was ready, the two families sat down together for a joyous reunion dinner. Afterward, they went to the rooftop to admire the full moon and enjoy mooncakes. During this time, Zhao Yuxin called her father to wish him a happy Mid-Autumn festival. In previous years, she had always spent the holiday with her father. This year, however, she was with Xu Yang's family. While speaking with her father, her eyes reddened slightly with emotion. Zhao Hai, however, was unbothered. He felt reassured knowing his daughter had found happiness with Yishu Yang and no longer needed his constant care. The next morning, Yixu Yang and Zhao Yuxin, along with Yishu Xiaoyu, headed to People's Park. Not long after, Yishu Xiaoyu's two friends arrived as well. After a brief introduction, they got to work on filming. Although Xu Xiaoyu claimed her acting skills surpassed many aspiring actors, she still needed improvement. They ended up reshooting multiple times, going back and forth until close to noon before finally wrapping up. Yishu Yang sent the video to an editor from his agency, giving clear instructions for editing. Yishu Yang said, once the editor finishes, they'll send it to me. I'll forward it to you, and then you can upload it to Douyin. Yishu Xiaoyu asked, how long will it take to finish? Yishu Yang replied, not too long. You should have it by the afternoon. Alright, I'll wait for it, Yishu Xiaoyu said. Yishu Yang added, alright. Your sister-in-law and I are heading off now. We're meeting a classmate. You guys can grab lunch yourselves. Yishu Xiaoyu waved dismissively, go. I'll eat with my friends. Don't worry about us. Yishu Yang reminded her, oh, and make sure to talk to them about the training in Jiangcheng. Rolling her eyes, Yishu Xiaoyu retorted, you don't need to remind me. I told them last night already. She had been too excited to wait, and had immediately shared the news with her two friends the night before. Both of them were thrilled about the opportunity, and of course they planned to seize it. After briefly nodding to Xu Xiaoyu's friends, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin left. They went to a restaurant, entered a private dining room, and Zhu Yang called his classmate, Han Yang-hui, to share the location. Earlier in the morning, he had already informed Han about meeting for lunch, and said he'd provide the exact location closer to the time. 20 minutes later, Han Yang-hui arrived. In terms of looks, Han Yang-hui was even more striking than Zhu Yang. With such good looks, it wasn't surprising that Han had chosen to attend a film academy to study acting and pursue a career as an actor. As Han put it himself, with these looks, it'd be a shame not to become a star. When the two close high school friends met, they were naturally overjoyed. This is my wife, Zhao Yuxin, Yishu Yang introduced. Zhao Yuxin and Han Yang-hui greeted each other. After a few drinks and some food, Yishu Yang asked, so, how are things going with you? The entertainment industry is tough, Han said bitterly. At the moment, he was still stuck playing extras. Landing even a minor role in an obscure TV drama was considered a stroke of luck. The entertainment industry is so unpredictable. If things aren't working out, maybe you should consider a career change, Yishu Yang suggested. He believed that breaking into showbiz wasn't feasible for most people. For someone from a regular family like Han, it might be better to find a stable job or, if possible, start a business. I want to hang in there a little longer, Han said. Recently I landed a small role in a film by Wu Jing. I think it's a great project. If the movie does well at the box office, and people remember me, I might get more opportunities to act in other films or TV shows. Wu Jing is making a movie? Xu Yang asked, surprised. He didn't follow entertainment news closely, and wasn't aware of Wu Jing's new project. But he did know Wu Jing from the TV shows he'd watched as a kid. While Wu Jing might not be a top-tier star now, he was still a well-known actor. Yes, it's a military action film that Wu Jing is writing, directing and starring in himself. I auditioned for a part and was lucky enough to get chosen for a small role, Han said proudly. During the audition, Wu Jing had even complimented his acting skills. If you're filming, why are you back for Mid-Autumn Festival? And more than a week early at that? Xu Yang asked curiously. Don't even ask, Han sighed. The production is on hold right now, no idea when it'll resume. Since Mid-Autumn Festival was coming up and I missed last year's New Year celebrations, I decided to come back and spend time with my parents. The production's on hold? Why? Xu Yang asked instinctively. They ran out of money, Han explained. The budget was overspent, and the investors aren't willing to put in more funds. Wu Jing is frantically looking for new investors. If he can't find any, this film might be scrapped. Han shook his head before quickly changing the subject. Anyway, enough about me. How about you? Still working at that listed company you mentioned before? Xu Yang shook his head. No, I resigned recently. Han looked intrigued. Why did you quit? Where are you working now? What are you doing? I bought out a live stream agency. That's what I'm focusing on now, Xu Yang replied. What? Han's eyes widened. You bought a live stream agency? You're the boss now? It was shocking to him. Han knew Xu Yang's family background. They weren't wealthy. Xu Yang was just a regular office worker with a monthly salary of around 20,000 yuan. How much does it cost to acquire a live stream agency? It must be at least a few million, right? Han asked. Xu Yang nodded. Yeah, it was 5 million. Where'd you get that kind of money? Did you rob a bank? Han asked incredulously. Xu Yang chuckled. I invested 2 million my father-in-law gave for a house in the futures market and made over 10 million. Then, I hit the jackpot in the antiques market and earned 250 million. Seeing potential in livestream platforms, I bought a struggling agency for 5 million. Xu Yang trusted Han and didn't mind sharing the full details. Hearing this, Han's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You made that much from futures? And 250 million from antiques. You're a billionaire now. Good thing they were in a private room, otherwise the entire restaurant would have heard him. Xu Yang smiled. I suppose you could say that. Grabbing Xu Yang's hand in excitement, Han said, Xu Yang, can you invest in Wu Jing's movie? Xu Yang hesitated for a moment before smiling wryly. I don't really know much about the film industry. It was a polite refusal. But Han quickly added, Xu Yang, I genuinely think Wu Jing's movie has great potential. If I had the money, I'd invest in it myself. Let me explain it to you in detail. Han sincerely believed in the project. The movie had strong prospects, and he really hoped it could continue production. Not only was this a significant opportunity for Wu Jing, but it was also crucial for Han. This was his first film role, and while small, it was a named character with a part in advancing the plot, something that could help him get noticed. If he left an impression on audiences, it could lead to more roles in the future. Even if he couldn't become a star, consistently landing supporting roles would still earn him far more than an average office worker. Unless absolutely necessary, Han didn't want to give up on his dream. Xu Yang sighed helplessly. All right, let's hear it. Listening wouldn't hurt, and he could still decide later whether to invest or not. Han Yanghui eagerly began. Wu Jing's movie is called War Leopard. It's a military action film that he wrote, directed, and stars in. The story is. He briefly described the plot before continuing. The script alone is blood-pumping. It's a story that promotes the strength and dignity of our military and nation, bound to resonate deeply with audiences. Wu Jing is a perfectionist who holds himself to high standards. I truly believe this film will do well at the box office. Xu Yang smiled bitterly. He had no way to judge whether this would be a good investment, and was just about to decline when a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Wu Jing's first self-written, self-directed, and self-starred military action film, War Leopard, grossed 500 million at the box office, despite widespread skepticism. 3 years later, War Leopard 2 achieved a record-breaking 5 billion at the box office. The success of War Leopard cemented Wu Jing's standing in the film industry, and War Leopard 2 elevated him to the status of a star director and mega celebrity. Xu Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected such massive box office returns from Wu Jing's 2 films. Without this knowledge, he might have missed this opportunity. Now that he knew, passing on it would be foolish. Having made up his mind, Xu Yang nodded. From what you've said, it does sound promising. How much more investment does Wu Jing's film need? Han Yanghui's eyes lit up. So you're willing to invest? Xu Yang replied. I'll need to understand the situation more clearly first. My funds are mainly tied up in running the livestream agency, so I can't put up too much. Han Yanghui quickly said. I'm not sure about the exact figure, but I think they're short by about 10 to 20 million. Xu Yang nodded. If it's within that range, I can consider investing. But I'll need to meet Wu Jing in person to go over all the details before making a decision. Of course, Han Yang said eagerly. I'll give him your number so he can contact you to arrange a meeting. That works, Xu Yang said. Han Yang beamed. That's fantastic. If you invest, the film can go forward. I'm confident the returns will surprise you. Xu Yang smiled knowingly. We'll see. He already knew the investment would be a huge success but kept his enthusiasm in check to maintain negotiating leverage. With Xu Yang showing interest in investing, Han Yang was thrilled. The rest of the meal went by cheerfully, with the two drinking a bit more than usual. After leaving the restaurant, Xu Yang offered, "Do you need a ride home?" "Sure," Han Yang said without hesitation. "My dad needs the car today, so I ran over here. After drinking, I don't feel like running back." "Hop in," Xu Yang said, gesturing toward his car. "Holy crap. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Is this yours?" Han exclaimed, eyes widening as he spotted the luxury SUV. He sobered up considerably at the sight. When he arrived earlier, he had noticed the car and wondered who owned it. He never expected it to be Xu Yang's ride. "Get in, and stop making a scene," Xu Yang said, slightly exasperated as he noticed people around them turning to look. He opened the back door and pushed Han into the rear seat. Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin then got into the car, and he started the engine. "Wow. A Rolls-Royce. This is insane, so luxurious," Han said as he inspected the car's interior, unable to stop marveling. After dropping Han off, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin headed home. That afternoon, the editor sent Xu Xiaoyu's short video to Zhu Yang. After reviewing it, he forwarded it to Zhu Xiaoyu and told her to upload it to Douyin. That evening, after dinner, Xu Yang opened his banking app and made a transfer. Then, he turned to his mother and said, "Mom, I've transferred 5 million to your account. Use it to buy whatever you and Dad need." Jiang Qiuping was startled. "Why would you transfer so much? Keep it for yourself." "Mom?" Xu Yang replied, "I have money now. Just keep it. I'm in Jiangqing and can't always be here for you and Dad. I want you to stop scrimping and saving. Spend what you need, and most importantly, take care of your health." Jiang Qiuping sighed. "You're such a good kid, but what could we possibly need? Since you've sent it, I'll save it for you. If you ever need it, I'll withdraw it and send it back. Just focus on living well with Yuxin in Jiangqing. Your father and I are still young and don't need you worrying about us." Xu Yang knew his parents were frugal by nature, and not the type to spend extravagantly, no matter how much he tried to persuade them. Resigned, he said. "All right, Mom. I get it. I've asked you to move to Jiangqing, but you didn't want to. I'll make sure to visit you often." When Xu Yang had arrived home, he had suggested his parents move to Jiangqing to live with him and Zhao Yuxin. But they declined, saying they weren't used to life in the city and preferred the familiarity of their small town. In truth, they didn't want to disrupt Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin's lives. "Come back when you can. If you're too busy, that's fine too. As long as you and Yuxin are happy, that's all your father and I care about," Jiang Qiuping said. "Don't worry, Mom. Yuxin and I will be just fine," Xu Yang assured her. The next day, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin said goodbye to his parents and returned to Jiangqing. They brought Xu Xiaoyu and her two friends along. As soon as Xu Xiaoyu saw Xu Yang, she ran up excitedly and grabbed his arm. "Brother, our video from yesterday blew up. It's got over 5 million views, 100,000 likes, 50,000 shares, and 50,000 comments. My followers even surpassed 100,000. She had been keeping a close eye on the video's performance, checking frequently. While views were slow at first, they skyrocketed overnight. When she checked again in the morning, the numbers stunned her. Her months of hard work hadn't come close to matching the success of this single video. Don't get too excited. This will become a regular occurrence, Xu Yang said calmly. Hey, I'm just really happy. This video gives me so much confidence for the future. Xu Xiaoyu grinned. They loaded their luggage into the trunk and set off. The return trip was smooth, with no traffic jams now that the holiday was over. They arrived in Jiangqing by mid-afternoon. Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin took the three girls shopping, buying Xu Xiaoyu clothes, shoes, and bags. Zhao Yuxin felt it would be unfair to focus solely on Xu Xiaoyu, so she also gifted each of her two friends a set of clothes. The two girls, grateful for the gesture, thanked them profusely. After shopping, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin treated the group to dinner and then checked them into a hotel before heading home. Back at home, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin couldn't wait to get closer. During their visit to Zhu Yang's hometown, They had restrained themselves, feeling it would be inappropriate to act intimate. Now that they were back, there was no need to hold back. Before long, the sounds of their passion filled the living room. Morning. Yi Shu-yang went to the hotel to pick up Xu Xiaoyu and her 2 friends, then drove them to the company. He instructed Xiao Dongsheng to sign contracts with the 3 of them and arrange training sessions. Recently, the company had signed many streamers, and these 3 would join the others for training. With that settled, Yi Shu-yang, as usual, could relax and let others handle the details. Not knowing where else to go, Yi Shu-yang stayed in the company's lounge, drinking tea and playing on his phone. After 2 rounds of gaming, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Lin Junie. Junie. Xu Yang answered. Yi Shu-yang, are you back in Jiangcheng? Lin Junie asked. Yes, just got back yesterday, Xu Yang replied. Great. I mentioned before the Mid-Autumn Festival that I wanted to treat you and Zhao Yuxin to dinner. How about tonight? Lin Junie suggested. Sure, no problem, Xu Yang agreed without hesitation. Given their relationship, there was no reason to refuse. He hadn't seen Lin Junie at the company earlier, so the latter was likely out shooting videos. Ye Xu Yang didn't ask too much. He knew Lin Junie didn't need supervision. Creating content was something Lin Junie genuinely enjoyed. After hanging up, Yi Shu Yang's phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Zhu Yang answered. Hello, this is Wu Jing. May I speak to Mr. Xu? It was none other than the director Wu Jing. Yes, this is Yi. I heard from Han Yanghui that you're interested in investing in my film? Wu Jing asked. Yes, I'm considering it. But I'd like to meet in person to discuss details before making a decision, Yi Shu Yang replied. Of course, that's understandable. How about we meet at Jiangqing Grand Hotel tomorrow at 3 p.m.? Would that work for you? Wu Jing suggested. Wu Jing was currently in Beijing and had received Han Yanghui's call 2 days ago. Since Wu Jing only returned to Jiangqing yesterday, he chose today to contact Xu Yang, wanting to avoid disrupting his personal life. That works for me. See you tomorrow, Yi Shu Yang agreed readily, as he had no plans for the day. Great, see you tomorrow, Wu Jing said. That evening, Yi Shu Yang, Zhao Yuxin, and Lin Junie had dinner together at a high-end restaurant. It was one of the restaurants Lin Junie had reviewed during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He had praised the food and wanted the couple to try it out. Streamers, unlike most people, didn't get holidays. The times when others rested were their busiest periods. Yi Shu Yang, however, treated his employees well. On top of paying holiday overtime, he gave each employee a 1,000 yuan bonus during the Mid-Autumn Festival, boosting morale across the company. As the meal progressed, and after several rounds of drinks, how's the food? Lin Junie asked. Very good, both Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin praised. Lin Junie chuckled. In the future, you should check out the restaurants I review. I guarantee all the ones I pick are great. Zhao Yuxin smiled. Sure, we'll follow your recommendations, but we might not keep up. You visit a new place every 2 or 3 days, and we can't eat out that often. No worries, just go when you can, Lin Junie replied. In the private room next door, 2 familiar figures were dining, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei. Yulu, my dad asked me to meet a director tomorrow to evaluate a film they're working on and see if it's worth investing in. Want to come with me? Chen Guanglei asked. Tomorrow was Saturday, so Zhao Yulu didn't have work. Meeting a director? Your dad's company invests in films? Zhao Yulu asked curiously. She hadn't heard about this before. Yeah, they've invested in 2 TV series before. But both lost money, so they stopped. This time, a director approached them with a movie project. My dad wants me to meet them to get some experience, Chen Guanglei explained. Which director? Zhao Yulu asked. She was intrigued by the entertainment industry, and wouldn't mind meeting a director in person. Wu Jing, Chen Guanglei replied with a smile. Wu Jing? He's directing now? Zhao Yulu was surprised. She knew a bit about Wu Jing. Yes. From what I've learned, his acting career started strong with popular historical dramas. Later he moved to Hong Kong to act in films but only got minor roles, often as villains. After failing to make it in Hong Kong, he returned and began working on a self-written, self-directed, and self-starred film. Unfortunately, the budget ran out halfway through production, and now he's struggling to find investors. Just before Mid-Autumn Festival, he approached my dad's company. My dad wasn't too keen but asked me to meet him anyway. I see. Zhao Yulu nodded. What's the film about? Is it an action movie? It's a military action film, Chen Guanglei said. Zhao Yulu frowned. This genre doesn't seem popular. In recent years, military action films haven't done well at the box office, and few people pay attention to them. Chen Guanglai laughed. Exactly. That's why he's struggling to secure funding. I'm just going to see what it's about. All right, I'll come along. It'll be interesting to meet Wu Jing, Zhao Yulu said. Great. The meeting is at 2 p.m. at Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Let's have lunch together before heading over, Chen Guanglai said excitedly. Sure, Zhao Yulu agreed before asking, by the way, how's the Southwest Chamber of Commerce deal coming along? It should be finalized in the next couple of days. Don't worry. My dad is meeting with the vice president again tonight for dinner. By Monday, everything should be settled, Chen Guanglai assured her. He was even more anxious than Zhao Yulu. After all, she had promised to be his girlfriend if he secured this deal. Good, Zhao Yulu said. Chen Guanglai grinned. Just don't forget your promise. I won't. If the deal goes through, I'll keep my word, Zhao Yulu replied. Chen Guanglai's smile grew wider. In his mind, it was a done deal. Once Zhao Yulu became his girlfriend, he planned to take her to a hotel that very night. After chasing her for so long, he was finally going to succeed. And once he had her, Zhao Yulu would have no reason to act superior anymore. Any woman who ended up in his hands lost the right to put on airs. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. 2:30 p.m. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglai walked out of the hotel. Chen Guanglai shook his head in disappointment. Wu Jing's military action film, I thought it would have some originality, but it's garbage. All that talk about showcasing military and national pride, who's going to watch that? Zhao Yulu nodded in agreement. Exactly. No one watches these kinds of films anymore. If he finishes this movie, it's guaranteed to lose money. Chen Guanglai said. Is Wu Jing out of his mind? Even making a random historical drama would be better than this. I thought he'd reflect on his failures in Hong Kong and carefully craft a great script, but instead, he came up with this trash. It's no wonder he failed before. At this rate, he's doomed to stay irrelevant. Zhao Yulu added, Wu Jing is a decent actor, but historical and action films have long since fallen out of favor. He probably doesn't realize it yet, and still thinks he can stage a comeback with this. Chen Guanglai laughed. Whoever invests in this film is a fool. If someone wants to throw money at it, they're welcome to, just not me. Zhao Yulu agreed. You're making the right decision. Investing in this will only result in a loss. The two got into their car and left. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan arrived and parked in the same spot. A young man stepped out. It was Yi Shu Yang. His meeting with Wu Jing was scheduled for 3 p.m., and he had arrived a bit early. No matter the circumstances, punctuality was essential. Even though Shu Yang was now wealthy and it was Wu Jing who needed him, Shu Yang saw no reason to act pretentious by arriving late. He found the agreed-upon private room and met Wu Jing and Han Yanghui. After brief introductions facilitated by Han Yanghui, the three sat down. Director Wu, I've only heard a general overview of your film from Han Yanghui. Could you tell me more about it? Zhu Yang asked. In truth, he didn't need to hear more. He had already made up his mind. But asking questions showed professionalism and tact. Agreeing to invest without inquiring would make him look foolish, and Zhu Yang had no intention of coming across that way. Of course, Wu Jing said, proceeding to explain the film. He detailed the plot, its selling points, a market analysis, and his dedication to the project. He concluded by saying that while he couldn't guarantee box office numbers, the film had a high chance of profitability. Not bad. Xu Yang nodded after listening. He paused briefly before asking, how much funding are you still short? Wu Jing's heart leaped. Yixu Yang's question suggested he was interested in investing. Yixu Yang was Wu Jing's last hope for funding. If he couldn't secure the money, the film would have to be shelved, a situation that would likely lead to its cancellation. Earlier, a wealthy investor surnamed Chen had dismissed the script, tearing it apart with harsh criticism. Wu Jing had held back his frustration but felt disheartened. Now it seemed the tide was turning. Yixu Yang's interest might make him the benefactor Wu Jing desperately needed. Wu Jing quickly replied, I've managed to secure 2 smaller investments recently, totaling 5 million. To complete the film, I still need at least 15 million more. Yi Shu Yang asked. Director Wu, if I were to invest, I'd want to ensure the film is done to the best possible standard. Is 15 million enough for that? Wu Jing hesitated, then admitted, to be honest, 15 million would allow us to finish the film with basic requirements met. But if we aim for the highest quality, we'd need at least 20 million. Then let's aim for the best, Yi Shu Yang said calmly. I'll invest 20 million. Wu Jing was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Xu. I promise to give this project my all and make it the best it can be. Yishu Yang nodded. Based on what you've said, this film originally had a budget of 55 million. With the 5 million you recently secured and my 20 million, the total would be 80 million. I'd own a 25% stake in the film, correct? Yes, that's correct, Wu Jing confirmed. And the box office revenue will be distributed based on this percentage? Yishu Yang asked. Exactly, Wu Jing replied. I have one additional condition, Yishu Yang said. Wu Jing hesitated briefly before responding. Please tell me. If it's within reason, I'll agree. This film was Wu Jing's passion project, his chance to make a comeback. He was willing to compromise on almost anything, as long as it wasn't excessively demanding. If you decide to make Wolf Warriors 2, I want a 30% stake in the project, Yishu Yang stated. According to the system, Wolf Warriors 2 would achieve a box office revenue of 5 billion. Yishu Yang had to secure an investment in it. Once Wolf Warriors succeeded, Wu Jing would have no trouble attracting major investors for the sequel. Without laying the groundwork now, Yishu Yang knew he'd have no chance to participate in the future. Wu Jing's eyes widened. Mr. Xu, you're so confident in Wolf Warriors that you're already thinking about a sequel? Wu Jing had expected Xu Yang to ask for additional revenue streams, such as a share of future licensing deals. He hadn't anticipated that Xu Yang would jump straight to discussing a sequel. Yishu Yang replied, based on the quality of the script and your commitment, I believe Wolf Warriors will perform well. If it succeeds, it's only natural for you to consider a sequel. Wu Jing nodded solemnly. All right. If I make Wolf Warriors 2, I'll reserve a 30% stake for you. Great. Let's draft a contract, Yishu Yang said, smiling. Both sides brought in lawyers to draft the investment agreement. Once the contract was signed, Yishu Yang transferred 20 million to Wu Jing's account. Mr. Xu, thank you for your trust. I won't let you down, Wu Jing assured him. I believe in you, Yishu Yang replied with a smile. He turned to Han Yanghui and added, Director Wu, Han Yanghui is a close high school friend of mine. He's serious about pursuing a career in acting. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you could look out for him. Hearing this, Han Yanghui's eyes reddened with emotion. He understood the weight of Xu Yang's words. As an investor, Yixu Yang's request would carry significant influence with Wu Jing. Yishu, rest assured. When Han came in for his audition, I told him he had excellent acting skills, Wu Jing said earnestly. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you, let alone find an investor. His role in this film is already confirmed and won't be changed. In the future, if I work on new projects and find suitable roles, I'll be sure to cast him again. Wu Jing paused and added, additionally, I have a few connections in this industry. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce him to my network. To Wu Jing, Yishu Yang was no less than a savior. Without his investment, the film would have been shelved indefinitely. His gratitude was genuine, and his promise to Xu was made with the utmost sincerity. Then I'll thank you in advance, Yishu Yang replied with a slight nod. Yishu, thank you so much, Han Yanghui said, clenching his fist tightly. His eyes glistened with emotion. He knew this was his big break. Whether he could make it in the industry would now depend entirely on his own efforts. Come on, we're friends. No need for such formality, Yishu Yang said with a smile, giving Han a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leaving. Wu Jing and Han Yanghui stood up and escorted Xu to the door, watching him drive away in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Wu Jing sighed with relief, turning to Han Yanghui. Han, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my movie might never have seen the light of day. Director Wu, you're being too polite. All I did was mention your project to Xu Yang. Ultimately, it's your movie's quality that convinced him to invest, Han said modestly. Wu Jing chuckled and reassured him, rest assured, my promise to Xu wasn't just for show. I'll introduce you to my contacts in the industry when the time comes. Though Han's career might start with minor roles, it was still a significant step up. Many aspiring actors spent years running errands or playing extras without getting such opportunities. Thank you, Director Wu. Han bowed slightly, filled with gratitude. All right, back to Beijing we go. Let's resume shooting immediately. Wu Jing's spirits were high. With the 20 million yuan investment secured, his confidence soared. He was determined to make this film exceptional and prove all the naysayers wrong. On his way home, Yishu Yang received a call from Jiang Yuhang. Jiang Shao. Yishu greeted, answering the call. Zhu Yang, where are you? Are you free right now? Jiang asked. I'm driving home, just finished up some business. What's up? Zhu replied. About the situation from last time, thank you again. I just wrapped everything up today. I'd like to meet you in person to express my gratitude. How about dinner tonight? Jiang asked. Over the past few days, Jiang had thoroughly investigated Xu Yang, as well as Liang Yurui and Yi Jingjing, and found no evidence of collusion between them. Everything pointed to Liang and Yi acting alone. Yi Xu's timely warning had not only spared him from potential harm but likely saved his life. Yang had shared the details with his father, Yang Dahai, including Xu Yang's knack for investments in futures and antiques. Impressed by Yi Xu's potential, Jiang Dahai decided to extend a generous gesture to strengthen their relationship. Jiang Xiao. There's no need to be so formal, Yi Xu said lightly. Yi Xu Yang. Please give me this chance. Let's have dinner tonight, Jiang insisted. After a moment of thought, Yi Xu agreed. Alright, send me the address, and I'll head over. Great. I'll text it to you right away, Jiang said, his tone pleased. Shortly after, Yi Xu received the address and turned his car around to head there. On the way, he called Zhao Yuxin to inform her about the dinner invitation, asking if she wanted to join. I'll pass, Zhao replied. I'll just eat at my dad's restaurant tonight. Yi Xu respected her decision and continued driving. About half an hour later, Yi Xu arrived at an upscale restaurant and made his way to the private dining room Jiang had reserved. After some light conversation, the two settled down to eat. Over the course of the meal, Xu finally asked, So, Jiang, what's this all about? Zhu, from now on, just call me Yu Hang or old Jiang, none of this Jiang Xiao business, Jiang said with a wave of his hand. That doesn't feel right. You're one of Jiang Chengxing's top elites. And I'm just an ordinary person, Yu Su said with a polite shake of his head. Come on, don't give me that. Ordinary people don't make the kind of money you've made in futures and antiques, nor do they know the kind of secrets you uncovered, Jiang replied, rolling his eyes. Alright, old Jiang it is. Now tell me, why did you want to meet today? Xu asked, relenting with a smile. Jiang Yuhang pulled out a folder from his briefcase and placed it in front of Zhu. What's this? Yi Xu asked, puzzled. Take a look, Jiang said, grinning. Yi Xu opened the folder and found a shareholder transfer agreement. It stated that 3% of Wanda Films shares were being transferred from Jiang Dahai to Zhu Yang. Old Jiang, what's the meaning of this? Xu asked, shocked. Wanda Films, a subsidiary of Wanda Group, was a behemoth in the film industry. Its shares were incredibly valuable, not only for their monetary worth but for the powerful connections they represented. This is a decision my father and I made together. Take it, Xu. You've earned it, Yang said, placing a pen in front of him. Yi shook his head firmly. Old Jiang, this is too much. We're friends, you don't need to do this. He wanted the shares but felt the gesture was too grand. After all, his warning to Jiang had required little effort on his part. Yi Xu, if you truly consider me a friend, then sign it. Or are you telling me my life isn't worth 3% of these shares? Jiang countered. Yi Xu Yang chuckled helplessly. Old Jiang, there's really no need for this. Yixu Yang, just sign it already, Jiang Yuhang insisted. This is my dad's instruction. He said that if you don't sign, I might as well not go back home anymore. You wouldn't want me wandering the streets, would you? Faced with such persistence, Yixu Yang couldn't help but smile wryly and finally agreed, signing the contract. With that, Yixu Yang officially became a shareholder in Wanda Films, owning 3% of the company. Though the share was small, it was significant enough that no major players in the film industry would dare underestimate its value. By the way, Jiang Yuhang began. Last time we had dinner, you mentioned that your wife works at a bank, right? Yixu Yang nodded, a bit puzzled. Yes, why do you ask? It's like this, Jiang explained. My dad is the chairman of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Recently, the member companies of the chamber jointly set up a special investment fund. I've been busy overseeing its formation, and it's basically finalized now. By next Tuesday, all the member companies' funds will be in place, totaling 1 billion yuan. This money needs a bank for custodial services, and several banks have already approached us. We're currently deciding which one to choose. Then I remembered your wife works at a bank, so I thought we'd deposit it with the one she works for. Yixu Yang blinked in surprise. Wouldn't this affect you or your father negatively? Of course, this was great news for Zhao Yuxin. In her line of work, performance metrics were essential. Managing the custody of a 1 billion yuan fund would be a significant achievement for her bank. Such cooperation was typically long-term. Once a custodial agreement was signed, the funds were unlikely to be transferred elsewhere without good reason. Moreover, if this fund performed well, its assets might even grow. For these reasons, this opportunity would significantly boost Zhao Yuxin's standing in her workplace, making her a key asset to her bank. Yishu Yang, however, didn't want Jiang or his father to face any complications because of him. Don't worry, Jiang reassured him. This decision is entirely within my power. The members' opinions are just for reference. If I say the funds go to her bank, that's where they'll go. Hearing this, Yishu Yang relaxed. All right then, I'll let my wife know. I'll send you her number so your team can contact her directly. Great, Jiang replied. I'll have the fund's finance manager reach out to her tomorrow to set up the account. By the day after tomorrow, the funds should be transferred. Thank you, Xu Yang said sincerely. No need to be so formal between us, Jiang said with a grin. By the way, I heard from Lin Junyi that you've acquired a live streaming guild and signed him on. He mentioned you guided him into becoming a food review content creator, and now he's a small-scale internet celebrity. Yishu Yang smiled. That's right. Lin was correct when he said there's potential in short videos. I don't have the personality to appear on camera like he does, so I bought a guild instead. As for Lin, his past struggles were largely due to not finding his niche. I merely helped him identify his strengths and tailor his content to fit. That's still impressive, Jiang praised. I watched his latest videos, and they're genuinely entertaining. They even make me want to visit the restaurants he reviews. His outdoor adventure content before this just seemed ordinary. The two continued chatting as they ate. After the meal, they parted ways. When Zhu Yang got home, he shared the good news about the Southwest Chamber of Commerce's investment fund with Zhao Yuxin. Zhao Yuxin was thrilled. Her bank's manager had previously informed employees about this opportunity, urging everyone to leverage their networks to secure the business. The manager had even promised substantial rewards for anyone who could land the deal, including the freedom to choose their position within the bank, barring the manager's role. Zhao Yuxin hadn't thought much of it, knowing her connections were limited and the chances slim. She hadn't even mentioned it to Xu Yang. Now, to her surprise, not only was Jiang Yuhang's father the chairman of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, but Jiang himself also had the authority to choose where the funds would be deposited and had decided on her bank. This development was monumental. Once finalized, she would no longer be seen as a novice employee but rather as someone the bank's leadership valued greatly. For someone who had only been at the bank for less than half a year, this was nothing short of a career breakthrough. Monday. As soon as Zhao Yuxin arrived at work, she received a call from the fund's finance manager, who explained the situation and asked when it would be convenient to set up the account. The manager spoke politely, knowing this was a task personally assigned by Zhang Yuhang. She had initially wondered if Zhao Yuxin was someone Zhang had romantic feelings for, but after a brief explanation from Zhang, she realized the connection was purely through friendship. Any time is fine. Just let me know, Zhao Yuxin replied. Great, I'll come over at 10 a.m. See you then. After the call ended, Zhao Yuxin immediately informed her manager. The manager's excitement was palpable. He had all but given up hope on landing the deal, knowing how fierce the competition was and how limited their bank's resources were. Yet here was Zhao Yuxin, delivering the opportunity on a silver platter. Xiao Zhao. This is incredible. Tell me, how did you pull it off? The manager asked, his tone both curious and impressed. Manager, the chairman's son, Jiang Yuhang, is a friend of my husband's. When he learned I work at this bank, he decided to entrust the funds to us, Zhao Yuxin explained honestly. The manager's eyes lit up. Your husband is friends with Jiang Yuhang? He had heard of Zhao Yuxin's marriage, as she had distributed wedding candies to everyone at the bank. At the time, he hadn't thought much about her husband, who she'd casually mentioned worked for a listed company. Now it seemed her husband was far more extraordinary than he'd assumed. Jiang Yuhang was known as one of Jiang Qing's top-tier heirs. To be friends with him, Zhao Yuxin's husband must be a prominent figure in his own right. Yes. Zhao Yuxin nodded. Your husband is a second-generation rich kid? The bank manager asked directly. No, my husband isn't. It was just by chance that he became friends with Jiang Yuhang, Zhao Yuxin explained. The manager sighed. It seems your husband isn't as simple as he seems. He believed Zhao Yuxin wasn't lying, there was no need for her to. If her husband wasn't born into wealth but still managed to befriend someone like Jiang Yuhang, it proved that her husband was no ordinary person. Manager, you're joking. My husband is just an ordinary guy, Zhao Yuxin said modestly. The manager chuckled. Yuxin, you're being too humble. No matter what, you've landed a major deal for the bank. This is a significant contribution. As promised, you can choose any position you'd like in the bank besides mine, of course. Also, let's set up a dinner sometime so I can meet your husband. The manager was in high spirits. He wanted to seize the opportunity to get to know Zhao Yuxin's husband. Someone with her husband's connections could be highly beneficial for the bank and for his career. Thank you, manager. I'll go get busy now, Zhao Yuxin said gratefully. Go ahead. When the fund's financial manager arrives, let me know, the manager said. Understood, Zhao Yuxin replied as she left the manager's office. At Kexuan Investments. Chen Guanglai entered the president's office. Dad, what's the matter? He asked as he slumped into a sofa. Earlier, he had been flirting with a female employee when his father called, telling him to come to the office. Being interrupted at a critical moment left him annoyed. The Southwest Chamber of Commerce deal has fallen through, said his father, Chen Ankang, a balding, middle-aged man in his 50s. Despite being overweight and not taking care of his health, his success as a self-made businessman worth tens of billions overshadowed those flaws. After becoming wealthy, he didn't uphold his moral boundaries. He kept mistresses, leading to a divorce from his wife. But with his wealth, women were never in short supply. Hearing this news, Chen Guanglai's expression changed. What? I thought you said this deal was in the bag. Chen Ankang gave a wry smile. I said it was almost certain. But there's always that one factor beyond control. Everything was fine until someone interfered. Who interfered? Chen Guanglai frowned. Jiang Yuhang, Chen Ankang replied. Chen Guanglai froze for a moment before exclaiming. Him. As a fellow member of Jiangqing's wealthy circles, he was well aware that Jiang Yuhang was one of the city's most prominent heirs. He had long hoped to befriend Jiang Yuhang but had only seen him twice from afar, once at a racing event and once at a banquet. He hadn't had the chance to introduce himself, let alone build a connection. Approaching him directly to ask for friendship would have only made him look like a fool. Such relationships required mutual introductions through shared connections. But he hadn't found anyone who could help. He hadn't expected Jiang Yuhang to get involved in this matter, which now ruined his plans. This interference also crushed his hopes of making Zhao Yulu his girlfriend. In his mind, Jiang Yuhang had derailed everything. Still, at most, he could only grumble about it internally or curse under his breath when no one else was around. Openly expressing dissatisfaction with someone like Jiang Yuhang would be asking for trouble. If word reached Jiang Yuhang, a small-time heir like him wouldn't stand a chance. Chen Ankang sighed. Since he's overseeing the fund's establishment, this was within his authority. This morning he made it clear that the fund would be deposited in a specific bank. How could the vice chairman oppose him? After all, Jiang Yuhang's father is the chairman, and his influence far surpasses that of the vice chairman. Why did he suddenly designate a bank? Chen Guanglai asked, puzzled. I don't know. The vice chairman didn't provide details, Chen Ankang replied. Chen Guanglai clenched his fists. So, there's nothing we can do. Leaving his father's office, he went straight to his car and called Zhao Yulu. The call connected quickly. Chen Guanglai, is the 10 billion fund settled? Zhao Yulu asked eagerly. She had been anxiously waiting for this news, remembering how he had confidently assured her it would go through. She had already told her colleagues and even the bank manager that she'd secure the deal. If it fell through, she'd become a laughingstock among her peers, and the manager would surely be disappointed in her. This would make her position at the bank untenable. Yulu, I'm sorry to say the deal didn't go through, Chen Guanglai said bitterly. What happened? Didn't you say it was a sure thing? Zhao Yulu's tone turned cold. She had had enough of his empty promises. Each time he'd sworn there'd be no problems, only for things to fall apart in the end. This time, it directly impacted her job. Yulu, this isn't my fault, Chen Guanglai protested. My father has a great relationship with the vice chairman, and the man promised to help. But someone interfered, and even he couldn't do anything. Who interfered? Zhao Yulu pressed, her frustration mounting. Jiang Yuhang, he admitted reluctantly. Zhao Yulu fell silent for a moment. She knew who Jiang Yuhang was. If someone like him had stepped in, there truly was nothing Chen Guanglai could have done. Still, she couldn't suppress her irritation. You always say it's not your fault. Do you know I told my manager and colleagues about this deal? Now that it's fallen through, how am I supposed to continue working there? Hearing this, a light bulb went off in Chen Guanglai's mind. Yulu, if the bank doesn't work out, you could join my father's company. I promised the pay would be better, and the work much easier. In his mind, this setback could be turned into an opportunity. If Zhao Yulu worked for his father's company, he'd have more chances to get closer to her. The possibility of winning her over would greatly increase. I'll think about it, Zhao Yulu said, her tone softening slightly. By the way, who was it that intervened? Chen Guanglai replied. It was Jiang Yuhang, the son of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce's chairman. Jiang Yuhang? Zhao Yulu frowned. Isn't he the one known as Jiangqing's top rich second-generation heir? Chen Guanglai nodded. That's him. He's the one in charge of setting up and managing the investment fund. Zhao Yulu asked, which bank is the fund being deposited into? I don't know, Chen Guanglai admitted. Since things fell apart, my dad didn't bother asking, and I didn't find out either. Zhao Yulu's tone turned cold. All right, I understand. I have to get back to work. Bye. Yulu, this was just an accident. Let me make it up to you. How about lunch today? I'll come pick you up, Chen Guanglai offered. No need. I'm busy at lunchtime, Zhao Yulu responded icily before hanging up. This is such a mess. Listening to the disconnected tone on the phone, Chen Guanglai was so frustrated he wanted to smash his phone. Time flew, and soon it was December. One day, Yishu Yang went to Fengkai Guild to check in with Xiao Dongxing about the company's performance. Most of the people from the list you gave me have signed with us -35 in total. We followed the development plan you laid out for them, helping them create live streams and videos, and now they've all become influencers with over 1 million followers. 3 of them have even become superstar influencers with tens of millions of followers, including your friend Lin Junyi. Your cousin, although working from your hometown, has also become a 1 million follower influencer through her streams and videos. Our original streamers have benefited as well. After implementing new strategies for them, they've all reached 1 million followers too. Because of the influx of streamers and the expansion of the back-end team, the old office is no longer sufficient. I've rented 2 additional offices in this building, so now half of the building is used by our company. Last month, the company's net profit exceeded 10 million yuan, hitting 13 million. The team is highly motivated and optimistic about the company's future. Xiao Dongxing gave a concise but detailed report. Excellent, truly excellent. Under your leadership, the company's growth is remarkable, Yu Zhu Yang said with satisfaction. Yisiu, the success is mainly due to the list you provided. Without it, even with adequate funding, we couldn't have grown this fast. I'm just following your vision. Xiao's words were a mix of flattery and truth. Knowing how to praise the boss while acknowledging the reality of their success was essential. Haha, Xiao. You're being modest. You've been doing a fantastic job, Xu Yang said, clearly enjoying the compliment. He now understood why so many leaders appreciated flattery. It really felt great. By the way, now that we've signed the streamers, aside from regular streams and short videos, do you have any ideas for significantly boosting the company's revenue? Zhu Yang asked. Today his goals were twofold: to hear the report, and to see if Xiao Dongxing had any strategies for further growth. Well, we can have the streamers take on some advertising contracts. That's one way to generate income, Xiao Dongxing suggested. That's true, but advertising revenue alone isn't enough to bring explosive growth, Yishu Yang said, recognizing the potential but seeking something bigger. Explosive growth? Xiao Dongxing hesitated before shaking his head. Yixu, achieving explosive growth isn't easy. Realizing Xiao hadn't yet thought of a strategy, Yishu Yang said, there's an opportunity right now. Xiao's eyes lit up. What kind of opportunity, Xu? Having seen Xu Yang's ability to pinpoint opportunities, especially with the streamer list, Xiao had full confidence in him. Xu Yang smiled. Livestream shopping. Xiao was momentarily stunned before replying, but Zhu Duyan doesn't have that feature yet. He had considered livestream shopping before, as platforms like Kuaiyou and Taobao had made fortunes from it. But Douyin, despite its rapid rise, hadn't rolled out this feature yet. Xiao Douyin is growing so quickly that it'll soon surpass Kuaishou as the top short video platform. Livestream shopping is a massive market, and Douyin won't ignore it. I predict they'll launch the feature soon. Our guild's goal should be to seize this opportunity and become the first guild on Douyin to do livestream shopping. When Douyin launches the feature, there will likely be a pilot program. We should aim to be their partner for that pilot. This will strengthen our relationship with Douyin and bring immense visibility and revenue to our guild. With our current roster of high-quality streamers, I'm confident we can collaborate with Douyin and become the pioneer in their livestream shopping initiative. I'll leave the negotiations with Douyin to you, you're better equipped for that. Everything Xu Yang mentioned came directly from the system's email detailing Douyin's future strategy, including the exact timeline for launching livestream shopping and its massive success. All Xu Yang had to do was point Xiao in the right direction and let him execute the plan. Hearing this, Xiao felt as if he'd been struck by inspiration. You're absolutely right. Livestream shopping is a massive market, and Douyin definitely won't sit on the sidelines for long. Based on their growth rate, they should roll it out soon. This is indeed a fantastic opportunity. If we can collaborate with Douyin and establish ourselves as leaders in livestream shopping, the benefits in revenue and visibility will be immense. With our roster of talented streamers, I'm confident we can make it happen. The more Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. He could already envision the guild skyrocketing to fame and fortune in the livestream shopping space. As someone who held a 20% stake in the company, every yuan of profit directly translated into income for him. The thought of livestream shopping being the key to explosive growth was enough to ignite his motivation. Yishu Yang noticed Xiao Dongsheng's excitement and reminded him, "Old Xiao, I must warn you, the products we sell through live streaming must be strictly vetted. Only high-quality products with good reputations should be promoted. I don't want our guild to face a massive crisis because of live streaming. You need to maintain strict control over this." Yishu Yang feared that Xiao Dongsheng might prioritize profits and allow streamers to promote subpar products. In the short term, such an approach might generate high revenue, but in the long term, it would be disastrous. Yishu Yang's approach to business always considered sustainable growth. He wasn't the type to make a quick buck and leave. Therefore, he had to emphasize this point to Xiao Dongsheng. Xiao Dongsheng was startled and immediately assured him, "Don't worry, Shu. I'm not the kind of person who would sacrifice principles for money. I have my limits and understand what's necessary for the company's long-term success. I won't do anything to damage the company's interests. Once we secure the partnership with Douyin, I'll ensure the products we promote are carefully selected. Only those with excellent quality and strong reputations will be considered." To be honest, even without Xu Yang's reminder, Xiao Dongsheng wouldn't have allowed fake or inferior products. However, before this reminder, he might not have placed as much importance on product quality and reputation. Now, he realized he had to be extremely cautious, choosing only the very best products. Yishu Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Over the next few days, get everything prepared and start reaching out to Douyin. Once the partnership is confirmed, focus on high-quality, well-regarded brands. If there's anything that requires my involvement, call me immediately." Xiao Dongsheng responded promptly, "Understood. All right, I'll head out now," Yishu Yang said as he got up to leave. At evening at the Yang family home, Lu Yujun prepared dinner and called everyone to the table. Yang Tiansheng brought out his treasured bottle of Maotai and poured 2 glasses, one for himself and one for his son, Yang Jingsheng. Since Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun didn't drink liquor, he didn't pour any for them. Watching his father's actions, Yang Jingsheng couldn't help but ask, "Dad, is there some good news today?" Yang Tiansheng took a sip of the Maotai, smacked his lips with satisfaction, and smiled. "Today, the boss held a senior management meeting to discuss the hot pot chain plan I proposed. The plan was approved, and I was appointed as the person in charge of the project. We're starting with 20 hot pot chain stores in Jiangchang. If they perform well, the plan will expand to major cities nationwide. The boss even promised me that if this project succeeds, I'll be promoted to the group's executive president." Yang Tiansheng worked at a company called Meiwei Group. Both Lu Yujun and Yang Tiansheng owed their managerial positions to this company. He had previously shared his idea for the hot pot chain with Lu Yujun and Yang Jingsheng. Currently, he was a vice president at Meiwei Group, a long-standing restaurant chain in Jiangcheng, with several brands under its umbrella. These included fast food, high-end restaurants, and specialty cuisine tailored to different regional tastes. Although the group was extensive, it hadn't ventured into the hot pot industry yet. Yang Tiansheng's proposal aligned perfectly with the owner's vision. After some discussion, the senior management decided to greenlight the hot pot chain plan. The owner's support of Yang Tiansheng's ideas led to his appointment as the project leader. If the project succeeded, he was promised a promotion to group president. The boss's assurance made other executives envious. With the boss backing him, failure was nearly impossible. Yang Tiansheng's promotion was all but guaranteed. After the meeting, many colleagues approached Yang Tiansheng to curry favor, giving him a sense of satisfaction. Such an occasion warranted a celebration. Truth be told, if not for concerns about his boss's impression, he would have invited colleagues out for a celebratory dinner. For now, drinking Maotai at home with his son seemed like a modest celebration. "That's fantastic." Yang Jingsheng almost jumped with joy. If his father became president, his own position at the company would undoubtedly improve. His success depended entirely on his father. With little talent of his own, his career progress was tied to Yang Tiansheng's achievements. Yang, this proves that hard work pays off. You've finally waited for the right opportunity, Lu Yujun said cheerfully. Her own well-being also depended on Yang Tiancheng. The more he earned, the more she could spend on herself. Xiao Yulu, however, silently ate her meal, showing no interest in the conversation. She didn't feel like part of the family. Yang Tiancheng's success had nothing to do with her. Yang Tiancheng treated her very differently from his biological son, Yang Jingsheng. As a stepdaughter, she had experienced years of disparity. Yang Tiancheng took his son on vacations but never her. He fulfilled all of Yang Jingsheng's wishes but denied hers. Yang Jingsheng attended the best schools, while she was left in ordinary public schools. When Yang Jingsheng made mistakes, they were overlooked, but her mistakes brought scolding or even punishment. These experiences made it hard for her to acknowledge Yang Tiancheng as her stepfather, or to see Yang Jingsheng as her brother. Dad, let me toast to you, the future president of my Wei Group, Yang Jingsheng exclaimed with excitement, raising his glass. Yang, I'll toast you too with tea instead of wine, Lu Yujun said, pouring a cup of tea for herself and another for Zhao Yulu. She shot Zhao Yulu a meaningful look, urging her to participate. Reluctantly, Zhao Yulu raised her teacup. Good. Tonight, our family will toast to this great news. Yang Tiancheng, in high spirits, clinked glasses with everyone and downed his wine in one gulp. Ah hey, he sighed contentedly, smacking his lips again in his usual at-home manner. At home he indulged his habits while drinking. Outside, however, he wouldn't dare act this way, lest he become a laughingstock. This vintage Mao Tai really is different, Yang Jingsheng said, downing his own glass and smacking his lips as well. He thoughtfully refilled his father's glass, and then his own. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun took a sip of tea and set their cups down. Zhao Yulu quietly continued eating, not saying a word. Yang Tiancheng took a couple of bites of food and then said, "The first step to the success of this hot pot chain plan is choosing the right locations. Stores in good areas will naturally do better business. Starting tomorrow, we need to focus on site selection. Jingsheng, I'm putting you in charge of this task. Once the plan succeeds, I'll report your contributions to the company, and when the time comes to promote you, no one will have anything to say against it." Yang Jingsheng was overjoyed. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll handle this properly and won't let you down." Satisfied, Yang Tiancheng nodded and turned to Lu Yujun. "Yujun, you should also get involved. Start preparing now. When the time comes, I'll assign you to manage one of the stores. Once you achieve good results with a single store, I'll recommend you for a promotion, and no one will have grounds to object." Lu Yujun was thrilled. "Of course. I'll make all the preparations and manage the store well. Don't worry." "Good." Yang Tiancheng nodded in approval. The saying "a rising tide lifts all boats" might be an exaggeration, but Yang Tiancheng's rise to president would undoubtedly mean promotions and raises for both Lu Yujun and Yang Jingsheng. As for Zhao Yulu, who worked at a bank, her situation had little to do with him. A job at a bank was decent enough, and Zhao Yulu had earned it on her own merits. In contrast, after graduating, Yang Jingsheng couldn't find a good job until Yang Tiancheng used his influence as a vice president to arrange for him to work at My Wei Group. Over time, Yang Jingsheng had climbed to the position of supervisor, but it was all thanks to his father. Without him, Yang Jingsheng would have been stuck at an entry-level job with no prospects for promotion. Even though Yang Tiancheng was fully aware of his son's limitations, he never complained. As a father, it was his job to have the ability his son lacked. After all, the money he earned would ultimately be left to his son. As for his stepdaughter, she would eventually marry and leave the family. And since Zhao Yulu wasn't his biological daughter, Yang Tiancheng didn't see much reason to invest in her future. If not for Zhao Yulu's good looks and the likelihood of marrying well, Yang Tiancheng wouldn't have cared about her at all. In his mind, Zhao Yulu's only purpose was to marry into a good family and bring benefits to the Yang household. That was why he had insisted Zhao Yulu break up with Zhu Yang, and why he had his son introduce her to Chen Guanglei. If Zhao Yulu married Chen Guanglei, it would be a huge boon for the Yang family and even help Yang Tiancheng's career. Chen Guanglei's father was a multi-millionaire. Having such a family connection would elevate Yang Tiancheng's status at My Wei Group. It would also provide a safety net if My Wei Group ever folded. Yang Tiancheng could count on his connection with Chen Guanglei's father to find a good job. Yang Tiancheng had meticulously calculated all this, but only time would tell whether his plans would come to fruition. "Dad, I think the locations for the hot pot stores should be in high foot traffic areas. Once there's enough foot traffic, the business will naturally take off," said Yang Jingsheng. Yang Tiancheng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. In the restaurant business, especially with hot pot, location is everything. High traffic is essential for strong sales. Yang Jingxing's eyes lit up, and he turned to Lu Yujun. Mom, I think your ex-husband's restaurant would be a great location for a hot pot store. Yang Tianchang's eyes sparkled. That's right. That area has a lot of foot traffic with many office buildings and shopping malls nearby. It's a prime spot. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make such a good living with just a small restaurant. He even has enough money to help his daughter buy a home. His restaurant space isn't fully utilized right now. With some renovations, it could definitely accommodate a hot pot restaurant. Yang Tianchang harbored a grudge against Zhao Hai. Years ago, both had worked at Miwei Group. Yang Tianchang used underhanded tactics to edge Zhao Hai out and become a manager. Over time, he climbed the ranks to become a vice president. Not only that, but Yang Tianchang had also taken Zhao Hai's wife, Lu Yujun. In their rivalry, Yang Tianchang had emerged the clear winner. If he could now lease Zhao Hai's restaurant for the hot pot chain, he imagined Zhao Hai's reaction would be priceless. The thought of it filled Yang Tianchang with anticipation. Yang Jingxing grinned. Mom, why don't you talk to your ex-husband and ask him to lease the restaurant to us? Running that small place can't make him much money anyway. This way he could retire early and enjoy life. It's a win-win. Yang Tianchang agreed. Yujun, Jingxing has a point. Call Zhao Hai and talk to him. His tone left no room for refusal. All right, Lu Yujun said, taking out her phone and stepping onto the balcony to make the call. She returned shortly after, her expression sour. What happened? Did he refuse to lease the restaurant to us? Yang Tianchang asked with a frown. He said there's no way he'd lease it to us and told us to stop dreaming. Lu Yujun said, her face dark with anger. Zhao Hai had been blunt and merciless in his rejection, completely disregarding their past relationship. His harshness infuriated her. He might just need more time to come around. Here's what you'll do after work tomorrow. Go to his restaurant and talk to him in person. Offer to raise the rent a bit if necessary. It's worth it. The hot pot business will quickly recoup any extra costs, Yang Tianching said. Fine. I'll go tomorrow and convince him. I refuse to believe I can't make him agree, Lu Yujun replied determinedly. Although the idea had originated with Yang Jingsheng and received Yang Tiancheng's approval, it was effectively a direct order from Yang Tiancheng. Since it was tied to his hot pot chain plan, success was non-negotiable. For Lu Yujun, this was an opportunity to prove her worth and secure a better position in the family. Mom, I wish you success in advance, Yang Jingsheng said with a smug grin, as though anticipating some drama. His expression annoyed Lu Yujun, but she said nothing. Oh, and Yulu, you'll go with your mom tomorrow, Yang Tianchang said, turning to Zhao Yulu. Can't mom just handle it herself? Zhao Yulu didn't want to go. It'll be more effective if you go too. After all, you're Zhao Hai's biological daughter. Your presence might soften his stance. You're part of the Yang family now, so you should contribute. This concerns all of us, Yang Tianchang said. That's right, dear sister. You should come along. Whether or not we get this location depends on the two of you, Yang Jingxing said, wearing that same irritating smirk. That smile made Zhao Yulu dislike him even more. If she could afford it, she would have moved out long ago. But her current salary only allowed her to rent a subpar place, not as comfortable as living at home. Fine. I'll go with mom tomorrow, Zhao Yulu said reluctantly. The next day, after work, Lu Yujun drove to the bank to pick up Zhao Yulu, and together they headed to Zhao Hai's small restaurant. Parking the car, they stepped out and noticed a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked nearby. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Coming to eat at Zhao Hai's small restaurant? Lu Yujun said, her face full of confusion. Zhao Yulu was equally puzzled. Someone driving such a luxury car should logically be dining at a high-end restaurant. Why would they come here? But when they saw who stepped out of the car, both Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun were stunned. The two people weren't strangers, they were Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin. Yang Yuxu Yang Yuxin, why are you in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Whose car is this? Lu Yujun couldn't hold back her curiosity. It never even occurred to her that this car could belong to Xu Yang or Zhao Yuxin, which is why she asked in this manner. To be honest, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin were equally surprised to see Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun here. They had come to the restaurant at Zhao Hai's invitation for a family dinner. It was Zhao Hai's idea to host a gathering at his restaurant because Zhao Yuxin's cousin, Zhao Yuqing, had been craving his cooking. They hadn't expected to run into Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun. This is my husband's car. If we don't ride in it, who will? Zhao Yuxin replied coldly. Earlier that morning, Yi Shu Yang had dropped her off at work and picked her up in the evening, so they ended up coming to the restaurant in the Cullinan together. This arrangement worked well since it saved them the trouble of driving 2 separate cars home later. Yi Shu Yang's car? Lu Yujun's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you already buy a Maserati Quattroporte and a villa? How do you have money for a Rolls Royce? Zhao Yuxin replied icily. My husband is capable of earning money. What business is it of yours? Lu Yujun, upset by Zhao Yuxin's tone, snapped, Zhao Yuxin, I'm your mother. How can you talk to me like that? Zhao Yuxin retorted, her voice still cold. I've never thought of you as my mother. Stop flattering yourself. You. Lu Yujun's face turned livid with anger, and she was about to scold Zhao Yuxin further. But Zhao Yulu tugged at her arm and said, Mom, we're outside, and people are watching. If you have something to say, save it for inside. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yujun calmed herself. Fine. But once we see Zhao Hai, I'll ask him how he raised such an ungrateful daughter who doesn't acknowledge me as her mother. Zhao Yuxin showed no fear and asked, What are you two doing here? Lu Yujun sneered, We're here to give your father an opportunity. I suggest you help him seize it. He won't get another chance like this. An opportunity? Zhao Yuxin frowned. What kind of opportunity? You suddenly seem so kind. You'll find out soon enough, Lu Yujun replied evasively. She didn't want to explain twice and decided to save the details for when they were inside. Fine, don't tell me. Let's go, honey. Zhao Yuxin grabbed Zhu Yang's hand, and they walked into the restaurant. They went straight to a private room that Zhao Hai had reserved for them. He had informed the staff not to let anyone else use it. A server brought them tea and went to notify Zhao Hai of their arrival. Meanwhile, another server approached Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun. Hello, how many are dining today? No need. We're with the 2 who just came in, Lu Yujun said, waving the server away. She then led Zhao Yulu into the private room and sat across from Su Yang and Zhao Yuxin. Zhao Yuqing hadn't arrived yet. She had sent a message earlier saying she was delayed by a client and would be late. Zhao Yuxin glanced at the 2, but didn't say anything. Lu Yujun turned to Zhao Yulu. Yulu, go call your father. Zhao Yulu nodded and stood up to leave, but just then, the door opened. Yuxin, you and Shu Yang. It was Zhao Hai, entering with a cheerful smile. However, he stopped mid-sentence when he noticed Zhao Yulu and Lu Yujun. His expression shifted to one of surprise. What are you two doing here? Lu Yujun spoke up. Zhao Hai, I want you to reconsider what I told you last night. This is a good opportunity for everyone. Understanding her intentions immediately, Zhao Hai's expression darkened. There's no need to reconsider. I've thought it through. You can leave now. Curious, Zhao Yuxin asked, Dad, what's going on? Zhao Hai explained. Yang Tiansheng got approval from his company to start a hot pot chain and is looking for locations. He wants to lease this restaurant, and last night, this woman called me to discuss it. I refused outright. I didn't think she'd show up here today. Lu Yujun interjected, Zhao Hai, leasing your place is for your own good. How much money can you make from this small restaurant? We're offering you $250,000 a year. That's a lot. You wouldn't have to lift a finger and could still make more money than you do now. Zhao Hai responded coldly, whether I make more or less has nothing to do with you. I enjoy running this place. Leave. Lu Yujun took a deep breath and said, Fine. Let's not dwell on the past. How about this? We can increase the rent to $350,000 a year. Can you find anyone else willing to pay that much? Zhao Hai's voice was firm. I don't care how much you offer. I'm not renting this place to you. Frustrated, Lu Yujun turned to Zhao Yuxin. Yuxin, your father doesn't understand what's best for him. Can't you talk some sense into him? He's giving up such a great opportunity just for his pride. Don't you care that he's working himself to death here? Zhao Yuxin indeed didn't want her father to overwork himself, and $350,000 was a generous offer. It was roughly what her father earned annually, but leasing the place out would save him from hard labor. However, she knew her father would never rent the place to Yang Tiansheng, no matter the price. I respect my father's decision, she said calmly. Whatever he chooses, I'll support him. Lu Yujun's face turned livid with anger. She turned to Zhao Hai and snapped, Look at yourself, Zhao Hai. This is the kind of daughter you raised. She doesn't even care about your life. She lives in a villa, drives a luxury car, and yet lets you work yourself to the bone. Zhao Hai immediately understood the implication behind her words. In a calm tone he replied, I think I raised my daughter very well. At least I didn't raise her like you, whose only focus is finding a wealthy boyfriend for her daughter. After a pause, he continued, "You claim my daughter doesn't care about my life? She gave me 8 million yuan for my retirement. Has your daughter ever given you that much money?" Of course, Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin, having already bought a luxury car and moved into a villa, hadn't forgotten Zhao Hai. After discussing it, they gave him a total of 10 million yuan minus 2 million of which was to repay the money Zhao Hai had given to help Zhao Yuxin buy her first property. Initially, Zhao Hai had refused to accept it. He already owned his own home and had sufficient funds to live on. What was the need for so much money? But after Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin repeatedly persuaded him, he finally agreed to take it. Like Xu Yang's own parents, Zhao Hai planned to keep the money in the bank, intending to give it back to them if they ever needed it in the future. What? Yuxin gave you 8 million yuan? Lu Yujun exclaimed, standing up in shock. Zhao Yulu also looked at Zhao Yuxin and Xu Yang with surprise. She thought Xu Yang must have been the one who earned the money, but hadn't he already spent it all on the car and house? How could he still have 8 million to give? She couldn't figure it out. Yuxin, did you really give your father 8 million? How do you have so much money? Lu Yujun asked Zhao Yuxin. My husband earns money. Zhao Yuxin replied proudly. But didn't he just get lucky once? He made a few million in the futures market and got 50 million from a lucky find on a painting. Didn't he spend it all on the car and villa? Where did the extra money come from? Lu Yujun still found it hard to believe. Did my sister tell you that? Do you think my husband can't earn money again? Zhao Yuxin sneered. Earn more? Doing what? Futures trading and finding valuable paintings were just flukes. How else could he make money? Lu Yujun's impression of Xu Yang hadn't changed from before. Calling it a fluke is just your way of fooling yourself. I know you won't believe me, and I don't need to prove anything to you. Speaking of my sister and Xu Yang breaking up, I'm sure you played a role. You probably kept persuading her to leave him. For that I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the chance to be with Xu Yang. Zhao Yuxin mocked. You. Lu Yujun trembled with anger, unable to retort. She turned her attention to Xu Yang. Xu Yang, tell me, where did you make all this money? Yi Shu Yang replied indifferently, in your eyes, any money I make is just luck. It doesn't matter to me. Think whatever you want. If Yuxing doesn't want to explain, then go ahead and believe what you want. When Xu Yang had dated Zhao Yulu, he remembered clearly how much disdain Lu Yujun had shown him. Now that he and Zhao Yulu were no longer together, there was no need for him to be polite to Lu Yujun. Lu Yujun was displeased. Xu Yang, is this how you talk to me? No matter what, Yuxin is my daughter, and I'm your mother-in-law. Before Xu Yang could respond, Zhao Yuxin interjected. Lu Yujun, I've said this before, I've never considered you my mother. Stop shamelessly claiming that title. Lu Yujun was furious but didn't argue with Zhao Yuxin further. She knew it was pointless. Zhao Yuxin's opinion of her was deeply rooted and unchangeable. Remembering why she had come, Lu Yujun turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, are you renting out the restaurant or not? Zhao Hai replied coldly. I've made myself clear. I won't rent it to you, no matter how much you offer. Lu Yujun took a deep breath and said, Zhao Hai, you know why Rainy and I are here today. Yang Tiancheng sent us. You know his personality. If we can't convince you to lease the restaurant, he'll make things difficult for us when we go back. I don't mind, but do you really want Rainy to suffer? She's still your daughter after all. Using Zhao Yulu as an emotional bargaining chip was her final move. Zhao Hai laughed. Lu Yujun, how do you have the audacity to say such things? If you don't want Rainy to suffer, you can leave Yang Tiancheng and take her with you. Lu Yujun's expression turned sour. She turned to Zhao Yulu. Rainy, your father is so heartless. I can't talk to him anymore. You try to persuade him. Just as Zhao Yulu was about to speak, Zhao Yuxin cut her off. Sister, I don't care what you do, but if you say anything against Dad, don't blame me for turning against you. Zhao Yulu opened her mouth but eventually said nothing. She owed Zhao Yuxin 2 million yuan, and that debt made her feel inferior in front of her sister. Besides, she had been forced to come here today. Since she had already shown up, Yang Tiancheng shouldn't have anything to complain about. Lu Yujun, however, was furious. Zhao Yuxin, is that how you talk to your sister? Zhao Yuxin shot back. How I talk has nothing to do with you. You. Lu Yujun was fuming again. Zhao Hai spoke up coldly. Enough. My restaurant doesn't welcome you. Leave immediately. Fine, Zhao Hai. You'll regret this. Lu Yujun finally lost her patience and stormed out, with Zhao Yulu following her. Outside the restaurant, Lu Yujun was still fuming. Zhao Hai, Su Yang, Zhao Yuxin, they all make me so angry. Mom, Zhao Yulu said. This result was expected. You know Dad and Yang Tiancheng's history better than anyone. Dad would never lease the restaurant to him. Besides, Yang Jingsheng probably suggested this to mock us, knowing it would create trouble for us with Dad. And Yang Tiancheng must have known this too. Lu Yujun's face darkened. Even so, what could we do? We had to come. At least we came. Zhao Yulu said. Yang Tiancheng should realize Dad won't rent the place. Let's just look at some nearby properties as alternatives. That way we can report back and say we tried. Fine. Lu Yujun agreed reluctantly. The two of them walked around the area and found a couple of suitable properties available for lease. After taking note of them, they left. Inside the small private room at the restaurant, Zhao Yuxin said, Dad? Lu Yujun is just too shameless. I can't believe she had the audacity to come here and ask you to lease out the restaurant. No matter what she says, I won't lease it to her, Zhao Hai said with a bitter shake of his head. Changing the subject, he asked, enough about her. It's already this late, why hasn't Yuking arrived yet? Zhao Yuxin replied, cousin said she had a client to attend to, and would be late. Zhao Hai prepared to leave the private room. All right then, let me know when she arrives, and I'll start cooking. Thanks for all your hard work, Dad, Zhao Yuxin said. Zhao Hai smiled. Silly girl, this is nothing. Zhao Yuxin added, by the way, Dad, even though you don't want to lease the restaurant to Lu Yujun, you could still lease it to someone else. You're working too hard. We don't lack money now, you can completely retire and enjoy life. Yishu Yang chimed in to persuade him, that's right, Dad. This is too exhausting for you. My parents run a small convenience store, and it's nowhere near as tiring as running a restaurant. You should retire or find something easier to do. Zhao Yuxin nodded repeatedly. Yes, Dad, you should listen to us. Zhao Hai smiled again. You two really worry too much. Don't fret, I'm not that old yet, and I don't know how to do anything else. Running this restaurant isn't as exhausting as you think. I only cook when it's busy or when familiar customers come in. Otherwise, Zhang and Wu handle the kitchen. You don't need to worry about me, but if you two ever have kids and need me to help take care of them, I can retire early for that. Zhao Yuxin blushed slightly. Dad, how did we end up talking about us? Just then, the private room door opened, and Zhao Yuking walked in. Uncle. Zhao Yuking greeted Zhao Hai cheerfully. You're here. What would you like to eat? Order now, and I'll make it for you, Zhao Hai said. The three of them placed their orders, and Zhao Hai went to the kitchen to cook. Zhao Yuking sat down, took a sip of the tea Zhao Yuxin had poured for her, and said, sorry to keep you waiting. A client came to me about acquiring a hot pot brand and wanted me to review their financials right away, so I got delayed. Zhao Yuxin asked casually, what hot pot brand? One called Fishing Fire Family. You might know it, it has 20 locations in Jiangcheng, Zhao Yuking replied. Zhao Yuxin nodded. I know it. There's one near the university district. My classmates and I used to go there often. It's pretty good. Yixu Yang also nodded. I've been there several times for gatherings with my classmates. The food is indeed good. Curious, Zhu Yang asked, the business seems to be doing well. Why are they selling it? Zhao Yuking explained, the owner recently gambled in Las Vegas and lost a fortune. He's deep in debt, and his creditors are pressing him to pay up. He has no choice but to sell the hot pot brand to settle his debts. Yixu Yang shook his head. Gambling ruins lives. Whoever gets involved never has a good ending. At that moment, a system notification rang in Su Yang's mind. Ding. 1 year from now, the Jiangdilao hot pot brand will emerge, becoming a nationwide sensation with its exceptional service. In just 5 years, it will become a trillion-yuan hot pot brand group. The secret to Jiangdilao's success has been sent to the host's email. Please check your inbox. Yishu Yang's eyes lit up. With this secret to success, it meant he could create a Jiangdilao-style hot pot brand in advance. Starting from scratch wasn't realistic for him. Yishu Yang lacked the time and energy for that. The only viable option was to acquire an established hot pot brand and rebrand it using Jiangdilao's success model. Yuking, Shu Yang asked, did your client decide to acquire the Fishing Fire Family hot pot brand? Zhao Yuking shook her head. No. The owner's asking price was too high, so my client didn't go for it. Yishu Yang followed up, how much is the owner asking? Noticing something, Zhao Yuking asked, Yishu Yang, why are you asking so many questions? What are you planning? Yishu Yang smiled faintly. I've been thinking about entering this space for a while but never found the right opportunity. If Fishing Fire Family is a good fit, I'm interested in acquiring it. Zhao Yuqing was stunned, and even Zhao Yuxin looked at him in shock. Zhao Yuxing quickly asked, "Honey, are you really planning to run a hot pot business?" Running a hot pot business would require a massive investment in time and resources, far more complex than managing a live streaming guild or short videos. Xu Yang nodded. "Yes, I've been considering it recently." Zhao Yuqing frowned slightly. "Xu Yang, I know you've made money, but you shouldn't invest recklessly. While I think Fishing Fire Family's finances look okay, investing in a hot pot business isn't something to take lightly." Xu Yang smiled. "Don't worry. I've thought this through. You said yourself that Fishing Fire Family's financials are sound. The owner is only selling because of debts. That's a strong foundation. If managed well, it can definitely be profitable." Zhao Yuqing thought for a moment before saying, "Xu Yang, that may be true, but it's still a risk. You need to be cautious if you're serious about this." Xu Yang nodded. "I understand. Just tell me what's the asking price. Do you think it's worth it?" Zhao Yuqing replied, "The owner is asking for 30 million yuan. My client felt it was too high and only offered 25 million, but the owner wouldn't budge below 28 million. If you're serious about hot pot, 28 million might still be a good deal." Xu Yang nodded. "All right then. Tomorrow, take me to meet the owner. I'll acquire Fishing Fire Family." At that moment, Zhao Hai entered, pushing a cart with the dishes he had prepared, including a sizzling dry pot. He had planned to join them for dinner, as it was a rare occasion for his daughter, son-in-law, and niece to all be together. As he stepped in, he caught the tail end of Xu Yang's comment about acquisition. "Xu Yang, what are you planning to acquire now?" Before Xu Yang could answer, Zhao Yuxin spoke up, "Dad, Xu Yang wants to buy Fishing Fire Family hot pot." Zhao Hai was surprised. "Xu Yang, why are you suddenly interested in acquiring Fishing Fire Family?" Xu Yang explained, "Dad, I just heard from Yuqing that Fishing Fire Family is up for sale, and its financials look solid. I've been thinking about entering the hot pot business for a while. This could be the perfect opportunity to step into the restaurant industry." Zhao Yuqing added more details about the brand's finances as Zhao Hai placed the dishes on the table, and they began eating. "This is delicious," Zhao Yuqing praised as she ate. "Second uncle, your cooking is exceptional. If I don't eat a meal you make every once in a while, I feel like something's missing." Zhao Hai chuckled. "Look at you, such a foodie. Whenever you feel like eating, just come by." Zhao Yuxin asked, "Dad, what do you think about Xu Yang wanting to buy the Fishing Fire Family hot pot chain?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before saying, "Xu Yang's decisions are his own. I don't interfere. You young people have perspectives that are often better than us older folks. Our advice might not always be right. I won't give Xu Yang any advice. If he's thought it through and wants to do it, then he should go ahead." Zhao Yuxin rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. "Dad, you're way too good to Xu Yang. If it were me, I bet you'd be dead set on stopping me." Zhao Hai shook his head with a smile. "You're different from Xu Yang. I can't always understand the things Xu Yang does. When he invested in futures or went to the antique market to hunt for deals, nobody could have predicted he'd make money. Even now, some people say he was just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. But I don't see it that way. I think Xu Yang is very capable. He's also someone who gives off a reliable vibe. I trust he's thought it through before acting." Zhao Yuxin sighed. "Fine, you win." Xu Yang added, "Dad, if I do end up buying the Fishing Fire Family hot pot chain, I'll need your help." Zhao Hai was startled. "What could I possibly help you with?" Both Zhao Yuxin and Zhao Yuqing looked curiously at Xu Yang. Xu Yang explained, "Dad, while I want to get into the hot pot business, I lack management experience. I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting such a big operation to just anyone. I was hoping you could help me manage it." Zhao Hai looked surprised and then said, "Xu Yang, you've got the wrong person. I've been running this small restaurant for over a decade. I don't even know what the corporate world looks like anymore. Putting me in charge of the Fishing Fire Family hot pot chain isn't a good idea." Xu Yang replied, "Dad, I believe in you. Yuxin said you used to be a workplace powerhouse. Plus, running this restaurant requires management. It's not like you've completely left the professional world." Zhao Yuxin's eyes lit up. "Dad, I think this could work. It would be a change of pace and might even be easier for you." Running the small restaurant meant Zhao Hai had to worry about everything, even cooking himself. Zhao Yuxin often felt bad seeing her father work so hard, but there wasn't much she could do to change it. If her father managed the Fishing Fire Family hot pot chain instead, It might be less stressful overall. She also sensed her father still harbored regrets about leaving the corporate world years ago. He had opened this restaurant solely to support her. Now, he had the opportunity to re-enter the professional world and take charge of a restaurant group. It would invigorate him and give him a renewed sense of purpose. She suddenly found herself hoping Zhu Yang would succeed in acquiring the hot pot chain. Zhao Hai still shook his head. "I'm getting older. I'd rather stick with this little restaurant. You should hire a professional manager to run the Fishing Fire family hot pot chain." Yixu Yang responded, "Dad, you're not old at all, not even 50 yet. At your age, people are at their peak professionally. Plus, I've heard about what happened between you and Yang Tiancheng. Yuxin told me how he schemed against you, forcing you to leave My Way Group and the corporate world. Now, Yang Tiancheng is working on a hot pot chain project. If I buy the Fishing Fire family chain and you manage it, you can beat him fair and square and settle that old score. Wouldn't that be great?" Zhao Hai fell silent. Years ago, he had been framed by Yang Tiancheng, forced out of My Way Group, and blacklisted in the industry. That was when he turned to his family's old property and opened this small restaurant. For over a decade, he thought he had let it go. But Zhu Yang's words stirred something in him. Managing a restaurant group and defeating Yang Tiancheng fair and square would indeed be satisfying. If Yang Tiancheng's hot pot chain plan, heavily backed by My Way Group, failed, it would spell trouble for Yang Tiancheng. That would feel like true vindication for the past. Zhao Yuxin chimed in, "Exactly, Dad. You should agree." Yixu Yang added, "Dad, your restaurant could become one of the Fishing Fire family branches. Its revenue could be separately accounted for, and you could take a percentage. This way you get to keep the property and earn extra income, a win-win situation." Zhao Hai was silent for a long moment before saying, "I don't care much about the income, but the idea of beating Yang Tiancheng fair and square does appeal to me." Yixu Yang was overjoyed. "Then it's settled, Dad. Tomorrow, Yu King and I will go finalize the acquisition of Fishing Fire family, and the management will be up to you." Zhao Hai smiled wryly. "We're already making plans before the acquisition is even complete. Isn't this a bit premature?" Yixu Yang replied confidently, "Don't worry, Dad. The acquisition will definitely go through." He turned to Zhao Yuking. "Yuking, why don't you call the owner now and set up a meeting? We don't want someone else to swoop in, or for your client to change their mind and offer the 28 million. Zhao Yuking said, "My client won't go for that price, but I can call the owner now to schedule a meeting. When do you want to meet?" Zhu Yang responded, "Any time works for me." Zhao Yuking nodded, set down her chopsticks, took out her phone, and dialed the owner of Fishing Fire family. After a brief conversation, she hung up and said, "The meeting is set for tomorrow at 10 a.m. at his office." "Mine more." Xu Yang nodded. "Great." He looked at Zhao Hai. "Dad, we have a deal. When I acquire Fishing Fire family, you can't back out." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "All right." It was clear he wouldn't back out now. He was even starting to feel excited about managing the chain and outshining Yang Tiancheng. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuluo and Lu Yujun returned to the Yang household after dinner. Seeing Lu Yujun's unhappy expression, Yang Tiancheng frowned. "What's the matter? Zhao Hai didn't agree?" Lu Yujun shook her head. "No, I even offered 350,000 a year, but he refused, saying he would never lease his restaurant to us." Yang Tiancheng glanced at Zhao Yuluo and asked with a frown, "Did Yuluo try to persuade him?" Before Zhao Yuluo could reply, Lu Yujun said, "She did. She appealed to him as a daughter, but he doesn't see her as his daughter anymore. He coldly refused." She wanted to protect Zhao Yuluo, knowing Yang Tiancheng would blame her if he found out she hadn't said anything. Hearing this, Zhao Yuluo remained silent. Yang Tiancheng sighed. "That Zhao Hai is truly heartless." Lu Yujun quickly nodded in agreement. "Exactly, he's heartless." Then she changed the subject. "By the way, Tiancheng, Rain and I checked out the area near his restaurant. We found 2 shops that would be perfect for a hot pot restaurant. If we take over one of them, it should work just fine." Yang Tiancheng thought for a moment. "Let's keep that as a backup. I still want Zhao Hai's restaurant. You two should think of another way." He was determined to force Zhao Hai out of business. Achieving that would give him an even greater sense of satisfaction. Lu Yujun responded bitterly. "Tiancheng, I've already tried everything. He's not going to lease the place to us." Yang Tiancheng glanced at Zhao Yuluo. "You might not be able to convince him, but maybe Rain can." "Me?" Zhao Yuluo froze. Her mother had just explained that Zhao Hai had flatly refused her. Why did Yang Tiancheng think she could succeed? Yes, you. Yang Tiancheng nodded. I don't understand what you mean. Zhao Yuluo was confused. Rain, you're Xu Yang's ex-girlfriend. You can ask Xu Yang to persuade Zhao Hai. If Xu Yang talks to him, I'm sure Zhao Hai will agree. After all, Xu Yang's actions directly affect Zhao Hai's daughter, your sister's happiness. Zhao Yuluo hesitated. But Zhu Yang and I have broken up. He's married to my sister now. Why would he listen to me? She couldn't fathom why Yang Tiancheng thought Zhu Yang would heed her request, let alone intervene with Zhao Hai. It's just a breakup. I believe he still has feelings for you. In fact, I'd say he still loves you. Otherwise, why would he marry your sister so quickly? From my perspective, he married her because she's a stand-in for you. Yang Tiancheng's words were full of conviction. If you ask Xu Yang, he'll definitely agree. Once he agrees, he'll convince Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai will lease the restaurant to us. Hearing this, Zhao Yuluo suddenly understood Yang Tiancheng's reasoning, but she didn't share his perspective. She knew Zhu Yang well and didn't believe he saw her sister as a replacement. I don't think that's the case, Zhao Yuluo said, shaking her head. Yang Tiancheng frowned. Rain, I'm not wrong. All you need to do is follow my instructions. Zhao Yuluo looked him in the eye and nodded seriously. All right, I'll do it. She agreed outwardly, but had no intention of doing what he said. Yang Tiancheng seemed to sense her reluctance. Call Xu Yang now and do it in front of me. Zhao Yuluo's face darkened. She was furious but had no choice but to comply. She took out her phone, dialed Xu Yang's number, and put it on speaker as Yang Tiancheng indicated. The call connected quickly. Xu Yang, do you have a moment? Zhao Yuluo asked immediately. What's up? Xu Yang replied. He was at home, reviewing the document sent by the system, which detailed the strategies that had made Fishing Fire Family a success. The document included tips on extreme customer service, operational management, staff training, and compensation. Armed with this knowledge, he felt confident he could build a billion-dollar hotpot empire. When he saw Zhao Yuluo's name on the screen, he was surprised. Since their breakup, she'd only called him once to borrow money. They hadn't contacted each other otherwise. I'd like you to talk to my dad, Zhao Yuluo began. Could you convince him to lease his restaurant? Before she could finish, Xu Yang interrupted her. I don't know why you're calling me, or why you think I'd agree to this. But let me make one thing clear: whatever Rang Xin and my father-in-law decide, I fully support. Do you have anything else to say? Zhao Yuluo glanced at Yang Tiancheng, then replied. I understand. No, that's all. She hung up. Yang Tiancheng frowned. Why would Zhu Yang respond like that? He had been certain that if Zhao Yuluo reached out, Xu Yang would comply. This wasn't the outcome he'd anticipated. Xu Yang didn't marry my sister because she's a stand-in for me, Zhao Yuluo said. Yang Tiancheng shook his head. Impossible. If she's not a replacement, why would he marry her so quickly after breaking up with you? Zhao Yuluo didn't reply. Finally, Yang Jingsheng, who had been silent until now, spoke. Dad, let me handle this. Yang Tiancheng was taken aback. You? What can you do? He was well aware of his son's abilities. While Yang Jingsheng excelled at charming women, he wasn't skilled at accomplishing tasks. In the company, Yang Jingsheng had only risen to supervisor because of his father's influence. Even now, Yang Tiancheng often had to step in when his son failed to meet expectations. Yang Jingsheng smirked confidently. Dad, just trust me. I'll get this done. Yang Tiancheng was skeptical. Tell me your plan first, so I can assess if it'll work. Yang Jingsheng was annoyed. Dad? Don't you trust me? I'm not a child. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Yang Tiancheng sighed. It's not that I don't trust you, but this is a tough situation. Difficult or not, it depends on who's handling it and how. You've always said, what's hard for some is easy for others. Trust me, I've got this. It'll be a success, Yang Jingsheng assured him. Yang Tiancheng finally relented. Fine. If you can pull this off, I'll get you that Porsche Cayenne you've been asking for. Yang Jingsheng lit up. Really? Thanks, Dad. Get ready to spend that money. He had wanted a Porsche Cayenne for ages but hadn't been able to convince his father to buy it. Now, with the car as an incentive, he was even more determined to succeed. Yang Jingsheng was confident in his plan. He was sure that once he put it into action, Zhao Hai would agree to lease the restaurant. The next day, Xu Yang and Zhao Yuqing went together to meet Jiang Tai, the owner of Fishing Fire Family hotpot chain. Zhao Yuqing introduced the two of them, and after a brief exchange, all three sat down. Jiang Tai got straight to the point. Mr. Su, I believe Ms. Zhao has already informed you about my situation. My price is 28 million. If you're willing, we can proceed. If not, there's no need to discuss further. This was his bottom line. With 28 million, he could finally pay off his gambling debts. He had already mortgaged his house, sold several luxury cars, and was left with just an old Audi A6. If that car had been worth anything substantial, he would have sold it too. After exhausting all possibilities with family and friends, he managed to scrape together some funds. Even so, he was still short 26 million. Asking for 28 million would leave him with 2 million for basic living expenses. If it weren't for sheer desperation, he would never have considered selling Fishing Fire Family. The chain generated around 10 million in annual profits, meaning the 28 million could essentially be recouped in 3 years. But if he sold the brand, his chance of being an owner again was gone. Starting another business of this caliber in the future was almost impossible. Gambling had ruined him. If he could go back in time, he would never have gambled. But time doesn't flow backward, and regret was meaningless now. He had to ensure he got the 28 million, at least enough to survive. Yishu Yang frowned slightly. Mr. Jiang, is there no room for negotiation? Jiang Tai shook his head. No, this is my bottom line. If I go any lower, I won't be able to make ends meet. Otherwise, I'd rather just keep carrying the debt. Xu Yang thought for a moment before nodding. All right, 28 million it is. Since he had already decided to acquire the brand, and Jiang Tai was firm in his stance, there wasn't much room to maneuver. With the chain's solid financial performance, Yishu Yang was confident about the purchase. The rebranding and restructuring he planned to implement would only strengthen it. Yishu Yang signed the contract and transferred 28 million to Jiang Tai. With that, Yishu Yang officially became the owner of Fishing Fire Family. After finalizing the deal, Yishu Yang asked Jiang Tai to convene a meeting with the senior management for a formal introduction. He also instructed the corporate office to issue a public announcement about the acquisition. After the meeting, Jiang Tai approached Xu Yang. Mr. Xu, could I stay on as CEO? If he had to work, he preferred to remain in a familiar environment. Managing Fishing Fire Family was something he knew well and could handle. Yishu Yang shook his head. I'm sorry, but I already have someone in mind for the CEO position. Disappointed, Jiang Tai then asked, what about as a vice president? I'd still like to contribute to the company. Yishu Yang looked him over and said bluntly, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, but I don't plan to hire you for any position. Your gambling shows a lack of self-control, and I can't entrust any management responsibilities to you. Yishu Yang couldn't risk retaining Jiang Tai in any managerial role. Jiang Tai's presence might disrupt the new direction for the company and complicate the transition to Yishu Yang's father-in-law, Zhao Hai, as the new head of operations. Jiang Tai gave a bitter smile. I understand. Though Xu Yang's words were harsh, they rang true. Jiang Tai knew he had brought this upon himself. If he were in Xu Yang's position, he wouldn't have kept someone like himself on staff either. With no other choice, Jiang Tai packed his belongings and left. In the following days, Yishu Yang set up a new investment company called Yangzine Investment. Xu Yang owned 60% of the shares, while Zhao Yuxin held 40%. He appointed the vice president of Fengkai Guild as the general manager of the new firm. He also renamed Fishing Fire Family to Jiang Dilao and restructured both Fengkai Guild and Jiang Dilao to become wholly owned subsidiaries of Yangzine Investment. After handling the administrative work, Yishu Yang visited his father-in-law, Zhao Hai, at his restaurant. Dad, these are my ideas for managing the hot pot chain. Please take a look, Yishu Yang said, handing over a thick stack of documents containing the blueprint for Jiang Dilao's success. Zhao Hai began flipping through the material. The more he read, the more astonished he became. The documents covered everything in minute detail: employee training, site selection, interior design, service offerings, compensation structures, and incentive systems. After finishing, Zhao Hai sighed. Xu Yang, I can see now that your acquisition of Fishing Fire Family wasn't an impulsive decision. You've done so much preparation. At first I didn't understand why you wanted to change the name, but now I get it. With these materials as a guide, Jiang Dilao is bound to thrive. Xu Yang smiled. Dad, do you have any suggestions or additions? Zhao Hai shook his head with a wry smile. No, this is perfect. All we need to do is follow it step by step. Great, Yishu Yang said. Then, starting tomorrow, we'll head to the company together. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, I'll spend tonight studying this thoroughly. Yishu Yang added, by the way, Dad, I plan to merge your restaurant into Jiang Dilao. If the employees are willing to stay, they'll also undergo unified training. Initially, I thought about keeping this location as a separate entity and giving you a percentage of the profits, but I've reconsidered. Instead, I'll make you the CEO of Jiangdalao and give you a 10% equity stake in the company. What do you think? Zhao Hai quickly waved his hand. Yishu Yang, we're family. I don't need a share in the company, just let me be the CEO and earn my salary. I can't accept such a generous offer. He understood how valuable Jiangdalao would become in the future. A 10% stake would be worth an astronomical sum. Yishu Yang said, Dad, it's because we're family that I can't let you suffer a loss. This is settled. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Shu Yang, but what you're offering is too much. Yishu Yang replied, Dad, we're family. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's decided. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., come to the company. I'll organize a meeting and formally introduce you to everyone. After saying this, Yishu Yang left. Zhao Hai reviewed the documents again and gathered the employees to inform them about the situation. Since Zhao Hai had reviewed the documents, he learned that Jiangdalao offered better wages and benefits, which were 50% higher than what he was paying his staff. When he shared this information, the employees were naturally thrilled and expressed their willingness to stay on. All right, I plan to keep the store open for one more day. Tomorrow will be the last day. After that, we'll close for renovations. You'll all undergo unified training alongside Jiangdalao's employees. Let's ensure we do our jobs well on this final shift, Zhao Hai said. Boss, don't worry. We've never made mistakes before. The employees reassured him with confidence. With the prospect of higher wages ahead, only a fool would slack off. Good. It's almost mealtime now. Let's get to work, Zhao Hai said with satisfaction, waving for everyone to return to their tasks. After leaving his father-in-law's restaurant, Yishu Yang went to a private dining establishment. Tonight, Jiang Yuhang had invited a group of friends for dinner. There were 4 people in total: Zhu Yang, Lin Junyi, and Su Wenbin. It had been a while since the group last gathered. In such a setting, Yishu Yang had suggested bringing Zhao Yuxin along, but she declined, saying it was better for them to have a guys' night. Instead, she would eat at her dad's restaurant. When Xu Yang arrived at the private dining room, he saw that Lin Junyi, Su Wenbin, and Jiang Yuhang had already arrived. After a few rounds of drinks and some food, Xu Yang, what have you been busy with lately? Jiang Yuhang asked. I recently acquired a hot pot restaurant, Yishu Yang replied. The 3 of them were taken aback. None of them had expected that Xu Yang, who was doing well in the livestream guild business, would suddenly dive into the hot pot industry. Lin Junyi couldn't help but ask, Yishu Yang, what's going on? Why hot pot? Xu Yang explained, I just think this industry has potential, and since I came across a good hot pot restaurant, I decided to acquire it. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to say. Su Wenbin smiled wryly. Xu Yang, your investment scope is really wide. You go from running a livestream guild to managing a hot pot business in the blink of an eye. But Yishu Yang replied, I just invest in what I think is worth investing in. I don't overthink it. Whether it's a different industry or not doesn't concern me. I'm just the investor. Others will handle the management, I can't manage it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishu Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Zhao Yuxin. Hey honey. Zhu Yang answered the phone, but his expression soon turned grim. Don't worry, I'll come over immediately. The 3 of them could tell something was wrong. What happened? Lin Junyi asked. Xu Yang said, someone found a fly in the food at my father-in-law's restaurant and is making a big scene there. Lin Junyi exclaimed. What? Uncle Hai's restaurant? I know that place's hygiene standards there impeccable. There's no way there's a fly in the food. This is clearly someone trying to stir up trouble. Xu Yang nodded. My wife thinks so too. Junyi, Wenbin, Yuhang, I can't stay here any longer. I need to go check on things. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly offered to help. No problem, let's go together. Right. Maybe we can help. Let's see who dares to mess with Uncle Hai. Yishu Yang nodded, got up and said, all right, let's go. He didn't waste time being polite. Worried about the situation at the restaurant, he wanted to act quickly. At Zhao Hai's restaurant, a young man, about 23 or 24 years old, pointed at a plate of garlic ribs on the table and yelled at Zhao Hai, this is the evidence. You still want to argue that your restaurant is hygienic? Ask the other diners here if they believe you. Since the young man had claimed to find several flies in his food, most of the other customers had stopped eating. They put down their utensils, unable to continue. When they heard the young man's words, they chimed in immediately. Of course not. If there are flies in the food, who knows what the kitchen looks like? I can't imagine how messy the kitchen must be if there are flies in the dishes. There must be dozens, maybe hundreds of flies in there. I've been a regular here. The owner seems nice, and I've always thought this place was clean. I didn't expect this. This must be one of those fake good guys, seems nice on the outside but rotten on the inside. The worst kind of person. This is definitely more than just hygiene issues. The other ingredients here probably aren't any good either. Right. A shady owner like this might be using spoiled meat and low-quality vegetables. The owner is so heartless. I'll never come back here. This kind of person should be sent to jail. The crowd's anger grew, their comments becoming increasingly outrageous and speculative. They spoke without caring about the truth, only fueling each other's indignation. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and asked, "Sir, what do you want?" From his experience, Zhao Hai could tell that this young man had come to stir up trouble. He knew his restaurant's hygiene better than anyone. There was no way there were flies in the food, let alone several. The young man's demeanor, shifty and provocative, only confirmed Zhao Hai's suspicion that this was an intentional disturbance. However, Zhao Hai couldn't figure out why someone would target him. He also knew that arguing at this point was futile. The other customers had already been influenced by the young man and were convinced of the worst. Zhao Yuxin was furious and at a loss for how to handle the situation. She had no experience dealing with such incidents, which was why she called Zhu Yang for help. The young man sneered, "Boss, it's not about what I want, it's about what you're going to do. A heartless owner like you has no right to keep this restaurant open." The other customers joined in. "That's right. This restaurant shouldn't stay open. The owner is shady. Keeping this place open only harms people. Today it's flies. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow? Maybe next time a rat will crawl into the hot pot. That's not impossible. Maybe it's already happened before." The customers continued their heated discussions. Zhao Hai remained composed. "Our restaurant's hygiene is not a problem. I don't know who sent you, but this act of slander violates the law." "What?" The young man jumped up. "What the hell? You're accusing me of slander? Your restaurant has flies in the food, and you're trying to justify it. And now you're accusing me of slander." The onlookers started to feel uncertain. From Zhao Hai's words, was this young man hired to defame the restaurant owner? For a moment, the crowd fell silent. The young man noticed the silence and grew anxious. He quickly shouted, "You black-hearted boss! Do you think you can confuse everyone and dodge responsibility? Do you think you can divert everyone's attention? Let me tell you, the people are not blind. Your schemes won't work." It had to be said that although the young man looked like a troublemaker, his words were quite persuasive. Hearing his argument, the crowd leaned toward believing him again. This young man must be right. The boss is trying to confuse us. Yeah, this kind of fake good guy knows how to handle situations like this. Our eyes are sharp. We won't be fooled. Young man, we believe you. Right, we support you. Bring down this black-hearted boss. The crowd chimed in once more. Zhao Hai's face darkened slightly. "Sir, please stop making baseless accusations. I'm not shirking responsibility, nor am I trying to divert attention. I simply want to resolve this issue." The young man sneered. "Still arguing? Fine, let's settle this. How much compensation will you pay for the flies in your food?" This was clearly a trap. If Zhao Hai agreed to pay compensation, it would be an admission that there were flies in the food. But Zhao Hai wasn't oblivious to the young man's malicious intent. There was no way he could pay. If he did, the restaurant's reputation would be utterly ruined. Although the restaurant would cease operations tomorrow and reopen as a branch of Zhangdelao, Zhao Hai couldn't let the reputation he'd built over 10 years be destroyed in a single day. Zhao Hai responded firmly, "I know exactly how clean my restaurant is. I've already called the health bureau and the police. Once they arrive, the truth will come out. Let's see what they have to say." A flicker of panic crossed the young man's face, but he quickly composed himself and snorted coldly. "You black-hearted boss. You've probably already bribed the health inspectors and the police. By then, you'll frame me instead. I won't let you get away with this. Fine, if you refuse to compensate me, I'll let it go. But don't think this is over. I've recorded a video, and I'll upload it online. Let's see how you keep running this shady restaurant." With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Hai had avoided falling into the trap, and since the police and health inspectors were on their way, the young man knew he couldn't stick around. If the inspectors checked the kitchen, everything would be clear. And once the police got involved, he couldn't bluff his way out. He didn't know the restaurant's exact hygiene standards, but judging by Zhao Hai's confidence, there probably wasn't an issue. His best option was to leave quickly. The video he recorded would be enough to complete his mission. "You're not leaving." Zhao Hai stepped forward to block the young man. The young man squinted his eyes and sneered, "What are you trying to do, you black-hearted boss?" Then he turned to the crowd. "Everyone look. This black-hearted boss had flies in his food and now wants to use force against me. Are you just going to stand by and watch him act so arrogantly?" Zhao Yuxin was fuming as the young man repeatedly called her father a black-hearted boss. However, she didn't know what to do. Even though she wanted to argue back, she knew that simple rebuttals would seem weak and ineffective. Moreover, her father had told her not to intervene. The crowd was stirred up once again. "Boss, you've gone too far. If this young man wants to leave, why won't you let him? Are you feeling guilty? Boss, if you dare lay a hand on this young man, we won't stand for it." Several customers moved to stand behind the young man. Zhao Hai stayed calm and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please don't be misled by him. I've already said, let's wait for the health inspectors and the police to arrive. Once they're here, the truth will come out. If he keeps calling me a black-hearted boss and my restaurant shady, why wouldn't he stay and wait for their investigation?" The crowd was taken aback. They realized they hadn't considered this point. Now that Zhao Hai mentioned it, it seemed plausible. If the boss dared to call the inspectors and police, it was clear he wasn't afraid of an investigation. Could it mean that the young man was really here to stir up trouble? At that moment, Yu Shuyang arrived with Lin Junyi and the others. Seeing how calmly his father-in-law was handling the situation, Yi Shuyang decided not to step in immediately. Instead, he walked over to Zhao Yuxin. He quickly got the full story from her. She had only briefly explained the situation over the phone earlier. This guy was definitely sent here to cause trouble. The only question is, who sent him? Xu Yang speculated. The restaurants never had issues before. Recently, Yang Tiancheng wanted to rent this place. Maybe he's behind this, Zhao Yuxin guessed. She couldn't be certain, but Yang Tiancheng seemed like the most likely culprit. His goal might be to force the restaurant to close so he could take over the property. Very likely, Yi Shuyang nodded. Then he added, "Your dad's handling this well. He's definitely the right person for the CEO position." Zhao Hai's measured and logical response impressed Yi Shuyang. Reporting the issue to the health bureau and police was a wise move. In the face of slander, only an official investigation could clear Zhao Hai's and the restaurant's name. "Of course. Who do you think raised me?" Zhao Yuxin said with a proud smile. She felt a surge of pride in her father's handling of the situation. Her initial anxiety had prevented her from noticing this. But now, after Xu Yang's comment, she recalled her father's approach and realized how methodical he had been. From the start, Zhao Hai had taken control, explaining calmly to the young man, recognizing his suspicious behavior, and immediately reporting the matter to the authorities. Step by step, he had worked to change the customer's perception. "Kid, the boss is right. Since he's willing to let the health inspectors and police come, why can't you wait a bit? If you're telling the truth, what's there to fear?" Exactly. If the flies are real, the evidence is solid. No need to worry about anyone covering it up. The restaurant's patrons began urging the young man to stay. The young man started sweating profusely and said anxiously, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Who said I don't want to wait? I just have something urgent to deal with and can't waste any more time here." Zhao Hai responded, "Are you afraid of meeting the police?" The young man stiffened his neck and said, "Who's afraid of the police? I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid of seeing the police?" Zhao Hai said, "If you're not afraid, then just wait until the police arrive." The young man retorted, "I already told you, I have urgent matters to handle. I don't have time to waste here. If you won't compensate me, fine, forget it. Now get out of my way." He was growing increasingly anxious. Since Zhao Hai had already called the police, they could show up at any moment. To be honest, Zhao Hai's handling of the situation was far beyond the young man's expectations. In his plan, Zhao Hai was unlikely to call the police. He had assumed the boss would simply offer compensation to resolve the matter quickly, which would play right into his hands. However, Zhao Hai's decisive move to involve the authorities and his carefully worded responses left no room for exploitation. This put the young man in a difficult position. If the police arrived with his existing record, it would be impossible to convince anyone of his innocence. He had pulled off similar schemes multiple times and had been arrested before. Once the police identified him, the truth would be out. He had to leave immediately. He shoved Zhao Hai aside and made a quick attempt to escape. Caught off guard, Zhao Hai stumbled backward. "Dad!" Seeing Zhao Hai about to fall, Zhao Yuxin screamed in panic. Yi Shu Yang reacted quickly, rushing forward to catch him. Where do you think you're going? Lin Junyi, Su Wenbin, and Jiang Yuhang stepped forward, blocking the young man's path. What are you doing? Get out of my way. I have urgent business to attend to. If I'm delayed, the losses will be huge. You can't afford to compensate me. The young man shouted angrily. Oh really? Jiang Yuhang sneered coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you're one of Ma Biao's men, aren't you? The young man's expression changed but quickly returned to normal. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Ma Biao? I don't know anyone by that name. Jiang Yuhang smirked. No need to deny it. I remember seeing you last month when I met Ma Biao. Your face seems familiar. The young man's face turned pale again, but he forced himself to say, You've got the wrong person. Jiang Yuhang laughed coldly. Whether I'm mistaken or not, we'll know once I call Ma Biao. He took out his phone and dialed Ma Biao's number. The young man's expression darkened. Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. He tried to move past the three men, but Lin Junyi and Su Wenbin blocked him firmly. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't break through their blockade. The call connected quickly. Jiang Yuhang had called Ma Biao via a video call. On the screen appeared a rugged man with a buzz cut, who greeted him cheerfully. Young Master Jiang, what brings you to call me tonight? Are you planning to visit my club later? Rolling his eyes, Jiang Yuhang replied, Shut up. Who would want to go to your club? Let me ask you, is this guy one of your men? He turned the camera toward the young man. Ma Biao frowned for a moment and said, Yeah, that's one of my guys. What happened? Did he offend you? If so, don't worry, I'll deal with him. Upon hearing this, the young man's face went pale. How could this person know his boss? And judging from his boss's tone, he seemed eager to please Jiang Yuhang. It was clear now that he had messed with the wrong person today. Well, here's what happened. Jiang Yuhang quickly explained the situation. That bastard Wang Wu. Ma Biao cursed angrily. How dare he pull this kind of stunt? When he gets back, I'll teach him a lesson. He didn't need to verify the story. He knew Jiang Yuhang wouldn't lie. Wang Wu had a history of stirring up trouble and had been arrested several times for similar schemes. Ma Biao had always ignored it because it never caused significant problems. But this time, Wang Wu had crossed a line by targeting someone as influential as Jiang Yuhang. Ma Biao cursed Wang Wu under his breath, vowing to deal with him thoroughly. Handle him however you want when he comes back. That's none of my concern. For now, maybe you should say a few words to him, Jiang Yuhang said calmly. Right. Let me talk to him, Ma Biao said quickly. Jiang Yuhang handed the phone to Wang Wu. Your boss wants to talk to you. Wang Wu took the phone with trembling hands, his face filled with fear. Boss. Wang Wu. Whose money did you take to do this? I don't care who it is, you'd better tell the truth and cooperate with the police when they arrive. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next, Ma Biao said harshly. I understand, boss, Wang Wu replied bitterly. After hanging up, Wang Wu returned the phone to Jiang Yuhang. By now, the commotion had drawn the attention of other customers. It didn't take long for everyone to realize that the young man had come to cause trouble on someone else's orders. So he was sent here to stir up trouble? Damn it! We almost fell for it. This bastard nearly made us wrongly accuse the boss. The crowd was furious. Being used as pawns left a sour taste in their mouths. They no longer called him young man but instead referred to him as bastard. At this point, the health inspectors and police arrived. Wang Wu confessed that someone had paid him 10,000 yuan to tarnish the restaurant's reputation and force it to close. Hearing his admission, the truth was clear. The crowd's anger grew even stronger. I knew the boss was honest. How could there be flies in the food? This guy nearly made us wrongfully accuse a good man. The food here is great. I'll definitely keep coming. Me too. I'll come back often. Boss, we're sorry for doubting you earlier. The customers apologized one after another. It's all right, Zhao Hai said with a wave of his hand. This is the restaurant's last day of operation. For all your support, today's meals will be 20% off. Boss, why are you closing? This incident didn't harm the restaurant's reputation, a customer asked, puzzled. We're converting this place into a hot pot restaurant. You're all welcome to come for hot pot in the future, Zhao Hai said with a smile. He didn't elaborate that it would become a branch of Jiang Dilao. There was no need to explain further. People would find out soon enough. Oh, I see. Switching to hot pot sounds good. I'll definitely come for that. Same here. Hot pot is perfect for gatherings with friends. Boss. I wish your hot pot restaurant great success. The customers expressed their support enthusiastically. After a few more words, they returned to their seats and continued their meals. Who sent you to cause trouble? The police officer asked Wang Wu. I don't know their name. They contacted me via WeChat and gave me 10,000 yuan, asking me to stir up trouble so that the restaurant couldn't keep running, Wang Wu replied bitterly. This incident was going to land him in jail again. Open your phone and show me the chat records, the officer said. Wang Wu took out his phone and opened the conversation. Gentle Prince, a friend recommended you. I have a job for you. Jiangqing Wu Gi, no problem. What's the job? Gentle Prince, go to a restaurant and cause trouble. Make sure it can't keep running. Jiangqing Wu Ji, that's my specialty. 10,000 yuan up front. I'll do the job after payment. Fair and trustworthy service. Gentle Prince, my friend Ali introduced me to you. Can't you give me a discount? Jiangqing Wu Gi, boss, it's only because Ali introduced you that I'm charging 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, it would be 20,000. This job has risks. If I run into a tough owner, I could get beaten up, maybe even half to death. I earn this money risking my life, so don't haggle with me. Gentle Prince, fine, 10,000 it is. Gentle Prince transferring 10,000 yuan now. Jiangqing Wugi, payment received 10,000 yuan. Jiangqing Wugi, send me the name and address of the restaurant. Gentle Prince Lao Zhao's restaurant, at XX Road, Yi, number. Jiangqing Wugi, when do you want me to act? Gentle Prince, tomorrow night. Jiangqing Wugi, just wait for the good news. I guarantee that by the day after tomorrow, this restaurant won't be able to operate. Gentle Prince, don't disappoint me. Jiangqing Wuge, don't worry. I'm reliable. Have I ever botched a job? If I wasn't, Ali wouldn't have recommended me. Gentle Prince, all right. I'll wait for your good news. The police officer chuckled. Jiangqing Wuge, huh? Quite the intimidating name you've got there. Wang Wu forced a laugh. In our line of work, you've got to have a name that sounds tough. The officer said, come with us. We'll arrange for someone to investigate who this Gentle Prince is. The police then left with Wang Wu. The health inspectors also completed their inspection of the kitchen and found no issues, so they left as well. With that, the matter was finally resolved. Lin Juni and the others said their goodbyes and departed, leaving Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin to stay behind and accompany Zhao Hai. Zhao Yuxin fumed, Dad, this must have been Yang Tianqing's doing. He doesn't want the restaurant to stay open, so he resorts to such despicable tactics. It's disgusting. Zhao Hai shook his head. This wasn't Yang Tianqing. I know him. While he is shameless and doesn't mind using underhanded tactics to attack competitors, this kind of low-level stunt isn't his style. He's an old fox and wouldn't be naive enough to think that sending someone to cause trouble would make me rent out the storefront. Whoever did this is an amateur. Zhao Yuxin frowned. Then who else would send someone to stir up trouble? We haven't offended anyone else, have we? Zhao Hai shook his head. No. I can't figure out who would target me. Truthfully, he was baffled. Among his peers, none of the nearby restaurant owners would do such a thing. His restaurant had been open for over a decade, and he had a good relationship with the other owners. Everyone focused on fair competition, like offering discounts or promotions, but no one would stoop to this level. This sort of move was not something a mature, experienced businessperson would do. It seemed like the kind of idea a small-time thug might come up with. Yi Shu Yang said, Dad, don't bother guessing. The police have the WeChat account. Once they investigate, they'll find out who's behind it. I'll have our lawyer follow up on this. No matter who it is, they won't get away with it. Since WeChat accounts are tied to real names, finding the person behind the messages would be easy. Zhao Hai nodded. You're right. The police should uncover the culprit soon. Outside the restaurant, Yang Jingsheng sat in his car, watching everything unfold inside. Wang Wu was the man he had hired. This was his plan: force Zhao Hai's restaurant to close, and Zhao Hai would have no choice but to rent out the space. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Although he couldn't hear what was being said inside, Wang Wu's actions and the customers' reactions suggested his plan was working. But soon, things took a turn. Yekshu Yang arrived with a group of people, followed by the health inspectors and the police. When the police took Wang Wu away, Yang Jingxing panicked. Seeing Wang Wu being escorted out, he was filled with fear. The man had come recommended by a friend, who assured him that Wang Wu was reliable. Confident in this assurance, Yang Jingxing had contacted Wang Wu directly using his own WeChat account. But now he realized his mistake. Since WeChat accounts are tied to real names, it would be easy for the police to track him down. He quickly started his car and drove home. Once there, he immediately found his father, Yang Tianxiang, and explained everything. Then, with a distressed look, he cried, "Dad, what do we do now? If the police come after me, even if I don't go to jail, I'll definitely be detained and fined." "You idiot!" Yang Tianxing exploded in anger, scolding his son for the first time. "Do you think Zhao Hai is someone who can be taken down by a petty thug causing trouble? How could you be so stupid?" He had only agreed to let his son handle this because Jingsheng had confidently promised he had a solution. But he hadn't expected his son to use such a foolish, lowbrow tactic against Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai were so easy to deal with, Yang Tiansheng wouldn't have taken him seriously in the first place. Both Xiao Yulu and Lu Yujun looked at Yang Jingsheng with mocking eyes. They had thought Jingsheng had come up with some brilliant plan, but it turned out he had resorted to hiring a thug. Clearly, Jingsheng wasn't very bright. Yang Jingsheng, too anxious to notice their expressions, would have been furious if he had. He lacked ability, but he refused to admit it. It's difficult for anyone to accept their own incompetence. Even those who often say, "I'm not very capable," rarely truly believe it. Yang Jingsheng said bitterly, "I didn't expect him to be this clever, able to dismantle my plans so easily." Then, gritting his teeth, he added, "And that Zhu Yang interfered. If not for him, Wang Wu would have escaped, and the police wouldn't have caught him. Everything went wrong because of Zhu Yang." He had seen it clearly. Zhu Yang arrived with several people. Wang Wu had pushed Zhao Hai and tried to leave, but it was Zixu Yang's group that blocked his escape. That's why the police managed to arrest Wang Wu. Yang Tianxing said, "At this point, Yixu Yang is indeed the main reason this happened. But what you did was completely foolish. Even if you managed to shut down Zhao Hai's restaurant, do you really think he would rent the storefront to us?" Yang Jingsheng was stunned. "Wouldn't he?" Yang Tiansheng shook his head. "You're too naive. Even if his restaurant couldn't keep running, he still wouldn't rent it to us." Yang Jingsheng asked, "Is it because of the grudge between you and him from years ago?" Yang Tiansheng nodded. "Exactly." Yang Jingsheng said, "I thought that despite the grudge between you two, if his restaurant failed, he'd still consider the money and rent it to us." Yang Tiansheng sighed. "I'm partly to blame for this. I shouldn't have let you handle it." He knew his son well enough. He shouldn't have trusted him. Yang Jingsheng panicked. "Dad, let's not talk about that now. The police will probably come knocking tomorrow. What should I do?" Yang Tiansheng thought for a moment and said, "There's no way out now but to go to Zhao Hai and apologize. We'll have to seek his forgiveness. If he forgives you, the police won't make things difficult. I can offer Zhao Hai some money, 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, whatever it takes." Yang Jingsheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, Dad, call Zhao Hai now. Tell him I'll apologize and compensate him with 200,000 yuan. Ask him not to press charges. That way the police will just fine me, and I won't have to worry about being detained." Yang Tianxiang took out his phone and dialed Zhao Hai's number. The call connected quickly. Yang Tiansheng immediately said, "Zhao Hai, it's me, Yang Tiansheng." Zhao Hai responded coldly, "What do you want?" After pausing to choose his words, Yang Tiansheng said, "Zhao Hai, about the trouble at your restaurant tonight, it was my son who sent someone to cause it." Zhao Hai's tone shifted slightly. "I've been wondering who was behind this. After thinking about it, you were the only one who came to mind. But I figured you wouldn't stoop to something this childish, so I was confused. Now I understand it was your useless son. That makes sense. Only someone as inept as him would do something like this." Hearing Zhao Hai call his son useless, Yang Tianchong felt humiliated. But since he was calling to resolve the matter, he suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm calling to find a solution. On behalf of my son, I apologize. I'm also willing to compensate you with 200,000 yuan. I hope you won't press charges. Tomorrow we can go to the police station and sign a private settlement agreement. What do you say?" "No," Zhao Hai said coldly. "Your son caused this mess, and now you want me to let it go? That's impossible. Even if you offered me 2 million yuan instead of 200,000, I'd still press charges." Yang Tianxing's face darkened. "Zhao Hai, if you insist on pursuing this, my son will face at least 10 to 15 days of detention. Once he has a record, it will affect his future, both in work and in life. He's young and made a poor decision. Can't you be a little more forgiving? Don't you realize you could ruin his life?" Zhao Hai laughed. "I'm ruining his life? Why don't you ask yourself this when he sent someone to stir up trouble at my restaurant? Wasn't he trying to ruin my business?" Yang Tianxiang said. But your restaurant is fine now. Can't you let this go? Zhao Hai sneered. You make it sound so easy. If I weren't quick-witted, my restaurant might have been ruined by your son's actions. And now you want me to forgive him? Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? Yang Tianxiang tried again. I'm offering you 200,000 yuan, more than half a year's income for you, isn't it? Zhao Hai chuckled coldly. As I said, even if you offered me 2 million yuan, I'd still hold your son accountable. He made a mistake, and he needs to face the consequences. Don't tell me he's young and just made a poor decision. The truth is, he's brainless. Letting him spend some time in detention to reflect would be for the best. Yang Tianxiang's voice turned cold. So, there's no room for negotiation? There's nothing to discuss, Zhao Hai replied. Without another word, Yang Tianxiang hung up the phone, his expression grim. Although Yang Jingsheng hadn't heard Zhao Hai's exact words, Yang Tianxiang's side of the conversation made it clear that private negotiation was off the table. Panicking, he asked, Dad, what do we do now? I don't want to be detained. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tianxiang turned to Zhao Yulu. Yulu, call your biological father. Beg him to forgive Jingsheng. Use your status as his biological daughter. If he agrees not to press charges, I'll buy you a 200,000 yuan car. Yang Jingsheng's eyes lit up. Yes, Yulu, call your father and beg him. Please, I'm begging you. If you help me this time, I'll do whatever you ask in the future. Zhao Yulu hesitated. I don't think he'll listen to me. She knew how much she mattered to Zhao Hai. The last time she had asked him for money, his attitude made it clear that he wouldn't treat her differently just because she was his biological daughter. And frankly, she didn't want to make the call. Seeing the possibility of Yang Jingsheng being detained actually gave her a slight sense of satisfaction, not out of malice, but because of years of imbalance. Yang Jingsheng had always enjoyed their father's care and favor, while she received much less. In light of this, she felt little motivation to help him. Yang Tianxiang frowned. How do you know he won't listen unless you try? Call him now, and put it on speaker. This was an order, leaving Zhao Yulu no room to refuse. Although anger simmered within her, she took out her phone and dialed Zhao Hai's number. The call connected quickly. Zhao Yulu said immediately, Dad, could you please let my brother off this time for my sake as your biological daughter? To be honest, she felt ashamed asking this. Other than their blood relation, she and Zhao Hai had little connection. Making such a request felt shameless. Zhao Hai responded coldly, No, this has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Whoever caused the problem should bear the responsibility. Lu Yujun interjected angrily, Zhao Hai, how can you be so heartless? Yulu is your daughter. She's never asked you for anything her entire life, and now she's begging you for the first time. How can you ignore her? Do you even have a conscience? Lu Yujun didn't like Yang Jingsheng either, and even felt a bit happy at the thought of his detention. However, she was well aware of how much Yang Tianxiang valued his son. Even though Yang Tianxiang hadn't specifically asked her to do anything, she knew she had to show some willingness to help in situations like this. Seeing her stand up for them, Yang Tianxiang couldn't help but nod in approval. He was satisfied with her attitude. Just then, Zhao Yuxin's voice came through the phone. Lu Yujun, how dare you call my dad cold-blooded and accuse him of lacking humanity? Do you even have the right to say such things? Honestly, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Let me tell you this, don't call here again. As for Yang Jingsheng, he will face the consequences for what he's done. We will absolutely hold him accountable. With that, she hung up the phone. The mood in the Yang household soured immediately. Yulu, your biological father is truly heartless. He won't even listen to his own daughter. Yang Jingsheng complained. Zhao Yulu pursed her lips and said nothing. Since reconciliation is impossible, we'll have to think of another way, Lu Yujun said, trying to shift the focus and prevent further resentment toward Zhao Yulu. Dad, is there another way? Yang Jingsheng asked, setting aside his anger toward Zhao Yulu. There's nothing else we can do but try to use our connections and see if we can suppress this matter. Yang Tianxiang sighed. Alright, Dad, use every connection you have. There wasn't any real damage done to Zhao Hai's restaurant, so it should be manageable, right? Yang Jingsheng asked hopefully. I can't be sure. I'll do my best to ask for help, Yang Tianxiang replied, though his tone lacked confidence. Times had changed. In the past, these kinds of matters could often be smoothed over with connections. But now, things were more regulated, and officials were far more cautious. Even those willing to help wouldn't risk crossing the line and jeopardizing their careers. Dad, you have to find a way. I really don't want to be detained, Yang Jingsheng said bitterly. I understand. I'll make some calls, Yang Tianqing said, getting up to head to his room. The next day, when Yang Jingsheng arrived at work, he was in no mood for anything. Normally, his first act upon entering the office would be to flirt with the pretty female employees in his department. But today he had no such inclination and went straight into his office. From his gloomy expression, it was clear that he was in a terrible mood. He had reason to be. His father had told him that while he'd reached out to connections, there was no guarantee they could resolve the issue. The uncertainty left him anxious. If it couldn't be resolved, he'd face detention. With that weighing on his mind, he had no interest in flirting or even responding when the female employees greeted him. What's wrong with Supervisor Yang today? No idea. He looks troubled. Maybe he broke up with his girlfriend? Even if he did, it wouldn't make sense for him to be this upset. He never lacks girlfriends. If one relationship ends, he quickly finds another. Let's just focus on our own work. No matter what happens, his life is still better than ours. His dad is a deputy general manager, after all. Exactly. It's none of our business. Let's just concentrate on our tasks. The employees whispered among themselves. In his office, Yang Jingsheng put down his briefcase, slumped into his chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. He didn't know how much time had passed before his phone, lying on the desk, began to ring. Startled, he looked at the caller ID and saw it was a number from the municipal bureau. His expression changed instantly. This was definitely not good news. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Hello. A deep voice came through the line. Hello, this is officer from the municipal bureau. Are you Yang Jingsheng? Yang Jingsheng's heart skipped a beat. Yes, that's me. What's this about? The officer replied, You're a suspect in an ongoing case. Please come to the bureau for questioning. Yang Jingsheng turned pale. Okay, I'll come right away. His father's connections had clearly failed. If they hadn't, the police wouldn't be summoning him for questioning. He quickly left his office and headed straight to his father's deputy general manager office. Dad, the municipal police just called me. They want me to come in for questioning, he said, his face still pale. I just spoke to my contacts. They said it's out of their hands. Zhao Hai hired a lawyer to pursue this case, so there's nothing they can do, Yang Tiansheng said with a sigh. Dad, is there really no way out? Yang Jingsheng's face turned even paler. There's nothing I can do, Yang Tiansheng said bitterly, shaking his head. He wanted to save his son, but his hands were tied. How long will I be detained? Yang Jingsheng asked, his face filled with despair. From what my contacts said, it'll likely be 7 days to 2 weeks, Yang Tiansheng replied. Dad, is there really no way? Yang Jingsheng asked, still clinging to hope. He hadn't considered running away. After all, the matter wasn't severe enough to warrant such drastic action. Running would only escalate the situation, leading to a harsher punishment, possibly even prison time. He wasn't that foolish. There's no way. Just go and face it. Don't do something this stupid again. As for your job, we'll deal with it once you're out, Yang Tiansheng said with a sigh. Without another word, Yang Jingsheng left the office, looking utterly dejected. Watching his son leave, Yang Tiansheng let out a heavy sigh. Then his eyes flashed with cold determination. Zhao Hai, you've caused my son to be detained. If I ever get the chance, I won't let this go. Meanwhile, Yu Shu Yang and Zhao Hai arrived at Jiangdalao to hold a meeting with the senior management team. This is Mr. Zhao Hai, Shu Yang introduced. From now on, Mr. Zhao will be the company's CEO, fully in charge of daily operations. After saying a few words, Yu Shu Yang left the meeting, entrusting the rest to Zhao Hai. He had full confidence in Zhao Hai's ability to manage the company. Zhao Hai announced that all employees would undergo unified training and that the company's stores would be renovated. He also introduced a new salary and incentive system. When the employees saw the changes, they were ecstatic. Their salaries were being increased by 50%. For them, this was an incredible surprise. Such a raise was a rare opportunity. Although the work ahead would require more effort and be more demanding, it didn't matter. As long as there was more money to earn, it was worth putting in the effort and working harder. After all, people work to make money when there's money involved. Everything else can be negotiated. Plus, doing a good job meant a higher chance of getting promoted. Zhao Hai also mentioned that the company would be adding another branch, bringing the total number of stores to 21. This announcement didn't garner much reaction from the employees. Afterward, tasks were assigned at every level. Those responsible for contacting renovation companies did so. Those organizing staff training started preparations. Recruitment teams began hiring new employees. Under Zhao Hai's arrangements, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. That afternoon, at a restaurant, Zhao Yulu was having lunch with Chen Guanglei. "I quit my job," Zhao Yulu said, her mood sour. Ever since she failed to secure the management of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce's 1 billion yuan investment fund, Zhao Yulu felt that her colleagues were looking at her with ridicule. The pressure was unbearable, and she couldn't bring herself to stay at the bank any longer. Ultimately, she resigned. The branch manager wasn't pleased with her performance either and approved her resignation on the spot. Normally, for an employee like Zhao Yulu, the resignation process would take at least a month. However, the branch manager was so eager to see her leave that he let her go immediately. "Yulu, it's my fault this happened. To make it up to you, I'll arrange for you to work as a supervisor at my dad's company. I guarantee the salary will be higher than what you were earning at the bank, and you'll have more freedom," Chen Guanglai offered. He thought Zhao Yulu's resignation was a good thing. If she joined his father's company, Kaishuan Investments, it would bring her closer to him. With daily interactions like sharing meals and commuting together, it would only be a matter of time before a deeper connection formed. "No need. I'll look for a job myself first," Zhao Yulu declined, understanding Chen Guanglai's intentions. She preferred to find a job on her own. Zhao Yulu wasn't interested in Chen Guanglai. The last time she agreed to be his girlfriend if he could secure the billion-yuan deal was already her boldest decision. In her mind, even if she became his girlfriend, it would only be temporary, with plans to break up later. Because of this, she wouldn't consider working at his father's company unless she truly couldn't find a better job. "Yulu, there's no need to go through the trouble of job hunting. Just join my dad's company," Chen Guanglai insisted. "No," Zhao Yulu said, shaking her head again. "All right, I respect your decision," Chen Guanglai replied reluctantly. Then, after a moment's thought, he asked, "Are you planning to stay in banking or switch to another financial sector job?" Zhao Yulu replied, "Not necessarily. It depends on the pay. If the salary is good, I'm open to any industry." Her focus was on earning money. She didn't mind the type of work, as long as it was legitimate and paid well. Chen Guanglai smiled. "A good friend of mine has a family business in furniture manufacturing. If you're interested, I can recommend you to work there. I promise the salary and benefits will meet your expectations." Zhao Yulu shook her head again. "No, I'll look for something myself first." She didn't want to owe Chen Guanglai any favors, knowing he might use them to his advantage later. She was still upset about the way he had taken advantage of her in the past. That said, she needed his help to make money and pay off her debts, so she maintained contact with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't even bother speaking to him. "All right," Chen Guanglai said, giving up on suggesting jobs. Changing the subject, he added, "By the way, remember I mentioned a way to help you make money and pay off your debts? There's an opportunity coming up in a few days." Zhao Yulu's eyes lit up slightly. "What opportunity?" Chen Guanglai smiled confidently. "In a few days there will be a batch of new jade rough stones at the Haicheng Jade Exchange Center. We can go there, buy a few stones and make a fortune. If we get lucky and open up good quality jade, we can easily make 1 million yuan." Zhao Yulu frowned. "Are you talking about stone gambling?" Chen Guanglai nodded. "Exactly. You'll come with me, and I'll pick the rough stones. We'll split the profits 50-50. With just one trip, you can pay off your 1 million yuan debt, and even have some money left over." Zhao Yulu looked at him doubtfully. "You're that confident? Do you actually know anything about stone gambling?" "Of course I do," Chen Guanglai said proudly. "Yulu, let me tell you, I've studied stone gambling extensively. Every time I pick a stone I make a profit." Zhao Yulu was skeptical. "Really?" Chen Guanglai had never mentioned this before, and he was often wrong about other things. She was inclined to take his claims with a grain of salt. "Absolutely," he assured her. "This isn't like hunting for bargains at an antique market, which relies on luck. Stone gambling is all about skill. Come with me, and you'll see for yourself. I promise it'll be an eye-opening experience." Zhao Yulu nodded slightly. "All right, let's see if I can really make enough to pay off my debt." "Trust me, you will," Chen Guanglai said confidently. Zhao Yulu glanced at him without saying anything. In her mind she thought, "You've been wrong so many times before. Let's see if this time is any different." Still, since she needed to rely on him to earn money, she kept her thoughts to herself. After finishing their meal, Zhao Yulu returned home and began browsing job listings. As she had said earlier, she didn't care about the industry as long as the salary and benefits were good. "Huh! Zhao Yulu exclaimed as she came across a listing. Yuhuo Renjia Hot Pot has been renamed Jiang Dalao and is hiring for various positions. Wait, Yuhuo Renjia is the hot pot restaurant near the school, right? Why is it called Jiang Dalao now? And their salaries are 50% higher than the industry average. Is that for real? The high pay piqued Zhao Yulu's interest. The listing also detailed the company's attractive salary structure and incentive programs, which were highly appealing. She believed that with her skills, she could excel in an operational role and possibly earn a promotion into management. It seemed like a great opportunity. She sent her resume immediately. At 5 p.m., Zhao Yulu received a call from the HR department at Jiang Dalao. She was invited for an interview the next day. Zhao Yulu readily agreed. Great. I'll be there on time. After hanging up, she received a follow-up text message from Jiang Dalao's HR team. The message included the company's address, contact number, and the name of her point of contact. The next morning, Zhao Yulu arrived at Jiang Dalao. Hello, I'm here for an interview, Zhao Yulu said to the receptionist as she entered. All right, please follow me, the receptionist said, leading Zhao Yulu to a conference room. Jiang Dalao was currently in the middle of a hiring spree, conducting interviews twice daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. The conference room was filled with young applicants like Zhao Yulu, and some older, middle-aged ones as well. Zhao Yulu found a seat and waited quietly without engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, those who had arrived earlier were chatting amongst themselves. Have you heard? I heard the boss plans to do something different with this hot pot restaurant. Really? I didn't see that mentioned in the job posting. How do you know? I have a friend working here as a waiter, currently in training. That's what they told me. Something different? How can hot pot be different? I'm not sure about the details. Apparently it's about offering a unique type of service. Unique service? What kind of unique service? This is a hot pot restaurant, not some shady business. Don't misunderstand. It's just services that haven't been done before in this industry. My friend didn't explain much, but they said we'll find out when the restaurant opens. Anyway, the salary is high, so I applied. I also heard the company's general manager has changed. Apparently the new GM used to run a small restaurant. A small restaurant owner became a GM? That doesn't sound right. From what I heard, the GM is the boss's father-in-law. Does that make sense to you now? Oh, so that's how it is. Do you think this GM will be capable? Will working here be worth it? They say he's very competent. He used to be an executive at a restaurant group when he was younger, and now he's making a comeback. The methods he's demonstrated in the past few days have impressed everyone. As long as the GM and the boss are solid, the company will continue to grow. If we do well, there's hope for promotions and raises. Your information sounds speculative. I've got something concrete. The GM is the owner of Lao Zhao restaurant on Linghai Road. I know that. I went to Lao Zhao restaurant a few days ago, and there was a commotion. My friend is a regular there and knows the owner quite well. Are you planning to use your connections? What connections? If I had connections, would I still be sitting here? The group continued chatting, mostly about the company, its GM and the boss. Zhao Yulu wasn't paying much attention until she overheard a young man nearby mention that the company's general manager was the owner of Lao Zhao restaurant. She froze. Isn't that my dad? Snapping out of her daze, she quickly turned to the young man. Excuse me, did you just say the company's GM is the owner of Lao Zhao restaurant on Linghai Road? The young man replied. That's right. My friend told me. Zhao Yulu furrowed her brow. How did Dad become Jiang Dilao's GM? Why would the boss of the company hire someone who's been out of the workforce for over 10 years as GM? Then, she remembered someone saying earlier that the GM was the boss's father-in-law. Could it be? A possibility crossed her mind. She quickly pulled out her phone and looked up Jiang Dilao's business registration information. She found that the legal representative of the company was Yixu Yang. What? Yixu Yang is the boss of this company? Zhao Yulu was stunned. By the way, miss, my name is Wang Kao. What's your name? If we become colleagues, it'd be great to know each other in advance, the young man said, seizing the chance to strike up a conversation. Seeing how beautiful Zhao Yulu was, Wang Kao had been looking for an opportunity to chat with her. Now that they were talking, asking for her contact information felt like the natural next step. Even if they didn't end up as colleagues, they could still become friends or perhaps something more. Sorry, I have to go. Zhao Yulu stood up abruptly and left. The boss is Yixu Yang, and the GM is my dad. There's no way I can work here or even attend this interview. It's just too awkward. Leaving the company, Zhao Yulu felt lost and confused. How did Xu Yang suddenly become the owner of a restaurant company? Where did he get the money to acquire such a business? Could it be, as my sister said, that Xu Yang made money somewhere else? At that moment, her phone rang. She checked the caller ID and saw that it was Chen Guanglei. Answering the call, she said, "Hello? Yulu, let's have lunch together. I'll come pick you up. Afterward we can visit the flower market in South City," Chen Guanglei said. With nothing to do, his current goal was to win Zhao Yulu's heart. "No, I have an interview today," Zhao Yulu replied. Aside from Zhang Dalao, she had applied to another company and had been invited for an afternoon interview. "Yulu, I've told you before you could just work at my dad's company or one of my friend's companies. Why go through all this trouble? Work is work, no matter where you are," Chen Guanglei sighed. "I want to try looking on my own first," Zhao Yulu said. She didn't want to completely reject him, as she might need to rely on him if she couldn't find a satisfactory job. "Alright, which company are you interviewing with? Maybe I can give you some advice." "I know quite a bit about the job market," Chen Guanglei said. He wanted to see if he had any connections at the company she was interviewing with. If he could discreetly pull some strings and help her get hired, she'd owe him a favor. "I was originally going to interview at Zhang Dalao this morning, but I left," Zhao Yulu replied. "Zhang Dalao? That's the rebranded Yuhu Renjia, right?" Chen Guanglei asked. "Yes, you've heard of it," Zhao Yulu said, surprised. "A friend mentioned it recently. They said Yuhu Renjia got a new owner and was renamed Zhang Dalao," Chen Guanglei said. "Do you know who the owner is?" Zhao Yulu asked. "No, who is it?" Chen Guanglei asked casually. "It's Xu Yang," Zhao Yulu said. "Xu Yang?" Chen Guanglei paused, then realized. "You mean your ex-boyfriend and current brother-in-law Xu Yang?" "Yes," Zhao Yulu said, annoyed by the unnecessary clarification. Why couldn't he just say Xu Yang? "Haha, so it's him." Chen Guanglei burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" Zhao Yulu frowned, not understanding what was amusing about this. "Yulu, you know that Yuhuo Renjia is a well-established hot pot brand in Jiangqing, right?" Chen Guanglei said. "Yes, there's a branch near my university, and I've eaten there often," Zhao Yulu replied. "That brand has been around for over a decade and is quite valuable. If Xu Yang had just kept running it as it was, he could have easily earned 10 to 15 million yuan a year," Chen Guanglei said. "But instead he changed the name to Jiang Dalao. Isn't that ridiculous? Building a brand is no easy feat. Changing the name is just pointless tinkering. I'm certain this so-called Jiang Dalao will go out of business within a year." Chen Guanglei scoffed, convinced that Xu Yang was a fool. "You have a point," Zhao Yulu admitted, feeling that Chen Guanglei's argument made sense. At first she hadn't thought much about it. The high salary and good prospects had been enough for her to send in her resume. But after hearing what Chen Guanglei said, she began to notice the potential problems. Yuhuo Renjia was an established brand with a good reputation. If Xu Yang had just continued running it as it was, the business would have generated a stable income every year. But now, he had changed the name. Who would recognize it? Building brand recognition for Zhang Dalao would be incredibly challenging. Moreover, her father, who hadn't worked in over a decade, was now the general manager. Even if he had been competent in the past, it was doubtful he could keep up with modern management practices. The likelihood of Zhang Dalao failing within a year was high, unless Xu Yang was willing to endure continuous losses and keep pouring money into it. But where would Xu Yang get that much money? Even if he had made some money in the futures market, it wouldn't be enough to sustain such losses. It's not just a possibility, it's inevitable. That Xu Yang is just a small-town bumpkin trying to play at investing and running a business. He'll lose so much money he'll be spitting blood. He might even have to sell his villa to cover the losses, Chen Guanglei said disdainfully. He had always looked down on Xu Yang. Even though Xu Yang had reportedly made 50 million yuan from the futures market and other ventures, Chen Guanglei still saw him as inferior in status, knowledge and perspective. Talking about Xu Yang potentially losing his villa, Chen Guanglei even seemed a bit gleeful. "That seems unlikely," Zhao Yulu replied. "Why not? He's not rich. He just got lucky in the futures market and picked up a windfall. Now he's buying luxury cars and villas. I bet the money he used to acquire Yuhu Renjia came from mortgaging his villa. When Zhang Dalao starts losing money, he won't last a year before his loans eat him alive," Chen Guanglei said. "If he really mortgaged his villa to acquire Yuhu Renjia, that could be possible," Zhao Yulu admitted. "It's not just possible, it's the most likely scenario. Where else would he get the money to acquire Yuhu Renjia? Do you really think he could keep making money through futures or those random windfalls? Chen Guanglei asked. I don't believe that, Zhao Yulu said. Deep down, she thought Xu Yang's success in the futures market and his big windfall were purely due to luck. Just like what Chen Guanglei said, it was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. In the past, Xu Yang had never shown any capability to make such achievements. She didn't think that breaking up with him would suddenly make him competent. Exactly. He might seem rich now, but he'll be broke again soon. Just wait and see, he'll regret this, but by then, it'll be too late. Honestly, I feel bad for your sister. She's going to suffer with him. But it's fine if she divorces him in the future and finds a rich boyfriend, she'll still be alright, Chen Guanglai said. That's true, Zhao Yulu replied. By the way, now that you know Xu Yang owns Jiang Dalao and that it's destined to fail, you're not still thinking of going to the interview, are you? Chen Guanglai asked. No, I've already left, Zhao Yulu replied. Let's have lunch together then. I'll come pick you up, Chen Guanglai offered eagerly. No need. I have another interview this afternoon and need to prepare. I'll talk to you later, Zhao Yulu said before hanging up. That evening, at the Yang household. Tiancheng, you asked me to find a storefront near Zhao Hai's restaurant. I found one. It's just 2 doors down from Zhao Hai's place, Lu Yujun said. Very good, Yang Tiancheng nodded. I noticed Zhao Hai's restaurant is already closed. It looks like they're renovating. I don't understand why he'd suddenly renovate, Lu Yujun said curiously. I know what's going on. He's converting it into a hot pot restaurant, Yang Tiancheng said with a smile. A hot pot restaurant? Why would he stop running his restaurant to open a hot pot place? Did he see your hot pot chain plan and think it's profitable? Lu Yujun asked, puzzled. No, Zhao Hai is now the general manager of Zhangdialo, Yang Tiancheng said knowingly. Zhangdialo? What kind of restaurant company is that? I've never heard of it, Lu Yujun said, unfamiliar with the recent industry developments. Zhangdialo is the rebranded Yuhuo Renjia, Yang Tiancheng explained. Ah, I see. But are they out of their minds? Zhao Hai hasn't worked in over 10 years. Why would they hire him as a general manager? Liu Yujun said, confused. Zhao Hai was capable, but after being out of the workforce for so long, who would trust him to manage a business? Because Jiang Dalao's owner is his son-in-law, Xu Yang, Yang Tiancheng said with a chuckle. What? Xu Yang bought Yuhu Renjia. Where did he get the money? Acquiring Yuhu Renjia must have cost tens of millions. Lu Yujun said, shocked. She couldn't believe it. Xu Yang had bought luxury cars, villas and now a hot pot brand? Could Zhao Yuxin have been right all along? Had Xu Yang made a fortune from somewhere else? 28 million yuan, Yang Tiancheng said. As a deputy general manager at MyWay Group, he was well informed about industry news and knew all the details of Yuhuo Renjia's acquisition. Where would he get that kind of money? Lu Yujun asked. I suspect he mortgaged his villa for a loan, Yang Tiancheng said, sharing the same theory as Chen Guanglai. He was confident in its accuracy. He doesn't know anything about business and dared to mortgage his villa to buy Yuhuo Renjia. And then he changed the name to Jiangdilao? Isn't that shooting himself in the foot? Li Yujun said. Exactly. He probably got carried away after making some money in the futures market and thought he could do anything. He mortgaged his villa and bought Yuhuo Renjia. But with his lack of knowledge, Zhangdialao will fail soon enough. His money will go down the drain, Yang Tiancheng said, clearly enjoying the thought. To him, the whole situation was a joke. He doesn't even know how to use money properly. What a waste, Lu Yujun said, feeling bitter. She thought about how much better it would be if that money had been hers. She could buy luxury cars and all the things she wanted. It was as if Xu Yang had wasted money that should have been hers. That's what happens with people from small towns. They lack perspective and vision. Even if they get rich, they can't hold on to their wealth, Yang Tiancheng said dismissively. Exactly. People like him will always stay at the bottom and never rise above it, Lu Yujun agreed. Yulu, just look at your ex-boyfriend. Aren't you glad you broke up with him? Otherwise you'd have a miserable life ahead of you, Yang Tiancheng said, turning to Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yulu ate silently, saying nothing. While she also believed Xu Yang wouldn't succeed, she didn't feel like engaging with Yang Tiancheng. In that day, Xu Yang arrived at the company and went to Xiao Dongsheng's office. Xu Yang asked, Old Xiao, how are things progressing with Duyin? Earlier, he had instructed Xiao Dongsheng to contact Duyin about a pilot program for live streaming product sales. This was a potentially lucrative opportunity and required careful follow-up. Xiao Dongsheng replied, President Xu, I was planning to report this to you today. Douyin is indeed preparing to launch live streaming sales functionality. They're currently in internal testing. Douyin's president, Li Liangping, said he would visit our company tomorrow for an inspection and hopes to meet you. If things go well, they're willing to collaborate with us and make our guild the pilot partner for live streaming sales. Yushu Yang was delighted. That's great. I'll meet Li Liangping with you tomorrow. After discussing some updates about the guild, Yushu Yang left Xiao Dongsheng's office. He then visited Jiang Delao to check on its progress before heading home. When he got back, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he noticed it was Wu Jing. Director Wu, Yushu Yang answered. President Xu, the production of Battle Panther will wrap up the day after tomorrow. We'll hold a wrap-up ceremony at Haicheng Grand Hotel. The main crew members and investors will all be there. Do you have time to attend? Wu Jing asked. The final scenes had been filmed in Haicheng, so the wrap-up ceremony was scheduled there. So soon? It feels like you just started, Yushu Yang said, surprised. Once we received your investment, we ramped up post-production. It's not that quick, actually, Wu Jing said with a laugh. The day after tomorrow, right? No problem. I'll be there, Yushu Yang agreed after thinking it over. He had no pressing engagements and thought it would be interesting to attend such an event for the first time. Great. The ceremony starts at 10 a.m., Wu Jing said happily. He was eager for Zhu Yang to attend, as the film couldn't have been made without Zhu Yang's 20 million yuan investment. Additionally, other investors were curious about meeting Zhu Yang. A person capable of investing 20 million was not ordinary, and networking with him could be beneficial. Saturday? Let me check with my wife. If she's free, I'll bring her along. Is that okay? Zhu Yang asked. He had never traveled out of town with Zhao Yuxin before, and thought this could double as a weekend trip. Of course, that's fine. My wife will be there too, so they can chat, Wu Jing replied. Alright, see you then, Zhu Yang said, and ended the call. Later, when Zhao Yuxin came home from work, Yushu Yang brought up the event while they cooked dinner together. You're not on duty this Saturday, right? Zhao Yuxin smiled. No, I'm free. Let's go. It'll be like a little trip for us. She was curious about such events and thought it would be a good opportunity to learn something new. The next day, Yushu Yang and Xiao Dongsheng welcomed Douyin President Li Liangping to the company. Li was a refined-looking middle-aged man who resembled a university professor more than a business executive. After the introductions, Xiao Dongsheng said, President Li, this is our President Xu. President Xu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Li Liangping said, extending his hand. Truthfully, seeing Zhu Yang surprised him. Zhu Yang was much younger than he had imagined. President Li, welcome to our company, Yushu Yang replied, shaking his hand. After some polite conversation, they went inside. In the conference room, Li Liangping listened as Xiao Dongsheng gave a detailed presentation about the company, including its hosts, operations and core values. Throughout the presentation, Li nodded frequently, clearly impressed. Next, they toured the company. Li was equally satisfied with the work conditions for both the live streamers and the support staff. Finally, they returned to the conference room. After reviewing the proposed product list for the live streaming pilot, which Li approved, both sides signed a contract making Fengkai Guild the pilot partner for Douyin's live streaming sales initiative. The pilot was scheduled to start at 10 a.m. on New Year's Day. Afterward, Yushu Yang and Xiao Dongsheng hosted Li for lunch before seeing him off. Saturday, Yushu Yang and Zhao Yuxin had breakfast and then drove to Haicheng. Haicheng wasn't far from Jiangcheng, just a 1-hour drive. They left at 8 a.m. and arrived at 9 a.m. By 9:45 they reached Haicheng Grand Hotel. In the lobby, they saw signs directing them to the Battle Panther wrap-up ceremony. Holding Zhao Yuxin's hand, Yushu Yang followed the signs to one of the halls. Inside, the hall was already filled with people. The only familiar faces to Xu Yang were Wu Jing and Han Yanghui. As soon as Wu Jing spotted Zhu Yang, he and his wife came over to greet them. After briefly introducing their wives, Wu Jing's wife, Zi Bei, who was outgoing and sociable, quickly hit it off with Zhao Yuxin. President Xu, let me introduce you to the other investors, Wu Jing said, leading Xu Yang to meet them. Meanwhile, Zi Bei guided Zhao Yuxin to where the women were gathered. This is President Xu, the largest investor in Battle Panther, Wu Jing said as he introduced Jiang to the other investors. The group studied Xu Yang with friendly smiles. To them, Yushu Yang, being so young and investing 20 million yuan, must be a second-generation heir. Building rapport with someone like him could only be beneficial. President Xu, I didn't expect the largest investor in Battle Panther to be you, said a man in his 50s, standing up. Brother Tang, I didn't expect you to invest in Battle Panther either, Yi Shu Yang replied with a smile. The man was none other than Tang Jingqi, vice president of Jiangcheng's Antique Association. Chairman Tang, you know President Xu? Wu Jing asked, surprised. Yes, we met not long ago. President Xu has exceptional investment insight, Tang said, smiling. Wu Jing then introduced Yi Shu Yang to the other investors one by one. Yi Shu Yang was the largest investor, having put in 20 million yuan. Tang Zhengqi was the second largest investor, contributing 15 million yuan. The remaining investors, including Wu Jing, had each invested between 5 and 10 million yuan. After a brief chat to get acquainted, Yi Shu Yang also spent some time talking with Han Yanghui. At 10 a.m., the wrap-up ceremony began. Wu Jing gave a speech, followed by the main crew members sharing their experiences and motivations for making the film. The ceremony concluded with group photos of the crew and investors. While the ceremony was taking place, a young man and woman entered Haicheng Grand Hotel. They were Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei. The two had come to Haicheng for the Jade Raw Stone event at the Jade Trading Center. Before heading to the trading center, they decided to have lunch at the hotel. Chen Guanglei had mentioned that the hotel's signature dish was particularly delicious. Since the hotel was only a 10-minute drive from the trading center, it was a convenient stop. The Battle Panther wrap-up ceremony. Chen Guanglei noticed the signboard and let out a surprise sound. Battle Panther? Zhao Yulu also saw the sign and the poster on a nearby stand. Is this the Battle Panther that Wu Jing directed? That must be it, Chen Guanglei said with a laugh. I wonder which idiot got duped into investing enough money for him to finish it. Just from the poster you can tell the box office will flop. He checked the time on his watch. Yulu, it's still early. How about we stop by the wrap-up ceremony and see what's going on? It was only 11:30 a.m., and they had time to spare before lunch. Delaying their meal a little wouldn't be an issue. Sure, Zhao Yulu agreed. She thought it might be interesting to take a look. The two headed to the entrance of the ceremony venue. It's quite lively. Everyone looks so happy now. I can't wait to see their faces when the movie flops at the box office, Chen Guanglei sneered with disdain. Suddenly he exclaimed, What the hell? What's wrong? Zhao Yulu frowned. She was annoyed by his constant use of vulgar language. Even though he was a second-generation rich kid, his manners left much to be desired. This was one of the reasons she didn't like him. To be fair, Yi Shu Yang was much better in this regard. No matter the situation, Yi Shu Yang rarely used foul language. The only times he did were when faced with truly outrageous situations. But Chen Guanglei? He let out profanities at the slightest provocation. Look at the guy in the middle on stage, taking photos, it's Yi Shu Yang. Chen Guanglei exclaimed in surprise. It really is Yi Shu Yang. Zhao Yulu's eyes widened. Yi Shu Yang was standing in the middle of the group photo, unmistakably in the C position. It was clearly a photo of the investors. Without a doubt, Yi Shu Yang was the largest investor. I get it now. The investor Wu Jing finally found was Yi Shu Yang. What an idiot, investing in Battle Panther. When it flops, he'll be crying his eyes out. First, he invests in acquiring Yuhuo Renjia, and now he's funding Battle Panther. Where does he get the guts for this? Even my dad wouldn't take such risks, but this guy is throwing money around recklessly. He's practically courting disaster. Chen Guanglei's face was full of mockery and schadenfreude. If he's the biggest investor, he must have put in a lot of money. But where did he get so much? Zhao Yulu asked, puzzled. Could Zhu Yang really have made that much money elsewhere? He probably mortgaged his villa and car for loans. Where else could he get it? Chen Guanglei speculated. That's possible, Zhao Yulu nodded. She couldn't think of another way Zhu Yang could have amassed such a fortune. She certainly didn't believe Zhu Yang could continue making money through futures trading or lucky windfalls. Yulu, isn't that your sister over there? She must have come with Zhu Yang. Do you want to go say hi? Chen Guanglei asked, having spotted Zhao Yuxin. Seeing her reminded him of how Zhu Yang had lucked into marrying sisters, which made him deeply resentful. How could a poor boy from a small town have such incredible luck? Why couldn't he have that kind of fortune? No. Let's leave, Zhao Yulu said quickly. She didn't want to greet her sister, unsure of what they would even talk about. The relationship between the two sisters wasn't great to begin with. The fact that her ex-boyfriend had become her sister's husband made things awkward. While she didn't know how Zhao Yuxin felt about it, Zhao Yulu always felt uneasy when they interacted. Alright, let's skip the greetings. Let's go eat, and then we'll head to the Jade Trading Center, Chen Guanglei said, not minding her decision. Zhao Yulu nodded, and they left. After the wrap-up ceremony, the group moved on to lunch. During the meal, Tang Jingqiu said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Haicheng Jade Trading Center is receiving a shipment of raw jade stones today. Anyone interested in taking a look?" In addition to antique collecting, Tang occasionally indulged in stone gambling. To him, it was just another form of treasure hunting. Chairman Tang, I don't know much about stone gambling, so I'll pass. Chairman Tang, I tried it before and lost over 1,000,000 yuan. I'm too scared to touch it again. Chairman Tang, if you ask me, gambling on stones is no different from playing at a casino in Macau. The others expressed little interest. Seeing this, Tang turned to Xu Yang and said, Brother Xu, you seem like someone who might know about stone gambling. Why don't you join me after lunch? Ye Xu Yang was initially going to decline, but then he remembered his master appraiser skill. While it worked on antiques, he wondered if it could also help identify valuable jade stones. If it did, stone gambling could be a way to make quick money. With this in mind, Ye Xu Yang nodded. All right, I'll go with you and take a look. Fantastic, Tang said, pleased. With your expertise, picking a few raw stones with jade inside shouldn't be hard. Ye Xu Yang smiled wryly. Chairman Tang, to be honest, I've never done this before. I'll just be tagging along to learn. Tang chuckled. Brother Xu, you're too modest. Even if it's your first time, I trust you'll do well. Ye Xu Yang replied. Then I'll take your kind words as encouragement. After lunch, Ye Xu Yang said goodbye to the others, who dispersed to their own activities. He then took Zhao Yuxin and joined Tang Jingqi on the way to the Jade Trading Center. When Tang saw that Xu Yang was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he was taken aback. Brother Xu, I didn't expect you to drive a Cullinan. You're full of surprises. Ye Xu Yang chuckled. Chairman Tang, I made a bit of money and decided to treat myself. You're different, you invest your money wisely, while I spend mine. They got into their cars and headed for the trading center. On the way, Zhao Yuxin asked, Honey, do you know how to gamble on stones? Xu Yang shook his head. No, I don't. Zhao Yuxin frowned. Then why did you agree to go with Chairman Tang? To her, stone gambling seemed no different from regular gambling. She didn't approve of it but refrained from saying so in front of others to avoid embarrassing Xu Yang. Ye Xu Yang explained, I just want to check it out and learn something new. Zhao Yuxin sighed. All right then. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Haicheng Jade Trading Center. Since Xu Yang had never been there before, he asked Tang, Chairman Tang, can you explain how stone gambling works? Tang looked at him, surprised. Brother Xu, you really haven't done this before? At lunch, Tang had thought Ye Xu Yang was just being humble. But hearing this question, he realized Ye Xu Yang truly had no experience. Xu Yang nodded. I haven't. Tang's expression turned serious. He nodded and began explaining. All right, let me walk you through the basics. He gave Xu Yang a brief rundown, covering how to choose raw stones, bargaining techniques, and precautions for cutting the stones open. Ye Xu Yang listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Even Zhao Yuxin was captivated, finding the process fascinating. It was her first time at such a place, and she was eager to learn. Tang Jingqi said, Brother Xu, I didn't realize you've never played before. In that case, even if you decide to give it a try, it's best to spend only a small amount, just to experience it. Don't spend big money or buy overly expensive raw stones. This was a considerate reminder, showing that Tang had Xu Yang's best interests at heart. Tang Jingqi was a decent man and didn't want Xu Yang to lose a lot of money because he had brought him here. Ye Xu Yang nodded. I understand. I'll just play casually and enjoy the experience. Tang replied, all right then, let me show you how to pick raw stones. He led Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin to a large shop where numerous raw stones were displayed at the entrance. Brother Xu, if you see something you like and think it's worth it, you can buy it. If not, don't worry, most of the shops on this street are like this. I'll go ahead and start choosing, take your time. Tang was quite enthusiastic about stone gambling, and since he was already here, he planned to carefully select a few stones. After saying this, he began browsing the stones on his own. Ye Xu Yang activated his master appraiser skill and immediately noticed some patterns. It seemed that raw stones varied significantly, but he wasn't sure which ones contained jade. To get a better understanding, he took Zhao Yuxin to the stone cutting area to observe. He studied the differences between raw stones that yielded jade and those that didn't, as well as the varying qualities of jade extracted from different stones. After a while, Ye Xu Yang felt more confident. Honey, let's go pick out a few raw stones, Yi Shuyang said, holding Zhao Yuxin's hand as they turned back toward the selection area. As soon as they turned, they saw two familiar faces, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglai. Yuxin, what are you doing here? Zhao Yulu asked in surprise. She had seen Zhao Yuxin and Xu Yang at the Battle Panther wrap-up ceremony but didn't expect to run into them here as well. My husband and I are just browsing, Zhao Yuxin replied. Xu Yang, I can't believe you're here too. You really don't know your limits, do you? Chen Guangli sneered disdainfully. So me being here means I don't know my limits? What about you? What does that make you? Xu Yang frowned, feeling annoyed by the hostility. He didn't understand why Chen Guanglai was acting so antagonistic, especially since he hadn't provoked him. Unbeknownst to Xu Yang, Chen Guanglai was seething with jealousy. Seeing Xu Yang, who had scored the sisters, made Chen boil with resentment. Naturally, his attitude toward Xu Yang was anything but friendly. You're just a country bumpkin from a small town. How dare you compare yourself to me? Chen Guanglai mocked with a cold laugh. Ah, I see, Xu Yang nodded. If you say I'm not qualified to compare, then I guess I'm not. I don't really care. In the past, Xu Yang might have felt insecure about such remarks. But now, with his system, he was calm and unfazed by people who looked down on him. He didn't feel the need to prove anything to Chen. It simply wasn't worth the effort. At least you know your place, Chen said smugly. But I still have to say, the things you've been doing lately make you look like a complete idiot. What exactly have I done to make you think that? Xu Yang asked, frowning. You acquired Yuhuo Renjia, renamed it Jiang Dilao, and invested in Wu Jing's Battle Panther. Just those two things make you the biggest fool I've ever seen, Chen jeered. It seems you've been keeping a close eye on me if you know all that, Xu Yang said. You? A nobody from a small town? Why would I bother keeping tabs on you? Your purchase of Yuhuo Renjia and its rebranding to Jiangdilao has already made you the laughingstock of the restaurant industry. Everyone's calling you an idiot, and I can't avoid hearing about it. As for your investment in Battle Panther, I only found out because Zhao Yulu and I happened to see you at the wrap-up ceremony while we were having lunch. Chen's words were harsh, and his repeated use of terms like bumpkin and idiot was grating. Big Cs, is this your friend? He's so uncouth. Associating with someone like this, it's honestly embarrassing, Zhao Yuxin said sharply. Xu Yang remained calm, indifferent to Chen's insults. After all, Chen's lack of manners reflected poorly on him, not Xu Yang. But Zhao Yuxin couldn't tolerate it any longer. The people around them started whispering. He called that guy a country bumpkin. I bet he's from a big city himself. Even if he is, his words are vulgar and unrefined. No class at all. He looks well dressed, but his behavior is repugnant. He probably thinks stepping on others makes him superior. Little does he know, he's the real fool in everyone's eyes. I respect the young man he's insulting. Staying composed in the face of that takes real character. That kind of maturity isn't common among people his age. Exactly. The difference between them is like night and day. Zhao Yuxin's single remark had completely turned the tide in Xu Yang's favor. Chen Guanglai's face turned red with embarrassment as he heard the murmurs around him. He didn't dare lash out at Zhao Yuxin, knowing it would only make things worse. Even Zhao Yulu felt uncomfortable standing next to Chen. The criticism from the crowd made her feel like she was being dragged into the mud by association. Chen Guanglai, maybe you should tone it down, Zhao Yulu said, trying to defuse the situation. Chen grunted coldly, turned on his heel and walked away. Zhao Yulu had no choice but to follow him. Honey, you're amazing, Xu Yang praised Zhao Yuxin. You should know better than to underestimate your wife, Zhao Yuxin said smugly, lifting her chin with a satisfied expression. That's true, Xu Yang said with a smile. Although he hadn't been affected by Chen's taunts, seeing Zhao Yuxin defend him so fiercely warmed his heart. The two walked to a store to start selecting raw stones. At that moment, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglai returned. Chen's expression had returned to normal. Xu Yang, are you here to buy raw stones? Chen asked. What about it? Xu Yang replied. You must think you're quite sharp after acquiring Yuhuo Renjia and investing in Battle Panther, huh? Chen sneered. What are you trying to say? Xu Yang asked impatiently. I'm saying, let's make a bet, Chen said. What kind of bet? Xu Yang asked. Let's each pick some raw stones. Whoever's stones yield jade of higher value wins, Chen proposed. And why should I gamble with you? Xu Yang countered. Chen was momentarily speechless. He hadn't thought of that. Right. Why would Xu Yang agree to gamble with him? After a moment of thought, Chen said, if you gamble with me and I lose, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. If you lose, you only have to pay me 50,000 yuan. How about that? He decided to use money as bait. Xu Yang was just a bumpkin, so the chance to turn 50,000 into 500,000 should be irresistible. Even if Xu Yang had some money now, 500,000 wasn't a small sum. And Chen was certain Xu Yang had sunk most of his money into his recent investments. He couldn't possibly have much left. Are you sure about this? Xu Yang raised an eyebrow. If there were 5 million yuan to be made, why not take it? He had already figured out the basics of selecting raw stones and could roughly tell which ones contain jade. With this bet, he was confident he would win. Of course, I'm sure. Just giving an idiot bumpkin like you a chance to make some money, Chen Guanglai sneered, still as uncouth as ever. You really can't stop being so rude, can you? It's like a dog that can't stop eating crap. If you keep talking like this, don't speak to my husband at all. Zhao Yuxin snapped angrily. She then turned to Zhao Yulu and said, Sis, what kind of people are you hanging out with? Don't you feel ashamed to have such friends? I feel embarrassed for you. If you don't care about your own dignity, that's fine, but stop bringing people like him into my and my husband's presence. Zhao Yulu shot a displeased glance at Chen Guanglai and said, Chen Guanglai, you might not care about your own reputation, but I still care about mine. Chen's expression darkened, but he couldn't refute her. Reluctantly, he nodded and said, Fine, I'll watch my words. He turned back to Xu Yang. So, what's it going to be? Do you dare to bet? Xu Yang nodded. Since you're so eager to throw money my way, why wouldn't I take it? You bumpkin from a small. Chen started but caught himself after noticing Zhao Yuxing's sharp glare. He quickly changed his tone. If you can actually beat me, I'll have nothing to say. Xu Yang said calmly. All right. Let's go to a third-party agency, sign an agreement, and deposit the money with them. At the Jade Trading Center, bets like this were common, and there were third-party agencies specifically for handling such transactions. Tang Jingqi had just told Xu Yang about this. Chen froze for a moment, then quickly said, There's no need for a third party. Let's just bet directly. Whoever loses will pay the other on the spot. Why go through all that trouble? Xu Yang glanced at Chen. No third party? What if you lose and refuse to pay? Then what? Chen said. Why would I not pay? I understand the principle of honoring a bet. Xu Yang replied, Sorry. But even if you understand that principle, I don't trust you. Plenty of people know what's right but still go back on their word. He gave Chen a long look and added, by the way. You're not going to tell me you don't even have 5 million, are you? Chen's face shifted slightly before he scoffed. Do you think I'm like you, a bumpkin who can't even scrape together 5 million? I could put down 10 million if I wanted to. In truth, Chen didn't have 5 million. His bank account only held 1 million yuan. He hadn't expected Xu Yang to insist on involving a third party. His plan had been to bet without actually preparing the money, as he had no intention of losing. Xu Yang said, If you have the money, then great. Why are you making such a fuss? Chen stiffened and said, I just didn't want to make it so complicated. But fine, if that's what you want, we'll do it your way. Despite his outward confidence, Chen was internally panicking. He couldn't back out of the bet now, especially since he had initiated it. The third-party agency was only a 2-minute walk away. As soon as they arrived, Chen suddenly clutched his stomach in apparent pain. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back soon, you guys wait here. Before Xu Yang and the others could respond, he rushed off. The three of them were left speechless. Zhao Yuxin muttered, He's not seriously trying to back out of the bet because he doesn't have the money, is he? Xu Yang nodded. That's very possible. From the look on his face earlier, it seems he really doesn't have 5 million. Zhao Yulu's expression turned sour. She knew Chen's financial situation. He had told her he only brought 1 million yuan to Heicheng. Chen had claimed that he could turn that 1 million into 5 million through stone gambling. However, they had just arrived and hadn't bought any stones yet, let alone made any money. Instead, he had run into Xu Yang and impulsively proposed this bet. Knowing Chen, Zhao Yulu doubted he would actually flee. He was far too concerned about saving face for that. More likely, he was in the restroom trying to figure out how to get the money. And she was right. In the restroom, Chen dialed his father, Chen Engkang. The call connected quickly. Dad, I need money. Transfer me 5 million immediately, Chen said urgently. Such a large amount meant he had no choice but to ask his father. None of his friends would lend him that much. He needed the money, or he would lose all credibility. What do you need so much money for? Didn't I just give you 1 million a few days ago? Chen and Kang asked, sounding displeased. Dad, I'm at the Haiqing Jade Trading Center. A new shipment of raw jade stones just arrived, and there's one that has a high chance of yielding an Emperor Green Jade. The asking price is 5 million, but it could be worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million if it pans out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Chen lied smoothly. This was the excuse he had come up with on the way to the agency. It was foolproof. Really? Chen Ankang's interest was piqued. The stone you found could really yield something worth tens of millions or more? Despite his disappointment in his son's business skills, Chen had faith in his gambling talent. In past visits to the Haiqing Jade Trading Center, Chen had selected several stones that turned out to contain jade. He was articulate and knowledgeable when discussing stone gambling, and his father trusted his judgment in this area. If you're so confident, then of course I'll support you, Chen said, energized by the prospect of such a lucrative find. Of course, Dad. You know my skills. There's a high probability this stone will yield an Emperor Green, Chen said confidently, laying the groundwork for later excuses. All right, I'll transfer the money right away, Chen agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his father believed in his gambling skills. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to get the money. Minutes later, Chen received a notification that 5 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Looking at the balance, he couldn't help but laugh. Yeek Shu Yang, you damn bumpkin. You got lucky with those sisters, but I'm going to crush you and make myself feel better. He muttered to himself, brimming with malice. The two parties signed the gambling agreement. The agreement had 3 key points. The bet was set at 5 million yuan. The total cost of raw jade stones purchased could not exceed 1 million yuan. This was a condition proposed by Chen Guangli, as he only had 1 million yuan. The jade extracted from the losing party's stones would go to the winner. Kid, thanks in advance for the 5 million yuan you're about to give me. Chen Guanglai sneered mockingly and left with Zhao Yulu to choose his raw stones. Honey, are you really sure you can tell which stones have jade inside? Zhao Yuxin asked, a little worried. It shouldn't be a problem. You'll see soon enough, Yi Shu Yang said confidently. With the system in hand, he was unfazed. The two wandered around for over half an hour, visiting various shops along the street. Yi Shu Yang only needed a glance to determine whether a raw stone contained jade and what type it was. He spent 970,000 yuan on 3 stones and had them transported to the cutting area. Chen Guanglai was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Chen and Zhao Yulu finally showed up. Kid, you're already done picking? I bet you have no idea what you're doing and just chose at random, Chen jeered. I think what you want. Yi Shu Yang replied indifferently. He didn't care to argue. What was he supposed to say? That he could see inside the stones? Even if he did, Chen wouldn't believe him and would just mock him further. I'm telling you, you've already lost. When you hand over the 5 million, you're going to feel like dying, Chen said with a smirk. It's just 5 million. If I lose, so be it, Yi Shu Yang said, calm and unbothered. You're putting on a show. No matter how calm you act, I can see right through you. I can see the pain in your eyes. Stop pretending. Chen scoffed. You seem so certain you'll win. Let's wait and see. Don't celebrate too early, Yi Shu Yang replied, shaking his head. Chen snorted. There's no wait and see, I'm obviously going to win. You're just a small-town bumpkin dreaming of beating me. Keep dreaming. Let's wait and see, Yi Shu Yang said calmly. Both of them handed over their receipts to verify that their purchases didn't exceed 1 million yuan. Yi Shu Yang had spent 970,000 yuan, while Chen had spent 980,000 yuan. Both had selected 3 stones. It was time to queue for the cutting, and soon their turn came. Do you want to go first, or should I? Zhu Yang asked. I'll go first, Chen said, wanting to unveil his jade first and mock Shu Yang further. Fine, you go ahead, Yi Shu Yang said, indifferent. To him, the order didn't matter. Chen called the cutter to work on his first stone. The stone revealed jade, drawing gasps from the onlookers. It's green. The young man has good luck. Luck? This seems more like skill to me. True. Some young people do have a keen eye. This jade should be worth around 1 million yuan. 1 million is just the starting price. With competition, it could go much higher. Hey young man, I'll offer 1.2 million for it. Come on, don't lowball. I'll give 1.3 million. Enough. I'll pay 1.5 million. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and representatives from jewelry companies started bidding right on the spot. Everyone, I've selected 3 stones. This is just the first. Let's wait until the others are cut, and then decide on the final price together, Chen said with a grin. The first stone alone was worth 1.5 million. If the other 2 were similarly valuable, he'd be thrilled. That would total 4.5 million yuan. And with the 5 million he'd win from Su Yang, he'd walk away with nearly 10 million yuan. Not to mention the joy of humiliating Zhu Yang. Xu Yang, did you see that? That's my skill. You think you can beat me? Keep dreaming. Chen taunted. It's just one piece of jade worth 1.5 million. Nothing impressive, Xu Yang said calmly. You're still pretending to be calm. Fine, watch as I cut the second stone. Soon you'll see how ridiculous your act is, Chen sneered. While they talked, the second stone was being cut. This one produced an even larger piece of jade, estimated to be worth around 2 million yuan. See that? Another one, worth 2 million. Each piece is more valuable than the last. Let's face it, even in your lifetime you couldn't match this. You, a small town nobody, trying to gamble stones with me. You might as well just hand over the money. Chen laughed, full of contempt. Getting so excited over 2 pieces of jade. My stones haven't even been cut yet, Xu Yang replied, still composed. With his master appraiser skill, losing to Chen was simply impossible. Your stones? Ha! They're probably just useless rocks. Let's see you cry when they're cut, Chen guffawed. Let's wait and see, Xu Yang said. Soon, the third stone was cut, and it yielded jade worth 3 million yuan. The total value of Chen's 3 stones was 6.5 million yuan. Kid, did you see that? That's real skill. You're nothing compared to me. I'll gladly take your 5 million yuan, thanks for the gift. Chen laughed triumphantly, his voice full of arrogance. The crowd around them couldn't help but comment. 3 stones yielding jade worth 6.5 million? That's impressive. This guy knows what he's doing. His skill is no joke. Those 3 pieces? I'll pay 6.5 million for them right now. I'll offer 7 million. Come on, you're lowballing. I'll give 8 million. After some competitive bidding, Chen sold the jade to a jewelry company representative for 8 million yuan. Zhu Yang, did you see that? I just made 8 million. That's skill. Can you do that? Of course not. Chen said smugly, looking down on Xu Yang. You won't know if I can until my stones are cut. Xu Yang said. There's no need to cut them. I can already tell they're worthless rocks. I'm a generous man. If you admit defeat and apologize to me now, I'll settle for just 4 million. How about that? Chen offered with a sneer. My stones haven't been cut yet. How can you be so sure they're worthless? Xu Yang asked. The bet was lost the moment you agreed to it. You're just a small town bumpkin who knows nothing about gambling on stones, Chen Guangli sneered. You shouldn't celebrate too early. It'd be embarrassing when you end up eating your words, Xu Yang said calmly. Still talking tough? Fine, let's open your stones. I can't wait to see your face go from hopeful to devastated, Chen snapped. Xu Yang gestured for the stone cutter to begin. The first stone was cut open, and a chorus of gasps erupted. Wow! It's imperial green. This piece isn't large, but it's worth at least 1 million. 1 million? Are you kidding? This is at least 1.5 million. I'll pay 1.8 million. Don't try to outbid me. I'll pay 2 million. Offers for the jade climbed to 2 million yuan in moments. Xu Yang turned to Chen Guangli and asked, So what do you think now? Still convinced I'll lose? Chen's expression darkened, but he retorted coldly, You must have stepped in some dog crap to get that lucky. But I don't believe your luck will hold. Your other 2 stones won't have jade in them, and you'll still lose. Xu Yang smiled faintly. We'll see. The stone cutter moved on to the second stone, and soon another wave of gasps filled the air. Unbelievable. Another imperial green. This guy's luck is unreal. Luck? Maybe it's skill. This one's bigger than the first. How much do you think it's worth? At least 2.5 million. No way. It's worth 3 million minimum. Zhu Yang turned to Chen again. What do you think now? Chen's face grew even more sullen. So what if you've got 2 pieces? Together they're worth only 5 million, which is still less than mine. Your last stone will be worthless, and I'll take your 5 million yuan. Thanks for the cash, by the way. Adding that to what I made, I'm walking away with 10 million. Ha ha ha. Xu Yang chuckled. You're still clinging to hope? Ever since my wife and I got married, my luck's been amazing. Watch closely. Standing nearby, Zhao Yuxin blushed at Zhu Yang's words, feeling proud and happy. Chen snorted. Fine, let's see your so-called luck. When your last stone turns out to be junk, you'll be crying. The stonecutter began working on the third stone. Moments later, the crowd erupted again. Incredible. Another imperial green. 3 in a row? That's insane. This luck is unheard of. Luck? Come on. This guy clearly knows what he's doing. Look at the size of this one. What's it worth? 8 million. 8 million? Don't be ridiculous. I'll take every piece of jade like this you can find at that price. Fine. What's it worth then? At least 10 million. I'll pay 10 million right now. Not so fast. I'll pay 11 million. Amid the commotion, a square-faced middle-aged man stepped forward. Gentlemen, let's not waste time. Young man, I'll pay 13 million for this piece. That's the best price you'll get. If you're willing to sell, it's yours. Yi Shu Yang thought for a moment, and then said, make it 20 million for all 3 pieces, and they're yours. Done. The man agreed immediately, having anticipated this offer. The deal was finalized, and Zhu Yang received 20 million yuan via transfer. The man left with the jade. Yi Shu Yang turned to Chen Guanglai. Sorry to say, but you lost. Chen's face was ashen, as though he'd lost everything. Gritting his teeth, he spat. I don't know what kind of dumb luck you have, but pulling 3 imperial greens is absurd. He was seething. His plan to humiliate Xu Yang and make easy money had backfired spectacularly. He refused to believe Xu Yang had any real skill, attributing it all to sheer luck. Yi Shu Yang said calmly, call it luck if you want. But it's clear that no matter how much you bark and buzz around me, you can't ruin my good fortune. You. Chen's face turned red with rage. After a moment he growled, fine, you've won this round. But this isn't over. He turned to leave. Hold on, Xu Yang called after him. Chen paused. What now? Did you forget something? According to our agreement, the loser's jade belongs to the winner. You sold your pieces for 8 million yuan, so hand over the money, Yi Shu Yang reminded him. Chen's face darkened further, but he couldn't argue. He had hoped Xu Yang would overlook this clause. Fine, he said through gritted teeth, transferring 8 million yuan to Zhu Yang. And the third-party arbitrators already know the result. I'll just collect the 5 million from them directly. Thanks, Yi Shu Yang said with a smile. Don't get cocky. It's only 13 million yuan. I'll win it back from you one day. Chen snarled before storming off. Zhao Yulu hesitated but ultimately followed after Chen. Back in the car, Chen Guanglai's face was still grim. Coming to the Jade Trading Center, he had planned to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to earn anything, but he also suffered a massive loss. The 1 million yuan he had brought was spent on 3 raw stones. The jade they produced, worth 8 million yuan, was lost to Xu Yang. On top of that, the 5 million yuan his father had sent him was also lost. In total, he had lost 14 million yuan. What stung the most was that it was entirely his own doing. If he hadn't provoked Yang, tried to humiliate him, and insisted on gambling, none of this would have happened. This bet was like Zhu Yang slapping him countless times, leaving his cheeks burning with humiliation. After a brief silence, Chen forced a strained smile and said to Zhao Yulu, Yulu, I didn't expect Yishu Yang to get so lucky, managing to buy 3 raw stones containing imperial green jade. Otherwise I would have made 8 million yuan and split 4 million with you as I promised. He had made this promise to Zhao Yulu when he brought her along, but now there was nothing to split. Not only that, but he also had to explain to his father why he hadn't made any money. Of course, this wasn't too big a problem, he could just say he miscalculated. For his father, a billionaire worth tens of billions, 5 million yuan was pocket change. Was it really luck? Zhao Yulu questioned. She had never heard Zhu Yang mention gambling on stones before. Moreover, with Yi Shu Yang's family background, he would have had no chance to come into contact with such things. Jade gambling was a rich person's game, so she doubted Zhu Yang had any expertise in it. But today, her certainty wavered. Finding 1 or 2 stones with jade could be chalked up to luck. But getting 3 stones, all containing imperial green jade, was hard to explain as mere luck. Still, she couldn't figure out how Zhu Yang could know so much about gambling stones. It's definitely just luck, Chen Guanglai said, his tone firm. He's from a small county. He wouldn't have had the chance to learn about jade gambling, let alone be this precise. Zhao Yulu didn't respond. She was unsure what to say. Her mood was terrible. If Chen hadn't gambled with Zhu Yang, she could have gotten her share of the winnings. Unfortunately, Chen had lost everything. Sensing her frustration, Chen Guanglai added, Yulu, I'm sorry. I brought you here intending to make money, but I lost everything, including the 5 million I got from my father. It'll be hard to ask him for more money anytime soon. In other words, he couldn't take her jade gambling to make money anymore. These opportunities weren't daily occurrences. Today the center had received a batch of fresh stones, making it easier to pick ones with jade. On another day it wouldn't be so easy. He continued, "Don't worry, Yulu. I'll figure out a way to make money and help you pay off that 1 million yuan debt." Zhao Yulu replied, "Some of my friends have already started asking me to repay the debt. What other options do you have?" She was already frustrated. If it weren't for Chen convincing her to invest in Blackstone Technologies stocks, she wouldn't have lost 3 million yuan. While 2 million of that was borrowed from her sister Zhao Yuxin, and didn't need immediate repayment, she was still dissatisfied with Chen's unreliable promises. Chen clenched his teeth and said, "Yulu, don't worry. I'll come up with something." Zhao Yulu nodded reluctantly. Fine. She was growing increasingly disillusioned with Chen, but felt she had no choice but to believe him. Otherwise, if she relied on herself to earn money, it would take forever to repay 1 million yuan. Chen's eyes darted as he thought of an idea. "Yulu, if you agree to be my girlfriend, solving your debt problem would be easy. I could ask my dad for money right away, he'd give you 2 million if you needed it." Zhao Yulu hadn't expected Chen to bring this up again, especially at a time like this. Anger surged through her. Last time, Chen had used the promise of 10 billion yuan in entrusted investment funds as leverage to get her to agree to date him. Now he was directly offering money in exchange for a relationship. Though she was materialistic and dreamed of living the life of a wealthy socialite, she had her limits. She would never sell herself for money. The previous incident had already pushed her to her moral limits, and even then, her plan was to date Chen briefly, and then break up under the guise of incompatibility. That plan had been about leveraging her career, not outright selling herself. Now, for just $1 million or $2 million, she found the idea repulsive. In a cold tone, Zhao Yulu said, "Chen Guanglei, I hope you never bring this up again. If you can help me make money, I'll appreciate it. If not, just forget it." Noticing the change in her tone, Chen quickly backpedaled. "Yulu, don't be mad. I won't mention it again. I'll think carefully about other ways to make money." Zhao Yulu remained silent. Chen changed the subject. "Yulu, according to our plan, we should." Before he could finish, Zhao Yulu interrupted, "Forget it. I just want to go back to Jiangqing." On the way to Heisheng, Chen had planned a 2-day itinerary for them. Zhao Yulu had agreed at the time. But now, she had no mood for leisure. Chen reassured her, "Yulu, you really don't need to worry. I'll figure out a way to help you make money." Zhao Yulu replied, "Let's talk about it when you do." Chen had no choice but to take her back to the hotel to check out, and then drive back to Jiangqing. Meanwhile, Yi Shuyang. After collecting the 5 million yuan Chen had lost, Yi Shuyang and Zhao Yuxing toured the Jade Trading Center. He bought several more raw stones, all of which contained imperial green jade. The total value of the jade exceeded 100 million yuan. People's attitudes toward Zhu Yang shifted dramatically. Many began to call him a jade gambling master. After all, it wasn't just luck, every stone he selected contained top-tier jade. Satisfied with his earnings, Yi Shuyang decided to stop. Earning this much was already impressive. Continuing would draw unwanted attention. As Tang Jingqi had warned him, consistently making huge profits at the center could lead to trouble. This strategy wouldn't work as a sustainable income source. But Zhu Yang didn't mind, he had other ways to make money, thanks to his system. After a fruitful day, Zhu Yang, Zhao Yuxin, and Tang Jingqi parted ways. The next day, Yi Shuyang and Zhao Yuqin spent the morning exploring Haicheng. By 5 p.m., they returned to Jiangqing. Wednesday night, He Zhuqian, a classmate working at Cartier, invited Zhu Yang and Zhao Yuxin out for dinner. During the meal, He Zhuqian said, "Zhu Yang, Yuxin, I've resigned from Cartier." Zhao Yuxin asked with confusion, "Resigned? Why? Wasn't everything going well at Cartier? You said the job was pretty decent before." He Zhuqian explained, "I'm an only child, and my parents hope I'll move back home. Their health isn't great, and I'm a little worried about them. Plus, trying to make a name for myself in Haicheng is really hard. After thinking it over, I decided to return to my hometown." Her hometown was a prefecture-level city in Sichuan province. Her parents worked for a state-owned enterprise, providing her family with better financial stability compared to Zhu Yang's upbringing. While her parents had steady jobs and secure retirements, supporting her lifestyle in Jiangqing was a stretch, as living costs in Jiangqing were exorbitant. Just buying an apartment could easily cost over 10 million yuan. Her parents, being doting and protective of their only daughter, ultimately wanted her closer to home. Going back to be with your parents is a good choice. Zhao Yuxin nodded. She didn't object. Many university classmates had already left Jiangqing, some returned to their hometowns, while others moved to different cities. For young people from out of town, Jiangqing was an unforgiving place. Few could afford to stay based solely on their efforts. Many poured their youth into the city, only to be forced to leave with a heavy heart. Tonight's dinner is also a farewell. Who knows when we'll meet again? You know where my hometown is. You're welcome to visit any time. I'll be your guide if you come, said he Shui Qian. Of course, Yi Shu Yang and I will definitely visit if we get the chance. Zhao Yuxing nodded enthusiastically. Oh, and when you two get married, make sure to invite me. I'll be there for sure, said he Shui Qian with a smile. Definitely. And when you get married, make sure to invite us, we'll come together, Zhao Yuxin replied with a laugh. Deal, he Shu Qian agreed, smiling brightly. The dinner lasted until 9 p.m., with the three chatting about many topics, mostly Zhao Yuxin and Yi Shu Haiyan catching up while Xu Yang listened quietly. After dinner, Yu Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin offered to drive He Shu Qian home. When she saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan they were driving, she was shocked. Oh my god. Yu Shu Yang, you're driving a Rolls-Royce now? She had no idea Shu Yang owned such a car. The last update she had seen was when Ji Pengfei had posted pictures of Shu Yang's Maserati Quattraport and a luxury villa in the group chat. Now, not long after, Yi Shu Yang was driving a Rolls-Royce. This completely stunned her. Sitting in the luxurious back seat, she kept looking around at the interior, marveling. A top-tier luxury car really is on another level. After a while she asked, Yi Shu Yang during dinner, you mentioned buying a live streaming guild. Are live streaming guilds really this profitable? During the meal, she naturally asked about Zhu Yang's situation, and Zhu Yang mentioned he had purchased a live streaming guild. She assumed that the profits from the guild were how Zhu Yang could afford the Rolls-Royce, or that its potential earnings gave him the confidence to buy such a car. Not knowing much about the live streaming industry, she wasn't sure how much a guild owner could earn. It's doing all right. I also dabble in other investments like stocks and futures trading. My luck's been pretty good, and I've made a bit, Yi Shu Yang said vaguely. Yu Shu Yang, you're amazing. Yuxin, I'm so jealous of you. You've landed a husband who's so successful, you're officially a rich wife now. If Yulu found out about Shu Yang's current situation, I bet she'd be so upset she'd spit blood, said he Zhu Qian with a sigh. Zhao Yulu had really made a colossal mistake. Yu Shu Yang was so outstanding, yet she insisted on breaking up with him. Everything Zhao Yulu had been chasing, Yu Shu Yang now had. But none of it had anything to do with her anymore, it all belonged to Zhao Yuxin now. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up, he Zhu Qian quickly apologized, realizing the topic was inappropriate. She changed the subject. By the way, Yi Shu Yang Yuxing, can I take a few pictures? I want to share them with our classmates and let them see your life. Go ahead, Shu Yang replied. Yi Shu Yang didn't deliberately flaunt his success, but he also didn't hide it. He took things as they came. Thanks. He Shu Qian immediately took out her phone and snapped a few photos. After dropping her off at home, Yu Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin drove back. On their way, the class group chat was already buzzing. He Zhu Qian first time riding in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The experience is beyond amazing. He Zhu Qian several photos of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate Ho, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate B, He Shu Qian, what's the deal? Did you strike it rich? Classmate C, He Shu Qian, weren't you working at Cartier? Can Cartier jobs pay enough to afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Classmate D, are you all brainless? Obviously someone gave her a ride in their Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate E, He Shu Qian, did you find a rich second-generation boyfriend? Classmate F, He Shu Qian, I need a rich boyfriend too. Please introduce me. Classmate G, He Shu Qian, your rich boyfriend must have many wealthy female friends. Can you introduce one to me? I really need a rich girlfriend. Classmate H, same here. A rich girlfriend would save me from this grind. Moving bricks every day is so pointless. Classmate J, doesn't have to be a rich girl. Your boyfriend's circle must include wealthy older women. Introduce me to one, I'm okay with that. Classmate K, you have such odd tastes. I'm impressed. Classmate R, it's not about taste, it's about money. Age doesn't matter when money's involved. He Shu Qian, I had dinner with Xu Yang and Zhao Yuxin tonight. The Rolls-Royce belongs to Xu Yang. Classmate Oh, wasn't Xu Yang driving a Maserati Quattraport? How did it turn into a Rolls-Royce? Classmate B, what else? He must have made more money. Classmate C. Xu Yang, did you make more money trading futures again? Classmate D. He Shu Qian, what's the story? Did you ask how they made money? Classmate E. Shu Yang Zhou Yuxin, don't just lurk. Come out and say something. Classmate F. Yeah. Share the wealth, help out your old classmates. Classmate G. Let's hear it from He Zhu Qian. She had dinner with them, so she must know the details. Classmate H. Exactly. He Zhu Qian, spill the beans. He Zhu Qian, I asked, and Xu Yang is still making money in futures. Recently he also acquired a live streaming guild. Classmate E. Hua, a live streaming guild. Classmate R. With short videos being so popular right now, acquiring a live streaming guild is a smart move. Classmate Y. At Xu Yang saw the trend and struck gold. Otherwise, how could he afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Classmate UX Xu Yang, I think I have the potential to become an influencer. Can I sign with your guild? Classmate I think you're less interested in being an influencer and more interested in dating one. Classmate Oh, nonsense. I'm just purely interested in becoming an influencer. I'm very wholesome. Classmate P. If you're wholesome, then there's no such thing as wholesome people in this world. He Zhu Qian, classmates, I'm heading back to my hometown tomorrow. You're all welcome to visit me in Ansheng, Sichuan province. If you come, I'll be your guide. Classmate A. He Zhu Qian, why are you going back to your hometown? Classmate B. Why else? Life in Jiangcheng isn't easy. Classmate C. Jiangcheng isn't friendly to people like us. It's better to return home. Safe travels. Classmate D. He Shui Qian, if I ever get the chance to visit your hometown, I'll definitely contact you. Classmate E. Sai, another classmate leaving. Who knows when we'll meet again? In the car, Zhao Yuxin scrolled through the class group chat, laughing non-stop. She updated Xu Yang on the messages in real time and asked if he wanted to reply. Xu Yang said, no need to respond. There's no point. Most of the messages were just for fun, not serious inquiries. For example, there was no need to explain about acquiring the live streaming guild. Nobody was genuinely looking for an answer. Got it, Zhao Yuxin replied. She also understood the situation. But Li Hai was right now that Xu Qian is leaving, who knows when we'll see her again. Fast forward to New Year's Day. Today marked the collaboration between Fengkai Guild and Douyin for a trial live streaming e-commerce event. The event was scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. at Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. By 9 a.m., the hotel entrance was already bustling with activity. Red carpets had been laid out. Fengkai Guild had booked the entire first and second floors of the hotel for the event. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance. Fengkai Guild streamers, each with hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers, attracted significant attention. While their fans weren't as frenzied as those of A-list celebrities, the streamers' presence was enough to create a buzz. In addition, several media reporters had been invited to cover the event, further boosting its visibility. When Xu Yang arrived, he was quite satisfied with what he saw. This was exactly the kind of impact he wanted, making Fengkai Guild a household name. Xiao Dongsheng, who was overseeing the preparations, saw Xu Yang and immediately came over to greet him. Xu Yang asked, Old Xiao, how's everything coming along? Xiao Dongsheng replied promptly, everything is ready. Based on feedback from our streamers' fans, this trial live streaming event is guaranteed to be a hit. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. He trusted Xiao Dongsheng. Then he asked, when is Li Liangping arriving? This trial live streaming event was crucial for Douyin's potential entry into the e-commerce space. Douyin's president, Li Liangping, took the matter seriously and planned to attend personally. Xiao Dongsheng checked the time on his watch and replied, Li Liangping just called. He landed not long ago and is on his way. He should arrive by 9:30. Xu Yang nodded. Good. At 9:40 a.m., a Bentley pulled up at the hotel entrance. Li Liangping stepped out with his assistant. Xu Yang and Xiao Dongsheng quickly went to greet him. President Li, thank you for attending this event, Xu Yang said, shaking hands with him. President Xu, there's no need to be so formal. This is a joint event, and I'm looking forward to it, Li Liangping said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Liangping also shook hands with Xiao Dongsheng. The two were more familiar with each other, as Xiao Dongsheng had initially been the one to contact Li Liangping. After a brief chat, they posed for photos, a necessary part of the event for promotional purposes. As they were taking the photos, a Porsche drove past Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Inside were Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei. Chen Guanglei had invited Zhao Yulu out for a hike to strengthen their relationship. What's going on here? It looks so lively, Chen Guanglei said, slowing down the car. I'm not sure, Zhao Yulu replied, curious as she looked out the window. Yulu, how about we stop and check it out? Chen Guanglei suggested. The bustling scene seemed worth exploring. Sure, Zhao Yulu agreed. Chen Guanglei pulled into the hotel's outdoor parking lot. After parking, the two got out of the car. Zhao Yulu noticed a vehicle parked diagonally from them and frowned. What's wrong? Chen Guanglei asked, following her gaze. Oh, that's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Must be some big-shot billionaire. Even as a wealthy second-generation heir, Chen Guanglei rarely saw a Cullinan. Such cars were symbols of immense wealth and power. That's Xu Yang's car, Zhao Yulu said. What? Chen Guanglei exclaimed, stunned. How could he possibly afford that? Is he crazy? Even his father, a billionaire, didn't own such a car not because he couldn't afford it, but because it wasn't suitable for someone of his status. A Cullinan was a top-tier luxury vehicle, meant for people in an entirely different league. Are you sure it's his? Chen Guanglei asked in disbelief. I remember the license plate. It's definitely his, Zhao Yulu confirmed. This hillbilly made some quick money and dared to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? He has no idea how ridiculous he looks, Chen Guanglei scoffed. Zhao Yulu didn't respond, but she also felt Xu Yang's choice of car was overly ostentatious. What could he be doing here? Chen Guanglei muttered, his eyes narrowing. After a moment he smirked. Yulu, do you think Xu Yang might be sneaking around behind your sister's back to meet another woman? Zhao Yulu froze for a moment, surprised by the suggestion. That's impossible. Xu Yang isn't that kind of person. Having dated Xu Yang for 4 years, Zhao Yulu knew him well. Even during university, when many girls were interested in him, he never crossed any boundaries. Yulu, you're too naive. Someone like Xu Yang, who used to be poor but suddenly gets rich, is bound to lose his way. It's completely normal for him to find another woman. He's not like me. I come from a good family, have a stable life, and wouldn't engage in such behavior. When I love someone I stay loyal, Chen Guanglei said, belittling Xu Yang while praising himself. Only someone as thick-skinned as him could make such a claim. After all, he had spent the previous night at a private club and hadn't even gone home. He had been partying with young models until 2 a.m. and was still feeling groggy this morning, yawning multiple times while driving. That's impossible, Zhao Yulu insisted, still unwilling to believe Xu Yang would do what Chen Guanglei described. As for Chen Guanglei's attempt to elevate himself, she ignored it. She didn't know about his frequent overnight stays at clubs. If she did, she would never have agreed to go out with him. Yulu, you're really too naive. Let's skip the hiking today and stay here to watch the fun. I bet Xu Yang will come out with another woman, Chen Guanglei said with a smirk. I trust Xu Yang. There's no need to stay, Zhao Yulu replied. Yulu, I'm saying this for your sister's sake. If Xu Yang hasn't done anything wrong, that's great. But if he has brought another woman here, you can step in and save your sister. Surely you don't want her to be deceived by a scumbag, do you? Chen Guanglei had already convinced himself that Xu Yang was there with another woman. Fine. Zhao Yulu agreed reluctantly. Hearing Chen Guanglei's reasoning, she felt it might be worth staying to see what was going on. If Xu Yang really did something to betray her sister, she would have to tell her. The two left the parking lot and joined the crowd. At that moment, they saw Xu Yang, Xiao Dongsheng, and Li Liangping posing for photos on the red carpet. Ho! That's Xu Yang. Chen Guanglei exclaimed loudly, drawing strange looks from the people around him, but he didn't seem to notice. It really is Xu Yang. Zhao Yulu also spotted him. He was standing on the red carpet, taking pictures with others. Could this event have something to do with him? The person on Xu Yang's left is Li Liangping, the CEO of Douyin. The person on his right is Yao Dongsheng, the president of Fengkai Guild. How is this possible? Chen Guanglei was stunned. Recently he had been thinking about investing in, or acquiring a live streaming guild. He had read reports about Douyin's CEO, which included photos of Li Liangping. As for Xiao Dongsheng, Chen Guanglei had met him once when he tried to acquire Fengkai Guild. However, the offer he made was too low, and Xiao Dongsheng refused to sell. What? The CEO of Douyin? The president of Fengkai Guild? Zhao Yulu was equally shocked. Douyin had been growing rapidly and was on the verge of surpassing Kuaiyushu. Many believed it would soon become the top short video platform. Why was Douyin's CEO taking pictures with Xu Yang? She also remembered Chen Guanglei mentioning that he had wanted to acquire Fengkai Guild but couldn't agree on the price. Chen Guanglei later said he would wait until the guild hit a rough patch, and then acquire it at a lower price. But Fengkai Guild had recently been thriving, cultivating many internet celebrities and becoming the most prominent guild on Douyin. Judging by the position in the photo, Yu Shuyang was clearly in the center, the coveted C position. What gave Zhu Yang the qualifications to stand there? What kind of event is this? Why is Zhi Shuyang taking pictures with them? And why is he in the center? Chen Guanglei was determined to figure out why Xu Yang was there. Once he knew the nature of the event, everything would make sense. The idea that Xu Yang might be meeting another woman at the hotel was obviously off the table now. After asking someone nearby, Chen Guanglei learned that the event was a joint initiative by Douyin and Fengkai Guild to trial live streaming e-commerce. A joint live streaming e-commerce trial? Then why is Zhi Yang here, taking pictures with them, and why is he in the center? Chen Guanglei frowned, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No way." "What's wrong?" Xiao Yulu asked, puzzled. Instead of answering, Chen Guanglei pulled out his phone and searched for Fengkai Guild's business registration information. When he saw the results, his expression changed. The legal representative for Fengkai Guild is Yushu Yang. He's the one who acquired Fengkai Guild. What? Zhao Yulu was stunned. Fengkai Guild was thriving, earning at least 10 million yuan a month, according to Chen Guanglei. And now, it turned out Xu Yang was its owner. This bastard has the best luck ever. Acquiring Fengkai Guild is like lying down and making money. If I had known it would grow so much, I would have paid 5 million to acquire it back then, Chen Guanglei lamented, his voice filled with jealousy and regret. Zhao Yulu's feelings were complex. If Xu Yang's acquisition of Yuhuo Renjia Hotpot and its rebranding as Jiangdi Lao was a reckless move that could lead to financial loss, and if his investment in Wu Jing's War Leopard was also likely to flop, then his acquisition of Fengkai Guild was undeniably a masterstroke. It would not only offset losses from his other ventures but also bring in steady profits. After taking photos, Yu Yang, Xiao Dongsheng, and Li Liangping entered the hotel. Inside the hotel's largest banquet hall, everything had been set up for the live streaming trial. The three conducted a final inspection, with Xiao Dongsheng explaining the preparations. Li Liangping was highly impressed, further boosting his confidence in the event's success. At 10 a.m., the trial officially began. The first live stream was hosted by Nanzi, a top-tier female streamer with nearly 10 million followers. She promoted a cosmetic product. As expected, it was a smashing success. Within minutes, Nanzi's live stream attracted over 1 million viewers, and the number continued to grow at an astonishing rate. The first product, priced at 69 yuan with 100,000 units available, sold out within a minute. Seeing the back-end data, Yishu Yang, Xiao Dongsheng, and Li Liangping were all stunned. They had anticipated success but hadn't expected the results to be this extraordinary. And this was just the beginning. As more viewers joined, the subsequent sales figures were bound to soar even higher. The three exchanged satisfied smiles, clearly pleased with the outcome. Outside the hotel, seeing Xu Yang and the others enter the hotel, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei decided to leave. The event no longer interested them. The better the event went, the worse Chen Guanglei felt. Zhao Yulu wasn't in a much better mood. Xu Yang's growing success only emphasized how wrong her decision had been. Neither of them felt like hiking anymore. Xu Yang actually acquired Fengkai Guild. What unbelievable luck, this is so frustrating. Chen Guanglei was genuinely annoyed, as if Xu Yang had stolen money from him. It seems that his ability to acquire Yuhuo Renjia and invest in Wu Jing's War Leopard comes from Fengkai Guild. With a constant flow of funds from the guild, he doesn't have to worry about losses. He clenched his teeth as he spoke. "Let's go," Zhao Yulu said, uninterested in discussing it further. Yishu Yang's luck was something she couldn't change. Back in the car, Chen Guanglei suddenly said, "I'm going to put an end to Xu Yang's luck." Zhao Yulu was taken aback and turned to look at him, confused about what he meant. Chen Guanglei continued, "Fengkai Guild's success is all thanks to its president, Xiao Dongsheng. When I wanted to acquire the guild, my main target was him. I've looked into his background, he's incredibly capable. With him managing the guild, success is guaranteed. If I acquire a guild and poach Xiao Dongsheng, along with a few of Fengkai's top streamers, Fengkai's growth will stall and eventually decline." Zhao Yulu said, "If Xiao Dongsheng is so talented, Yishu Yang will definitely try to keep him." Chen Guanglei laughed. "His retention strategies can't beat my poaching tactics. I'll throw money at it, I refuse to believe he can resist." Zhao Yulu replied, "Throwing money around might be tempting, but it doesn't always work. You underestimate the power of money, Yulu. Most problems in the world can be solved with money. If they can't, it just means you didn't spend enough. Xiao Dongsheng is just an employee working under Xu Yang. If I offer him better pay and benefits, why would he refuse? Zhao Yulu said nothing further. It was clear Chen Guangli had made up his mind, and arguing wouldn't change that. Besides, this wasn't her concern. Chen Guangli's eyes gleamed with a new thought. Yulu, if I have my dad acquire a live streaming guild, I'd like you to be the vice president and oversee its development for me. Would you be interested? Zhao Yulu's heart skipped a beat at the offer. A high-ranking position like vice president would be a significant boost to her career. It was much better than being a placeholder at Chen Guangli's father's company. Still, she didn't agree immediately. What about you? Won't you take a position in the guild? She wasn't keen on working at the same company as Chen Guanglai. Chen Guanglai seemed to anticipate this and replied, I'll still be working at my dad's company. I won't have time to run the guild full-time. At most, I'll visit occasionally. Will you help me out? After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yulu nodded. If that's the case, then sure. Since she currently didn't have a job, becoming the vice president of a live streaming guild sounded like a great opportunity. And if Chen Guanglai wouldn't be around often, it wouldn't be a problem. His occasional visits didn't bother her after all, he frequently sought her out regardless. Then it's settled. Over the next few days, I'll identify a guild worth acquiring and persuade my dad to make the investment. Chen Guanglai laughed gleefully. With Zhao Yulu working at the guild he acquired, his chances of winning her over would increase significantly. All right, Zhao Yulu replied, saying no more. The live streaming e-commerce event continued until 6 p.m. Every streamer's session was a massive hit. Afterward, a celebratory banquet was held, attended by all participants, including Xu Yang, Xiao Dongsheng, and Li Liangping. The next morning at 11 a.m., Xu Yang arrived at the company to hear Xiao Dongsheng's report on the event. Mr. Xu, yesterday's sales totaled over 230 million yuan, with profits exceeding 52 million yuan. News of our collaboration with Douyin and the event's tremendous success is everywhere online. Fengkai Guild has become a hot topic and is now a household name. Xiao Dongsheng reported excitedly. Hearing about the 52 million yuan profit, Xu Yang couldn't help but smile. Excellent. This is a fantastic start. At the banquet last night, Li Liangping expressed his satisfaction. He's even promised to give us preferential traffic allocation in the future free of charge. This will greatly benefit the guild's long-term growth. Xiao Dongsheng was equally thrilled. Absolutely. We seized this opportunity perfectly. With this trial, Fengkai Guild's earning potential will rise to new heights. Audiences tend to stick with what they know. Even if other guilds try to enter the e-commerce space, we've already secured a significant advantage. Once we're ahead, it's hard for others to catch up. To be honest, Xiao Dongsheng greatly admired Xu Yang. The guild had experienced two leaps forward under Xu Yang's leadership. The first was when Xu Yang signed top streamers who are now internet celebrities, some even superstars. With those streamers on board, the guild was set for success. The second was this collaboration with Douyin for live streaming e-commerce, a suggestion from Xu Yang. Without his guidance, Xiao Dongsheng wouldn't have thought to propose such a partnership. Without these two developments, Fengkai Guild would have remained obscure, like many others. Xiao Dongsheng felt lucky to be working for Xu Yang. Not only was Xu Yang highly capable, but he was also a generous boss, giving Xiao Dongsheng 20% of the guild's shares, unheard of in the industry. He silently vowed to dedicate himself fully to the job. As long as Xu Yang didn't fire him, he planned to work for him for life. Xu Yang nodded. Zhao, this success is thanks to you and the entire team's hard work. Arrange for everyone to receive a cash bonus as a reward. Let them know that in our company, hard work is recognized and rewarded. No one will be shortchanged. Xiao Dongsheng agreed. Understood. What amount should we allocate? Knowing that financial matters required clarity, Xiao Dongsheng sought Xu Yang's guidance. After a moment's thought, Xu Yang said, give 5,000 yuan to senior staff, 3,000 yuan to middle management, and 1,500 yuan to junior employees. Xiao Dongsheng nodded. Got it. I'll ensure the bonuses are distributed today. Issuing these bonuses would undoubtedly strengthen employees' loyalty to the company. Xu Yang added, one more thing, no matter what, the quality of the products our streamers promote must always be strictly monitored. Don't worry, Mr. Xu. I understand, Xiao Dongsheng assured him. After a few more words, Xu Yang left the office. As Xu Yang walked out, Xiao Dongsheng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw a vaguely familiar number, though he couldn't recall whose it was. "Hello," Xiao answered. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. This is Chen Guanglei. We've met before," the voice introduced itself. "So it's Mr. Chen," Xiao said, suddenly remembering. Chen Guanglei was a wealthy second-generation businessman who had once tried to acquire Fengkai Guild. At the time, the offer was far too low, so Xiao hadn't agreed. Their meeting had been unpleasant. Chen's arrogant attitude and condescending words had left a bad impression. Later, after Xu Yang acquired the guild, Chen had contacted Xiao again but gave up when he learned of the acquisition. Since then, they hadn't been in touch. Now, out of the blue, Chen was calling again. Xiao was curious but didn't ask questions, waiting for Chen to explain. "Congratulations, Mr. Xiao. I heard about the success of your livestream sales collaboration with Douyin yesterday," Chen said warmly. "Thank you," Xiao replied politely. "Here's the thing, Mr. Xiao, I'm planning to acquire a live streaming guild and would like to invite you to be its president, fully in charge of management. Don't worry, whatever Xu Yang is paying you, I'll double it. What do you think?" Chen laid his offer on the table. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I'm doing well at Fengkai Guild and have no intention of switching companies now or in the future," Xiao said firmly, declining outright. "Mr. Xiao, working is about making money. With your abilities you could easily earn much more. Why tie yourself to a single tree? If you're unhappy with the salary, we can negotiate. Just name your terms, and I'll meet them," Chen continued to persuade. "Mr. Chen, I'm not interested," Xiao repeated, uninterested in engaging further. "Alright then, how about this? In addition to doubling your salary, I'll give you 10% equity in the guild," Chen offered, trying to sweeten the deal. "Mr. Chen, as I've said, I'm not switching companies," Xiao replied. "Fine, 20% no, 30% equity. If you join, you'll get 30% of the guild's shares. The guild I'm acquiring is a large one, with annual profits exceeding 100 million yuan. You'd earn tens of millions every year," Chen said, desperate to land Xiao. "Mr. Chen, even if you offered me 50% or 60% equity, I still wouldn't agree. I'm very satisfied working at Fengkai Guild. I'm quite busy now, so I'll end the call here," Xiao said, hanging up decisively. Xiao knew very well that Fengkai Guild's success wasn't due to his management skills but Xu Yang's keen foresight and strategic decisions. While Xiao considered himself a competent manager, he understood that the guild's rapid growth wouldn't have been possible without Xu Yang's guidance. Xu Yang's generosity in giving him 20% equity had far exceeded Xiao's expectations, and he was deeply grateful. Moreover, Xiao didn't trust Chen's character. If Xiao failed to deliver impressive results, Chen might reclaim the equity or even fire him. Even if he achieved success under Chen, it wouldn't compare to his accomplishments at Fengkai Guild. With Xu Yang as his boss, Xiao felt secure about the guild's stable and promising future. The work environment, salary, and leadership were all ideal. There was no reason to leave, especially not to work under someone as arrogant as Chen. On the other side, Chen Guanglei slammed his phone down, his expression dark with frustration. He was dining in a private room at a restaurant with Zhao Yulu, and it was nearly noon. Chen had intentionally made the call on speakerphone to impress Zhao Yulu with his financial clout. He hadn't expected Xiao Dongsheng's outright rejection, let alone such a firm refusal despite the lucrative offers. This Xiao Dongsheng must be crazy to turn down money like this. What is he even thinking? Chen fumed, seething with anger. Not only had he failed to showcase the power of money, but he'd also been humiliated in front of Zhao Yulu. His resentment toward Xiao deepened. Maybe Fengkai Guild offers him something he values more, Zhao Yulu suggested calmly. "No matter. If I can't poach him, I'll find someone else. With enough money there's no talent I can't recruit," Chen said, trying to rationalize his failure. "Have you decided which guild to acquire?" Zhao Yulu asked. She had already made up her mind to work at whatever guild Chen acquired. After being idle for so long, she was eager to start earning again. "I looked into a few last night. Several are willing to sell. I'll meet with them in the next few days and finalize a deal soon," Chen replied confidently. "That's good to hear," Zhao Yulu said with a nod. After leaving Fengkai Guild, Xu Yang headed to Jiangdi Lao to have lunch with his father-in-law, Zhao Hai, and check on the restaurant's progress. Zhao Hai reported that apart from the ongoing renovations, everything else was ready. The renovations were nearly complete, with just 3 days remaining before the work would be finished. After discussing the timeline, Xu Yang and Zhao Hai decided to hold the grand opening on the 16th. The day before the opening, Xu Yang, Zhao Yuxin, and Zhao Hai visited the Jiangdi Lao branch on Linghai Road, formerly Zhao Hai's restaurant. The renovations were finished, and the staff was busy setting up the interior. Everything was nearly ready for the grand opening. Surveying the premises, Yi Shu Yang was pleased with both the decor and the employees' morale. Although the Jiangdi Lao manual from the system promised that the chain would one day become a billion-yuan restaurant empire, Yi Shu Yang knew that success depended on execution. Without proper implementation, even the best blueprint could fail. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was doing an excellent job as general manager, meticulously following the manual's guidance. As the three walked out of the store, Yi Shu Yang said, "Dad, thank you for all your hard work." Zhao Hai chuckled heartily. "Zhu Yang, we're family. Why say such things? Honestly, I should be thanking you. Without you, how could I have become the CEO of a restaurant chain?" Zhao Yuxin smiled. "Dad, I think you're enjoying your role as CEO much more than running a single restaurant. Yi Shu Yang's decision to make you CEO was absolutely the right call." Zhao Hai nodded. "Exactly. If anyone should be grateful, it's me. Without Xu Yang, I never would have re-entered the business world, let alone become a CEO." Just then, Zhao Yuxin noticed a woman standing outside a nearby storefront. She frowned and said, "What is she doing here?" The woman wasn't a stranger, it was none other than Zhao Yuxin's biological mother, Lu Yujun. Yi Shu Yang was also a bit surprised to see her here. Zhao Hai explained, "Delicacy Hot Pot opened a branch here, and she's the manager." Yi Shu Yang and Zhao Yuxin understood immediately. Zhao Yuxin asked, "How's the business at her store?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's doing quite well." Delicacy Group was a well-known restaurant chain in Jiangcheng, boasting multiple sub-brands and a strong reputation. Their hot pot offerings were naturally of good quality. Zhao Hai added, "Delicacy Hot Pot has been opening stores near almost every Jiangdi Lao branch. It seems like Yang Tianqing is doing this on purpose." Zhao Yuxin frowned. "Then Jiangdi Lao's business will definitely be affected." She hadn't been worried initially, but this deliberate targeting made her a bit concerned. After all, Delicacy Group's reputation was strong. Whether it was fast food, high-end dining, or various specialty snacks, Delicacy Group consistently delivered excellent results. With such a deliberate strategy, Jiangdi Lao's prospects seemed troubling. As a new brand, it would be difficult to gain consumer trust. Yake said calmly, "Yuxin, don't worry. No matter what they do, it won't impact Jiangdi Lao's business. If anything, Jiangdi Lao will affect theirs." Zhao Yuxin's eyes lit up. "You're that confident, hubby?" Yi Shu Yang nodded. "Of course. You'll see. Opening their branches near Jiangdi Lao will be Yang Tianqiang's biggest mistake. Without this tactic, it would have been nearly impossible for us to undermine Delicacy Hot Pot. After all, even with strong sales, Jiangdi Lao wouldn't completely push other hot pot brands out of the market. They could always survive by keeping some distance. But since Delicacy Hot Pot chose to set up shop right next to us, they're practically handing their customers over. Just wait and see, Jiangdi Lao will take their business." "That's reassuring," Zhao Yuxin said, finally feeling at ease. These days, she had an almost blind faith in Xu Yang. Whatever he said seemed destined to happen. At that moment, Lu Yujun noticed the three of them, her eyebrows rising slightly as she broke into a smug smile and walked over. "Yuxin, are you here to check out the store? Have you eaten? If not, you can come to Delicacy Hot Pot for a meal. But our business is booming, it's already fully booked. If you want hot pot, you'll have to wait. Even as the manager, I can't make special arrangements for you," Lu Yujun said, her tone dripping with pride. Her demeanor irritated Zhao Yuxin instantly. "Don't get too cocky. Just wait until our Jiangdi Lao opens, you'll see who has the last laugh," Zhao Yuxin retorted coldly. Lu Yujun chuckled. "Oh, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see who has the last laugh when the time comes." She had full confidence in Delicacy Hot Pot. Since its New Year's opening, business had been excellent, thanks to generous opening promotions. Even with the promotions ending, the brand's reputation had already spread. People knew Delicacy Hot Pot was part of the Delicacy Group, ensuring steady traffic. Meanwhile, Jiangdi Lao was an entirely new brand, with zero recognition. Attracting customers would be a monumental challenge. Competing with Delicacy Hot Pot? Simply laughable. "Just you wait," Zhao Yuxin huffed again. "Sure, I'll wait," Lu Yujun replied with an unyielding smile before turning her attention to Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, you should have just stuck to running your restaurant. Why bother becoming some CEO? You've been out of the workforce for over a decade, can you even keep up? When Jiangdi Lao starts losing money and collapses, you might not even have a chance to go back to being a restaurant owner." Zhao Hai responded calmly, "Whether I can adapt isn't your concern. As for Jiangdi Lao losing money and closing, that won't happen. I believe Jiangdi Lao will not only thrive but also redefine the hotpot industry. Lu Yujun burst out laughing. Zhao Hai, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big words? A new hotpot brand changing the industry. Why don't you figure out how to keep it afloat first? Zhao Hai replied firmly. I'm just stating the truth. You'll see soon enough. Shaking her head, Lu Yujun dismissed him. You're delusional, she muttered, unwilling to continue the conversation. Turning to Yishu Yang, she said, Yishu Yang, you made some money trading futures and flipping antiques, and you used it to buy luxury cars and a villa. If you had just stayed low-key, you could have provided Yuxin with a stable life. But you're overestimating yourself dabbling in business and acquisitions like you're some big investor. Even if you had kept the original Yuhu Renjia brand as it was, you could have been a small-time tycoon. Instead, you renamed it Jiangdi Lao? What a joke. Yuxin really has poor judgment, marrying someone like you. I'm genuinely worried about her future. Yixu Yang responded evenly. I'm clear about my investments and acquisitions. As for Jiangdi Lao, you'll see its success after the opening. And you don't need to worry about Yuxin. Our lives will only get better. He had no intention of engaging in a war of words. There was no need. Once Jiangdi Lao became a roaring success, all criticism would vanish. Truly clueless. Lucky for me I made Yululu leave you, otherwise, you'd have ruined her life too. Lu Yujun sneered before walking away. That Lu Yujun is insufferable, Zhao Yuxin fumed as she watched her mother leave. The three had arrived in good spirits to inspect the store, but Lu Yujun's meddling had soured their mood. Yuxin, don't let her get to you. Jiangdi Lao opens the day after tomorrow, she won't be smug for long, Zhao Hai comforted her. Yeah, once Jiangdi Lao's business takes off, Delicacy Hotpot will definitely feel the heat. Let's see how smug she is then, Zhao Yuxin said, cheering up a bit. The three then went to dinner, naturally not at Delicacy Hotpot, but at a restaurant endorsed by Lin Junyi, the food influencer. Nowadays, Yishu Yang and Zhao Yuxin often chose restaurants Lin had reviewed, as the quality was assured. For Zhao Hai, it was his first time trying one of these highly rated establishments, and he was impressed by the excellent flavors. While eating, Zhao Hai asked, Yishu Yang, how's the live streaming guild doing? It's going quite well. Zhu Yang shared updates about the live streaming guild's progress, particularly the results from the New Year's livestream shopping event. Zhao Hai wasn't aware of these developments, as he'd been preoccupied with work and didn't use Douyin or follow related news. When he heard that the sales exceeded 200 million yuan with a net profit of over 50 million yuan, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. At the same time, he felt genuinely happy for Yishu Yang and his daughter. After finishing their meal, the group parted ways and returned to their respective homes. Later that night, Yishu Yang, lying in bed after a shower, was scrolling through financial news on his phone. As part of his investments in stocks and futures, keeping up with financial news was essential. One piece of news caught his eye. Fengkai Mining was selling a South American aluminum mine at a low price. Initially, nothing stood out to Xu Yang. He was about to move on to other news when the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Fengkai Mining invested 500 million yuan to acquire a South American aluminum mine and poured in significant resources, but the yield was minimal. The company's executives deemed the investment a failure and decided to sell it at a low price. 3 days later, the mine was purchased for 50 million yuan. A week after the acquisition, new resources were discovered deeper within the mine. The buyer resold the mine for 1.5 billion yuan. Yishu Yang's eyes lit up. Purchasing the mine for 50 million and selling it for 1.5 billion was like picking up free money. Since someone else was set to buy it in 3 days, Yishu Yang knew he had to act quickly and secure the mine within the next 2 days. It was already 11 p.m., too late to make a call. He decided to contact Fengkai Mining the following morning. Thinking about the potential 1.45 billion yuan profit, Yishu Yang couldn't suppress his grin. Curious, Zhao Yuxin, who was lying beside him playing on her phone, asked, Hubby, why are you smiling like that? Xu Yang chuckled. Wife, we're about to make another fortune. Are you talking about Jiangdi Lao's grand opening? Zhao Yuxin guessed. Yishu Yang shook his head. Not that Jiangdi Lao will definitely make money. This is about a different investment. What kind of investment? She asked. Look at this news. Yishu Yang handed his phone to her, showing her the article about Fengkai Mining selling its aluminum mine. After reading it, Zhao Yuxin frowned. Hubby, are you planning to buy this aluminum mine? Zhu Yang nodded. I believe there's still untapped aluminum in the mine. Fengkai Mining just didn't find it. Zhao Yuxin hesitated. Are you sure about this? If you buy it, do you plan to visit the mine in South America yourself? Yi Shuyang replied, that's the plan for now. If we acquire it, I'll either go there personally or send someone to conduct a more thorough exploration. Zhao Yuxin looked worried. South America can be dangerous, it's not safe. Xu Yang pulled her into his arms and said reassuringly, it'll be fine. Just think of it as a regular business trip. Besides, I might not need to go myself, it depends on the situation. The system's message had indicated that the aluminum resources were located deeper within the mine. Digging deeper would suffice, and there might not be a need for Yi Shuyang's direct involvement. With no other choice, Zhao Yuxin relented. Alright, do what you think is best. She knew that once Yi Shuyang made a decision, it wasn't something she could change. The next morning at 9 a.m., Yi Shuyang called Fengkai Mining's deputy general manager in charge of the mine sale. The deputy general manager invited Xu Yang to visit their office for a meeting. Yi Shuyang readily agreed since he had no other pressing matters. The meeting was scheduled for the following day at 10 a.m. That afternoon, Yi Shuyang, accompanied by a lawyer and an accountant, boarded a high-speed train to Fengkai Mining's headquarters in Fengqing, Hanbai Province. Both the lawyer and accountant were top professionals Yi Shuyang had hired through his network. Thanks to his connections with Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin, Yi Shuyang could easily access high-level resources from the business and government sectors. By the time they arrived in Fengqiang, it was already 8 p.m. After checking into the reserved hotel, the trio had a quick dinner at the hotel restaurant before retiring to their rooms. After a shower, Yi Shuyang video called Zhao Yuxin to chat before going to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Shuyang, the lawyer, and the accountant took a taxi to Fengkai Mining. They arrived at 9:45 a.m. After checking in with the receptionist, they were escorted to a meeting room. The receptionist left to notify the deputy general manager. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a square face and dressed in a sharp suit entered. Mr. Xu, I presume? I'm Wei Deben. Welcome. Wei extended a hand. Yi Shuyang shook hands with him. Mr. Wei, it's a pleasure. Wei Deben was a straightforward individual. After some brief pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Mr. Xu, what's your offer for the aluminum mine? Yi Shuyang countered, Mr. Wei, I'd first like to know your asking price. Wei smiled, raised one finger, and said, 100 million yuan. Yi Shuyang smirked and raised one finger as well. 10 million yuan. Although the system had indicated that Fengkai Mining sold the mine for 50 million yuan, Yi Shuyang wasn't going to start with that figure. Negotiation was a game of give and take. Showing too much eagerness could weaken his position. Moreover, he wanted to see if he could acquire the mine for less than 50 million yuan. Mr. Xu, you can't be serious, Wei said, shaking his head. Mr. Wei, are you serious about the 100 million? You and I both know the condition of that mine, it's not worth that much. Yi Shuyang retorted with a cold smile. The two began a back-and-forth negotiation. 10 minutes later, Wei sighed. Mr. Xu, let's compromise. 50 million yuan, that's our bottom line. Any lower and we can't proceed. Deal. Yi Shuyang agreed without hesitation. After all, he stood to earn 1.45 billion yuan in profit. There was no need to drag things out and risk losing the deal to a competitor. Pleasure doing business with you. Wei breathed a sigh of relief. While 50 million wasn't Fengkai Mining's true bottom line, 40 million was. Securing an extra 10 million was a win for them. Afterward, the parties reviewed the mine's financial records, drafted a contract, and discussed the mine's operational details. Once the agreement was signed, Yi Shuyang transferred 50 million yuan directly to Fengkai Mining's corporate account. Mr. Xu, here's to a successful partnership, Wei said, shaking Xu Yang's hand. In the president's office of Kekshuan Investment. Dad, short videos are the current trend. Investing in a live streaming guild is guaranteed to make money. You should trust me and put money into the live streaming industry. Chen Guanglai urged his father, Chen Ankang, to invest in the live streaming sector. Chen Ankang responded, I admit that short videos are a booming trend, and investing in or acquiring a live streaming guild can be profitable. But my friend told me about a South American aluminum mine. If we explore deeper, there's likely to be significant aluminum resources. Right now, that mine's price is only 50 to 60 million yuan. If we acquire it and find the resources, it'll be a huge win. Feng Mao, the person in charge of Fengkai Mining's South American aluminum mine and a close friend of Chen Ankang, had called him a few days ago. He mentioned that Fengkai Mining had lost patience with the South American mine and encouraged Chen Ankang to take over. Feng Mao believed there was a high probability of discovering large aluminum reserves deeper in the mine. However, Feng Mao couldn't guarantee anything, saying only that it was an exceptional investment opportunity. If it paid off, the return would be astounding. If it didn't, the loss would only be a few tens of millions, which was acceptable for an investment company. Chen Ankang was tempted but hesitant. His son had been urging him to invest in a live streaming guild instead. Although Chen Ankang was older and didn't use short video platforms, he knew they were trending and that live streaming guilds were profitable. Investing in a live streaming guild was akin to riding the short video boom. If the company had enough funds, he would invest in both. However, the company's available funds could only support one investment, leaving him in a dilemma. "Dad, I think your friend is just trying to trick you. He claims there's more aluminum deeper in that mine. It's obviously unreliable. If it's true, why would Fengkai Mining sell it so cheaply? Isn't it clear they're just looking for someone to take the loss? Fengkai Mining is a professional company. If they've been exploring and mining there for so long without results, how could anyone else find something? I'm telling you, if you invest in that aluminum mine, it's a guaranteed loss. On the other hand, investing in a live streaming guild is foolproof and will start generating returns immediately. You must have heard about Fengkai Guild's livestream sales on New Year's Day. Sales exceeded 200 million yuan in just one day, with net profits of at least 40 to 50 million yuan. Even though their sales aren't as crazy now, they're still making millions daily. Other live streaming guilds are following suit. While they're not as profitable as Fengkai Guild, they're still raking in money. If we acquire a live streaming guild now, we can still catch the wave. But if we delay, we might not even see the tail end of it. Chen Guanglei passionately tried to persuade his father, spittle flying as he spoke. He had already identified a large live streaming guild and was negotiating its purchase. He had reported the price to his father, which was why Chen Ankang was so conflicted. The asking price for the acquisition was a hefty 45 million yuan. Unlike Xu Yang's initial acquisition of Fengkai Guild, which had a smaller scale operation with limited staff and streamers, this was a fully established, large-scale guild, which explained the higher price. After a long silence, Chen Ankang nodded. "Fine, we'll invest in the live streaming guild and fully acquire the one you've chosen." His son's argument made sense. The possibility of significant aluminum reserves deeper in the South American mine was slim. Otherwise, Fengkai Mining wouldn't be selling it cheaply. Fengkai Mining's professionals weren't fools. Investing in a live streaming guild seemed like the safer choice. Little did they know, even if they had wanted to buy the aluminum mine, it was already too late. "Dad, you've made a wise decision. Don't worry, this investment in the live streaming guild will bring you impressive returns," Chen Guanglei said with a grin. This was his first time spearheading an investment. If it succeeded, no one in the company would dare underestimate him again. After leaving his father's office, he immediately contacted the guild's owner. "Mr. Zhang, I've agreed to your asking price. I'll come by later to sign the contract." At the Yang family residence. During dinner, Yang Tiansheng asked, "Lu Yu Jun, tomorrow is Jiangdi Lao's grand opening. Is your store ready?" With Jiangdi Lao's opening imminent, Yang Tiansheng wasn't going to sit idly by and had prepared countermeasures. He had issued instructions to all his store managers. Naturally, his main concern was the store managed by his wife Lu Yujun. After all, if the other stores performed well but hers didn't, he'd lose face. Lu Yujun confidently replied, "Don't worry, Tianchang. I'm fully prepared. I'll ensure that Jiangdi Lao's Linghai Road store has the worst business among all their locations." Yang Tianchang nodded in satisfaction. Good. His biggest fear was that Lu Yujun would take things lightly. His fire hot pot expansion plans were crucial to his potential promotion to CEO. No one, not even his wife, was allowed to hold him back. Furthermore, crushing Jiangdi Lao completely would be an impressive achievement. Although his boss hadn't specifically instructed him to do so, successfully eliminating Jiangdi Lao would surely please his boss. It might even earn him a stake in Meimei Group. After all, taking down a rival chain wasn't an easy feat. Doing so would elevate Meimei Group's reputation and smooth its future expansion. Yang Jingsheng chimed in with a hateful look. "Dad, we must make sure Jiangdi Lao goes bankrupt as soon as possible." He had been released after his 10-day detention. His incident had become widely known, and the company had fired him despite his father's position as deputy CEO. This only deepened his hatred for Zhao Hai, Yu Shuyang, and Zhao Yuxin. He believed it was their refusal to settle privately that had landed him in detention. Only by driving Jiangdi Lao into bankruptcy could he quell his anger. Yang Tiansheng smirked confidently. Don't worry, Jingsheng. Once Jiangdi Lao struggles during its opening, it won't take long for them to lose all their business. Without customers, they won't last. Becoming CEO would grant him greater authority, making it easy to reinstate his son in Meimei Group. January 16th. Jiangdi Lao's grand opening. It was a Saturday. Yishu Yang arrived at Jiangdi Lao. As the owner, he had to make an appearance on such an important day. He gave a motivating speech to the employees and assigned tasks to the mid and senior level managers. Each was responsible for overseeing one store to ensure smooth operations during the opening and to address any issues promptly. Zhao Hai, as the company's president, was tasked with overseeing the Linghai Road store. Yishu Yang and Zhao Hai arrived at the Linghai Road location together. Zhao Yuxin also came along, having nothing else to do and wanting to check on the situation. It was already noon, and there were only 2 tables of customers in the restaurant, making the place look unusually quiet. "Hubby, how's it going?" Zhao Yuxin asked worriedly after seeing the state of things. "No problem. Everything will turn around by tomorrow," Yishu Yang replied calmly, showing no sign of concern. "Hubby, the staff from Meimei Hotpot are handing out flyers to attract customers." Zhao Yuxin pointed toward the Meimei Hotpot across the street, where several staff members were distributing flyers to passers-by, drawing some into their restaurant. "Should we have our staff hand out flyers too?" Zhao Yuxin suggested. Yishu Yang shook his head. "No need. This kind of tactic only brings in a limited number of customers. It's not worth it for us." Zhao Hai had a sudden thought. "Shu Yang, do you have another plan for promoting the restaurant?" Yishu Yang nodded. "Yes, I plan to have the live streaming guild streamers handle the promotion." The guild now had over 100 streamers, all of excellent quality. After the highly successful New Year's livestream event, many of these streamers had gained even more popularity. Some of the streamers with millions of followers were almost as influential as mid-tier celebrities, while those with tens of millions of followers rivaled top-tier stars. Zhao Yuxin's eyes lit up. Yes, have the streamers promote it, especially Brother Yi. If he, as a food streamer, promotes it, the results will be amazing." Yishu Yang nodded and smiled. "Exactly. I've already spoken to Brother Yi, and he should be arriving soon." As he finished speaking, 2 cars pulled up outside the restaurant. A group of people got out, including Lin Junyi and his filming crew. "Yang Zhu Yang." "Mr. Zhu." Lin Junyi casually greeted Zhu Yang by name, as their friendship allowed for informal exchanges. The other staff members, however, addressed Yishu Yang more formally. "Uncle Hai Yuxin." Lin Junyi greeted Zhao Hai and Zhao Yuxin. Zhao Hai nodded slightly, while Zhao Yuxin smiled. "Brother Yi, speak of the devil, we were just talking about you, and here you are." Yishu Yang said. "Brother Yi, whether Jiangdi Lao becomes a success quickly depends on you." "No problem. Every restaurant I've visited has gone viral. But Zhu Yang, you better not let me down. Your Jiangdi Lao hotpot must taste good. I can't just make things up for my audience." Lin Junyi joked. Shu Yang laughed. "Don't worry. It's not only delicious but also unique. I've said it before, this is not your ordinary hotpot experience. You're in for a surprise." Lin Junyi's interest was piqued. "Now I'm really looking forward to it." "Come on, let's go take a look inside," Yishu Yang said, leading everyone into the restaurant. This store's manager was Bai Lan, a former team leader from the old restaurant. After training, Zhao Hai had promoted her to manage this location. Most of the previous restaurant staff were also reassigned here. When Bai Lan saw Shu Yang and his group entering, she quickly came forward to greet them. "Just go about your work as usual," Yishu Yang told her. "There's not much to do right now," Bai Lan replied with a wry smile. The spacious restaurant had only 3 tables occupied, even after a few more people walked in. The atmosphere still felt quiet and empty. "Wow! Isn't that the influencer Brother Yi? It really looks like him. What's he doing here? Every place he's visited has amazing food and becomes super popular. Jiangdi Lao might really take off. With this taste and service, it's bound to succeed once word gets out. We're just the lucky first customers to experience it. Yeah, just look at Xiaoman over there, enjoying a free manicure with a big smile. Yishu Yang, the interior decor is really impressive," Lin Junyi commented as he looked around, nodding in approval. Suddenly, something caught his eye. "Wait, is that a nail salon area in your hot pot restaurant?" In the corner of the restaurant, a manicurist was giving a female customer a manicure. The scene left Lin Junyi stunned. Hot pot and manicures. What's going on here? How do these 2 completely unrelated things fit together? Lin Junyi rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. But no, the setup was real. The customer receiving the manicure had a contented smile, clearly enjoying the experience. Yi Shu Yang explained, "Brother Yi. As I mentioned earlier, Jiangdi Lao is about delivering a unique hot pot experience. At its core is extreme service. Offering free manicures to female customers is just one example." Lin Juni was impressed. "Yi Shu Yang, you really think outside the box. This alone sets you apart from most restaurant owners. Many young people gather for hot pot to eat, drink, and socialize. For young women, who often enjoy beauty services, the idea of getting a free manicure while dining is an undeniable bonus." After touring the restaurant and learning about its various services, the group returned to the entrance. Lin Junyi began filming. "Hey everyone, it's Brother Yi here. Today I'm bringing you to a hot pot restaurant that's unlike any other. This place is full of surprises, and I promise it'll blow your mind. Let's dive right in." At 10 p.m., Jiangdi Lao closed for the day. At 10:15 p.m., each store manager reported their day's revenue in the company group chat. The sales figures from each location were around 20,000 yuan, an underwhelming result. The revenue today is pretty low. The main issue is that Jiangdi Lao doesn't have much brand recognition yet. Plus, Mei Hot Pot is causing trouble. Yeah, their tactics are shameless. They were even handing out flyers right at our doorstep. A lot of potential customers who wanted to try our place got pulled over to their side. I think we should send out our staff to distribute flyers too, just to draw more people in. Once the foot traffic increases, business will pick up. Customers who've dined here love the experience and say they'll come back." Exactly. Some of them even mentioned they'd recommend us to their friends after experiencing our extreme service. The managers exchanged ideas on how to address the situation. Yi Shu Yang then sent a message: "No need to panic or send staff out to distribute flyers. I've already brought in someone to help promote Jiangdi Lao." A manager quickly replied, "Who did you bring in, Mr. Shu?" "Yi Shu Yang, I invited food streamer Brother Yi, you should all know him, right?" "Store manager, the one from Duyin?" "Yi Shu Yang, yes, he came to the Linghai Road store today." "Store manager B, if you've got him involved, then there's nothing to worry about. Every place he's reviewed has taken off." "Store manager C, it seems like Shu always had a plan. We were overthinking things." "Store manager D, with Brother Yi's review, Jiangdi Lao will be widely known tomorrow. Everyone, be ready to welcome the crowds." "Store manager E, absolutely. Tomorrow, the place will be packed." "Store manager F, I can't wait to see the looks on the faces of those Mei Hot Pot people when they see Jiangdi Lao packed with customers." At the Yang household, Tianqing, Jiangdi Lao barely had any customers today. "Our strategy is working," Lu Yujun said, her face full of satisfaction. Seeing Jiangdi Lao empty all day had put her in an excellent mood. "That's exactly what we wanted," Yang Tianchang replied with a pleased nod. "Ha! Jiangdi Lao thinks they can compete with us. What a joke. At this rate, Jiangdi Lao will fold in under 3 months, Yang Jingxing said with a sneer. He had visited the Jiangdi Lao location closest to his home that evening and found only a few occupied tables. This put him in a great mood. "I've also heard that Jiangdi Lao's prices are 50% higher than ours. A new hot pot brand charging more than us? They're digging their own grave," Yang Jingxing added. Although he no longer worked at Mei Catering, he was still very invested in this matter. Yang Tiancheng had told him that if this hot pot chain plan succeeded, Yang Tiancheng would become the group's president and reinstate him at the company. Everything would return to normal or even better than before. Yang Tiancheng would also help him climb the ranks further. As for the stain on his record from being detained, no one would dare to mention it. The company's boss wouldn't care about such trivial matters, especially not when Yang Tiancheng could bring in significant profits for the group. Jingxing is right. Jiangdi Lao is digging its own grave. At this rate, it definitely won't last 3 months, Lu Yujun chimed in. That evening, Lin Junyi uploaded the edited video to Douyin and pinned it to his profile. Xiao Dongsheng instructed all the guild streamers to share the video. Overnight, the video gained traction. By the next morning, Jiangdi Lao had gone viral. Curious viewers who saw many popular streamers sharing and recommending Jiangdi Lao eagerly clicked to watch the video. They were amazed by what they saw, liking and sharing it widely. At Kai's Xuan Investments. In his office, Chen Guanglai noticed that Wind Talent Guild streamers were promoting Jiangdi Lao and realized that the restaurant was about to take off. Nobody underestimated Wind Talent Guild streamers anymore. The guild had become a powerful marketing tool. Previously, Chen Guanglai had thought that Zhu Yang's decision to buy Yuhul Renjia and rename it Jiangdi Lao was foolish. But now, with Wind Talent Guild as a promotional weapon, Zhu Yang didn't need to worry about visibility. A single wave of promotions from the guild streamers was enough to establish a solid reputation. The thought made Chen Guanglei regretful. If only I'd spent 5 million to acquire Wind Talent Guild back then, this wouldn't even be Xu Yang's story, it would be mine. He fumed, jealousy eating away at him. In his mind, Xu Yang's success was purely a stroke of luck. Like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, Xu Yang had acquired Wind Talent Guild by chance. Wind Talent Guild's current success had nothing to do with Xu Yang, he thought it was all thanks to Xiao Dongsheng. Said Xiao Dongsheng. I even offered him 30% equity, and he still wouldn't jump ship. He must have been kicked in the head by a mule. Thinking about his failure to poach Xiao Dongsheng made Chen Guanglei grit his teeth in frustration. He resented Xiao Dongsheng deeply but knew he couldn't do anything to him. All I can do now is make the guild I bought outperform Wind Talent Guild. Only then can I truly crush them and expose Xu Yang for what he really is. Chen Guanglei had spent 45 million to acquire Jixing Guild, a much larger operation than Wind Talent Guild. By noon, Lu Yujun, like the day before, had her staff outside handing out flyers. She stood at the entrance, watching her staff try to attract customers, waiting to see if Zhao Hai would show up. If he did, she planned to rub it in. But something surprising happened. Nobody came to eat hot pot. No matter how hard her staff worked, handing out flyers and talking up Mai Mei Hot Pot's deals, no one walked into the restaurant. Instead, people were rushing into Jiangdi Lao. Crowds from the far end of the street were also flocking to Jiangdi Lao. What's going on? Lu Yujun was completely bewildered. Yesterday Jiangdi Lao was practically empty. How could it suddenly be flooded with customers overnight? And these people looked so eager, almost desperate to get in. Were they all crazy? Manager, we've got a problem. Suddenly the restaurant's floor supervisor ran out, holding her phone. What's wrong? Lu Yujun's heart sank. Jiangdi Lao has gone viral. The floor supervisor had been idly scrolling through her phone due to the lack of customers. She noticed a video shared by someone in her social circle, a review of Jiangdi Lao, by Lin Junyi. Alarmed, she hurriedly informed Lu Yujun. Jiangdi Lao has gone viral? How? Lu Yujun was confused. Yesterday it had been deserted. How could it turn into a phenomenon overnight? Manager, Jiangdi Lao is blowing up on Douyin. That super influencer Brother Yi reviewed it yesterday, and the video was shared by tons of other streamers. After a night of going viral, everyone is heading there. With their store so close to ours, all the customers are flocking there instead of coming to us. Let me see. Lu Yujun snatched the phone. After watching the video for a few minutes, everything became clear. That Zhu Yang actually hired so many influencers to promote Jiangdi Lao. Her face darkened. Returning the phone, she pulled out her own and called Yang Tiancheng. When he answered, she said, Tiancheng, Jiangdi Lao. Before she could finish, Yang Tiancheng interrupted, I know. I'm already on my way. Not long after, Yang Tiancheng arrived, bringing Yang Jingsheng with him. Jingsheng had been planning to have lunch with a female colleague but dropped everything when he learned of the situation. Both father and son looked grim as they arrived.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.